The center of Mount Hamilpus was ablaze with raging lava as the traveler slowly walked towards his goal. The young man wore fireproof boots and also used a buff to resist fire, but the heat from the ground still passed through the resistance and rose to his feet. He understood that if he accidentally slipped, he would die. He knew that those who did not have strong fire resistance did not linger in such a place. But he still had a chance, for he was officially ranked 31st among the Rankeks in Korea and was called the Knight of the Fire Dragon Agni. In this place, there was a legendary level item that could only be obtained from the fire dragon that appeared in the secret dungeon on the mountain. He wanted to get the heart of the fire dragon. For him, it was the most useful item, and in turn, he thought that this item was specially created for him. A moment later, he looked into the distance and saw a small path that led to the door. He knew that this was the very secret dungeon where the legendary dragon slept. But a moment later, the young man moved on, as he realized that the sleeping dragon was already very close, as it was boiling up little by little. But he froze in place when he saw a young man sleeping quietly in his path. He looked at the young man in bewilderment, as he didn't even move. But after a few seconds, the young man simply rolled over onto his back and continued sleeping. The knight was shocked as he saw that the young man was simply sleeping in a place where even a player who was fully equipped with fire resistance gear would have a hard time. He was in shock because he didn't understand who was in front of him. The knight was taken aback for a moment, not understanding what was going on at all. But still he understood that he needed to calm down and first look around. Agni was shocked as he saw that the young man's gloves, weapons, and shoes were all of legendary level. Agni knew that he had to get one of his items. He knew that as a Knight of the Fire Dragon, he barely got here using the secret map that he got in an exclusive quest. He knew that the young man was very strong, since he just slept in front of the dragon dungeon. In other words, his resistance to fire was higher than that of a normal knight. Agni knew that the young man was sleeping, and he could simply deal with him. He understood that if he used a sneak attack, he could outplay his resistance to fire. Agni assumed that the young man had managed to reach such a place, which meant that he was good and famous. But Agni of all the famous rankers, and he was not among them. Agni realized that the young man was an unofficial ranker, so he swung his sword without regret. He knew he couldn't miss his chance. A moment later, he used Fire Dragon Bite, sending all of his power towards the young man. But the young man, in turn, slept quietly without moving. Agni understood that he had done everything, and the young man had to go to another world. But a moment later, he saw in front of him a notification that he had used a blow from the suspender, so his karma indicators worsened. The knight was furious, as I saw that the young man simply rolled over on his side and wrapped himself tighter in the blanket. He managed to dodge the blow with ease. Agni was furious because the young man simply dodged, so the recipe assumed that he had woken up. But after a few seconds, he saw a young man in front of him in all his glory, but he was still sleeping. Since his blanket was damaged, it moved to the inventory. The sleepwalking skill was activated, so the young man slowly rose up. A few seconds later, he rushed into battle. The knight was shocked, as he did not expect such speed. He noticed the blow from behind, but did not notice the young man. He turned around and froze in shock as the young man disappeared. He didn't know where he was. The knight felt his opponent, but could not see him. He understood that he must not allow him to attack him. A moment later, he activated the Fire Dragon Scale Shield, thus protecting himself. He was incredibly proud of this account, as it had the highest defensive power among all his items. Agni looked at the small chain with a grin. He realized that it was ordinary and would not harm him. He was taken aback for a moment as the chain pierced right through his shield. He was shocked as it was an attack that couldn't be dodged or blocked. A few seconds later, his injury made itself known. He was in shock because he didn't understand what was wrong with his opponent. The system notified the young man that he had been dealt a stunning blow and would soon be stunned for a few seconds. The young man was in shock as he was stunned and also weakened. He looked at his opponent, who was rushing towards him in surprise and at the same time puzzled. A few seconds later, the young man dealt the knight a crushing blow, the system notifying the knight that he had received critical damage. Agni froze in shock as he had never seen anything like it before. He screamed and writhed in pain. A moment later, the system notified him that he had died, and he was forcibly kicked out of the game, in shock as he had lost to a normal, unofficial ranker. A moment later, his body began to dissolve and crumble. After a few seconds, only a sword and a bag of gold coins remained. At the same time, the young man stood quietly near the loot. But after a few seconds, he fell to the ground and continued his sleep, and he slept for several hours. After a few hours, he slowly opened his eyes. He stretched slowly, since he had slept very well, but he did not understand when he had managed to fall asleep. He looked to the side in surprise and saw a wonderful prize. He thought to himself with a smile that his sleepwalking skills had been activated again. He mentally apologized to the young man, but this skill was only activated because he attacked first. But he still didn't want to leave use things like a cave, so he decided to take everything for himself. He was happy because he received personal items after a great night's sleep. A moment later he rose and walked slowly to the large doors at the entrance to the cave, knowing he had work to do. He knew that if he could kill the fire dragon, he might be able to level up a little. He sighed heavily as he didn't know when he would finally be able to become a ranker. He had the class descendant of Thanatos, class rank divine title legendary. He put on his protective mask with a grin, knowing that he would soon have to fight an opponent. The man shouted angrily at the young man, but he only asked for forgiveness because the nurse had arrived later than usual today, and he, unfortunately, was a little late. The man asked if his nurse didn't come, he wouldn't come to work. The young man in turn bowed low and asked for forgiveness. His colleagues watched the situation closely and felt sorry for him. They were puzzled because they did not understand why the boss was picking on him so much, because the young man did his job well. They were aware that their boss had graduated from a prestigious university, but had not received a promotion for several years. The young man had only a secondary education, but he got a job in a large company. He also worked well, was handsome, and popular among the workers. It had been 5 years since he started working for the company, and as a high school graduate, there was little chance that he would be hired by such a big company again after being laid off, so he wanted to keep his job. Henson knew that right now his boss was acting like an ungrateful, power-hungry man who said that he wouldn't be fired just because of the sick sister, so the young man wanted to punch his boss right now, and he could barely contain himself. But he still smiled and said that he was probably stupid because he had no education, but he was grateful that his boss had sent him to this position, sighed very heavily, and told his employee to stop stating the obvious, so he sent him to get coffee. Henson knew full well that he had to endure this because he had to pay for his sister's treatment and living expenses. He knew that he had to continue working even in such a place for the sake of his salary. The young man sighed heavily, as he knew that today, as usual, was a difficult day. He looked closely at the building of his company where he worked, because he really wanted to quit. That same evening, he came home and told his sister about it. The lady smiled and told the young man that since he had returned, she would finish for today. He smiled and thanked her for her work. She smiled and apologized for being late today, but promised to come earlier tomorrow. He thanked her with a smile and also told her that she should be careful on her way home. He was in the house his parents had left him. A moment later, he knocked on the door and told his sister he was coming to see her. She looked at her brother with a smile, as he had already returned. He knew that 20 years was the age when they talked with friends, laughed, and developed. Huna sadly asked her brother if he had worked overtime again. He sighed heavily and said that it was nothing, and also asked what she had done today. They lost their parents when they were children, and his sister lost the ability to move, unfortunately. She grew up too fast. She smiled and said that she read books and played games. He smiled and asked the magazine if she had already eaten dinner. Huna said that she had already eaten dinner, and also asked if he had eaten dinner. He smiled and said that he had also already eaten, and now he needed to change his clothes. She smiled and agreed with him. A moment later, the young man walked slowly out of his sister's room and wiped the smile from his face. He didn't show his sister, but he was very tired. It was raining heavily that day 6 years ago. He understood that if only he had been in that car, everything would have turned out differently. Then the young little girl was dumbfounded when she saw a truck rushing towards them. She was in shock, and unfortunately, no one could do anything because it all happened so quickly. The car in which his family was sitting collided with a truck that was crossing a double solid line. His parents, who were sitting in front, died instantly. Luckily, his sister survived, but she was left disabled. She blamed herself for everything that happened because she asked her parents to take her to the store in the evening. After the accident, the young lady lost the ability to move her legs. Many years passed after the accident, but she still blamed herself. He understood that this was a great shock for her, because at the age of 14, she saw their parents die right before her eyes. They recently received news from the doctor that his sister's health was gradually improving. Huna, who blamed herself every day, still tried to support her brother. He saw that she could even smile. The young lady looked at her brother in bewilderment, and sighing heavily, hit him with a pillow, and asked what was with his strange look. The young man froze for a moment, as he did not expect this. She looked at him intently and asked if he really wanted to hit her back, but he just sighed heavily and said nothing. He thought it was all because of the game. On the recommendation of a doctor, the girl started playing the game in virtual reality last year. Hyuna asked her brother in confusion if she really needed to play this. He smiled and said that the doctor said she should try something like this. She didn't have to play it if she didn't like it. At first she was skeptical, but over time her opinion changed, because in that game, the world is much more colorful than the real Earth. No other words could describe the game other than another land. Even though the game was released over a year ago, it still had a lot of players. It was the biggest game. Hyuna told her brother that he should rest because he was working and was very tired. And she also said that she felt uncomfortable with Togo for constantly babysitting her. She shouted to her brother that she was already an adult. He sighed heavily and, as he left, said that if she needed anything, she should ring the bell. She was shocked and screamed that she had a phone, and therefore she did not understand why she needed to use the bell. When the young man bought the capsule for his sister, he also bought one for himself. Although it was very expensive, he never regretted it, because this capsule was very useful for him too. But the main reason why he bought the capsule was because time flowed differently in it. For every hour that passed in reality, 5 hours passed inside the game. Henson assumed that he was probably the only person in the world who bought a sleep capsule instead of a game, because with the capsule he could get his sleep back. In reality, he could sleep for about 5 hours, but in the game, he could sleep for up to 25 hours. If it weren't for the capsule, he would have given up and thrown his hands down. He wanted to meet the person who created it and thank him. But now he often thought that he could earn a lot of money by playing the game. Right now, it was not just a game, but the best virtual game in the world. The profit from it was huge, and it was no longer just a game, but an industry. Many people quit their jobs to have time to play the game. Henson thought that maybe it was only for those who started playing early on, knowing that he probably just wouldn't have the skills. And he studied at school. His playing skills were so good that he was offered to become a professional player, and if his parents had not been against it, he would have become one of them. But now the young man understood that he could no longer think about immature things for the sake of his only family member. He sighed heavily and pushed all thoughts away, as he wanted me to quickly join the game and get some sleep. After a few seconds, the program began scanning it. After being asked if he wanted to join in on the idea, he began to move slowly. A few seconds later, he was enveloped in a wave and transported into virtual reality. He arrived at the village where newcomers arrived before the transition to training, although this place was called a village, but there he was the only player. This place was more like a room where they could move the character and adapt to the virtual world. But for him, the most important thing was not this, but a warm bed, which was in one of the houses. He sighed heavily because he knew he wanted to sleep like that in the real world. While he was sleeping, the system notified him that he had slept in the game for more than 10,000 hours. So he received a new class, the Descendant of Thanatos. He also received new skills. Sometime later, he woke up as it was already morning. He turned on the alert system slowly, wanting to know what time it was. Looking at his watch, he realized how much time had passed in the real world. He knew he needed to exit the game because in reality, he had a trip to the store waiting for him. But a moment later, he was taken aback and looked at the new notifications in bewilderment. He cried out as the notification washed over him. He was in shock. He didn't understand what had happened at all, because he saw that his class had changed. He was shocked because he had received God's rank. He understood that this simply could not be. But when he opened his status windows, he saw that there was divine power attached to his status. Henson was shocked as he had not even undergone training, but had received a great title. But a moment later, he remembered that there was a lot of money to be made in the game. He knew he needed to calm down first and read more information on the forums, but first and foremost, he wanted to leave the game. After everything that happened, he decided to find out more information about his new status. He was shocked, because with his good skills, he could have earned decent money, like an office worker. Henson knew he was nervous because he was at a low level. But in turn, he wondered whether he could achieve his goal if he used his savings. Henson knew he had enough savings to last him for several months, and that was more than enough. He knew he had been lucky today. The next day, he happily prepared breakfast. Henson glanced sideways at the closed door and asked his sister if she was awake and if she needed help in the bathroom. She was in shock and screamed that she didn't need help at all. He walked into her room with a smile and asked her what he would do if something happened to her. She was shocked because he assumed she was completely helpless. Henson looked at his sister and asked if she needed help going to the toilet. She looked away from him and said that he should give her a stroller, and that was it. He smiled and said that she shouldn't be naughty. She was furious and screamed that she could take care of herself, so she asked him to leave. As he was leaving, he asked her why she was so embarrassed since they were brother and sister. She was shocked and screamed that he should close the door immediately. He said with a smile that he would make her breakfast so she could take her time. A moment later, the young lady took a step, but he was not quite sure. She knew that in the game she could easily leave, but in reality it was difficult. She knew that just a little bit more and everything would be fine, because the doctor said that she needed to restore her muscles. A moment later, the young man asked his sister if she needed help. She sat down on the chair with a bang and shouted that he should not come in. Henson smiled and said he understood, but also said she shouldn't be afraid to ask for help. Huna screamed that she was fine and would call if she needed help, but he shouldn't have entered the room without asking. She held this, "Here they are," from him until full recovery. The next day, Chief Park looked at the resignation letter with surprise. The young man looked at his boss with a happy smile and said that this was a letter of resignation. The man was surprised and said that he could see perfectly well, but he did not understand why the young man had so suddenly decided to quit. At the same time, all the workers were monitoring the situation and whispering, because they understood that each of them would soon leave the office. Chief Park told the young man that he would pretend he had not seen the statement and that he should therefore return to his desk and get to work. But a moment later, the man was taken aback and froze in shock as he heard a loud crash. Henson looked at his boss with cold fury and said that he was very grateful to him for everything. Henson was grateful to his boss for what he had done for him, but he hoped they would never see each other again. The man in turn froze in shock and was unable to utter a word. The young people were surprised because they knew that their colleague was scary when he was angry. But in turn, they knew that he was very brave because he managed to leave without regrets. At the same time, the young man was overwhelmed with emotions, as it seemed to him that he had won the lottery, but he had not won a cash prize, but had received a chance to earn money by playing a game. He slowly walked into the small room and asked if he should pay before or after entering the game. The man said that capsules are paid in advance, and the PC is paid after. Henson said with a happy smile that he would sit down at the PC. The man agreed. The young man knew that he had to try hard in order to earn more money. He walked slowly past the huge capsules. He knew that the regular PCs were on the left. He slowly sat down at the computer because he knew that now he needed to read the information. Henson was almost certain that the higher the level, the more money you could make. A moment later, he looked at the information he found on the internet with bewilderment. After reading this information, he realized that he needed 5 times more experience to start making money. He was shocked because he didn't expect it to be so difficult for him to level up. But in turn, he knew that he needed to look at this situation from a different perspective. He knew that this post said that if he could use his skills well, a high rank would be guaranteed for him. After a few minutes, he asked the man if he could use the capsule. The man said that the capsules were prepaid only, so he had to pay first. Henson told the man how long he wanted to reserve the camera for. The man agreed with him without any problem and stated the amount to be paid. The young man was shocked by the amount, as it was very expensive. But he still paid, and after some time he immersed himself in the world of the game. After the transfer, he wanted to study his characteristics more thoroughly. Unfortunately, he didn't know what skills he had right now, so he couldn't use them. Henson was surprised that the class was showing up. He saw that Thanatos was the god of death and sleep. Since ancient times, he was known as the strongest of the gods, and it was said that no god could stand against him. He loved death and sleep, and it was also said that he enjoyed pranks. Henson read the backstory about God and was a little surprised. He wondered if God was a punk or something, but he knew that at least he was the god of death and sleep, and that didn't sound so bad. A moment later, the young man saw the skill book. He was surprised that he had several skills at once. Unfortunately, the boxer of death and sleep suffered from narcolepsy and could fall asleep at any moment, and unfortunately, he suffered because of this, Henson. Wondering if his stats were really boosted by the fact that he slept, he knew that this was very good news. It was said that the god's dreams were very sweet, as he always dreamed of pleasant dreams and always got what he wanted, and it was also said that he loved to kill in his sleep. The young man saw that he could buy a bunch of items and skills in the store. He was shocked and understood that it was simply unbelievable. Since the items were registered to him, he could not sell them, but he also could not lose them, even if he died. It was said that God loved to sleep so much that he slept almost all day, and it was also said that he created skills that allowed him to move with her. He watched others suffer from nightmares, and in this way he would send nightmares to his subordinates or other gods. It was also said that whoever fell asleep with the god of death would surely die. Henson knew he didn't have any combat active skills, but he could just pick some from the store. He was shocked that he started out with skills like that, and if he was called a cheater, he wouldn't be surprised. A moment later, his eyes began to close as the sleep skill was activated. He was informed that even if the capsule was broken, his character would remain in the game, so he could disconnect from the game. The young man was in shock and did not understand why he was lying down. He was informed how much time he still had before he would be thrown out of the game. He was in shock because he understood that he was going to bed. Some time later, the man informed the young man that, unfortunately, he could not give him a refund. The young man was shocked. He was shocked and didn't understand why. As soon as he logged in and checked the status, the skill was activated. Henson was confused as he hadn't even had time to play before his skill activated. He sighed heavily because he didn't think that it would be so easy to sleep. At the same time, the young lady was continuously practicing walking. Limina told the girl that she saw that she was still having trouble walking, but she didn't think it was due to psychological reasons. Huna said with a smile that she thought she was really getting better after being in the game. Limina told the girl that she needed to restore her muscles. The young lady thanked the professor because it was all her merit. The young lady smiled and said that she really tried harder because she wanted to show her brother that she tried to change. Limina asked the girl when she planned to tell her brother about this. The young lady asked if she was talking about how she was getting better. Limina said not to talk about that, but about how she paid all the hospital bills for the young lady. The young lady smiled and said that she had tried to tell her brother about it, but he thought it was a joke, because the money was from a game. Limina said with a smile that it seemed like her brother watched very little TV, since making good money in the game today, you were free and easy. Huna said that he probably thought that she couldn't make much money through the game because she was sick. She didn't want to say it because she didn't want to shock him even more. Limina said with a smile that she wanted to see her brother's shocked face. The young lady smiled and said that she would take a photo of him at this moment and send it to him as a photo. Limina said that it was okay and she didn't need to go that far. A moment later, the young lady looked at her phone in surprise as her brother was calling her. She was surprised and did not understand why he was calling at such a time. Picking up the phone, she asked her brother why he was calling her during his working hours. She said that she had gone for a walk. He said he was very scared when he came home and didn't see her. He excitedly told her that she could take her time, as he knew how tired she was of sitting at home all the time. She smiled and said that she would walk a little more and come back home. He said that she should be careful and also asked if she wanted him to pick her up. Huna said that she was not a child and he shouldn't worry. A moment later, the young lady told the professor that she had to go and they would have coffee next time. Madam smiled and told the girl that she had better hurry so that her brother wouldn't catch her. Limina told the girl to be careful on her way home. Limina looked at the young girl with a smile and a gaze as she was very cute. Huna looked at her nanny closely and said with a smile that she told her brother that they went out for a walk, so they should say the same thing. Madam smiled and told the lady that she should not worry. The young lady said with a satisfied smile that they could then return home. Sometime later they returned home. Henson looked at Madame intently and said that he would be home today so she could be free. Henson looked at the madam with a smile and said that she didn't have many free days, so she should rest today. The young lady was surprised that her brother wasn't angry. Madam thanked them and slowly left the apartment. A moment later, the young man picked up his sister and said he needed to take her to her room. She looked at him closely and wondered if he realized she had gone to the hospital. She knew he wouldn't be mad about it, but she didn't know what had happened. She looked closely at her brother and wondered if something had happened at work. The young lady looked at her brother in bewilderment and asked if he had anything to say. A moment later, he informed her that he had left work. She was surprised because she didn't expect this, but she knew that he worked a lot of overtime, but never complained of being tired. He smiled and said that from tomorrow he would be making money through the idea. He said that it might seem quite sudden. Huna looked at him with a happy smile and asked if he really quit his job to make money through an idea. The young man managed to do so, as he did not expect such a reaction. She smiled and said that it was a great solution, because many people made money this way. She said that she wanted to tell him earlier to quit so that they could make money together in the game, but she thought that he would find her strange. She happily asked where he was now, what class he was in, what rank he had, because she thought he had decided to quit after getting good things. He asked what about her. She smiled and said that she was in the top 1,000. She wanted to tell him about it earlier, but he ignored her. She said that she earns good money so she can pay for her own treatment. The young man was taken aback and, looking at his sister, said that she should tell him about it in more detail. Hyuna looked away from him and said that she had previously told him that she had made some money in the game, but he completely ignored her. He looked at her, expressed force. What is the cost of treatment? The young lady hesitated, not knowing how to answer his question. A moment later, he hit her lightly and she screamed. Henson told his sister that he understood perfectly well that she was worried about him, but he did not understand how she could do such a thing behind his back. She said he earned money but didn't spend anything on himself, so she tried to pay for her own treatment. He decided to let that moment go and started talking about the game itself. He smiled and said that he would soon be in the top. She wanted to know why he was so confident and also what class he was, but he said that it was a secret. Henson said he wasn't going to reveal the secrets to his sister, who paid for his treatment behind his back, but he would tell her when he got to the top. She shouted after him that she was sure that he would soon come to her and ask for help in the game. He smiled and said that they would see it later. He knew he couldn't lose the bet because of his narcolepsy. Sometime later, he logged in. He saw a familiar landscape, to which he had become accustomed over the past years. He saw a village that it was time for him to leave. Henson was surprised to see that his stats had been boosted while he was simply sleeping. He was surprised that his stats were actually increasing even while he was sleeping. He knew it, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. He was shocked, but at the same time he was very happy. A moment later, he approached the center of the village. Henson saw the gate that led to the training level. His father once said that the first step is the most important, so he boldly entered the gate. He was surprised because he was transported to a place unknown to him. He sighed heavily because he saw that everything around him was the same and considered himself stupid for waiting so long for training. A moment later, he was asked to choose a weapon. He saw that there were many types of weapons, but he assumed it was best to choose a weapon that he understood how to use properly. After a few minutes, he chose a beginner's sword. He had done something similar in real life, so he understood that there were differences in life and in the game, but he knew how to use this weapon. In the past, when he played games, he always used a sword. And seeing how his skills and stats were balanced, his weapon had to be a hybrid. He knew he would be best with a sword he was already familiar with. A few seconds later, he was taken aback as a monster appeared in his path. He was surprised that a training dummy appeared in front of him, but he noticed that it looked weak. Henson, in turn, did not hesitate, and with the speed of lightning, cut the scarecrow to pieces. He was informed that he had completed the task and received his reward. He was told that he could go to any city he wanted and get a new title. He was also told that he had set a new record and was asked if he wanted to talk about it. He didn't understand when he managed to change his class, but he knew that thanks to it, his stats increased. He knew he had better act on it, but since his sister would be surprised that he had God's class, he slowly began to test his skills and titles. Now he saw all his titles and decided to look at the map. He knew which was the strongest continent. A moment later, he pointed to a small village, as he wanted to go to the Da village, as it was the most difficult village for newcomers to go to. The reason he chose the village was because there was an orc village nearby. Orcs were usually monsters with levels between 30 and 40, which meant that it was almost impossible for a newbie to kill them. Henson knew that this was the reason why so many newbies were heading to this village. He knew that this was the best hunting ground in the game. He knew that it was time to level up, and he needed to head to the village immediately. At the same time, in the small town of Da, everything was, as always, calm. Henson, in turn, was a little puzzled as he did not know why the foreigners did not come to their city. The acid slime from the city enjoyed nature. You are different from other cities for beginners. There, even the simplest monster was difficult to dodge. He could use an acid spit that a novice would be unable to dodge, and their equipment and even hair would melt from the impact. Hansen was well aware of the slime. He knew that there was also an orc village nearby. Smith sighed heavily and told his partner that he seemed to be the smartest one. A moment later, they were taken aback, for thunder broke out in broad daylight, and they sensed the approach of a newcomer. They were shocked, but at the same time they were glowing with joy because they saw the light. All the inhabitants were delighted because a stranger had arrived. The young man in turn slowly turned around and looked around, as if he realized that he had arrived in this village. He looked at everyone present with bewilderment because he didn't understand why they were all so angry. The guards were shocked because they had been waiting for a long time for a stranger, but a simple noob appeared. They knew that even if he had an immortal body, they still felt sorry for him. Henson looked at the knights and asked if they knew where the monsters spawned in this area. Smith told the young man that if he wanted to see some acid slimes, he should go to the other side. But he didn't recommend him to go there because it wasn't that easy for newbies to hunt acid slimes. Henson smiled and said he knew that, which was why he came here. The knights were shocked. They said that the acid spit was as fast as a cannon shot, so it was hard to dodge, and his hair would melt in one hit. The young man smiled and thanked them for the warning, and also said that they would see each other later. The knights looked after him intently, for they saw that he was still too young, and they pitied him. At the same time, the young man, despite everything, rushed towards danger. A moment later, he froze and stared into the distance. He looked at the cute monster with bewilderment, as he saw its core, but he understood that it would not be easy to hit such a small target. He clearly understood the fact that it was difficult for newcomers to kill the monster. A moment later, the cute monster attacked the newcomer. Henson understood that for newcomers, this spit looked like a shot from a cannon. But in turn, he did not hesitate, and with their lightning speed, he headed towards the monster and struck him. Luckily, he hit the slime's vital point and dealt it a fatal blow, giving him an easy victory. He was informed that he had received experience points. The young man was puzzled as he realized that it was too easy for him. He sighed heavily, as he knew that these weren't even tests, and he needed to go back and find out where the orcs were. A moment later, he returned to the knights and asked where the orc village was. The young men were taken aback and looked at him in surprise. They did not understand why he needed a village. He smiled and asked why, as he intended to kill some of the creatures. He noticed that they had a strange reaction to his question. Smith looked hard at the young man and said that he had better not think about such things. The knight said anxiously that he was young, but he should not give up his life so easily, and he should cling to his life with all his might. A moment later, they handed him some coins and asked him not to refuse their help. The young man was surprised, but still thanked them. They asked him not to think about the monsters, and also told him that he should buy a scroll that would take him to the city. The knights asked him to do just that. The young man was puzzled as he was informed that he had received the title of King Beggar. He was in shock, as he did not understand what had happened at all. Sometime later, he left the village in search of monsters. He understood that they could have simply refused him, but he did not understand why they treated him like a beggar. Henson sighed heavily, knowing that he would have to find the orc village himself. But a moment later, he froze in place, as he found a huge footprint. Then he realized that he had come to the right place. Henson turned around with a happy grin because he knew that he was very lucky today. A moment later, he noticed monsters rushing towards him. He had heard that orcs usually had a green tint, but he was surprised because now they were red. They rushed towards him and growled, as if they intended to kill him. He saw that they were fast and bigger, but they still made a lot of unnecessary movements. He knew it was a typical power attack, and it was too easy for him. With ease, the young man cut the throat of one of the monsters. He hit a vital spot and dealt critical damage to his opponent. Since his skill was activated, his opponent was inflicted with hallucinations and pain. Taking advantage of the confusion, the young man, with the speed of lightning, dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. But on the other hand, another orc began to attack him. But the young man easily jumped back from the blow. With lightning speed, he turned and struck back. He floated with ease and destroyed all his opponents. A moment later, only a light haze remained of his opponent, his level having been raised. After a few seconds, the orc began to run with tears in his eyes. But the young man did not want to let him go so quickly and rushed after the enemy. A few seconds later, he easily dealt with the orc, and his level increased once again. He was surprised because he leveled up easily. But after everything, he decided that he would destroy the entire village of red orcs. A moment later, he turned around as he saw that the enemies were heading towards him again. Henson looked at his opponents with a smirk, as he knew that he would do this even without buying skills. A moment later, the orcs were taken aback, as they did not know whether he was really human. He looked at them with a fierce grin, as he wanted the free experience to come to him. Henson yawned and wondered why it was so boring in the village. Smith sighed heavily and told her partner to shut up, because the more boring, the safer. He asked his partner if this wasn't their main goal. The young man sighed heavily as he just wanted to joke, but a moment later they were taken aback. They were shocked because they noticed the red orcs. But after a few seconds, they froze in bewilderment. They were puzzled because they saw only a young man. Henson greeted the knights with a smile. They were shocked, did not understand why he came out in the direction where the orcs should appear. Hansen asked the young man if he had ignored their warning and gone after the orcs. They were not surprised that he had simply run away, as he was very frail and young, but still they felt relieved that he had survived. A moment later, the young man asked the knights if they knew where he could sell his spoils. The knights were shocked as they saw many red orc skins. They had never seen anything like it before. He smiled and asked if they could tell him where he could sell all the goods. A moment later, the knight explained to the young man where he needed to go in order to sell everything, and he thanked them with a smile. They were shocked and stared at him intently into the distance. Because they knew that in his clothes he did not look like a strong man, they assumed that most likely he was a martial artist. They looked after him puzzled as they realized that their money had disappeared along with him, but they still wondered if they should ask him to return their money to them later when they met. Sometime later, a young man came into the shop because he wanted to sell some goods. The man smiled and asked the young man to put all the goods on the table. Henson placed the red orc skin on the table. The man asked in surprise if the young man had really hunted red orcs. Henson put everything he had on the table and said that he had killed about 50 of them. Although the ingredients from them were only of the ordinary class, the man was shocked by the young man's statement. The man froze in shock when he saw all the goods. He said that the goods were of good quality, so the payment would be generous. The man looked at the young man closely and said that he did not have all the money in the shop, so he should wait a little. Henson was a little surprised and puzzled as he converted this amount into real money. He was stunned as he earned a lot of money in a short time. As he left, he thanked the man with a smile. The man smiled and told the young man that he could come to see them more often. Henson expected that for several months he would have to focus on level, not money. But he was shocked and at the same time very happy because he could make money even on such trash. He happily ran away from the village because he wanted to kill monsters and earn money at the same time. The knights looked at the young man in surprise. They were stunned by his incredible speed. But they knew that if he was going to hunt creatures, then this was only a plus for them. They were surprised and did not understand how much he wanted to hunt them that he ran so fast. Henson glanced sideways at the knights, knowing that they thought he was high level, so they couldn't ask for their money back. He knew he had to run past them quickly so they wouldn't change their minds. Sometime later, he fought tirelessly against the monsters, dodging every blow. But in turn, the young man did not forget to inflict furious blows on his opponent. He struck with ease, and thus killed his opponents without blinking an eye. He sighed heavily and sheathed his sword, knowing that the place was starting to look worse. 10 hours into the game, Henson noticed that he was leveling up more slowly and was only getting regular drops. Unfortunately, he couldn't even get close to the honeycomb level, which was also called the devil section. He knew that he couldn't slow down that much. Henson sighed heavily as he realized that the number of creatures was greatly reduced after his attacks. He was puzzled as he wanted to hunt stronger monsters, but still he understood that he did not need to waste time and needed to return to the city. After a while, he sat down on a rock and sighed heavily, as he knew that there should be a boss somewhere nearby, and there should be elite monsters around the boss, but unfortunately, he didn't see anyone. A moment later, he decided to look at his remaining ability points, and he noticed that his strength and speed were currently in good standing. He wanted to focus on his intelligence to increase his mana. Magic power. He was a little disappointed, but he thought he could increase it when he leveled up. He knew he needed to check out the store now. Henson wanted to leave all the sweet stuff for later and first look at all the items. First, he chose a normal item in the store. He was notified that he had received a normal class item, and soon it would be transferred to his inventory. A moment later, he noticed that he had a steel dagger. He wanted to believe the description and use it for throwing. Next, he chose a rare item. He got a ring with a bloodstone. This ring was very rare. He looked at the ring with a smirk, as it looked like it was top of the line among rare items. After some time, he was notified that he had received an item of a unique class. The young man was surprised. He received the stick of Ayla. This stick was used by a saint known as an evil woman and was said to be a gift from her powerful husband. Henson was a little surprised and at the same time puzzled, as he did not understand what it was for at all. He decided to quickly look at the heroic class items. He hoped that he would get something worthwhile from this class. But a moment later, he saw the first failed one. It was created by a famous blacksmith who traveled across the continent to see all the powerful weapons. This item will react when it sees other failed items. Henson sighed heavily, as he knew that this item would be used in some quest, and later he could find out if it would be useful to him in any way. After some time, he decided to move on to a legendary class item. But in turn, he was puzzled because he did not understand why he was not given an item that he could use right now. He did not know what to do with the item. Henson was very surprised when he saw the egg. Unfortunately, the description did not say anything about this item. The young man was furious as he understood that this was a pure scam and fraud, but in turn he understood that he could buy the skills because it was for them that he opened the store. But after a few seconds he was taken aback as he heard the roar of an orc. But without wasting any time, he struck his opponent with fury. With the speed of lightning, his opponent disappeared, and he decided to return to the store again. He spent a lot of BS on skills, but he knew it was worth it because he could use any skills he had previously obtained. Henson looked closely at all the skills as he wanted to start with the basic ones. A moment later, the young man saw that his running skill had increased. He sighed heavily and decided to test the rare skill. In turn, he saw that he received a magic shot. It was a passive skill. The basis of magic was the use of mana. He also received a unique class skill, namely the Berserker's Song. Henson looked closely at the notifications board, knowing that the next one would be a heroic skill. He received the Seduction of the Siren. It was said that the sirens seduced the sailors. He could use this cry, and all the men within 100 meters of him would be seduced and shrouded in mist. Henson was puzzled, since the skills he had received were not very good. He had placed all his hopes on the legendary skill. But a moment later he noticed that he had truly won the jackpot. As he had been dealt the chains of the god of death, the chains were said to have the power to lure souls and send them to the afterlife. He was delighted because he knew it was an area attack skill. He was glad because he finally got a useful skill. At the same time, the young man was closely monitored. The man, in turn, looked intently at the young man. He was a little angry. Inferno, the company that created the idea, its headquarters were in Korea. The young man was currently under close surveillance at headquarters. The man told the manager that he should look into the situation. The manager sighed heavily because he knew this was crazy. He knew they should have cleared everything earlier. He was shocked and didn't understand why the development team allowed this to happen. The man asked the manager what they should do. Cho Min-woo told his subordinate to add the young man to the list of special interests. They also had to push him to the top of the list. The man said that he had already done so. As soon as the young man received the divine class, Cho Min-woo was shocked, not understanding why of all places he went to Da City. The man told the manager that he assumed the young man went there because he thought he could level up faster. Cho Min-woo looked at his subordinate with anger and asked, "Do you really think he didn't understand this?" A moment later, the young man informed the manager that Henson had opened the store. Cho Min-woo was surprised because the young man finally decided to use the store. Cho Min didn't care at first because if he had a small level of control, it wasn't dangerous. He understood that it didn't matter how good his class was if he couldn't control his character. Cho Min-woo was always surprised when he saw the user and the way he moved. He saw his incredible speed. He knew the young man was so good that he wouldn't be surprised if he ended up on the special interest list just because of his control. But he was still puzzled and did not understand why such a talented person had only just started playing. He knew the whole idea was driven by artificial intelligence, especially in terms of probability metrics, and even the development team couldn't fix it. They didn't believe it, but all they could do now was just pray. Cho Min-woo saw how upset the young man was when he received an ordinary stick. He was shocked, wondering if the young man had actually received the staff. Cho Min-woo knew that his prayers were working, but a moment later he was taken aback and stood frozen in shock. He was puzzled and did not understand why the young man received something so valuable. He saw that he, a newbie, had received Iris's failed item, the first item that could be considered the main and most important one for Iris's quest. Cho Min-woo was shocked because he understood that this quest belonged only to the young user. He understood that he should calm down because it couldn't get any worse. He hoped that in the legendary class he would have a staff again, but a moment later he saw that the newbie had dropped an egg. Cho Min-woo was puzzled and did not understand what the newbie had gotten, since there was no description for the item. He asked his assistant, but he also did not know anything about the item. Cho Min-woo in turn breathed a sigh of relief because he knew that since it wasn't something he could use right now, it was very good. But he still told his subordinates to ask the development team what it was. Cho Min-woo saw that the young man didn't have any normal attack skills yet. He hoped that he would get everything simple except attack skills. But a moment later, he saw that the young man had gotten the Siren Seduction skill. Cho Min-woo was delighted because he knew that no matter how much he controlled, he wouldn't be able to kill many monsters without an attack skill. He knew that now only the legendary class was left. But a moment later, he was taken aback, as he noticed that the young man was the police of the god of death. Cho Min-woo was shocked because he knew that this skill was at the highest level among all the legendary skills, and it could be said that it was the best skill in the area. Cho Min-woo knew that with this level of control and this skill, he was almost guaranteed to clear out the Red Orc village. Cho Min-woo knew that after the young man killed the Red Orc village boss, he might still discover the hidden dungeon. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily and told his subordinates that they would definitely report this to the higher-ups. Henson, in turn, knew that once a month, legendary skills and items could be purchased in the store. Henson knew that as the progression progressed, it would become more difficult to get BS, since BS is best obtained during narcolepsy, so he thought he would have to fall asleep from time to time. He was glad because he really liked the God rank class, so he knew that quitting his job was the best decision he had ever made. When he worked in the company, he had to endure all kinds of stress. But right now, the young man earned quite a lot of money in a few hours, but at the same time, he still had a low level. He wondered how much his sister earned if he earned so much. He knew that she already had a high enough level. Henson knew he no longer had to worry about living expenses, but he still had the pride of an older brother and couldn't use his sister's money. He had set himself the goal of reaching level 300 within 3 months, so he knew it was time for him to start putting his plan into action. He looked into the distance, knowing it was time to kill the boss. At the same time, there was chaos in the village of the Red Orcs. The young man slowly approached the village and looked back, but unfortunately, he did not see the boss. He looked closely at the shaman, as he assumed that it was an elite monster. Henson looked closely at everyone present, as he saw that there were several shamans there who were elite monsters. He realized that it would not be easy for him to deal with them. He knew he had to take care of all the minions, so he activated the Siren Seduction. A moment after this skill was activated, all the monsters froze. The orcs realized that there was a female somewhere nearby, but they were perplexed because they did not see her, but they felt her. The young man looked at the monsters closely as he realized that the effect of the skill was cool, but in turn he was worried as he saw that they looked super crazy. A few seconds later, the Red Orc hero was rushing towards the young man. Henson realized that the boss was rushing towards him, but in turn he prepared to repel the attack. A few seconds later, he activated his skill and used the Death God's chains. The monsters were shocked and at the same time enveloped in chains. Henson dealt with each monster with ease, and his level increased as he did so. The young man was surprised because his level was increased. A moment later, he was informed that he had defeated the Red Orc hero. Henson stood frozen in surprise as rewards rained down on him. The young man was shocked and could not believe that everything was so easy. Henson looked at the treasure mountain with delight. He didn't know how his sister collected all the treasures and wondered if there was a skill to automatically collect items. The young man sighed heavily as he knew that the beast had not yet been revived. He wondered if it was because the hunting grounds were not popular. A moment later, he decided to look at the orc's secret map. He thought that the hideout on the map was a hidden dungeon. He assumed that the creatures would start respawning again if he cleared the hidden dungeon. So he walked slowly into the dungeon. Henson looked closely at the entrance and wondered if this was a secret entrance. He was surprised because the place was too obvious. Henson knew that elite monsters were not only stronger and smarter than normal monsters, but they could also use skills. The place where such elite monsters looked like ordinary monsters was a hidden dungeon, so he slowly came to the dungeon. He prayed for a good treasure so that he could level up faster. A moment later, he was notified that he had entered a hidden dungeon, and since he was the first to discover it, the experience he would gain after clearing the dungeon would increase several times. The young man was very happy with this news. But a moment later, he was notified that the vengeful ghosts of the orc warriors were awakening. He understood that because the ghosts had no body, the weapon damage would be reduced by half. He understood that it was impossible to deal critical damage with normal attacks. A moment later, he walked into the depths of the dungeon, where the vengeful ghost of an orc warrior was already waiting for him. Henson was a little surprised, since there was only one monster. But in turn, he understood that this was the ideal test subject. As he expected, the damage was reduced by half unless it was a skill. The ghost screamed and said that he would kill the man. But in turn, the young man had no intention of stopping. He used a magic shot. After some time, he was notified that he had found a weak spot, and he thus dealt critical damage to his opponent. Henson understood that since it was an offensive skill, it could deal critical damage. But because it wasn't a weapon attack, Thanos' nightmare didn't activate. But he had no intention of giving up, and a moment later he attacked his opponent with his sword. In response to his attack, the monster only growled. And after a few seconds, the monster rushed at the man. Henson at that moment used a magic bullet and found his opponent's weak spot. He knew that everything was going according to plan, since the knees were also considered vital targets. So he dealt blow after blow, and at the same time he noticed that the damage would be critical. But a moment later he recoiled and jumped to the side as his opponent struck him with his own blow. Henson looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, as he knew that he needed to learn his skills and attack types. Even though the ghost was hard to fight, he could use his skills against him. A moment later the monster growled menacingly. But after the young man dealt him a crushing blow, the monster disappeared into thin air with the speed of lightning. Henson in turn was delighted, as he gained a lot of experience after the battle. He looked closely at the corner of the cave, as he understood that there were many opponents there. And if he cleared the dungeon, he would rise several levels higher. Thanks to his battle, he learned his skill and attack pattern, so he could easily deal with the rest. At the same time, Madame was walking with a young lady. Madame told the girl that she had signed up for many rehabilitation courses to get back on her feet faster, but it seemed like opening up like that would become more difficult in the future. Huna knew that was true, but she was glad that she could visit the center when her brother was in the game. Huna smiled and said that her brother would play like crazy at the beginning. Madame smiled and asked if it was really that much fun. The young lady smiled and said that it was so, and told Madame that she should try to play it herself. Madame smiled and said that she was too old for that. The young lady looked into the distance with a smile. She guessed what level and class his brother was now, since he had previously told her that he had a very good and rare, as well as unique class. A moment later she turned around as she saw girls having fun at the bus stop. She looked at them with a tender smile. Huna knew that if it weren't for the accident, she would probably be going to school and living her life just like girls. But she understood that she had now met good people in the game and could enjoy it. She went back to thinking about her brother, as she had let her guild members know that her brother had started playing, but she wasn't sure if he would join them, so she didn't want to rush things and wanted to threaten him when he reached level 100. Lee Mina asked the young lady with a smile when she would be hunting with her brother. Huna said that it was still a long way off since she assumed that he hadn't even reached the 5th level yet. Huna said that at first few skills were given, so it would be difficult for him until he reached level 30 to obtain a new skill. Lee Mina told the girl with a smile. She seemed happy about it. The lady smiled and said they were just making a bet about whether he could reach the top in a few months. Huna said with a satisfied smile that it was simply impossible. She smiled and said that she was very interested in what he would buy her when she won. She looked at her professor closely and asked if she would like to play the idea. Lee Mina, with a smile, said that she didn't think she would be interested. The lady smiled and said that she would help her with the game. Lee Mina asked the girl what about her brother. Huna looked at the professor intently and asked what she meant. She said that she would help her brother in a few months. Madame looked at the girl intently, as she understood that they had an unpredictable family. At the same time, the young man dealt with all the opponents on his way with Seal. He was very pleased, as he had taken care of all the monsters, and now he had to fight the mini-boss and the raid boss. He understood that if he dealt with them, he would get experience points, and in that case, he would easily reach level 30. A moment later, he opened the notification window to view all of the class skills he had obtained. He hoped he had learned a useful skill, but in any case, Henson noted that the game even had a room for a mini-boss. He looked at the door with a grin, but a moment later, he was notified and asked if he would like to open the door. The young man agreed with a joyful smile. A moment later, he saw that the vengeful ghost of the orc shaman was awakening. Henson was surprised, as he did not expect to see orc warriors. But a moment later, they rushed in a wave towards the young warrior, for they intended to kill him, and in doing so, they wanted to show him the pride of the orcs. Henson froze for a moment in surprise. But after a few seconds, he saw the vengeful ghost of the orc shaman But at the same time, the ghost activated a boost on the orcs, and the characteristics of the orc warriors increased. Henson sighed heavily, as he knew that he was in for a tough time. A moment later, the monster attacked the young man, but he managed to jump away from it. Henson realized that now their movements were different from those on the previous floor. Although he could easily deal with them with the Death God's chain, he needed to save this skill for the main boss. He knew that his skill should be enough to clear them out. But a moment later he looked back, as he saw that they were heading straight for him, and the monsters were safe and sound. He understood that the biggest problem now was the shaman. With lightning speed, he recoiled from them. Henson could clearly see that the shaman was behind everyone and was using attack skills. Henson intended to kill the shaman, but he was curious about what item would drop after he dealt with him. He looked at his opponent with a smirk, as he wanted him to show off his skills. A moment later, he rushed into battle and with lightning speed dealt blow after blow to his opponent. The shaman screamed and ordered his subordinates to kill the young man immediately. Henson jumped back from the oncoming lightning with the speed of lightning, but he was still surprised and amazed at the same time, since the shaman could use fire and lightning. He knew it could help him in his fight with the mini-boss. But at the same time, he knew he needed to buy himself some time and see if he had any other attacks in his arsenal. A few minutes later, he was informed that the orc warriors had been destroyed. Henson noticed that the frequency with which he used his attack spells had decreased. He looked at his enemy with a smirk as he realized that he was running low on mana. A moment later, the young man rushed to the attack. He looked at the monster with a fierce grin, as he was the only one who survived. But after a few minutes, he rushed into battle, as he did not want to drag his son out with something like that. The monster was shocked, but after a few seconds, the young slaughterer destroyed the shaman. He was happy because his level had increased after he dealt with the monster. Henson breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it had been a tough fight, and it had taken longer than expected. Looking around, he realized there were no useful items on the ground. But at least he was satisfied with the fact that he had raised his level, and what's more, he knew that there was still a main boss that he had to deal with immediately. In turn, he understood that if he used the chains of the Death God, he would be able to quickly kill his opponent. Henson stared at the door as it slowly opened, knowing that the big boss was waiting for him behind it. A moment later, he was notified and asked if he wanted to proceed to the next level, into the orc tomb. Henson sighed heavily, as he knew he would need to defeat another group of monsters on the second floor before reaching the boss. Henson was a little puzzled, because if he had known it would take so long, he would have used the Death God chain at the very beginning. He was furious because he realized that he had wasted his time, since his own stinginess had delayed him. At the same time, in the user control room, everyone was watching the young man. This place was also another area of virtual reality in the idea. Due to the fact that time flowed differently in the game, and in reality, it was decided to create such an area in the game. However, this area can only be accessed using the capsule in the main building. Cho Min-woo looked at his subordinate intently and asked how much time had passed. The young man sighed heavily and said that it had been 5 hours in the real world, but 25 hours in the game. The young man wondered if this was a violation of labor laws, but his friends said it was not, since they had only worked 5 hours in real time. Cho Min-woo looked at the young men closely and said that they should concentrate on their work, but if they didn't like something, they could complain to someone higher up. The young men looked away from the manager in confusion and asked for forgiveness. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily. He didn't understand how it was possible to worry so much about one newcomer in a game that had been out for a year. Cho Min-woo had previously gone to the general management, but they told him to ignore the incident because they knew the young man was already a year behind. Cho Min-woo knew that the problem was with the development team manager Min Yura, and it seemed to him that she was the only one who was worried about the newcomer. Cho Min-woo knew very well that it was because of the class he received, namely the descendant of Thanos, because it was different from other God-ranked classes. The manager then created the cat nose for the storyline. No one was supposed to get it, and even she couldn't think that there would be a user who would spend so much money just to sleep. Cho Min-woo understood that if the game didn't have such a class, he would no longer work in this department. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the only reason why the idea does not use the help and technology of other game companies is because Min Yura is willing to do everything for her. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily and asked his subordinates if the newbie was still in the game. The young man said that the newbie was now quickly clearing the hidden dungeon. Cho Min-woo stared at the young man, and said that he had previously heard that a newbie had defeated a mini-boss. The man said that it was true, and he hadn't even used the Death God chain during the fight. The man said that the newbie probably used his personal skills, as he most likely wanted to save his strength for the main boss. Cho Minwoo sighed heavily, as he knew that at this rate, the newbie would easily destroy the boss. The man looked at his manager intently and said that, in addition to this, they expected him to reach level 30 soon. Cho Minwoo, in turn, was a little puzzled by what he heard. Cho Minwoo understood that if it were another user with the same class in his place, he would need at least a week. But the young man achieved this progress in just a day. The man said that for many, leveling up between levels 30 and 60 is considered the first hurdle in the game. Cho Minwoo looked at the young man intently. He was wondering how long it would take a newbie to handle this. Cho Minwoo, in turn, hoped that the newcomer would stay as long as possible, but he understood that the reward for the dungeon would be huge. Cho Minwoo understood that even in the store with a small probability, but he was able to pull out good skills, and he got them honestly and did not affect the game progress in any way. At the same time, with them, he would speed up his development. He understood that he had no real reason to stop the newbie. Cho Minwoo understood that he needed to clear his mind and not think about such things. Cho Minwoo in turn cried out, because now everything in his head was easy and simple. Mount Para, in the part of the game where even the best Ranky Rum had to sweat, there were fierce battles. At the same time, the young people fought with a huge and fierce enemy. He was fierce and attacked them with rage. But still, the young but strong lady was able to block his blow. At this point, the knight rushed into battle as he wanted to strike his opponent. A moment later, he still managed to land a powerful blow. The monster growled in excruciating pain. A moment later, the knight struck the monster again. The young lady in turn shouted to her friends and told them to get ready for her exit. The young man with lightning speed shouted to the others to retreat immediately. The ferocious monster looked at the young lady in surprise. She was well aware that it was now her turn to attack. A moment later, the young lady concentrated and began to use her power. The monster froze for a moment and looked up in horror and surprise as he saw a huge ball of stone hovering above him. The young lady stared at the monster before causing a meteor explosion. At that very moment, the ferocious monster was struck by a crushing wave of impact. The lady shouted to her comrades that she would help Sunny, and with lightning speed, she rushed towards her comrade. Rin, in turn, rushed towards her comrade. She understood that although her skills were strong, they should not have killed him. She understood that most likely her comrade had simply stunned their enemy. She noticed that due to the strong blow, the Cyclops Lord was stunned for several seconds. This was enough for the young lady to come closer to her comrade. A moment later, she grabbed her comrade and with their lightning speed, took her from the battlefield. Rin looked closely at her comrades and hurriedly shouted for them to concentrate all their attacks on him. A moment later, the young men obeyed her command and aimed at their opponent. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered, and their enemy screamed loudly in pain. A moment later, they were notified that they had defeated the Cyclops Lord, and they received achievements for doing so. They were happy because all their stats were increased, while the monster gradually disappeared. A moment later, they saw a lot of treasure. Everyone was surprised because there were a lot of treasures, and that was why they loved raids. Rin looked at her comrades with a satisfied smile and thanked them for their help. Old Man Tank smiled and said that there was no need to thank them since she had done a great job. Sunny looked at the young lady with a smile and said that the old man was right because they were able to do this thanks to her. Ice said with a smile that if it weren't for the old man and Rin, who took the blow, they wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Kaiser, in turn, said that he could agree that the young lady had done a good job, but they would have easily dealt with him if Hyuna had gone with them. He was puzzled and did not understand why she was not there today. Sunny yelled at the young man and said that she knew he was mean, but he shouldn't mess with the young lady. Old Man Tank said that he agreed with the girl, and besides, Hyuna couldn't come because she was sick and had to go to the hospital. Kaiser, in turn, was taken aback, since he did not know that she had gone to the hospital. The young girls pounced on him and told him to think before he spoke next time. Sunny said that the young lady had already mentioned that she wanted to invite her brother to join them. She knew that her brother had to be at least of a unique class to join them. The young men said that she must have known the rules very well. I asked her comrade why he thought the young lady was skipping. He said that he didn't think she was just skipping, he was just worried that she wasn't there with them. The Hero Guild had 7 members, including Hyuna. Despite the small size of the guild, they prided themselves on being on equal terms with other famous guilds. Guild leader Rin and Sunny had legendary classes. Old Man Tank, Huna and Stewie had heroic classes. I and Kaiser had unique classes. A small elite guild that only gathered the best of the best, although they did not aim to become an elite guild, but they limited their registration, and in order to join its ranks, a person must have at least a unique class. This led to the fact that not many people could join it. Rin said that since they were talking about Huna's brother, she wanted to invite her younger sister to the guild too. They were surprised that she had a younger sister and also asked what class she was. Rin smiled and said that she was unique. Even if she came up with this condition, she still couldn't break it. Recently, her sister became unique and would like to join them. Sunny asked with a smile what her level was and also told her sister to apply quickly. Rin smiled and said that she was only level 50, but it had only been a month since she started playing. The girls were surprised, but at the same time amazed, because they understood that most likely her sister had good synchronization, since she could achieve such a quick advancement. Kaiser looked at Rin closely and said that she should join their guild when she reached level 100. Steak Tank agreed with them. The girls said that they also agreed and her sister could join them. Sunny shouted with a smile that she also agreed and also said that she had been cured for a long time. Rin looked at her comrades and thanked them, and she also said that she didn't think she would be logging into her main account. They looked at her intently and asked if she would do this to help her sister. The young lady looked at them with her gentle smile. In idea, it was difficult to get the item they needed while hunting. They got more ingredients rather than finished products. There were many people who created a second account, C-Class, which focused on production. Kaiser looked at the girl closely and said that he agreed that help from the other account would be useful for her sister. So they decided that they would not go on general raids for now. The girls were shocked because they didn't like solo play, but unfortunately there was nothing they could do. Rin was glad that her comrades supported her. She knew that they were still very good. A moment later she looked at them closely and with a gentle smile said that it was time to divide the spoils. She smiled and said that since they had finished dividing the items, they could quickly return to the guild house. Everyone happily agreed with her. Sunny smiled and said there is a comrade that they will see each other later. Rin looked at her friends with a smile, as she knew that after the transfer, she would need to log into another account. She knew that her sister would be waiting for her in the city. At the same time, the young man easily defeated the Orc Knight, and at the same time, he raised the level of his sword. Henson looked at the door with a grin, knowing that now it was time for him to get to the fun part. He sighed heavily, as he couldn't imagine that there would be multiple levels in the cave. He knew that since he had earned enough, he would use the Death God's chains this time. Henson knew that he was in good health and felt well, so he didn't have to wait and could come in right away. Touching the door, he saw a notification. He was informed that once he entered this boss room, he would not be able to exit or use teleportation scrolls until the boss was defeated, so he was asked if he wanted to enter the room. He smiled and agreed. A moment later, he saw the boss in all his glory. He noticed that the room was huge. Henson knew the boss was big and needed a big room. In turn, the young man was a little surprised as he saw that the boss was still sleeping. Henson knew that since he was facing the main boss now, he had to have phases. And if he used the Death God's chains in the first phase, he would definitely be in trouble. He knew that he would pass the first phase without using this skill, and at the end, he could go wild. A moment later, he noticed that his opponent had woken up. Henson was a little taken aback as his entire body shook from his opponent's roar. But in turn, he had no intention of delaying and rushed with lightning speed to meet his opponent. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback. He was puzzled and did not understand why his vision suddenly became blurry. He was in shock and prayed that this would not happen. But unfortunately, he could not keep his eyes open any longer. Henson, he knew that there was a boss in front of him now and he couldn't sleep. But unfortunately, he was notified that he would be forced into a sleep state, even if his capsule was damaged due to the forced exit. His character would remain in the game so he could exit. Unfortunately, he fell asleep during the battle. At the same time, everyone at headquarters was rejoicing. Everyone was shocked, but at the same time, they were also very happy. Since the important moment was when the narcolepsy skill was activated, they knew that even with the sleepwalking skill, he would not be able to kill the main boss. The young man looked at his manager and called out, "Cho Min." Wu Sir asked with a happy smile what happened. The young man said that this skill does not allow the avatar to move exactly as the player moves. He asked the manager if this meant that the user's mechanics would be copied. They looked at their manager and asked if the young man would wake up then. Cho Minwoo asked with a smirk if they really thought he was happy because he lost to Tonus. They looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. Cho Min said that even a fool could understand that with the help of sleepwalking, he could easily defeat the boss. Cho Min Woo said that the young man would use the recovery skill and he would have the death god set. He would definitely be able to easily enter the next phase. The young man asked his boss in bewilderment why he was so happy. Cho Min Woo told his subordinate, with a grin, that he would see everything soon. Cho Min Woo looked at this battle closely, as he knew that the gods had heard his prayers. At the same time, he clearly saw that the young man, in the sleepwalking phase, was fighting with the monster. But after some time, he still managed to win. Everyone was amazed because they understood that this fight was amazing. The young men were amazed by the battle, as the artificial intelligence copied all the abilities of the newcomer and did even better than him. They understood that when the young man fully got used to his abilities, he would be better than anyone. Cho Min Woo, for his part, was very angry. He understood that this fight was impressive, but he knew that it was not the end. A moment later, the young people were puzzled by everything that was happening, and the manager in turn looked at this spectacle with a grin. The young people did not understand what was going on and what was going on. They saw that the newcomer had simply fallen asleep, and next to all the treasures. They were shocked and wondered if he was sleeping now. They understood that he would not collect the items and that they would soon disappear. Cho Min Woo looked at everyone present with a grin and said that this was the reason he was happy. He laughed hysterically and said that he felt much better now. Cho Min Woo knew that he, a newbie, could only fight while sleepwalking, which meant that after killing an enemy, the player would fall asleep again. And most importantly, after clearing a hidden dungeon, it would be re-released and the user would be sent to the nearest village. He was glad, because this meant that the items would disappear and he would not have time to collect them. The young man sighed heavily and said that he was very sorry for the newcomer. At the same time, Henson woke up and was burning with rage. He was in shock. He didn't understand what was wrong with the game. Although he knew that he was falling asleep, not knowing why it was called narcolepsy, but he didn't know when exactly it happened and why. But a moment later, he sighed heavily, knowing he needed to focus on the good. A moment later, he threw all his thoughts away as he saw his phone ringing. Sometime later, Henson met his school friend. Henson looked at his friend closely and asked what had happened and why he had called him. Javan smiled and said that he had opened his own business. Henson congratulated his friend with a joyful smile. The young man sighed heavily, as it was difficult to do. Henson asked his friend if he was filming an advertisement or just making a video. Jawan smiled and said that he decided to start with simple things first, and that's why he makes videos about the game. Henson froze in surprise for a moment. He looked at his friend in surprise and asked if he was really making a video about the game itself. Jawan, looking at his friend, said that the time in the game and reality was a little different, and it was impossible to broadcast live. But even without that, the game still attracted attention from all over the world. Javan said with a smile that this is why many people are looking for video editors. And since it is impossible to broadcast, people are needed who will edit videos. But the problem was that the most qualified video editors work for large companies. He smiled and said that for this reason, many people give videos to editing companies, because they can make a decent product. But also now the skill of the players was more important. So they also had to present the customers in the videos as skilled military men. Henson smiled and asked his friend if that was why he had started an editing company. Moments from Ideas. The young man smiled and said that he had a company of professional editors. Henson told his friend that he sounded like he had a lot on his plate. He asked his friend if he had any YouTubers he wanted to sign. Javan smiled and said that it had only been a day since the company was founded, and that tomorrow he would start looking for possible contacts. Jawan looked at his friend closely and said that he knew him, and he couldn't just leave work without any plan. He smiled and asked his friend what he had come up with. Henson sighed heavily and told his friend that he was similar and knew him well. He looked at him intently and started talking about the idea. He smiled and said that he would make money in the game. Javan in turn asked his friend in all seriousness how long he had been playing the game. Henson smiled and said that it had already been a day since he started playing. The young man was shocked by this information, but a moment later he asked his friend what class he was in. Henson smiled and told his friend that he knew he would ask him something like that. He looked at his friend intently and said in all seriousness that he had a divine class. Joan froze in shock for a moment. A moment later, out of shock, he decided to drink a little, an alcoholic drink, in order to come to his senses. After some time, he looked closely at his friend and asked what level he was now. Henson casually said that he wasn't exactly sure, but he was somewhere around level 30 now. The young man was shocked, as his friend had only said that he had only played for one day. Henson said that was exactly it. He looked at his friend intently and said in all seriousness that, in reality, it was about 8 hours. The young man froze in shock. But a moment later, he looked closely at his friend and with a smile suggested that they work together. Henson, in turn, was shocked by this proposal, but asked his friend to forget about it. Javon, looking at his friend, he said that he remembers him at school. They called him to the Pro League, and now he has a divine rank in the game. The young man looked at his friend in surprise and said that everything is in the past. Jewon asked his friend if he knew how much YouTubers make from one video. He said they make around 10,000. Henson froze for a moment and told his friend that he was exaggerating. Jevon looked at her friend closely and said that only one good video brings this amount per month, but he already worked with one YouTuber, and he earned 100,000 per month. Henson, in turn, immediately and quietly asked where he should sign. The young man looked at his friend in bewilderment, but after a few seconds, Henson quickly took out a pen and asked where he could sign the contract. The young man laughed and asked his friend if he always carried a pen in his pocket. Henson looked at his friend and asked with a smile what was required of him. The young man said that everything was simple and he had to go into the game and say the time for filming and then send it to the file, and he would take care of the rest. Henson was surprised as it was too easy. He asked his friend in surprise if they could do it. Javon smiled and assured his friend that people preferred experienced people with polished mechanics. Henson, looking at his friend, he said that he knew YouTube better, and so he asked if he could take over his channel. The young man was a little surprised. Henson sighed heavily and said that it seemed like he was asking for a lot. Since his friend was also busy, Jawan told the young man that it was not that at all and asked him not to be like that with other people, because if he said that, they would try to withdraw all his money from the channel. Henson smiled and told the young man that that's why he asked him, because he knew a little about YouTube and he was better at all things technology, so the young man offered to split the profits equally. Javon was surprised as his friend had to say other numbers. In favor of himself, Henson smiled and asked his friend if it was really that hard for him to agree and just move on. Henson sighed heavily and told his friend that when he had no money, he helped him pay his sister's hospital bills. Henson smiled and asked his friend if he really thought he had forgotten everything. The young man was grateful for my friend who helped him in difficult times. Henson sighed heavily and told the young man that if he did not agree to split the profits equally, he would not work with him. The young man was shocked, but he agreed to his friend's demands. When he was in high school, he was bullied a lot because he was fat, but Henson was the only one who communicated with it. Henson asked the young man with a smile if he wanted to go get something to eat. He was surprised but agreed anyway. Henson looked at his friend with a smile and asked if he wanted another drink. The young man smiled and agreed. Javon looked at his friend closely, as he thought that he would take half of the profits for himself. He understood that he was a pop singer and would not take anything for himself. Sometime later, the young man looked closely at the capsule to immerse himself in the game. He understood that if he connected the flash drive, he would see his video. A moment later, he was taken aback as he saw new notification windows. After a while, he clicked on the video recording. A moment later, he downloaded the video about the hidden dungeon, as it was his newest video, and he assumed it would be the most interesting. But a moment later, he looked at the notifications in surprise as he saw additional options. Henson was surprised that there were such features. That same evening, the young man turned his attention to his smartphone as he received a notification. He was surprised because his friend did everything very quickly, and now he wanted to watch this video. But a moment later, he looked at the computer monitor in surprise. Jaewon was a little surprised as his friend wore a mask to hide his face. He looked at the video with a smile, as he was curious about what would happen next. Jaewon noticed that his friend was quickly destroying his opponents. He was surprised and amazed at the same time, as his opponents looked like elite monsters. He assumed that he might not need to edit anything, as the young man did not make any unnecessary movements. Jaewon knew he needed to see how his friend fought the boss first. He uploaded the video with excitement, as he wanted to see what would happen in it as soon as possible. A few minutes later, he opened a video of his friend fighting the boss, but he froze in surprise and wondered if his friend had fallen asleep in the middle of the fight. But a moment later, he noticed that something had changed in his friend. He noticed that his friend's mechanics were similar, but the play style was completely different. He noticed that his friend was fighting the enemy subtly. Henson carefully looked for weak spots and then attacked his opponent. When he fought with ordinary mobs, he fought like a wild hunter, but now all his movements are thought out to the smallest detail. Jaewon was amazed by his friend's skills and thought about how his friend had multiple personalities. Although the wild hunter style was cool, but the knight style was incredible. Jaewon understood that if the hunter went straight ahead, the knight calmly strangled the enemy with attacks. A moment later, the young man bought it because he noticed something. He froze for a moment as he saw the boss crumble into pieces. Jaewon felt a vibe of evil coming from the boss. He was shocked and wondered if his friend had cast a stun spell on his boss. He was surprised because he noticed that his friend had used the chains of the death god. The young man attacked his opponent with lightning speed, and he roared in pain. His opponent begged for salvation and mercy, but it was all in vain, as the young man easily dealt a crushing blow. After his blow, he jumped down with ease and landed on the ground, and his opponent flew to the ground with a crash. A moment later, his opponent began to slowly dissolve into thin air. Jaewon froze for a moment in shock, as he knew that this was simply an incredible fight. The next day, the young man woke up and froze in shock when he saw his phone, because he had many missed calls and messages from his friend. Henson called his friend and asked if he was awake. Jaewon said that thanks to his friend, he didn't sleep all night. Henson asked in confusion if the video was that bad. He said that even if it was bad, he didn't have to sacrifice his sleep. Jaewon said that this video was the best he had seen in a long time. Jaewon said that the video was even better than the ones he edited. Player number 1 could not have made such a video. The young man smiled and told his friend that he was exaggerating. Henson asked his friend when he would upload the video. Jaewon told the young man that he was just crazy, but he said that he wanted to upload the video as soon as possible. Jaewon said that he and his staff would process it for a week. Henson told his friend that he should not rush, as he had other things to do. Jaewon in turn understood that this video was more important than anything else. He told his friend not to worry about it the way he would, and would later upload it to the platform, and would definitely let him know. Henson in turn later wished his friend good luck. The young man looked at the monitor with a grin, as he knew that he had a lot of work ahead of him. He knew he had to keep up with the video and get better. Hyuna looked at her brother and thanked him for the food, and also said that if he wasn't going to tell her his class, he could at least tell her his rank. He sighed heavily and said that if he told her his rank, she would guess his class. She asked if he was unique. He smiled and said that of course he was, and if he were shorter, he wouldn't have quit his job. She looked at him in surprise as she knew it made sense. She understood that he had to be at least a hero class, and in that case, he could join their guild. But if he didn't want to do that, of course, then there was nothing she could do about it. She looked closely at her brother, as she knew that her friend had risen several levels in just one day. She knew that if her friend helped her brother, he would quickly become a unique rank. She looked at her brother closely and asked what his current level was. He sighed heavily and casually said that he wasn't sure, but he was somewhere around level 30. Hyuna looked at him in surprise. He smiled and asked if something was wrong. She was shocked and didn't understand if it was possible that he had risen to level 30 in one day. She wondered if he was laughing at her. Hyuna looked at her brother and asked if he really had only started yesterday. Eating food. He said that of course he had. She asked if he had changed class at level number 1. He said that he had. She was shocked, didn't understand how this was even possible. Hyuna in turn was impressed as he quickly leveled up. Listen said that he didn't think it was very bad. Sometime later, the young man returned to the game and froze in place from shock. He was shocked because he had a lot of notifications, so he wondered if he really needed to read them all. Henson. Looking at all the notifications, he decided to first look at the items he received when he defeated the boss. He was curious about what items he had received. He looked at the inventory in surprise and wondered if the items from the hidden dungeon were also hidden. Henson looked closely at the inventory, as he could not see the goods. Henson saw that the statistics had increased. He knew that this was very good. A moment later, he was informed that due to Togo clearing the open dungeon, it had now become normal. He was advised to pick up the items as quickly as possible before the dungeon restarted, as he had destroyed the enemy's Thanos Dream skill, which was deactivated due to the dungeon restart, he was transferred to the nearest city. Henson was puzzled, as he was in the countryside when he first logged on. He realized that she had missed everything. A moment later, he opened the status window and thought for a moment, because he knew that if he redistributed his points, he would be able to equip the first failed item. A moment later, he saw a new skill, namely the Song of Thanos. Thanos always sang a song for those who disturbed his sleep, and those who heard this song died in silence. Henson was happy because he knew that this was a god-level skill, since he could use it at any time. He understood that clearing the hidden dungeon could result in a whole skill book being dropped. But a moment later, he rushed into the village. As he hoped that they had not disappeared yet, the knights looked at him in surprise as they recognized him. A moment later, he was screaming and demanding that the monster give him the map of the hidden dungeon. He dealt with all the monsters on his way, but was angry as he saw that the dungeon was gone. He was shocked because he realized that the secret passage had disappeared. A moment later, the young man laughed hysterically as he realized how lucky he was. He sighed heavily and continued laughing. As it was difficult to stop, the knights looked closely at the young man and understood that they should forget about their money. He sighed heavily and looked into the distance with a smile, because he knew that he didn't die in the hidden dungeon when he passed it, so he decided to stay positive, because in that case he wouldn't be able to log into the game for a day, so he decided to stop being hysterical. He opened the notification window as he decided to distribute the attribute points. Since the young man had already increased his stats, he needed to try Iris's first failed item. A moment later, he tried to put the item on his sword, but a moment later he froze in place as he saw his sword transform. Henson was surprised, but at the same time delighted by the sight. He knew that he could now continue his hunt. After a few seconds, he opened the notification window because he wanted to look for where he should go next. He saw hunting grounds for the higher levels. Henson saw a town called Reha. He smiled as he thought the name sounded like a better version of the village of Da, so he decided to head there immediately. Sometime later, he arrived in the city and stood still for a moment as he saw the bustle and bustle. Every person was looking for something and also selling something. He was surprised because he could not imagine that there would be so many people in the square. He was puzzled because he did not understand why there were so many of them. In turn, Henson hoped that there would be fewer people in the dungeons. He sighed heavily as he knew they should stop wasting time and go into the dungeon to hunt. Looking back, he realized he needed to hurry up and leave before they started asking him for something. But a moment later, he froze in shock as he was informed that he could not enter the dungeon. At least 3 people were needed to enter, and once he entered the dungeon, he could not disband the group as long as all of its members were alive. After some time, the young man returned to the square, where he noticed many people shouting, because everyone needed something. In turn, he also stopped in the square and began to shout and inform everyone that he was looking for people to go to the Cave of Lichen. Rin slowly entered the city and looked around. Rin sighed heavily. She had helped her sister raise 8 levels in a day, but now she didn't understand why she was in such a hurry to perform at the guild. But she was puzzled because she knew that the dungeons around the city were designed for at least 3 people. She understood that it was unlikely that anyone would want to go to the Lycan's cave, so she wanted to take someone from the newbies as a locomotive. A moment later, the young lady was taken aback as she heard someone calling out to people as they wanted to go to the cave. She looked back and wondered if she had misheard. Rin was shocked as someone wanted to go to the cave, but at the same time she knew that high-level accounts usually worked with guild members, so it wasn't them. But a moment later, she saw a young man looking for people to visit the cave with him. She looked at him closely as he screamed with tears in his eyes. Seeing the clothes he was wearing, she wondered if this was Twink's account. Rin knew very well that there was a reason why many high-level players were raising their account for hunting purposes. As they wanted to improve their control, she knew that it was a very good option as they had no other option. A moment later, she approached the young man and asked if he was looking for a team to go into the cave. The young man was taken aback and asked with a smile if she also wanted to visit the cave. She smiled and said that she would have a partner with her, so there would be 3 people with him. She asked if he had a partner. Henson was taken aback and said he was alone. She smiled and said that in that case they could take her companion, and she also introduced herself. He smiled and introduced himself in return. Rin informed the young man that her sister and she wanted to clear the cave, but they were 1 man short. She smiled and asked how long he planned to hunt. He looked at her in confusion as he didn't understand why she would ask such a thing. Rin smiled and apologized for saying something rude. Henson said with a smile that it wasn't like that at all, and everything was fine. She said she was just wondering if he wanted to hunt with them. He looked at her puzzled. Looking at the young man, she guessed what level he was at. She smiled and asked how about Togo hunting with them further, since all the dungeons in the city that are above level 80 can only be entered in a group. He sighed heavily as he understood what the matter was. She smiled and asked if it was okay if their level wasn't too high. Henson smiled and said that it was okay since his level was also low, so she didn't have to worry about that, and it was he who had to apologize. She smiled and said that it was okay, and now they could just hunt together. He looked at the young lady intently, as he knew that it would be good to go with them to the 100th level dungeon. She, in turn, wondered if he could handle their hunting speed. Rin knew that Yana was a dual-blade swift warrior, and if they picked up the pace quickly, they would have to wait for him to catch up. But she knew that rushing could also get her into trouble. She wanted to use this opportunity to control her sister's impatience. A moment later, the young lady said that she had just received a notification about her sister, so she asked him to wait a moment. Rin smiled and told the young man that they could go meet her sister now. He smiled and asked before they met if he could buy a sword first. She smiled and said that of course he could do that. Rin said with a smile that in that case she would wait for him here. She recommended that he go to the forge, because there was one blacksmith, the best in the city. He thanked her with a smile. But a moment later he ran away and shouted that he would be back soon. She looked after him in surprise as he was very fast. She looked after him with a smile, as he even emphasized speed. She assumed that their speed might not decrease as much as she had previously thought. A few minutes later he returned with a satisfied smile. She was surprised and wondered if he had not found what he was looking for. But in turn the young man was pleased because he had bought a good sword, but its appearance remained the same as before, due to his first unsuccessful item. He smiled and said that they could go now. Rin agreed with a smile as she said that her sister was already close to the cafe. A moment later they entered the cafe, and the young man smelled the pleasant aroma of coffee. A few seconds later they met her young lady. Henson in turn wondered how old the young lady was, because she looked very young. He looked at her with a smile, as he knew that age meant nothing here. He knew that since they wanted to clear out the Lycan's cave, they must be quite strong. He noticed that her new friend had already learned a lot, and he didn't need to worry about that. He looked at the young lady with a smile and introduced himself, saying that he would be on the team with them. A moment later, the Long League introduced itself in turn, but he noticed that she was quiet. Rin looked at the young man closely and said that they were heading to the cave, and since he was also planning to stay here for a while, then after that they could go together into some more dungeons. Yenna smiled and said, "That was a very good idea." Yenna looked at the young man intently and said that their level was very low, but their skills were strong, so he didn't need to worry. He smiled and said that he had told her sister earlier that he was also low level, so it was okay. He saw that she was not just a quiet person, but she was just confident. But he saw that it was not arrogance at all. Henson immediately sensed her desire to develop even further. He saw that they were similar in appearance, but their personalities were completely opposite. He smiled as he thought of his sister. They were also complete opposites, but he knew that the day would soon come when he would be able to hunt with her. Rin smiled and said that she would invite him to the team right away. He said with a smile that it would be very good, but he was a little worried since it was his first team battle. But after they invited the young man to join their team, they froze in bewilderment. He looked at the notifications with confusion, as he was surprised that when he joined the team, they saw his real level. He smiled and said that his level was very low. The young sisters looked at each other as they realized that they would be locomotive to him. He looked at them with a puzzled smile, not knowing what to say. Rin in turn looked closely at the young man, as she knew that his speed did not match his level. She knew that he had a very high speed that corresponded to level 80 and not 35. She understood that with such characteristics, it could be assumed that his class was quite high. She knew that even a heroic class would not give such speed at such a level. Taken aback, she wondered if he really had a legendary class. Henson looked at the young ladies intently. He hoped that they would not throw him out the way they looked at him intently and did not answer. Rin understood perfectly well that no matter what, she had to hunt with her young man. Yenna looked at her sister and asked what they should do, but the young lady did not answer. The young man was puzzled. He hoped that they would not kick him out after all. He sighed heavily and said that he thought that their level difference was too big. Rin smiled and said that everything was fine. He didn't need to worry. He looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected something like this. Rin said with a smile that since he wanted to go there, he should have the skills to fight there properly. He smiled and said that of course that was true. Rin in turn intended to test his abilities. Yena sighed heavily as it was supposed to be a better option than wasting time looking for someone else. The young man sighed heavily as he was glad that he didn't have to look for another team. Henson thanked them with a happy smile and also asked if they would mind since he wanted to record their hunt. But if they were against it, then it was okay. Rin looked at him in surprise since she didn't expect this, but she said that they didn't mind and also asked if he was a YouTuber. He smiled and said that it was, but he had only just started, so his videos were still being edited. Henson wanted to start filming the video from the entrance to the dungeon. A moment later, he stood up and asked with a smile if they were coming. The young ladies looked at him in surprise. He looked at them in bewilderment and asked what they were waiting for. Yena looked closely at the new companion and said that it seemed like he had just started playing the game, but he still had some skills, so they were going to go with him. He looked at them in surprise and asked if they really didn't want to perform so quickly. Taken aback, he asked for forgiveness, because this was his first time on his team. Rin smiled and said that they usually study the details of the locations and geographical features of the dungeon before entering. She said that they thought he would have information, so they were a little surprised when he so quickly said that he was ready to go. But she also said that they don't always do that. He smiled and said that he understood everything, but in turn he did not understand what the point of the game was if you played according to a template. Sometime later, they finally came to the cave with their small group. Rin smiled and said that they were already there. She looked closely at her companions and asked if everyone was ready. He smiled and said that he was ready. Yena looked at the young man intently and asked why he didn't go in first. Rin was shocked, because she didn't expect anything like this from her sister. Yena said that they should at least know what he's capable of before they start playing in a band, and they can help him if he's in danger, so he doesn't have to worry about things like that. By saying something like that to a party member's son they just met, they could anger him. In the game, they couldn't disband the party after entering the dungeon. That's why some players let their party member die to get more XP and items. Rin looked at her sister with a puzzled expression and said that it was wrong to say that. She sighed heavily and said that he was saying rational things. He looked at them with a smile and said that he agreed. The young ladies were surprised. Henson looked at them with a smile and said that it would be bad if they could not trust him during the hunt. Henson said it was because Togo's level was so low, and so he knew it was only fair that he show them his abilities. Rin knew that if she asked him to refuse, it would look like she didn't respect his abilities, but she still wanted to object. But the young man did not want to listen to any objections. He entered the cave with a joyful smile and said that it was time for them to begin. A moment later, they were notified that they had entered a cave. This dungeon had not been visited for a long time, so the monsters had awakened due to a long hunger. A moment later, the young man turned on the recording from a third person. He put on the mask with a joyful smile. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked why he was wearing a mask. Henson smiled and said that it was just his thing. Their little dialogue was interrupted as they heard the roar of an animal. Henson smiled and said that the parade part was a warm-up. He warmed up for a few minutes before the animal approached him. But after a few seconds, the beast growled menacingly, looking at the young man. Henson noticed that there was a humanoid type ahead. He knew that this would be a lot of fun. A moment later, the monster flew at the young man as it wanted to quickly deal with one. The young ladies were shocked because they saw that he had no intention of dodging, and he didn't even draw his sword. Jaina was puzzled, and she understood that the young man would soon die. She sighed heavily as she was harsh with him. But at the same time, the young man easily repelled the beast's blow and struck him back. The girls were shocked and wondered if such a blow was even possible. He easily delivered a powerful attack, thereby dealing critical damage to his opponent. He knew he could have dealt a critical blow even if his vital organs had not been hit. Henson looked closely at the monster. A moment later, he used Thanos' song on his opponent. The girls froze for a moment and looked at the small duel in surprise. They were shocked. They didn't understand what he had applied in general to his opponent. But after the young man used this skill, the monster froze in place. A few seconds later, the monster son fell to the ground with a crash. And after a moment, he saw a notification that he had defeated the man who had turned into a wolf. He also received a bonus after winning. The young ladies were shocked by what they saw. They did not understand how this was even possible. Rin was shocked and couldn't believe her eyes, but she noticed that his attack was too precise and clean. She knew that even if it was a skill, the success of the attack depended on the user's control. Yena stared at the young man, but still asked her sister in surprise how he could move so quickly. Rin sighed and, taken aback, said that she didn't know what happened at all. Rin was surprised and wondered if she would be able to do such clean moves on her main account. But she knew that she would be able to do it again. It would be very difficult. She was aware of the fact that his moves were like works of art. She looked at the young man intently and said to herself with blazing confidence that she should take him to the Heroes Guild. At the same time, the young man was glad that he understood how Thanos' song worked. He also understood how to finish off the enemy after he had a little health left. He glanced sideways at his companions, as he had now shown them what he was capable of. At the same time, he saw genuine surprise on the faces of the young girls. He looked at them with a fierce grin and asked if they wanted to start the real hunt now. Sometime later, they passed through a corner of the cave and noticed several more lichens. With the speed of lightning, the young man rushed into battle. The sisters were shocked, as he was very fast. Yena looked at the young man in surprise. As he was faster than her, she realized that since there were no visible effects around him, these were his characteristics. She was in shock because she knew she needed to speed up. At the same time, the monsters noticed them and rushed towards the young people with their lightning speed. Henson, for his part, had no intention of slowing down. He rushed at them with cold fury. Drawing his sword, he rushed into battle. He was notified that he had scored a critical hit and activated Thanos' nightmares, causing the target to hallucinate and suffer pain for a few seconds. At that very second, one beast froze, but the rest rushed at the young man. He looked at them closely as he realized that they were fast after all. Henson was about to dodge. He rushed towards his enemies with lightning speed and dealt blow after blow. He was informed that he had struck in vital places and caused critical damage. A moment later, his enemies roared with a terrible roar, but they were unable to move from their place. He looked at them with a grin, as he was glad that everything was going as he wanted. A moment later, he used Thanos' song. Yen froze in place for a moment in surprise. She rushed into battle but noticed that their enemies froze in place. Henson in turn struck blow after blow with lightning speed. He dealt crushing blows to his enemies very quickly and accurately, and thus easily decapitated them. Jaina was in shock because they were very far away, and he killed them before they caught up with him. Rin rushed to her sister with lightning speed and asked what happened, since she didn't see any monsters. Henson turned around and saw that the young ladies had already come to him. Then he asked if they wanted to go to the next location. The girls were surprised because they did not expect this. They looked at him in bewilderment, but the young man immediately rushed as if into a cave club. Rin smiled and looked puzzled, telling her sister that it was time for them to follow him. At the same time, Henson was running at lightning speed. A moment later, he stopped as he saw his opponents. There were 4 of them. He knew that he would have about 4 more minutes before Thanos' song would recharge. But he was not going to give up and wanted to test the operation of his new equipment without any skills. Henson, with the speed of lightning, drew his sword and rushed to attack. At that very second, his opponent growled even more as he dealt him very strong blows. Henson noticed in turn that when he attacked by swinging his hips in this manner, he dealt great damage to his opponent. He knew that the rare weapon was far superior to the common one, and such a fight brought him joy. With lightning speed, he dealt each opponent blow after blow. He didn't dodge, and all he did was go straight ahead. But his opponent tried to block his blow. Henson was surprised that his opponent was able to block the punch, but he knew that he had to counterattack if that happened. With lightning speed, he dealt several crushing blows to his opponent. Thus, he was able to defeat him with ease. A moment later, he turned around and saw that his companion was also there and dealing with the opponents. He looked at the young lady in surprise as he saw her dual blades. He was surprised and at the same time charmed as she fought very cool and awesome. But a moment later, he ran around as he remembered that there were still opponents left. He froze for a moment in surprise as the man who had turned into a wolf felt fear and whined. He realized that monsters could also be afraid of the user. With a fierce grin, Henson looked at his opponent and at that very moment dealt him a crushing blow. A few seconds later, his opponent vanished into thin air, and he received an additional bonus from the one who destroyed the opponent. Henson looked at the trophy in bewilderment, as he had gotten a spear that he did not even need, but he wanted to take it, as he assumed that he could sell it for a good price. Henson looked closely at his companion and noticed that she fought very well, and assumed that she did not even need help, because if he offered her help, she would be offended. In any case, he noticed that her movements were very good. Henson, watching his companion fight, noticed that she even used her blades as a shield. She dealt twice as many attacks when swinging quickly. Henson looked at the young lady with admiration as she dealt with her enemy with ease. He noticed that her fight was very impressive. Henson looked at his companion with a smile and wondered if he should also try two swords in combat. He knew that Thanos' nightmare covered all types of weapons, so he assumed that he would succeed. But a moment later he sighed heavily and pushed the thoughts away, as he realized that there was no need for him to change his current style. A few minutes later, Rin ran up to them and hurriedly asked if it was all over already. Yena said that the fight was over and their companion had killed 3 enemies, and she, unfortunately, had only killed 1. Henson looked at his companions with a satisfied smile and asked if they would go further. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed into the depths of the cave. He happily said that the team was a lot of fun, but the young ladies were only amazed by his persistence and speed. Yena asked her sister in confusion if the young man was angry with her. Rin, in confusion, answered her sister that she thought so, a fact that only a few new guilds knew. The Heroes Guild is the only one to receive territory, with only 7 members. Sunny sat in the castle and sighed heavily, as she was very bored without her sister Rin. Sunny knew that Kaiser was on an assassination mission, and the old tank's wife was pregnant. Rin was helping her little sister, and I and Stewie were on their class missions. She sighed heavily and wondered if she should really grind the twink after all. But a moment later she looked back with a smile, as she realized that someone had arrived. Huna smiled and greeted her friend. Sunny rushed towards her friend to hug her. Sunny looked at the young lady with a happy smile and asked if she had returned from the hospital. Huna smiled and said that it was indeed so, since her brother had left work and was playing with the idea she needed to be more careful so that he wouldn't find out. Sunny looked at her friend in surprise and asked why her brother left his job. She smiled and said that she knew me a lot, but he left because he got a good grade when he was at level 1. Sunny asked her friend if her brother worked at the electronics firm. She smiled and said that it was exactly like that, and that was the reason she was trying to find out what grade he was in. She smiled and said that she assumed he was above the heroic class. Sunny looked at her friend with a smile and said that it was probably true, since to quit such a good job, one would need to be above the hero class. Huna smiled and said that in that case, her brother would need to be in the state in order to join their guild. Sunny asked her friend what his son's skill was, because everyone on their team was a professional. Sunny wondered if he would stand out, but she also said that little sister Rin also seemed pretty strong. Huna said that her brother had gotten a class that was at least heroic rank, and said that he had reached level 30 in just a day. The young lady was shocked and couldn't believe such things. She asked her friend if this wasn't a lie. Huna smiled and said that although her brother liked to fool around, he wouldn't lie about such things, and his reaction didn't show that he was lying. She was shocked because she didn't expect him to be really that fast. The young lady was shocked by what she heard. She understood that such a thing was simply impossible if he did not have good skills. She sighed heavily and said that the beta was a little hard to believe, but if it was true, then she had to say that he was more experienced than their friend's sister. Huna froze in place for a moment in surprise. She smiled and told her friend to stop saying such things because she was just exaggerating. Sunny said that even their friend's sister couldn't do such a thing. She looked at her friend with a smile and said that they could ask her directly. The young lady supported her friend. Sunny screamed at that very moment and called for her sister Rin. Rin told the girl that she would call her back later, as he had run off again. She apologized and immediately shouted at the young man to wait for her. Sunny froze for a moment in confusion. Huna looked at her friend with a happy smile and asked what Rin had said. Sunny sighed in confusion and said that their friend was busy now. Huna smiled and said that it was nothing to be upset about and they could ask it next time. At the same time, the young ladies ran after the young man, as he was very fast. Rin received a notification that she had been running continuously for a long time, and her reaction speed increased. They both thought he was definitely unhappy with their speed. Rin watched the young man with tears in her eyes, as she thought she wouldn't be able to recruit him. At the same time, the young man, despite everything, ran to meet his opponents. He was taken aback for a moment as he saw a whole flock of Oba relatives. Henson looked at his enemies with a satisfied smile, as he intended to kill them all. The werewolves saw the young man and growled at him. But a moment later, they all rushed in a crowd at their opponent, who was running to meet the heavenly ones. Henson quickly pulled out a dagger and threw it at his opponents with ease. The young man's dagger hit the target and damaged one. The werewolf growled menacingly. But the young man had no intention of confessing. Gathering his strength, he quickly threw a hail of bullets at his opponents. His bullets hit their target, each bullet quickly landing on its intended target, while his opponents growled in rage, but still ran towards their opponent. They were furious and had no intention of giving up. Henson, in turn, looked at his opponents with a smirk, because he knew that everything was according to his plan. A moment later, he rushed at them, drawing his sword from its scabbard. With ease and grace, he dealt blow after blow to each of his opponents. He knew that he did not need to touch those who were charged. Henson was well aware of the fact that he just needed to hit the rest with his blows. But a moment later, his enemies froze in place with bewilderment on their faces. They were furious. They didn't understand how a pathetic man could ignore them. With lightning speed, they all rushed at him in a crowd. He noticed that they were very skillful and fast. But the young man did not lose his head, and at that very moment used the Song of Thanos. His opponents froze in place and could not move. The werewolves were furious, but unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. At that very moment, Henson rushed into battle and easily dealt with his opponents. A moment later, he was notified that he had killed all the werewolves and received even more experience points. He stared into the distance as his level was raised. But in turn, the young man was dissatisfied, because he did not understand why he was given so little experience after the battle. After his fight, he looked back, as he saw that his companions had finally come running to him. He sighed heavily, looking at his companions, as he assumed that he had gone a little too far. He smiled and asked the girls if they wanted to take a break for a bit and continue later. They breathed a sigh of relief and said they were fine with it. He smiled and asked for forgiveness, as he seemed to be thinking only of himself. The girls looked at him in surprise, as they could not believe that he had only reached level 40, as he was very fast and skilled. He smiled and said that they could rest for now, because an elite monster was about to appear. They knew that they didn't care how they looked in front of him now, because if they didn't rest, they would simply go crazy. Rin, after a few minutes of rest, she heard some noise and sat up. She froze in surprise when she saw that the young man was training. They understood now why he was so strong, but they understood that if they needed the same thing to be strong, they would just give up right away. They were ashamed and simply did not want to look at the young man. They understood that he wanted to show with his training that they had been resting for too long. Yena was puzzled and did not understand why he was angry with her. Henson, in turn, trained without any ulterior motives. He noticed that if you swing the sword in a certain way, the blow becomes stronger. He understood that since it was a game, it was possible to perform movements that ignored the laws of physics. But a moment later, Henson saw the notification and was momentarily taken aback, because due to the overexertion of his body, he would lose CP. He was surprised because he did not expect this. He wondered if he had overexerted his body so much that it was damaged. Henson was very surprised, but at the same time, everything seemed very funny to him. He decided to try a little later and for now to rest. A moment later, the young ladies said that they were done resting and were now ready to continue hunting. He smiled and said that everything was fine and they could continue resting. They said they were fine, and the sooner they finished hunting, the sooner they could rest. They knew he was the only one who was against them resting, because he had been training all this time. They knew that if they told him they wanted to rest, he would train again. Henson looked at his companions with a satisfied smile and said that this time he would slow down. A moment later, they were running deeper into the cave. The girls were glad that he had managed to slow down, as at this speed, they could easily keep up with him. But a moment later, they were taken aback and looked at the young man in surprise. Rin, in turn, thought that he was now angry because they were too slow. She understood that compared to him, her sister was kindness itself. Yena was really angry at her sister when they slowed down, but now she had to apologize to her for it. Henson looked into the distance with a satisfied smile, since he could hit faster if he did such exercises. Sometime later, they came across a fierce beast that growled very menacingly. Henson looked closely at his opponent, as he was definitely different from the ones he had faced before. It seemed to him that he was looking at a werewolf who had gone to the gym. But a moment later he noticed that there were dozens of werewolves with him, and Henson realized that this was going to be difficult for him. He looked at the girls with a smile, because earlier he took all the fun for himself. He knew that they also needed to have fun. He assumed that because they were bored, their faces did not look cheerful. So he told them that he would take care of the elite monsters and leave the rest to them. They were surprised and did not understand why he suddenly behaved in such a way. They understood that all they did was just run after him, and yet they were still tired. Rin prepared herself for battle, as she knew that since she held the position of guildmaster, she couldn't look weak now. A moment later, the young man rushed into battle. His opponent was furious and therefore growled very menacingly and ferociously. But this did not stop the young man. He moved towards his opponent with lightning speed. But he in turn dealt blow after blow. But Henson dodged each blow with lightning speed. And a moment later, he still managed to inflict damage on his opponent. But at that very moment, he jumped back. After a few seconds, he got ready as he wanted to shoot his opponent. He dealt him a devastating blow, causing him to growl in rage and pain. The beast was furious and shouted at the young man that he would deal with him immediately. Henson looked at his opponent with a grin, as he noticed that he was being funny. He asked his opponent if he hadn't wanted to kill him before. These words angered the beast and he rushed into battle with lightning speed. But the young man only looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and at that very moment threw his small dagger at him. The werewolf was surprised, but at the same second he put up a block, and thus the dagger bounced off him without touching him. He looked at his opponent with a grin, as he was simply ridiculous. But on the part of the young man, this was only a diversionary maneuver, as he at that very moment with ease and grace dealt his opponent a crushing blow. The werewolf growled in pain, but the young man immediately saw a notification, since he did not deliver a powerful attack, and at the same time his opponent received critical damage. The werewolf turned around and looked at his opponent with fury, because he knew that he had to kill him immediately. But the young man did not move from his place as he listened to the roar of his opponent. After a few minutes, he used the Song of Thanatos, and his opponent trembled and froze in place. A moment later, the young man dealt him the final crushing blow and defeated the elite werewolf. He was notified that his level had been raised. Henson looked into the distance with a smirk, as he knew it had been easier than he had assumed. Now he wanted to see how his girls fought. He saw that Yana was quickly wielding her sword, and the more he looked at her, the cooler she looked. Rena, according to his observations, it was much more accurate and neat. He looked at the girls with a satisfied smile, because he knew that they were both very good-looking. Henson looked at the young lady in bewilderment, as he did not understand why she signed from time to time, because it looked unnatural. He knew that her control would be much better if this did not happen. Rin was confused, as the account in question had low stats, and she felt a little unaccustomed to it. She knew that she needed to show off her skills to win over the young man and recruit him into their guild. But at this rate, she knew that it was simply impossible. Sometime later, the young lady's son fell to the ground with a crash, as they had finally dealt with everyone. Yina looked at her sister closely and asked if she would do it, or if they were taking a normal break this time. Rin smiled and said that they killed an elite monster and many other monsters because they didn't have a healer with them. They could use a break now. Henson looked at the girls closely and asked if they wanted to rest for a while. The girls, in turn, were a little puzzled by this question and looked at each other, not knowing what to answer. They hesitated, not answering his question, but he only smiled and said that he would like to rest a little before setting out. Rin looked at the young man intently, as she knew that usually in such raids they took breaks more often. But he did nothing like that, and she wondered if he was going to train again. Yana in turn looked at the young man in surprise. She knew that he was incredible in both good and bad ways. But a moment later he simply sat down next to them, and they breathed a sigh of relief as he finally took his usual break. Henson sighed heavily, knowing he needed some rest too. But a moment later he was taken aback as he saw a notification that the Thanatos narcolepsy had been activated. Henson cursed loudly, as he knew that he was about to be forced into a state of sleep. The girls looked at him in surprise, as they did not understand what had happened to him. He was also informed that until the forced exit, his avatar would remain in the game, even if the capsule broke, so he could disconnect from the game. Henson was in shock, but unfortunately he could not do anything, and slowly his eyelids closed. Sometime later he woke up from the game and mentally asked for forgiveness from his new acquaintances, since he could not do anything about it. He assumed that he was being punished for his greed for experience. Henson sighed heavily, as he knew that after all, the artificial intelligence would hunt in such a way that he would not be a burden to them. He was puzzled, as he knew that the group was very difficult to find, so he wondered if it was better for him to go alone. At the same time, the young ladies looked at the young man in surprise. Looking at their companion, they wondered if he had simply fallen asleep. Rin knew that he had been through a lot of battles, and it would be logical for him to just fall asleep. She looked at him with a smile, as he finally looked like a normal person. But a moment later, they looked at the young man in surprise, as he stood up abruptly, but his posture was unnatural. They were surprised, looked at him, and called out, but he didn't answer. A moment later, they saw that his skill had been activated during a group raid. They were informed that the sleepwalking skill would not be disabled until the dungeon was cleared. The young ladies looked at their companion in surprise, as he simply turned around and walked deeper into the cave. They were surprised because they had only rested for a few seconds, and he was already running headlong into the depths of the cave, but they had no choice but to follow him. A moment later, they followed their companion with lightning speed. The young ladies, out of breath, followed their companion. They were shocked when they saw the treasure he left behind, so they wondered if he had really outdone them that much. They knew he had killed all the monsters on his way, but they still didn't understand why he hadn't collected all the treasures since he usually picked them up. Yenna said with a happy smile that the young man had most likely filled his inventory completely. She told her sister that they could pick up things for him. Rin smiled and said that they should do so. The young lady was surprised and spoke about her sister, that there were also rare items. They were surprised and did not understand why he did not pick up such rare items, because they understood that it was possible to simply throw away something unnecessary. They wanted to catch up with him as soon as possible and ask him why he hadn't collected the items, but they knew it would be a problem if they fell too far behind him. After playing for 10 hours, the young ladies were very tired, and they were of course informed that playing for long hours was harmful to their body and brain. After all, it had already been 25 hours since entering the dungeon, but still their level was increasing after collecting treasures. Yenna sighed heavily and said that seeing her level rise, she understood that he was still fighting. She understood everything, of course, but she knew that this was too much. After a while, the young lady called out to her sister and told her to look away. They froze in place for a moment when they saw the boss's room and the young man next to it. They were shocked and wondered if it was normal that they reached the boss's room in just one day. Rin told her sister that, of course, it wasn't normal since it usually took several days for something like this to happen. Jaina looked at the young man with a joyful smile and said that she felt they would set a new record. But at the same time, Rin felt something strange while looking at the young man. She looked at him intently and timidly, said that they were a little late, and at the same time she asked for forgiveness because they had kept him waiting. But to their surprise, he did not answer. Rin wondered if he was angry at them. Looking at the young man, she said that in return, they would give him all the things they had collected later. A moment later, the young ladies were taken aback as they were informed that all party members were in place. And after entering the boss room, no one would be able to exit or use a teleportation scroll until the boss was killed. They were asked if they wanted to enter the room. The werewolf who had lost his soul. The lovely ladies were taken aback because they had not expected anything like this at all, and they had no desire to enter the room where the main boss was so quickly. With lightning speed, they rushed towards my young man to stop him, but he had already opened the door to the room. They were shocked because he himself awakened the boss. Yenna was shocked, but at the same time they were told that they should be more careful because the boss had not been visited for a long time. Because of this, he became very strong. Rin was shocked because they were informed that the experience points and item drop rate would be increased. She knew that since the reward was increased, they would definitely die. She was in shock because she knew that they would soon come to an end. But she saw how the young man stood his ground and did not even intend to leave the intended path. They wondered if he himself was going to fight the boss. They clearly understood that they simply had no choice, and they had to go with him. Henson sighed in confusion, as he knew that his sleepwalking happened all the time when he fought bosses. The most important thing is that after his little illness, and after clearing the dungeon, he would simply go back to sleep. He understood that it might be awkward for him to meet them again, and it would also be difficult to find new group partners. But he didn't despair because he could find a hunting spot for one, since he had already logged out of the game. He clearly remembered what level he had been since the last time he checked it, so he knew how exactly he needed to look for monsters. But a moment later, he was distracted from his search as his friend called him. Henson asked with a smile how his friend was doing as he heard his voice, and he was very tired. Jawan sighed heavily and said that he just hadn't slept yet. Henson was surprised and knew that several days had passed and he was still awake. But he still asked his friend how he had chewed. Javan sighed heavily and said that he would drink an energy drink and he would feel better. But the young man still asked his friend to rest, as he knew that the video was not urgent. Jawan said he was doing it because he wanted his friend to not have to worry about that, and he also asked if his friend remembered how he killed that boss. Henson remembered the video he sent recently because he fought the only strong character he killed, and it was the vengeful spirit of the orc shaman. But in turn, he did not know if he could be considered a boss. Henson asked his friend if he was talking about the vengeful spirit of the orc shaman, but his friend said that he was talking about the berserker Karak. Henson asked in surprise if there was really a video of him killing him. The young man asked his friend in surprise if he hadn't seen the video he sent. Henson, for his part, was puzzled, as he distinctly remembered falling asleep just before the fight. He sighed heavily and said that it just so happened that he didn't remember it, but still asked anxiously what had happened. Jaewon told his friend that his first half and second half of the game were completely different, so he thought about the concept of compliance. Henson was surprised and asked his friend to tell him more about it. Javan was a little puzzled and wondered if his friend had problems with his head. Henson asked his friend to tell him about his playing style because he was interested in how it was different. Jawan told his friend that his movements were more deliberate. Usually he would run like crazy to force his opponent to go on the defensive. But when he fought Karakhan, he was more focused. Jawan said he felt like his friend was listening to his opponent's breathing, and he didn't give his opponent any chance to react and continued to push him into the corner. Jawan said that his friend used this style, and it could be called knightly. The young man sighed heavily and said that he really found it hard to believe that he fought like that. Jawan hesitated for a moment and timidly asked his friend if he had a problem with his head. Henson was shocked and shouted at his friend not to treat him like he was crazy. Jawan told his friend that his playstyle was completely different from before, and he felt like his friend had a split personality. Henson sighed heavily and said that it was not that simple. When he fought an enemy, a certain skill was activated, and the AI was fighting him, not him. Jawan was shocked by this statement. After all, it was the first time he heard such a thing. He knew that this was only allowed for divine rank classes. Henson said that he was also very surprised and could not even think about it. Jawan smiled and told his friend that he thought he had a problem with his head, but he was still glad that it wasn't so. Henson told his friend not to worry as he was fine. Jawan Chem exhaled and also asked if he was right in thinking that controlling the AI body was not much different from his usual game. The young man sighed heavily and said that it was. Jawan asked his friend to wear a black mask when he was playing and a white mask when the AI was playing. Jawan told his friend that he thought it would be nice to share his style. The young man sighed heavily and said that he would think about it. Jawan, with a smile, asked his friend to watch the video he sent him. Henson sighed heavily, feeling a little awkward watching his own video. But he still decided to watch this video. He froze for a moment when he saw the finished video. Henson was surprised to see a white mask on his face, as he had chosen a black one. He realized that his friend was just being cheeky because he changed the given mask shade when he edited the video because he wanted to support the concept. After watching a few fragments, he understood what his friend was talking about. Henson noticed that it was a completely different fighting style, and after watching it, he wanted to take an example from his movements. Henson thought for a moment, as he had learned a lot when hunting in a group. But he looked at the video with a smirk because he learned a lot from watching it. He was a little glad that he watched the video because he knew that this game was getting more interesting. The main boss looked at the young people with a fierce grin and asked if they really came to him on their own. The young man stood there without flinching, and the young ladies looked at the boss in fear because they did not know what to do. He looked at them with a fierce grin and said that their courage surprised him. But a moment later, he still, looking at the people, cursed very loudly. He shouted that they should not think that he would lose his power because he had no soul. Moments later, the beast lunged at the young people. Milady was shocked because they noticed that he was very fast. They understood that it was very dangerous because they could die. But a moment later, to their surprise, the young man repelled the enemy's attack. They were shocked because he blocked the attack and thus protected them. But a moment later, the young ladies were taken aback as they saw that he could not bear it and was thrown back. They were in shock as their companion fell to the ground with a crash. They turned around and saw him hit the wall with a bang. The young ladies realized that they were now in danger. But a moment later, they were taken aback as a hail of bullets flew past them. At the same time, their enemy growled in rage and pain as he was hit by bullets. He was furious and did not understand what kind of base attack he had received from the man. He looked at the young men with fury, as he knew that he would kill them, but a moment later they were taken aback as their comrade rushed past them. Henson, with lightning speed, dodged the blow of his opponent, and at the same moment tied it up in the air. With ease and grace, he stabbed his opponent in the back. The werewolf looked at the young man with fury and cursed. But a moment later he turned around and struck him. But the young man easily parried his blow. The werewolf was not going to give up so easily and swung his arm to deliver another blow. But at that very moment the young man struck him and bounced back, landing with grace on the ground. Rin looked at the young man in surprise and wondered if he had injured the boss's shoulder by changing the orbit of his attack. They were shocked because they knew it was very artistic and simply amazing on his part. But the werewolf was burning with rage and anger, and he immediately rushed at his opponent, Boyko, but he stood still without moving. A moment later, the young man used his skill on the enemy. Unfortunately, the other man did not notice anything, and growling, he pounced on the enemy. But a moment later, he was taken aback and froze in place in shock as he was dealt critical damage. And due to the enormous shock, he was stunned for a few seconds. Henson, in turn, immediately dealt his opponent several blows with lightning speed. The werewolf growled as he was pierced by the enemy's sword. At the same time, the nightmare of Thanatos was activated. Thus, the werewolf should have experienced hallucinations and pain for several seconds. A moment later, the young man dealt his opponent a crushing blow. The werewolf was furious, so he shouted at his opponent that when he tore him apart, he would not satisfy his anger. He did not understand how the young man dared to do something like that to him. A moment later, he rushed towards his opponent, Lacey near him, in order to confuse and strike. A few seconds later, he struck his opponent, but the young man easily repelled his enemy's attack. The werewolf was furious. He knew the effects of the skill were dire, but he noticed that his skills needed to recharge before he could use them again. But a moment later, the werewolf was taken aback as the young man dealt him another crushing blow. He was furious and at the same time burning with bewilderment since he had inflicted a lot of damage on his opponent, and yet he was safe and sound. The werewolf understood and was sure that there was some reason why he was so strong. A moment later, the werewolf was taken aback and looked askance at his opponent in bewilderment. He didn't want to repeat the feeling of his abilities at all. But a moment later, the young man went on the attack and struck his opponent. But at that very moment, the werewolf blocked his blow. The werewolf knew that if his opponent could hit him, he was sure that the sensations would appear again. He knew that he needed to focus on defense. After he blocked the young man's blows, he recoiled from him. He looked closely at his enemy and realized that he was faster than him, but still could not move because of his blows. The werewolf blocked another strike from his opponent. He hoped that he wouldn't use the skill he used earlier. But his fears came true as the young man dealt him a crushing blow a few seconds later, and he received critical damage. Henson cast a nightmare on his opponent, causing him to experience hallucinations and pain for several seconds. The werewolf was furious because he knew he had lost. He froze in place, but at the same time he saw how the young man simply flew towards him in order to deliver a crushing blow. Henson landed several blows on his opponent with ease and grace, but the werewolf was filled with anger and fury, and he understood that he would not give up so easily. A moment later, the werewolf growled menacingly. His roar echoed throughout the entire cave. Jaina was confused and didn't understand what was going on at all, as she saw that their opponent was furious. Rin froze in shock as they were informed that their opponent had become stronger. A moment later, everyone saw a notification that the next phase of the boss fight had begun, but the young man simply stared at his opponent, not making any unnecessary movements. Burning with rage and anger, the werewolf looked at his opponent with a grin and a smirk as he wanted to tear him to shreds. A moment later, he rushed into battle. Henson easily bounced off all his attacks, which made him even more angry at his opponent. Yina, in turn, knew that after the boss awakened, his size and strength increased, but his speed decreased significantly. Rin said that this was not so because it was the control of the young man, because if they were in his place, they would not be able to dodge the boss's attacks. At the same time, the young man looked closely at his opponent and used the skill. The werewolf was in shock as a hail of swords rained down on him. But a moment later, he still managed to repel his opponent's attack and thus broke his sword. With lightning speed, he struck his opponent blow after blow, but Henson gracefully parried his blows, and having struck his opponent, he bounced away from him. Rin watched the fight as if spellbound, because she understood that it was simply incredible. She saw that before the attack with the werewolf, he jumped gracefully. She noticed that he used his shoulder as a brace to further increase the distance. But at the same time, he prepared for the attack. And after a few seconds, he struck his opponent, and he growled in surprise. The werewolf was furious, as he understood that he needed to deal with his opponent as quickly as possible. He froze in surprise as his opponent rushed at him with lightning speed. He was surprised because his opponent charged and didn't use his skill. He assumed that his opponent couldn't use it because of the distance. Then he decided to distance himself from the reviews of his opponent. The young ladies were shocked because they saw that they were both very fast. Rin looked closely at the werewolf, as she knew his movement was a deception. She knew that her companion had not planned to use that skill from the beginning, as he was simply playing on the beast's emotions. She understood that the power of his skill was so incredible that his opponent would be better off retreating. She looked at the young man with admiration, but noticed that his style of play was different from before. She understood that now it was much more refined. She was shocked because he drove the opponent using his emotions, and at the same time he attacked him fiercely. She, in turn, felt that the process was very different, and so she understood that he had several polar opposite styles of play, and this was very surprising. She looked at the young man with admiration, as she understood that she needed to recruit him into the Heroes Guild. The werewolf was in shock as he realized that his opponent was faster than him. But he still looked at his opponent with a grin, as he was curious about what he intended to do next. But to his surprise, his opponent froze in place for a moment. Henson glared at his opponent and took advantage of the mortal piece. Cerbus froze in place as a deathly calm was imposed on him. Cerbus was furious, and at the same time he was shocked, because unfortunately he could not move. A moment later, the werewolf was put to sleep for a minute, and the next minute, the damage that would be done to him would increase several times. A moment later, the young man used his chains. His chains enveloped the enemy, but he stood motionless as he was immersed in sleep. A few seconds after his attack, the werewolf growled in pain and rage. Cerbus was furious because he knew it was the end for him. A moment later, everyone received a notification that the boss had been defeated, and the dungeon was completely protected. With lightning speed, their levels were increasing. A few seconds later, the exclusive reward of double experience points was applied. They were notified that they had cleared a dungeon that had not been defended for a long time, and the best items that could be obtained by defeating the boss were given out. Yena and her sister were shocked as their level was increased. But a moment later, they were surprised as the monster's awakening was canceled and the experience bonus disappeared. At the same time, the young man reached level 50, after which an exclusive quest was created for him, but in turn, he fell to the ground with a crash and continued his sleep. The young ladies in the queue looked at him in bewilderment. Jaina asked her sister in surprise if the young man was sleeping now, because he was finally tired. Rin looked at her sister and said that it was most likely true, since he defeated the boss on his own. They glanced sideways at all his treasures, as they understood that they had to look after them. Yenna was worried because she didn't know what they should do with their boyfriend. She asked her sister if they should take him to their hotel. Rin was a little surprised because she knew it was too much. But at the same time, the young man continued to sleep peacefully. At the same time, the user management group at Inferno headquarters was monitoring the young man. Cho Minwoo sighed heavily and said that this was just some kind of madness, but also asked his subordinate what level user Henson was currently at. The young man said that the user was currently level 53. Cho Minwoo sighed heavily and stared at his cell phone. Cho Minwoo called the management and reported what level the young man was at now. The manager said that they had not finished the preparations, but there was nothing they could do about it, and he also asked how things were going with the Empire. Cho Minwoo sighed heavily and said that everything was quiet right now, but he thought that they should get together soon to set up a research department. The manager said that there was no way the Emperor could stay in place, but he still wanted to know how user Henson was doing, whether he had completed the class quest. Cho Minwoo reported that he was currently sleepwalking and that it would take another 7 hours in real time for him to wake up. The man sighed heavily, knowing that it was very troublesome. Cho Minwoo said that it was, but in his head he was combining the information he had at the moment. When the user's class quest was unlocked, a giant castle appeared in the empire's Vienna. Vienna is a city surrounded by water that was created using the Venice motif. It is one of the most popular cities due to its beautiful appearance and level 100 monsters. And the city also had a large number of users. Iron Blood Monarch Karen will never leave the castle untouched, and he will at least bring a lord from the nearest city to form a research core. Cho Min-woo clearly understood that the main problem now was user Henson, because they understood that this user had to go there first, and if the research core got there before him, it would create big problems for them. The manager told the young man that they should just observe for now, and if anything unusual happened, he should contact him immediately. Cho Min-woo, in turn, agreed with the management. Cho Min-woo knew that there was still a lot of time until the young user awakened from his skill. But looking at the situation of the Empire, the most unpredictable person was the Iron Blood Monarch. Unfortunately, because of him, countless users were sentenced to prison for many years. For this reason, the customer service department was bursting with complaints. Cho Min-woo clearly understood that it would be a relief if the Iron Blood Monarch showed little interest and sent the research department through the lord located in the residential area. After that, it would be ideal if the young man arrived at the castle before they arrived. But he knew that if something went wrong, something terrible would happen. A moment later, Cho Min decided to take a look at the documents, as he wanted to find out who was the current mayor of the city. Looking at the information about the measure, he understood that if it was someone like a man, then they would not have big problems. Cho Min-woo knew very well that he would rather send users than his own guards or knights. And if the research organization was made up of users rather than NPCs, then the young man might be faster, as it would take time to gather users, and there would also be various issues to consider. But he knew that this would only happen if the Iron Blood Monarch gave control to the city's mayor, rather than taking control himself, for this would not only affect the search for Henson, but it would also inevitably awaken the monster that was sealed inside. The snake wyvern Aguilera is very scary, and the demonic wyvern was sealed by the disciple of Thanatos long ago. At the current level of users, it is the worst raid boss for them. Cho Min-woo knew it would be a relief if the Iron Blood Monarch killed the snake, but he was worried and wondered what if the Emperor couldn't do it. He was furious because he knew that this would be the worst-case scenario, as the Empire could fall apart because of one monster until there was a user to stop him from being killed. He looked at the young man closely because he knew that he had no choice, and he had to support the young man, because if the snake woke up, then the Korean server would have a lot of complaints. He was furious because he knew that this simply could not be allowed to happen. He remembered that when the young man reached his 50th level, that woman also received a task. He knew that she had a class related to Thanatos, although she did not have a divine class, but she had a powerful legendary class. But the detailed description of the quest was slightly different. But she also went to the castle where the snake was sealed. He prayed that they would unite and prevent her from being resurrected. The man who was always mentioned when deciding who was the strongest on the continent, it can easily be said that he is, and this is not an exaggeration, the iron-blooded monarch Charon. He looked closely at the man who was shaking next to him. Trembling, the man asked the emperor for forgiveness for speaking to him like that. But it seemed to him that suspicious structures had appeared on the eastern side of the city. He was in shock because he understood that if he said something wrong, then it would not end with just his neck. He understood that many would be destroyed, and he definitely needed to concentrate. The emperor sighed heavily as he saw that his vassal was very timid. He looked closely at the man and asked why the information was given to him. The man froze in shock. He didn't know what to answer the emperor. The emperor, in turn, looked at the man with cold fury and asked why he did this. The man was in shock, shaking with fear. He asked for forgiveness and shouted that he would report this to the mayor of the city so that he could take care of it immediately. The emperor sighed heavily and informed the man that he was fired. The man, trembling with fear, thanked the emperor for sparing his life. At the same time, everyone was happy because the emperor did not kill the user. The emperor looked intently at the man, who immediately ran away. He sighed heavily as he did not understand why his subordinates were so afraid of him. He had never been cruel to the citizens, but somehow he had become a tyrant. He was taught that all emperors should be ruthless and self-confident, so that's what he did. He never showed mercy to his enemies and never gave pardon to any prisoner. Because of this, he always won the wars and they became the most powerful empire on the continent. But he was puzzled by the fact that all his subordinates were losing their heads in fear. He knew that he didn't need to say anything now, because even his guards, who were supposed to protect him, were trembling in fear as they looked at him. Karen sighed heavily, for he knew that they were just pathetic fools. He was puzzled and bored, because there was no interesting person around. The palace was filled with those people who were either afraid of him or too loyal to him. Karen was puzzled and knew that it would be nice if someone was around to entertain him, for his patience was running out. He knew that among the so-called travelers there were only rude people, and among them there was not a single interesting person. Karen knew that if it were up to him, he would secretly leave the palace and go on a journey. But if he did something like that, there would be an uproar. He was sure that he and the people would turn everything upside down to find him. He understood that it would be difficult. Karen thought for a moment, because he understood that this was a very good idea, because he had previously heard that a new structure had appeared in the city. But he still knew that even though he was curious, it would still be boring for him, because the monsters there would only be level 100. But a moment later he beamed as the perfect idea came to him. He looked into the distance with a satisfied smile, as he realized that he had to hold events in the Empire. He wanted to hold an event in which everyone, even a traveler or a citizen of the Empire, could take part. He thought with a fierce grin that it would be nice to have a combat competition, because he understood that at least it would not be boring. In turn, the Emperor hoped that someone interesting would show up at this competition, although he knew that going out for a walk was also a good option. The man looked closely at the Emperor as he saw his sinister smile, and he felt uneasy. At the same time, the Emperor was thinking about what prize the winner should receive. He understood that if he defeated the citizens of the Empire, he could give him a chance to work in the palace. And at the same time, he wanted to let him take one thing from the treasury. The man told the Emperor that he still had some business to do, but the Emperor waved his subordinate off and said that everything should be postponed for later, because he was now thinking about something very interesting. The Emperor sighed heavily as he knew that the problem was with the travelers, because most travelers were selfish, of course. He understood that there were exceptions, but they were few. Sharon was puzzled because he did not know what to offer the traveler if he won. But a moment later he opened the door to his treasure room with a fierce grin and realized that he could offer him a wish. Karen knew that whoever got the prize had to think of something out of the ordinary, and if it was a selfish person, then he could just give him something out of the ordinary. But if he asked for something out of the ordinary, then it would be a very entertaining spectacle. The Emperor looked into the distance with a fierce grin, as he hoped that a very interesting and entertaining person would appear soon. The Imperial Battle Competition is a big deal on the Korean server, as it brings together all the users who want to make a name for themselves. The Emperor was jubilant because he knew that a great event was about to begin. A moment later he looked at one of the treasures because he realized that it was his bad as an additional prize. Henson was sitting at the computer at the same time. He was very bored, but he had already managed to analyze the fight with his early opponent. He knew his style was the only thing that was different. Henson sighed heavily, knowing that this was the only downside to his sleepwalking. But a moment later he noticed something on the monitor, and with lightning speed he sat down to read the news. He was surprised, since recently the game began to promote places that taught real fencing. When virtual reality games became an industry, every sports center and martial arts dojo launched active advertising. He remembered that he had heard before that the state of the physical body would affect the control in the game. He knew that this was a great opportunity that he could not miss. Sometime later he joined a gym and knew he now needed to find a kendo dojo. Looking at his smartphone, he searched for the martial arts academy. He noticed that the place was near his gym, so it was very good. Sometime later he came into the hall, but saw that the banner was somehow shabby. But he still called and asked if there was anyone there. Unfortunately, no one answered him. But a few seconds later, he heard the door click. The man looked out from behind the door and looked at the young man in surprise. Henson froze for a moment, looking at the man as he saw muscles that could not be developed by simply going to the gym. He saw fighting muscles that could only be gained through hard training. Henson looked at the man with a smile, because he knew that even though the banner was tattered, he thought he had come to the right place. He looked at the man with a smile and told him that he had come to him to learn martial arts. The man looked at the young man with a smile and said that he seemed to have a keen eye and therefore invited him to come inside. Henson froze for a moment in surprise when he saw how many weapons were in the room. He saw that there were everything from blunt weapons to aluminum training swords. He knew that there was a lot of stuff there, and he could use it in the game. He noticed that the ceiling was high, so one could practice with a spear or sword as much as one wanted. The man sighed heavily and asked the young man if he had finished looking around. Henson smiled and said that he had looked around and liked the place. The man looked at the young man with a grin and said that in that case he should take off his clothes. Henson froze for a moment in surprise, as he did not expect such a thing. The man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and asked if he had just come to play with him. He smiled and said that they could start training. Henson in turn began to undress slowly and said with a smile that it sounded very funny. The man smiled and told the young man that he should take everything he needed or he could use his fists. A moment later, Henson took the sword for himself. He noticed that the sword was similar to the one he used in the game. He looked at the man with a smile and said that he would warm up a little first. The man looked at the young man in surprise but with a smile as he used a sword. Henson said that he had studied kendo when he was young. The man looked at the young man intently as he knew that such movements were difficult to perform. Even if he had studied martial arts, he definitely had talent and proof that he had put a lot of effort into such a thing. Henson looked at the man intently and said that he was now ready to fight. The man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that in that case they could begin. Henson in turn rushed into battle, but the man quickly blocked his blow. After a few minutes of training, Henson was dodging his opponent's punches. The man was taken aback for a moment and froze in surprise, as he saw that the young man was deftly in control of his body. He froze in shock when he saw where his opponent's sword was aimed. A moment later, Henson stood up and sighed heavily, knowing he had been out of training for too long. He was puzzled because he had only moved a little, but he had already run out of stamina. The man looked at his opponent with a fierce grin as he saw that his movements were very good. He was pleased as he finally had a student worth teaching. The man said with a smile that they would stop there. He smiled and said that other than increasing his stamina, there was nothing that could be added to his current swordsmanship skills. He asked the young man if he would like to learn anything other than swordsmanship. He assumed that the young man was playing a game. Looking at the young man, he asked what he wanted to learn. Henson looked at his new mentor with a satisfied smile, as he knew that he had to play his part in the game well. Henson looking at the man, he said that he had seen him use a sword in one hand, but he wanted to use the weapon with both hands. The man said that he had previously heard that the classes in the game had a recorded martial art. He asked if that would bother him. Henson sighed and said it didn't matter. So the man smiled and asked if he could tell him what his martial art style was in a fight. Henson looked at his master with a puzzled expression and said that his style was like that of a mad dog. The man was taken aback for a moment, not knowing what to answer. But a moment later he laughed as the young man informed him that he was playing an aggressive game. A moment later the man asked the young man, "What about the dagger?" The man looked at all the weapons with a grin and said that he thought he would like some of them. A moment later he showed a sword and a small dagger. Looking at his new student, he told him to watch his movement carefully. He said that he should mainly attack with a long ball, and if he has an open space, he should cover himself with a dagger. A few seconds later, the man threw the dagger at the wall with ease and grinned at his student, saying that it would be nice if he did things like that sometimes. Henson update froze in place as he saw the longsword and dagger combination. He looked at his new teacher with a bright grin. Henson said with a smile that it was a very good idea. And besides, a dagger is much faster than a longsword, and during an attack you can support yourself with it. The man smiled and said that of course it was, and it all depended on the skills of the person. And for a young man it would not be a problem because if he were to learn from him, he would quickly get used to it. At the same time, the young lady was fiercely fighting the Moonwolf King. She glared at him, but a moment later she rushed into battle. With the speed of lightning, she struck him. But the king recoiled and looked at his opponent with cold fury. She stepped back with lightning speed and stared at her opponent for a moment. But after a few blows, he disappeared into thin air. She sighed heavily as she knew that this was not happening as she expected. She remembered the light and precise blows of her companion. She sighed heavily as she realized that she had been too arrogant until today. Rin sighed heavily and looked closely at the treasures. She was wondering when she would meet her boyfriend again, as she knew it would be good to recruit him into the guild, and she also needed to carry items with her to give to him. Rin was puzzled because she didn't know what to do with the young man. She wanted to wait with her sister until he woke up. They waited for a very long time and did not know when he would wake up. A moment later, the young lady rushed towards the young man as she was angry and could no longer continue to wait for him to wake up. She grabbed him by his clothes and shook him, but at the same time asked for forgiveness since they had to leave. Rin, in turn, was in shock with her sister. But they looked intently at the young man, for they saw that he had not made a sound and was still sleeping quietly. A moment later, they saw a notification. They were informed that it had been automatically turned off due to a long sleep, and that the next time they connected to the game, it would be moved to the nearest village. A moment later, the young man simply disappeared before their eyes. Yenna sighed heavily and said that she would take care of his things since their levels were the same. She was sure that they would meet again. Rin sighed heavily and said that it was a very good idea. But in turn, she was now very angry because she knew that she needed to find the young man as quickly as possible. She understood that if someone like him wanted to upload a video to YouTube, it would be a hot topic. She understood that if she watched the video, she would be able to find out where he was and meet him again. Rin was serious because she wanted to immediately find him and recruit him into their guild. She knew that if she wanted to recruit him, she had to become stronger, but she also had to work harder. At the same time, she turned around because she heard her colleagues asking her to wait. She smiled and said that they could take their time, but she also asked for forgiveness. She shouted that she would wait for them at the end. The young ladies were shocked, as they did not expect such a thing. Hyuna looked at her friend and asked if she knew why Rin had been acting like this lately. Sunny sighed heavily, as it was difficult for her to enter such a tempo. At the same time, the young man sighed heavily, as his body was in great pain after a long workout. Henson moved slowly towards the computer, knowing he needed to see what had just been written. For a moment, he was taken aback and continued reading the news in surprise, as it was written that they were currently organizing a research team to go to the castle. Henson thought for a moment as he realized that the city of Vienna was one of the places he had seen when he was looking for hunting grounds for one, but he had excluded the city from his list at the time because the city was known as a tourist spot with a large population. He remembered everything about it because the city was truly beautiful, but in turn the young man was puzzled because he did not understand what was happening at all. He sighed heavily after reading the news and thought that it would be better for him to go to the gym while he had time. Sometime later he returned home and told his sister about it, but noticed that no one was there. Henson was puzzled because since yesterday he had been beaten by the old man, but he benefited from it. His movements became much more precise. He knew that one day he would call the old man back, but thanks to him, new skills were now being integrated into his body. With lightning speed, he rushed to his capsule as he wanted to check everything quickly. A moment after diving into the game, he found himself in the city's central square. Henson stood frozen in surprise for a moment as he saw a mountain of notifications. He was informed exactly how many hours he had slept. He saw how much he had purchased. He saw that his skills increased evenly. But a moment later, the young man looked back as he saw a commotion near him. Henson looked at the young man in surprise as he said that he was ready to buy their items. Henson looked closely at the young man as he understood that selling items to the user instead of the shop was more profitable. He slowly approached the young man as he knew that he needed to find out everything. He said that he would like to sell a few things. The young man smiled and greeted his companion. Henson opened his inventory and, counting in profit, sold the young man several items. The young man smiled and told Henson to come back to him again. Henson in turn thanked the young man and wished him good sales. Henson knew he needed to buy a teleportation scroll now. He knew he needed to go to the store, but before that he wanted to deal with the system notification. A moment later he looked back and stared at the notification. He was notified that he had reached a certain level and an exclusive quest, frequencies, had been created for him. Henson was surprised as he did not expect to see an exclusive quest. He had heard before that there were quests for the upper classes, but he didn't expect to see it so soon. He was glad that he was able to see an exclusive quest for the divine class. A moment later, a gloomy quest window popped up in front of him. He noticed that even the system quest window was different from the usual one. He was given a task, and he had to explore the castle and find a trace of the apprentice in Aguilera's nest. Henson was shocked and realized that this was just madness. He wondered what if someone found the trace first. He was furious because he knew that in that case he would return to his original position. Henson was furious because he knew that he had only recently reached the top, and now he was given such a task. He did not understand what the point was and why the hunt was needed. But in turn, he thought for a moment because he assumed that he could hurry, and then all his work would not have been in vain. He understood that in that case, he could choose a divine skill and a divine relic. He knew that this already sounded excellent, and he assumed that his prizes at the end of the quest would be excellent. With their eyes glowing, he looked at the notification window, knowing he had to get them first. He rushed forward with lightning speed, as he wanted to get to the city as quickly as possible. Moments later, he used the teleportation scroll to teleport to the central square of the city of Vienna. He froze for a moment as he saw the commotion going on around him. Looking back, he saw that the Survey Corps had not yet set off, and so he realized that he had to hurry. He approached the young man, but he only laughed at him. The young men looked at him with mockery, because they saw that he was untidy, and therefore they openly mocked him. Henson was furious because he heard everything, but they did not hide their hostility. He knew they looked great and openly despised him because he was wearing a basic shirt, no beginner accessories, beginner pants, and beginner boots. Henson sighed heavily and thought, since there was a possibility that he would meet with the research corps, he knew that in that case he would need to get the armor. And even if he was fighting alone against several users, he would need the armor for protection. He knew that he had to hurry and buy all the armor. After he bought the corresponding armor, he walked out with a satisfied smile. Henson was a little confused, as he didn't expect to spend a lot of money to buy a simple leather armor, but in turn he knew that he was making money through the game, so he didn't have to feel sorry and invest in himself. Henson sighed heavily, because he knew that he was already finished with the outfit, and now he needed to go to the castle immediately. The castle was further away than he thought based on the information he had gathered. It was said that one could see the shape of the castle after a few days of riding, but since he had run here on foot, it would take longer than he had expected. But he had an advantage over the research corps since he was alone. He was content since he had the power of a god. He also had a divine relic, but he was still curious about how strong the skill would be. At the same time, private residence Mayor Dornum received a new visitor. He looked closely at the man and asked if everything was okay with preparation and the investigative corps. The guild master of the superhuman guild, Reiner, said with a smile that with the mayor's help, everything was going well. Dornum looked at the man with a fierce grin and said that he spoke very well because he knew where to suck up, so he liked him very much. The man laughed and said that was true. Reiner in turn was burning with rage because the mayor irritated him, but he still needed to support him. Reiner looked at the mayor with a fierce grin because he knew that he could tolerate him since the profit was huge, although his first plan failed because high-level users got in their way. Dornum said that he had entrusted him with an order from the emperor himself, so he should quickly complete the recruitment of the research corps. The man smiled and said that of course he would do everything, and soon enough everyone would be ready and they could set off. Dornum smiled and said that this was very good, and a moment later he handed him a small seal. Reiner was taken aback, but at the same moment he accepted the sign and thanked the mayor. Trembling, he looked at the mark that symbolized the commander or knight of the Survey Corps, the mark of the Iron Blood Monarch. He understood that if he used this mark, he would be able to dominate the arrogant people. The mayor looked closely at his subordinate and said with a smile that he had placed great hopes on him. The mayor hoped that the man would not disappoint him or the emperor. Reiner looked at the mayor with a smile and said that he could rely on him with confidence. Reiner was furious and cursed the mayor in his mind. He knew that if he did everything well, then they would recognize his contribution. But he knew that he could be thrown under the bus if something did not go according to plan. A moment later, the man bowed and said it was time for him to leave. Reiner sighed heavily because he knew that even though it was humiliating, he had to endure it a little longer. Reiner understood that Dornum could soon become a nobleman, after which he could resign as mayor, and then this place would be empty, but he could give him the post of mayor. Reiner looked into the distance with a satisfied smile, because he knew that it would only take them 10 days to reach the castle, and if everything worked out as planned, he would soon become very rich. At the same time, there was a commotion in the eastern square of the city. Everyone applied for membership in the research corps. The manager of the superhuman guild, Adolf, sighed heavily and asked everyone their level with hostility. After he found out the level, he gave each person a task. But in turn, Adolf sighed heavily because instead of mobilizing knights or hunters, they used users since they are cheaper. But he knew that only members of their guild would enter the castle, and the rest would be tasked with exploring the area around the castle. He was puzzled and did not understand why they were recruiting so many people. He would rather hunt than just sit in one place. They took on such a task because of this and made a big profit. But a moment later he was taken aback and looked at the young lady in surprise. Adolf knew that the game only allowed 10 different appearances, which meant that she was as beautiful as she was in real life. Adolf looked at the young lady with a fierce grin and said that she should tell him her class, level, and also her name. She glared at him, not understanding why he was asking her name when he only asked the guys before her for their level. But she knew she had to be patient. Hanaseo said she was a level 110 mage. Adolf smiled and said that she had a very beautiful name. He said with a smile that he would do everything to ensure that she got a good role. She was furious, but still politely thanked him. She sighed heavily and with lightning speed left the young man. At the same time, he looked after her with admiration. Hanaseo knew very well that she had to get to the castle. Hanaseo was furious, but she knew she had to ignore young men like him. Adolf looked closely after the young lady, for he knew that she must be near him, but at the same time he called the next one. He looked at the young man in surprise as he saw that he was wearing a mask. He sighed heavily and asked the young man to name his level. Adolf looked at the young man with fury as he addressed him with an informal speech. He understood that if this were a normal situation, he would have already killed him, as he was simply a rude person. But in this situation, he simply gave him the task and told him to get out of his sight immediately. Adolf looked at the young man with fury, as he didn't even say thank you in response. He knew that when they went to the castle, he would find him and deal with him as quickly as possible. Henson, in turn, sighed heavily, as if he hadn't gotten lost, he wouldn't have had to rely on the research corps. He realized that he was a bit stupid because he ran for a very long time without a map, because he was thinking only about the skill and the relic. Henson was puzzled because he knew that if he had been able to predict something like this would happen in advance, he would have immediately contacted the research corps and not wasted his time. But he knew he could blame no one but himself. At the same time, the young man was put under close surveillance. Cho Minwoo was burning with rage and anger, and he was also extremely disappointed. The young man told his manager that they were close to each other, but for some reason passed by. Cho Minwoo was furious because he didn't understand why they didn't notice each other. But he knew that if they worked together, things would go more smoothly. Cho Minwoo knew that there was no doubt that he didn't know that she was related to his class because he owned the chains and the Reaper. He understood that it was fate that they met each other like this. But they were shocked and didn't understand why he let her go so easily. Cho Minwoo didn't understand why the young man didn't ask her to cooperate with him, since they were related by the same class. But they understood that, looking from the perspective of a young user, meeting someone related to Thanatos in such a situation where they didn't know each other, of course he was cautious. The young man looked at his supervisor intently and said that besides that, if he was not noticed, then it was the right decision to leave quickly. But they were still surprised because there was no information about the young lady in the young user's window at all, and they did not understand why. Cho Minwoo thought for a moment. He understood that the young people most likely had different tasks. After a few minutes of checking, he realized that they had completely different tasks, because the task of the user Henson was to find traces, and the task of the user Han Seo was to prevent the resurrection of snakes. He understood that something was wrong with this situation. He was furious because he could not influence their decision. But all he could do was pray that everything wouldn't go to hell. In front of the eastern entrance to Vienna, a crowd gathered, which was heading straight into the city. Henson saw that the organizers had managed to gather a lot of people, but he knew they couldn't accommodate them all. Henson, on top of that, the famous superhuman guild shared their tasks with other users, and he was sure that they had their own plan for this. Henson was very aware of the fact that he had to be patient until he reached the castle. He knew that once he saw the castle, he would abandon the guild and run away like a madman. Besides, he was a little puzzled and worried because he did not understand why the young man was looking at him so intently. Henson looking at the young man, he remembered him as he gave him the task. Henson sighed heavily, as he knew the young man was just being petty. He wondered if the man was staring at him so intently because he was speaking to him informally. He supposed he might be getting on the young man's nerves. Adolf looked at the young man with fury because he knew that he had a low level. He did not understand how he dared to avoid him and not pay attention to him. He was furious because the young man looked down on him. He knew that soon night would come, and they would have a break, and then he would catch him. A moment later, he was taken aback as he saw a notice from his commander. The commander was telling his subordinate to give the order for a search, and they would secretly slip away and go to the castle and take all the most valuable things. He was saying that he now had a badge, and he had the authority to carry out the task. Reiner informed the young man that it would take a few days in real time, so they could reduce the number of participants. He told the young man that until he gave him the signal, he should do his best not to get tired of it. Adolf was surprised as his commander planned to fool the guild. He sighed heavily as he knew that this was a good opportunity, but if anything went wrong, his commander would put all the blame on him. He sighed heavily and looked around as he did not see the young lady anywhere. A moment later, he turned around and saw the young man. Burning with rage, he wanted to kill him immediately. Henson sighed heavily as the young man kept staring at him, and he could assume that he would come for him tonight. Henson looked at his future opponent with a fierce grin. He was well aware of the fact that if this was a sneak attack, then his plan would work. But he already knew about it and was not going to just wait for the enemy to come to him. Sometime later, the man announced to everyone that they would be taking a break for a few hours in real time. Henson converted the real-time clock to the game time and realized that this break was very long. He heard the other mercenaries talking to each other as they wanted to log out of the system and then reconnect. Sometime later, the young man sat quietly by the fire. He was informed that his exclusive assignment was ongoing, and until he found the first trace, his sleepwalking would be closed. Henson, in turn, was very glad that he would not be disturbed by his sleepwalking. But a moment later, he rose from his place, for he knew that he would soon be attacked. He knew that he must lure his enemy deeper into the forest. A moment later, he slowly walked into the depths of the forest. While the young man watched him closely, Adolf looked after his opponent with a grin, because he knew that the victim was walking to his own death. For some time, Adolf watched his opponent closely from afar. He looked at the young man with a smirk, since he dared to talk to him informally, and he had a class of rare rank. He was burning with rage and malice, since he wanted to deal with him quickly. After a few seconds, he rushed at his opponent, as he wanted to strike him from behind. But a moment later, he froze in place as he heard the sound of a chain. He was shocked, not understanding how a low-level person could do something like that. But in turn, Henson turned around and looked at his opponent with no less surprise. Adolf was in shock. He did not understand what kind of expression the young man had on his face, since he was also shocked, and more importantly, he did not notice the chains in his hands. But a moment later, he was taken aback as chains pierced him from all sides. Henson, in turn, was seriously excited and surprised because he saw the Reaper's chains, but they were not his. A moment later, the young man was notified that he had taken major damage and was stunned for a few seconds. Adolf was in shock as the chains ignored his defense and penetrated through it even as he added the effect. He was informed that his soul was bound to the Reaper's chains and he would be defenseless for a few seconds, and he was unable to fight back. Henson froze in surprise because he didn't understand what was happening at all. A moment later, Adolf was informed that he had died, and at the same time, he was forced to log out of the system, and as punishment, he would not be able to log in for 24 hours, real time. The young lady looked at the young man intently and said that she followed him just in case, but she never thought that he would attack him. She looked at her companion intently and asked if he was all right. Henson froze in place and looked at the young lady in surprise. He was surprised and wondered if this was some kind of joke. He understood that since she could use the Reaper chains, he was sure that she had a class related to Thanatos. In addition to that, the Mary chain was a legendary rank skill. He understood that the woman was of legendary rank. She timidly asked for forgiveness and asked if he was okay. The young man, taken aback, said that he was okay and that no one had attacked him. She sighed heavily and said that since they weren't sure if there were others, she suggested that he go to a safe place. He sighed heavily and said that he was very grateful to her for helping him, but there was nothing more she needed to do for him. Henson turned around with lightning speed and said goodbye to the young lady. He knew it was best to hide information about himself, since he was not sure whether she was an enemy or an ally. Henson walked quickly into the forest. He knew that his ability to wield power was at stake now, and he had to be careful with everyone. Hanaseo, in turn, looked intently and surprised after the young man. She was shocked and didn't understand what had happened and why she felt empty now. At the same time, at the headquarters, the young people were closely watching the game, Cho Min-woo was furious and did not understand why the young user did not want to contact the young lady because they were related to the same class. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily as he now, thinking, rationally understood the young man. He understood that, on top of everything else, they had different tasks. The young man's task was to find the trail, and the young lady's task was to block the snake's resurrection. Cho Min-woo looked at the game with a puzzled expression and sighed heavily as he said that he had a feeling that everything was going to go wrong soon. He was puzzled because he knew that something sinister was brewing. Henson knew that before the woman realized, he was going to pick up the trail and then run. He knew that was the best thing he could do right now. A moment later, everyone was told that the break was over and it was time for them to move out. The young people were surprised and did not understand why they were suddenly leaving, but they assumed that something like this would happen. The organizers wanted to leave those who left the system behind. They understood that they could not expect anything else from the guild, and some said that they should not have accepted so many people. Henson looked around carefully as he realized that they were all on guard now because of the young man who had recently died, but he hoped that they would not find out that he had died while following him. At the same time, the young man called his friend and said that he had died. The man was furious because he wanted to know what had happened. The young man told him everything that had happened to him. The man sighed heavily as he understood that he had to do everything himself. A moment later, he entered the game and looked around carefully. In the crowd, he saw a young man and recognized him because he was the only one wearing a mask. He knew he had to watch the young man so that it would not be noticeable. Rainer was furious and did not understand how the young man dared to contact him. Thanks to the intelligence corps, he could have achieved great success, gained public interest, and received a noble title. He looked closely at the young man because he knew that they would leave him alone, and he would not leave the others alone either, who would try to take away from him what was achievable. At the same time, the young lady looked at her notification in confusion. She did not understand how such a task could exist because it was too vague, because it was written that she needed to block the resurrection, but it was not written how she should do something like that. She knew that if it was a simple destruction, then she would understand what to do. But now her head hurt from all the thoughts. She was puzzled. She didn't understand why she had received such a bad task. Hanaseo say one thing for sure. She couldn't let people into the castle. A moment later, she looked in surprise at the man who was in front of them, as he was looking sideways at the young man. She was surprised and didn't understand why the master of the superhuman guild was watching the young man. After some thought, she realized that the manager with the keys in his hair had contacted him. She was puzzled because she knew that since the guy wasn't from the guild, she had made a mistake. Hanaseo was a little puzzled and wondered if the young man had become a target for them because of her. She turned around and stared at the young man, as judging by his equipment, he was at level 100. But she understood that even if she informed him, he would not be able to do anything. But in turn, she wondered why he decided to participate in the task. Hanaseo sighed heavily as she knew that she couldn't do anything and she just had to protect him even though she saved him. He was suspected because of her. Hanaseo thought with a smile that if she saved him again, he would be very grateful to her. That same evening, the young people looked at each other as they learned how many people were left and how much time had passed since the beginning of their journey. At the same time, Henson looked at everyone closely. He wondered if he should take a break, since he thought that a few hours of real time would be enough for him. But at the same time, he was a little wary and puzzled as he did not understand why they all continued to watch him. As they watched him openly, he had many thoughts. He didn't know if there was something else going on, or if it was a strategy to watch him on purpose so that he would know about it. But be that as it may, he understood that he was indifferent to their attention. But they saw that he was running away and therefore went after him. They were shocked and ran after the young man, but he was very fast. Henson, in turn, understood that if they could not catch him at such speed, it meant that their reaction speed was lower than his. He hoped they weren't pretending, and he would respect them if it was real acting. But in turn, the young man wondered if he should put an end to this. A moment later, the young men sneered and stared at their opponent as they finally caught him. They knew they should have dealt with him sooner instead of trying to figure out who his ally was. Henson paused for a moment and wondered if they were talking about the woman who had saved him earlier. He knew with her skills she would never have gotten caught. Henson reported that the young man who had died earlier might have informed them of what had happened. Now that he thought about it, It was obvious that he had sent the message into the team chat after logging out. Henson sighed heavily as he realized that he had screwed up. The young men looked at him mockingly and asked if he had just realized this. Looking at their opponent, they assumed that he had already surrendered to them. Henson glanced at them sideways with a fierce grin on his face. He knew that this was the best opportunity to test his strength and the new skills he had recently acquired. A moment later, he rushed towards his opponent with lightning speed. The man was shocked, as he did not expect this. Henson dealt his opponent a crushing blow, and in doing so, he activated the anomalous nightmare, thereby causing his opponent to hallucinate and suffer pain for several seconds. But at that very moment, he rushed towards the other young men and with lightning speed dealt them blow after blow. He was informed that he had hit a vital spot and his opponent had been dealt a critical blow. Henson noted that the young man had not died, but he expected nothing less from the high level. A moment later, the man shouted to his comrades to be careful, because if they were hit by a critical hit, they would receive an anomaly, so they must avoid taking damage. Henson glared at his opponents as he was starting to get used to this, but he knew he should be more calm. A moment later, the young man rushed at his opponent and shouted to his comrades to attack him as well. Henson looked at his enemy, who was pressing towards him. With a cold fury on his face, he saw that his opponent used poison, but he wondered if he had a secret weapon in his left hand. Henson knew that the young man would most likely not take the initiative and would most likely attack from behind. But at that very moment, Henson dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, and he screamed at the top of his voice. Henson was momentarily taken aback as he received notifications that were interesting and that informed him that he had received bonuses. Henson grinned fiercely at his opponent, thinking that it would be nice to hunt the hunters every now and then. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback and looked back, as he saw an arrow that flew past him, almost hitting his shoulder. At that very moment, he threw the blade at his opponent. The blade hit the target straight on and the man screamed in pain. A few seconds later, he pulled out another blade from his inventory. But he did not stop there, and with the speed of lightning, he dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, while he rushed towards another opponent. The man was furious and shouted at his comrades to block all the blows. Henson charged with cold fury at the young man, who also wielded a sword. The young man was surprised, as his opponent was strong, but a moment later, due to some actions of his opponent, he lost his only weapon. Henson turned gracefully, but froze for a moment as he heard a man rushing towards him with an axe in his hand. Henson threw his blade at another opponent. The man screamed in pain as the knee hit him in the body, and the armor did not help him. At the same time, Henson concentrated as he wanted to direct his true power at the enemy. A moment later, he did so, and his force rushed at the speed of sound towards the man who had just fired the arrow at him. At that very second, the man screamed in furious pain. Henson opened his inventory because he wanted to take another blade. He was glad at that moment that he had a full supply of them. Henson quickly grabbed the blade, but at that very moment a man attacked him, but he managed to repel the attack. The man was burning with rage and anger, but Henson, with ease and grace, used a powerful attack and dealt critical damage to his enemies. A few seconds later, he was notified that the human warrior had died. The young men were shocked because they realized that he was stronger than them. But they still did not give up, and at that very moment, the man shot an arrow at his opponent. Henson saw arrows rushing towards him, but he, with the speed of lightning, cut the arrows in the air. The men were shocked. They did not expect to see anything like this. They understood that looking at the young man, one could say that he was simply crazy. Henson looked at the young men with a smile and said that it seemed so. A moment later, he easily dealt with all the others. Sometime later, he received bonus points and also many items. But he was glad that on top of that, he got some great footage. And after a few seconds, he stopped the recording. But in turn, he really liked the moment of the fight where the arrow was cut in half. At first, he was sorry that he missed one, but he was glad that the young man launched another one. He sighed heavily and began to collect items. As he knew that what was happening could become a problem in the future, he understood that he would cause chaos if he returned to the camp. Henson sighed heavily as he knew he needed to take off his mask, knowing he hadn't really had time to take it off since he joined the Survey Corps. But a moment later, he was taken aback and looked at the topographic map of the city in surprise. He was surprised and wondered if such things were not usually found in the guildmasters. He did not understand why such a treasure was in the possession of an ordinary guild member. But still, Henson was very glad that he had come across. Yes, but there was treasure, so he could easily abandon this quest. He knew that he no longer needed to be part of the research corps because he could easily leave and return after he had done his business in reality. Hanaseo, who was following the young man, froze in place in surprise as she did not understand what had happened. She was shocked and wondered if he was that good at fighting. She was stunned by his control. She understood that it was a deception on his part, and this time he again led them into the forest to kill them. Hanaseo understood that he probably didn't plan this on purpose. She felt that as soon as he sensed that they were following him, he misled them. She was surprised when he was collecting items, and seeing the map, he was taken aback and immediately left after he found it. Hanaseo was surprised and at the same time confused because she didn't know what would happen next. She knew that she had to follow him, but at that very moment she wanted to go out for a while. Sometime later, Henson was actively fighting monsters. Henson used the Song of Thanatos on them. The monsters were stunned and froze in place, unable to move. And at the same time, after using his skills, they easily disappeared. Henson didn't stop and continued to rush along the intended path. He assumed that by now the guildmaster knew that he had a map, but at least he just needed to move in this direction. But a moment later he was taken aback and stopped as he heard some noise. But he did not linger because he thought that he had imagined it, and at that very moment he continued on his way. At the same time, the young lady looked intently at the young man. She was surprised and did not understand what kind of skills he had. Hanaseo was well aware of the fact that hunting these monsters alone usually took between 1 and 5 minutes, but he killed 3 of them in just a few seconds. Hanaseo was burned out as he simply killed them while passing by. Hanaseo followed the young man with surprise as she knew that he had very strong skills in addition to control, but he didn't really look strong. Looking at his fights, she assumed that he had at least a heroic skill. A few seconds after watching the fight, she assumed that he might have a legendary level. She saw that his control was good, but that meant that his class ranks were also quite high. But if we talk about his control, then there was also a chance that he had a high class and rank. She knew that if she created a guild later, then he had to be recruited first. She was shocked as this time he managed to do it in just a few seconds. She wondered if it was because of the cooldown time of his skills. Hanaseo watched in admiration as he dodged and used his sword. And at the same time, he was doing more damage because he was twisting his body and attacking. He understood that he didn't need to use chains. Hanaseo was amazed because he was collecting items very quickly. The young lady froze in place for a moment as she realized that he was simply magnificent. She was surprised because he was even able to dodge the attack by simply jumping up. At the same time, the man was burning with rage in real time. As his subordinates told him the sad news, he understood that they could not even do anything right. He was furious because he believed that the young man who wore the mask was quite a strong opponent. He understood that if the young man had a map, then he would immediately arrive at the castle. And since he still hadn't logged out of the game, he needed to log out for at least a few hours of real time. He understood that if he brought a special group with him, he would be able to get to the castle first, so he wanted to create a separate group with only fast young people. At the same time, Henson was rushing towards the castle, but he was confused because he did not know when he would arrive there. It seemed to him that half a day of the game had already passed. He was very upset because he could not increase his level. But a moment later he stopped because he saw something very suspicious. Henson noted in the aftermath that they had formed a new group after the 5 died. It was the obvious next step. Henson thought for a moment, because if you look at their speed, it would seem that they were moving as fast as possible, just like him, and he was sure that he would see them as soon as he got to the castle. And looking at the tracks they left, he counted the maximum number of people. He knew that if they were of a lower level than him, he could easily deal with them. Henson looked into the distance with a grin, as he knew he needed to speed up a little. He knew that because of the quest, points and karma were being accumulated, and so now was the best time to fight face to face. And besides, unlike monsters, the higher the user's level, the more he would get. Although he didn't get experience points, he could get BS items and good footage. He understood that the video was very popular right now, so he had to try hard. A moment later he stopped as he found a group of young people. Henson quietly hid behind a tree, reading the number of young people. Looking at their equipment, he assumed that they were of a much higher level than him. He assumed that the men might be the guildmaster's direct subordinates. He understood that they were definitely stronger than the ones he had fought before. Henson sighed heavily as he had already planned the fight, and he knew that if nothing changed, he would win the fight. A moment later, he looked at the men with cold fury, who could not even imagine that he was right behind them. At the same time, the young people were discussing what had happened earlier. They discussed their comrades in battle and thought that, most likely, they made up the story that he cut the arrow in half in the air. They did not understand how he managed to kill so many people. They said that the guildmaster was capable, but he was still a coward. The man sighed heavily and said that he would like to quickly hand over the shift and go to bed, as he was tired of their conversations. But a moment later, they were taken aback and flinched, as they knew that there shouldn't be any monsters nearby that could use such skills. The man looked into the distance and said that someone had prepared an ambush for them, but at that moment he did not have time to finish speaking, since they were all charmed. Within a few seconds, they would have to run towards the performer of the skill. They were in shock because they did not understand what was happening, since their body moved on its own. They were confused and didn't understand what was going on at all, since they couldn't even use their equipment or skills. But a moment later, they clearly saw in front of them a young man who was rushing towards them. They were taken aback because they saw a black dark mask on his face. At that very moment, they unexpectedly received critical damage. Then a nightmare was imposed on them, and for several seconds, they will have hallucinations and pain. Writhing in pain and bursting into tears, they screamed that they would kill him. But he used his power with lightning speed, and everyone was damaged. A few seconds later, the young man was rushing towards Henson with rage. But the man froze in place as he realized that the enemy was attacking him. A few seconds later, everyone was lying on the ground, writhing in pain. Unfortunately, they could not move. The young man was taken aback as he received a notification that he had received critical damage and would be stunned for a few seconds. He was asked to be careful as he only had a few % of his stamina left. Henson dealt with the rest with lightning speed, but only one enemy remained. Henson was jubilant as he had dealt with almost everyone, and at the same time his title had increased. His experience points had also increased, and he was happy about it. But he glanced sideways and realized that the young people had arrived too quickly. Henson quickly took stock of his new enemies. At the same time, the master was screaming in rage, as he could not find all the rest of his group. Henson looked at the man with a fierce grin. Knowing he had to give him his regards, he used his power, and a moment later a hail of bullets came raining down on them. Everyone was stunned as suddenly they were attacked and bullets pierced them despite their strong armor. Rainer was furious. He shouted at the young man to come out and fight right now. Henson just looked at the man with a smirk, as he wanted him to just try to find him. Henson wanted them to keep doing what they were doing with no way out. Because in the game, when someone got preemptively hit, they became enemies and couldn't get out of the game. But after a few minutes, they were informed that since there had been no battle for several minutes, the combat mode had been canceled. The young men were very surprised because they did not understand why their enemy had not attacked. They wanted to know what he was doing now. But a moment later, they were again dealt a preemptive strike, and he went into combat mode. Rainer shouted furiously at his opponent that if he was a man, he should show himself. But the young man only looked at them with a smirk, as he could do this all night. They were again informed that there was no battle, and the battle mode was canceled. But a few seconds later, the young man struck them again. He continued these manipulations for 10 minutes. Rainer was burning with anger and fury, so he shouted at the young man to come out immediately. But at the same time, he did not spare various curses at him. A moment later, Henson asked with a smirk if he really needed to go out, and the guildmaster was taken aback. But a moment later, he saw his opponent in front of him and looked at him with cold fury. His companions were furious, so they shouted that they would deal with him immediately. But after a few seconds, they were bound as the young man used his skill on them. The skill was devastating, and the young men disappeared into thin air with the speed of lightning. Henson watched them dissolve with a smirk, knowing that since he had just killed the guildmaster, he would not be able to connect to the game for 5 days. He was glad of this phenomenon because he knew that now he should not hurry, and at the same time he collected all their beautiful things. But for a moment he was taken aback and thoughtful, because he had previously assumed that the only obstacle he had left was the woman he had met earlier. He assumed that she was loaded, and therefore he did not need to worry about her much. Having come to this conclusion, he decided to leave the game. The next day he was having breakfast with his sister and noticed that she looked very tired. Huna sighed heavily and said that they knew what happened to their guild leader. But since yesterday she had been hunting at a breakneck speed, so she was dying because she was trying to catch up with her. He smiled and asked if she really liked to leave quickly. Huna was there and said that it was not so, and before she thought more for safety, but suddenly she changed. But thanks to this, she raised her level. Henson saw that his sister was crying, but he also saw that she was having a lot of fun, and it seemed to him that she liked her older sister. He looked at his sister with a smile and said that from listening to her stories, it seemed to him that there weren't many people in her guild. She smiled and said that it was true. She knew it was a good sign that he was interested in her guild. Henson looked at his sister closely and asked how their guild operated, since they had so few people. He wanted to know how she managed the area. The young lady smiled and said that since the tasks for each guild were different, all guilds acted differently and their goals were also different. She said with a smile that there are guilds that block others from entering the area because of the dungeon. But this also can't go on for long. She smiled and said that there are many guilds like them that just want to play the game and have fun. Looking at her brother, she smiled and said that usually everyone in the guild would gather for a raid or when they got a high-level dungeon. And other than that, they would just travel or chat with other guild members. He looked at her with a smile as if it was truly interesting. She smiled and asked her brother if he wanted to join their guild. He said with a smile that he might, but he had no thoughts about joining right now. The young lady was surprised, not understanding why he would say such a thing. As he left, he said with a smile that with his level right now, he would just be a burden, and if he wanted to join, it would only be after he became a little stronger. She sighed heavily as she thought she had almost convinced him. Henson looked into the distance with a smile, as he knew that he had to be worthy of his sister, because if her brother's level was too low, she would be ashamed of him. He knew that since he had already eaten, he could go and do some exercise. As he was leaving his room, he suddenly stopped. He thought for a moment, since he could use the footage he got yesterday when he killed the guildmaster. He knew that although it was sad, he didn't think he would lose much. He knew that the fight he had fought before was even better than the fight with his immediate subordinates, since everything looked completely different ever since he started using the dagger. He really liked the last part where he cut the arrow. He knew it was going to be an epic moment. With a smile, he sent this video to his friend. Sometime later, the young man was training in the old way, while he was watching various news. He heard the organization of a research corps mentioned. However, it was said that the superhuman guild that ran the research corps had committed atrocities, so everyone was curious about what really happened. The man looked at his colleagues and said that they were originally a famous guild, but then they received public anger from many users. The young lady was surprised because she did not understand what happened. The man sighed heavily and said in a puzzled tone that the guild was entrusted with the role of leaders, yet they intended to abandon people. He was furious because he knew that they were supposed to guide them, but they used that role to exploit and abandon people. Henson sighed heavily as he watched the interview, as he noticed that they were telling the story as if they had lived it themselves. The man informed his colleagues that unfortunately, no one could find the master now. They could not find his immediate subordinates among the research corps, although this was not confirmed, but the users who were part of the corps had a strong opinion regarding Togo that they could go to the castle in separate groups. Henson was surprised as he now understood how things had turned out. The man said that, in connection with this, a large number of guild members also left the corps. Jisoo was furious and shouted that she completely agreed with them and that this should not happen again, because controlling others and manipulating them is too much for a game where people just want to have fun. Henson, for his part, was not worried about the guild. He was more concerned about the woman he had encountered earlier. He hoped that she had not yet received the map, since he unfortunately did not know whether she was a friend or an enemy. But he knew that it did not matter at all what happened, since he needed to get to the castle first. At the same time, the young man was closely examining the video that his friend had previously sent him. He noticed that his friend looked like an honest man, but his style was the complete opposite of chivalrous. Although it looked rough, this video was effective, and on top of that, there was a lot of violence in it. Jawan looked closely at his friend's fight, as he knew that he was just crazy. But still, it seemed to him that his friend had already adapted. A moment later, he looked back and told his friends to listen carefully because a new video was out. The young men looked at the video with bewilderment, as they knew that this video would be the first in terms of views. They were shocked and thought that the young man was simply crazy. Huan, while training the young man, noticed that his innate speed and endurance increased every day. Huang was confident that in addition to martial arts, he also did basic physical training because his learning speed was very commendable. On top of that, he saw his determined face. He was amazed because, excluding his items, he was a real monster. Henson, in turn, dealt blow after blow to his mentor with ease and grace. Huang knew perfectly well that he should not tell his student what he had noticed. He looked at his student intently, since with this spear he could defeat him easily. But in turn he wondered if there was anyone who could master the spear so quickly. He looked at his student with confidence and realized that there were no such people. A moment later he was taken aback as he saw the young man rushing forward with lightning speed, striking him with blow after blow. He was shocked as he knew his speed was astonishing. Henson practiced constantly and landed blow after blow on his mentor with ease. Huang in turn blocked his student's blow, but he was taken aback by surprise. A moment later he sighed heavily and said that they should stop for today as he had cut his palms. Huang sighed heavily and told his student that they needed to move to the master's room and look at his wound. Henson looked closely at his palm because the sensations in real battles are completely different. He was surprised, but at the same time he really liked it. Henson thanked the master with a smile for treating his wound and also said that they would see each other tomorrow. The man was shocked. He did not expect this and did not understand what the young man wanted to achieve. Henson looked at his master with bewilderment, but he looked away in my direction and asked his student to rest a little and wait until his palms healed. Henson smiled and asked if this wasn't the best time to quickly turn them into calluses. The man sighed heavily and said that it was. Henson said with a smile that then he would be tomorrow. Since this pain, which he had not had for a long time, the man was taken aback and froze in shock on the spot because he knew that this was wrong. But unfortunately, he did not know what to answer. As he left, the young man said with a joyful smile that they would definitely see each other tomorrow, and also thanked his mentor for his hard work. The man froze in place, not knowing what to answer. That same evening, the young man looked at his companions and said that he had recently been thinking about the name of his YouTube channel, but he didn't know where to start, so he asked if they had any ideas. Huna was surprised and asked her brother if he was really a YouTuber. He smiled and said that it wasn't like that, and his friend was helping him with it. Jawan created a video editing company, but he felt like his friend was only caring about him, so he asked him to come up with a good nickname, but he couldn't think of anything. Huna asked her brother what the concept was. He said he heard his friend would upload a lot of videos and show several styles of play. He sighed heavily and said that unfortunately he couldn't think of anything. They looked at him intently as they considered their options. A moment later, Madame asked them with a smile if they liked the Ashura variant, and they looked at her in surprise. She smiled and said that in an old cartoon, there was a character named Baron Ashura. He was half woman and half man, and also had many arms and a three-line sword, a god named Ashura, so she assumed that this name would suit him perfectly. They looked at the young man with joyful smiles, as the idea was very good. He smiled and agreed with them, and also noted that the name sounded great. After their dinner together, he sank into the capsule. But at the same time, he was thinking about a new name. Since it really suited him well and kept on the tip of his tongue, he knew that he had to tell his friend about it tomorrow. He also knew that the guildmaster would be able to log into the game again, so he had to head straight to the castle. After immersing himself in the game, he began to warm up, as he knew that he would be running a lot. Opening the map, he noticed that the castle was still far away, and therefore assumed that the journey would take about a few days. Henson sighed as his stretch was complete, and now he had to move on. But a moment later he stopped, as he heard someone calling him. The young lady looked at the young man intently and said that he could not go. He looked at her in surprise because he did not understand why she looked so angry, because she had not been like that before. But what amazed him more was that she knew where he would be. He asked for forgiveness in what she was trying to say. She looked at him with fierce rage and said that he would not pass. Henson was taken aback and froze for a moment, as he felt somehow uneasy about her tone. Some time ago, a young lady was closely watching a young man who was dealing with his offenders. She was amazed as he instantly killed many, and what's more, they were high-level players. She was impressed not only by his control, but also by his skill. Watching the young man, Hanasho guessed that he also had a high-ranking class. But a moment later she was taken aback as she heard the head of the superhuman guild screaming in rage and demanding that the young man show himself. She looked at this spectacle in surprise, as she noticed that the young man was playing cat and mouse with them. But a moment later, Hanaseo looked into the distance with no less surprise. She was shocked because she saw that they were tied up and could not move. Every time she saw him at work, she got goosebumps on her back. But a moment later, the young lady noticed that he had left the game. She sighed heavily, as she knew that she had to wait for him. Hanaseo suggested that after getting rid of the superhumans, he felt he needed a rest, as he deserved it. She decided to go out for about an hour and a half because she hoped that she would not exchange time with him. An hour and a half later, she returned. Looking back, she noticed that there was no trace of him in sight, and it seemed that he had not yet returned to the game. She was glad, as she wanted to wait for him there for a while. Hanaseo knew that even if she missed him, it wouldn't be a big deal since she had the search skill, but she still knew that it would be a shame if she missed any interesting battle. So she decided to wait for him at the scene. She sighed heavily, as she had waited for him for 10 game hours. After 20 in-game hours, nothing had changed, and she continued to wait for him. After 30 in-game hours, she sighed heavily, as she assumed that he was most likely just sleeping. She was puzzled because she knew that they had not set a time for the meeting, and he was not late anywhere, but still she wanted to wait a little longer. But the next morning she was burning with rage because she did not understand why he had not returned after 40 hours of real time. She was not like herself. But after some time, she finally got lucky and saw him. She was furious and couldn't let him go that easily because she had to talk to him. Jumping down from the tree, she rushed towards him and shouted with fury that he was not going anywhere. The young man froze for a moment in surprise, as he did not expect this. They looked at each other in silence for a while. He was surprised and didn't know how long she had been in this place, because he didn't even notice the surveillance. He sighed heavily because he understood that she was not so simple. He knew that she was not a pawn of the guildmaster, otherwise he would already be dead. Henson assumed that he would most likely survive if he chose his expression correctly, because if he made a mistake somewhere, he could easily die. He understood that he didn't need levels at all, because he needed a unique reward, so he was ready to do everything in order not to miss it. Hanaseo looked at the young man closely. After all, she was going to the castle and just wanted to watch his battles for a little while longer, but unfortunately she knew that she wouldn't be able to do something like that. After all, she couldn't fail the task. At the same time, the headquarters were closely watching the young people. Cho Minwoo was furious because he did not understand why they behaved in such a way. He knew that they had almost the same tasks, but they could not cooperate. At that moment, the young man was glad that the youth had killed the guildmaster. Henson looked at the young lady and asked timidly what she had just said. She was puzzled, for she did not know what she should do or what she should say, but she knew that she had to be honest. She sighed heavily and, looking at her companion, said that now in the process of completing the task, it consisted of not letting anyone into the castle. She knew that this was not entirely true, but not entirely a lie either. Henson looked closely at his companion, knowing that she was hiding something, although he understood her. A moment later, he said that he knew what the task was. He looked at her intently and said that he was talking about Wyvern. She was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face and asked what he was talking about. A moment later, he spoke of the god of death and sleep. She froze for a moment. Looking away from her, he said that he immediately understood everything when he saw her in battle. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. A moment later, he said that she had the same chains as him. At the same time, he pierced the Reaper with chains, a small monster. Henson told the young lady that he had them too. She was surprised because she didn't expect such a thing. She knew that only one person could get the legendary class. She didn't understand how it happened that they had the same ability. She wondered if he could copy her circuits, but she knew that it didn't explain what he knew about her mission. She clearly understood that copying abilities didn't work on higher-ranked classes, and he also knew about the god of death and sleep. Henson looked at the young lady closely and said that, well, he wasn't sure what her task was, but he needed to go to the castle because of a class quest. She looked at him in confusion and asked why she should trust him. Henson smiled and said that he also had a legendary class and was associated with the god of death and sleep. She looked at him with disbelief and wondered if this was possible. She sighed heavily because she knew it was simply impossible. As far as she knew, Thanatos was the strongest side in the game world. She thought that such a powerful being could still afford to have several legendary classes under his command. Henson smiled and with lightning speed pulled out a small map from his inventory and said that he had a map that proved that he had the castle quest. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what the map had to do with it. Henson looked at the young lady intently, as he had already memorized the map, so he would get to the castle anyway. But if someone took it from him, then there would be problems. And if the young lady took the map, then she would be able to get there first. Henson hastily handed the card to the young lady and said that it was an item that had fallen from the superhumans. He sighed heavily and said that the time she saved him, he was luring that guy into the forest to kill him later, but he still thanked her. Henson looked closely at his companion, seeing that she had not responded. He wondered if he had made a mistake, but knew he had to be careful. She sighed heavily and said she knew. He looked at her in bewilderment. She said she knew he was going to kill him. Hanaseo said that she also knew that he first killed a squad of 5 people, and then the reinforcements. He looked at her with bewilderment. The young man was puzzled as he realized that she had been stalking him for a long time, and practically openly admitted that she had been on his tail all this time. He understood that she was definitely hiding something. Hanaseo sighed heavily as she had let it slip. Hanaseo looked at the young man as he was telling her the truth. Hanaseo knew it was her turn now, and so she apologized for stalking him when she shouldn't have done that. She said she had been doing that since he got the card. Hanaseo looked at the young man closely and asked if their missions were similar. He said that he didn't know for sure if that was the case, since their roles were different, even though they were both related to the god of death and sleep. Hanaseo looked at the young man intently and said that he was right, and her task was to prevent the snakes from being resurrected. She also said that there were no instructions in the task text. He looked at her in surprise, since you were his assignments and everything was written out in detail. But still the young man was puzzled because he did not understand why they had different tasks, because she was not looking for traces, but trying to prevent the resurrection. But he assumed that she could lie to him. She sighed heavily and said that they had very annoying skills. She, of course, understood everything, that he was the god of death and sleep. But there were many more sleep skills than death skills. They also had few active skills and a lot of passive ones. She also asked who he preferred to roleplay. He looked at her and said that he liked to deal damage. Since the young lady spoke very quickly, he assumed that she was not a liar, since it was impossible, in his opinion, to make up such a thing quickly. She talked incessantly, and he assumed that something had happened to her. Henson sighed heavily and said that he had a sleep skill that really pissed him off. Unfortunately, he was also boiling inside, and he began to tell her everything. A moment later, she looked at him in bewilderment, but after a few seconds, she said that they had a lot in common. Looking at the young lady, he now clearly believed and understood that they had a related task. At first, he thought that she was not telling him something or was simply lying to him, but now he saw that she was sincere with him. Henson looked at the young lady as he realized that she was very trusting. He pitied her, but was glad that she was not his enemy. Henson suggested that it would be better if he kept his divine class secret. Henson understood that she was of a lower class than him, since he was a descendant of a god, and therefore superior, so she was his subordinate. He understood that she was weaker than him, and he did not necessarily have to get rid of her, but he was still on his guard. At the same time, the young lady continued to complain with a smile, and he supported her. Henson looked at the young lady with a smile and said that he had been chatting with her for too long and had forgotten to introduce himself. She smiled and also introduced herself and also asked if he had given her real name. He smiled and said that his name was real, but a moment later she asked why he needed a mask. He smiled and said that it was his public persona because he had a YouTube channel. He said with a smile that he was very used to the mask and often forgot that he was wearing it. Hanaseo said that she was not against the mask at all, but a moment later the young lady froze in place in surprise and confusion. She was shocked and knew it was unfair because he was very handsome. She was surprised because she knew he controlled his entire game and his character and had great skills, and he also had great looks. He looked at her in surprise and asked if something was wrong, but the young lady only looked away from him with embarrassment and said that everything was fine. Henson smiled and said that since they had similar tasks, they could go to the castle together. She smiled and agreed with him, and he in turn suggested that she go for a little run, and she agreed. A moment later, they were running together. At the same time, the young lady was deep in her thoughts, As she knew that her companion was very handsome, he also had a legendary class and excellent control, so she knew that he had a great future on YouTube, especially if he took off his mask more often. But the young lady knew that even the mask could not hinder his success. She knew that she had to concentrate on the task. Henson looked at the young lady as he was amazed at her speed because she easily kept up with him. He pressed on a little because he wanted to overtake her. But a moment later, the young lady rushed forward and overtook him. He was shocked and wondered what the difference in levels was between them. At the same time, the young lady was deep in her thoughts as she wanted to send him a friend request. But she knew that she needed to come up with a reason first. But a moment later, she asked him directly. Henson looked at the young lady in surprise, as he did not expect such a thing. She was annoyed, asked if he really thought she wanted this. She shouted that she was just worried that they could miss each other, and besides, he had a map. But she also said that she didn't want to join the team so as not to share the experience. A moment later, he extended his hand to her with a smile and said that he would send a request right away. She extended her hand to him in response, after which they became friends. Some time later, they arrived at the castle. Henson was surprised as it was much larger up close. He did not understand how people built such. Hanaseo looked sideways at the young man, as she knew that they had come a long way, but he was not the least bit tired. She understood that he had a very strong spirit, so with such a set of qualities, he should definitely get into the ranking of the best players. She understood that she also had to give it her all. A moment later, the young man told his companion that they should go forward. He passed through the great barrier with ease, but the young lady froze. She was in shock on the spot and did not understand why she could not go further. A moment later, she received a notification that she could not enter inside and had to guard the entrance to the castle until the task was completed. Hanaseo looked at the young man with excitement and asked if he had received any notifications, as she wanted to know what he had. He was informed that only a descendant of a god could enter, and he could only detect the trace after passing the test. But if the test failed, the wyvern would be resurrected. He hesitated, looking at the young lady. But a moment later, he said with a smile that his notification said he needed to be tested. He knew he couldn't tell her the whole truth. Hanaseo looked at her companion intently and said that she thought the castle appeared because of him. He looked at her in bewilderment, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. Hanaseo, in turn, said that this place seemed to be more connected to him than to her, and it seemed to her that the castle appeared for his sake and his task. He said with a smile that anything could be, but he knew that she was right about everything. Hanaseo looked at her companion with a happy smile and said that in that case, he would have to go through the inspection, and she would guard the castle for now, as written in her notice, because the entrance was only for one. So if someone got to the castle, they would have to deal with her. He looked at her with a smile as he said goodbye and said that in that case he was leaving. Hanaseo was puzzled since her purpose was only to guard, but she knew that they had been running together for a long time, and she wanted to hear something from him before leaving. A moment later, she sighed heavily and used her powers to activate the territory capture skill. She was puzzled because she didn't want to think about something like that, and she wasn't going to leave him either. She was furious and hoped that he would still come back. Hanaseo activated the holy skill a few seconds later. She sighed heavily and looked intently into the distance, fully armed. A moment later, she thrust her staff into the ground and summoned demons. She looked at her subordinates intently and informed them that anyone who dared to take over this place would be killed. She shouted that this was an order, and they must carry out her will. After giving her order, she sighed heavily, as she got goosebumps every time she used this skill. But she still noticed that it was not bad. She sighed heavily and wondered what would happen if he failed the test. But after a moment, she pushed the thoughts away, because she knew that he would definitely pass. And she also really hoped that after he returned, he would thank her for what she did for him. Sometime later, the young man, having walked a long way, came across Vivenu Aquilior. He looked closely at the giant statue, for it was very great, and she looked downright frightening. But a moment later, he was taken aback as the room suddenly began to shake. Henson froze in shock and wondered if she had heard him and spilled the beans the way he had said she would. But he noticed that she hadn't moved. He was surprised as all the stats increased just by looking at her, so he wondered how strong she was. But a moment later, he looked in her direction in surprise, as he heard some kind of crash. He looked at the chair and table in bewilderment, as he did not know where they had suddenly appeared from. A moment later, he was informed that the first stage of the test was beginning, and he had to solve the proposed problems. He was also informed that with each incorrect answer, the difficulty of the next task would increase, and he was given 1 hour to complete it. Henson, in turn, was a little puzzled, as he did not expect this. He looked at his new workplace with bewilderment as he saw a small piece of paper and a pen. The first question was about the god of sleep and death, as he was revered by other great gods, and his greatness was undeniable, so he had to write the full name of the god. Henson sighed heavily and looked closely at the piece of paper with the question. A moment later, he missed the first question. Then he was asked to write the full name of the apostle who served the great God. Henson looked closely at the small piece of paper and skipped the question. A moment later, he saw a bunch of other questions, but decided to skip them all. He knew it didn't matter because he liked a challenge anyway. He was informed that he still had time left, and he had to write down all the answers, and was also warned that the fewer correct answers he gave, the more difficult the next task would be. He sighed heavily, since he still needed to read the text of the task more carefully. He was confused and didn't understand why he even got involved in such an argument. He looked at the statue in front of him with a smirk, as he knew that it was time for him to get punished for his concentration on the lessons. A moment later, he was notified that time was up and the results were being counted. He was notified that all of his answers were incorrect, and so the highest difficulty was activated. But he also saw a notification that the Wyvern's doppelganger had been awakened. Henson looked at his opponent in bewilderment. A moment later, he noticed that his opponent was awakening. Henson looked into the distance with a fierce smile and wondered if he had really increased the monster's power to the maximum. A moment later, there was a loud crash, and his opponent took one step. But he looked at her in surprise and wondered down, was she too nimble? Because he knew that he could die from one blow from her. A moment later, the wyvern roared with a menacing roar. Henson, in turn, was glad that her scream did not impose the horror effect, because his body was already shaking with fear, even without it. A moment later, he was taken aback, as he saw that she was about to step on him with her huge paw. But the young man jumped back with the speed of lightning, and thereby saved his life. He was in shock, but she continued to growl menacingly and advance on him. But the young man easily dodged each collision. He understood that his endurance had decreased due to the avatar's state of shock. So he tried to dodge as much as possible, but at the same time he took off all his equipment and he moved all his belongings into his inventory. Unfortunately, without his sword, he didn't feel so confident, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about it. He knew that he would spend all his remaining skill points right now. At the same time, his opponent growled menacingly and attacked from all sides. Previously, the young man had bought himself the elixir just in case, but now he thought that he would really need it. Henson froze in shock when he saw the large wings on his opponent. He was shocked because he realized that by waving them, she was creating a strong wind that was hindering his movement. With lightning speed, he ran away from his opponent. A moment later, he saw a notification about how much time was left and decided to go ahead, since only a few minutes had passed since their fight began. Henson saw large pieces of rock and decided to hide behind them. He was glad that she left the pieces behind her, as he had somewhere to hide. Henson was puzzled as he realized that it was becoming increasingly difficult to dodge, since his enemy was anticipating his every move. A moment later, she growled a menacing pink and gathered all her strength in order to strike her opponent while she was gathering fire. A moment later, the young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. But in turn, he used the siren's call. His enemy stood frozen in stupor for a moment. At that very moment, he darted to the side with lightning speed. But his opponent was not going to give up, and after a few seconds of stupor, he came to his senses and took a full chest of fire. A few seconds later, he directed his flame fire at his opponent with a furious roar. Henson was shocked and knew it was just crazy because she was still breathing fire. He was in shock because he understood that with one breath, the entire hall would disappear in flames. Henson, he looked at us with puzzlement at his enemy, for he knew that she had been created and solely for destruction, and it was his fault. He was shocked and did not understand how it was possible to defeat her at all, given such a level of difficulty. He looked at his opponent with anger, as he knew that he had to figure out very quickly how to defeat her. A few seconds later, he summoned his blade from his inventory, and calling on his power, he struck his opponent, but only heard some strange sound. He looked at his opponent in confusion as the damage accumulated. A moment later, he looked at his opponent with a satisfied smirk, as his attacks were working, so he realized that he should have tried something like this earlier. With lightning speed, he transformed into his usual form, and after a few seconds, he turned on the recording. But at the same time, he looked at his opponent with a grin, because he knew that a real grand battle would soon begin. At that very moment, he used Thanos' Nocturne on his opponent, and his opponent froze in a stupor, enveloped in his power. A moment later, the young man received a notification that he had landed a powerful attack, and his opponent had taken critical damage. He looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, as he realized after reading the notifications that his opponent would soon go. At the same time, the young man was being watched at headquarters. Cho Min-woo was puzzled because he knew that if the young man died, there would be no one to stop Aqualair. Cho Min-woo was puzzled because he knew that even if they assembled a special squad, they wouldn't be able to defeat Vivin because most of the users were too low in level for such a battle. He was shocked because he knew that things were really bad. But a moment later, he was taken aback when he saw that She the Foundation breathed fire at him. Everyone looked warily at the young man's fight, since he still managed to dodge. The young man was shocked and did not understand how the user knew that the siren's call would make the wyvern open. Cho Min-woo thought that the young user was not a slouch after all. But a moment later, he looked at the young man in confusion, as he did not understand what he was doing, because he was using a blade and a magical fire projectile, and they saw that it did not work. Cho Min-woo was taken aback and wondered if the young man was really capable of killing the wyvern's doppelganger. The man sighed heavily and said that it was probably true, but he still had little chance. Cho Min-woo said that as far as he knew, the clone was not as weak as the beast itself, so it was almost impossible to kill. But nevertheless, something should have fallen out of it after the victory. The man looked at his supervisor and said that he didn't know for sure about the other difficulties, but there was definitely a reward at the highest one, and it was even written in the manual. Cho Min-woo froze in shock and turned pale. He hoped that the young man would not kill her. He hoped for this and prayed to him. Cho Min-woo knew that the items and skills that would drop from the enemy shouldn't be available at such an early stage of the game. He hoped that the young man would simply continue to dodge and hide. A moment later, Cho Min-woo was taken aback and stood frozen in shock when he saw the young man use Thanatos Nocturne. At the same time, Henson struck blow after blow and saw that the blows were getting through. He understood that if it had been a real wyvern and not a clone, nothing would have worked. But she still parried his blow and delivered her own. But he managed to jump away with ease and grace, and he was not touched by a single ring. At the same time, she burst into a furious roar and looked menacingly at the young man. Henson noted that the double was not as dangerous in close combat. Due to his own build, he was clumsy, so he had to attack right under his nose. He struck blow after blow, but his opponent only growled. A moment later, he activated Nightmare, causing his opponent to experience hallucinations and pain for several seconds. He was puzzled because he knew that due to the large difference in levels, the duration of the effect was cut in half. He knew that a real creature would not have been cut off from the corner due to the difference in levels, and the duration of the effect was only a second. But that was enough for him, and he easily jumped up to strike her. During the attack, he found one interesting place on her, but it was difficult to get to because she was constantly moving. But a moment later, he finally reached the weak point, because he knew that every dragon had one. A few seconds later, he was informed that he had hit the vital point of the double and dealt critical damage. He was glad because every hit he made was critical, so he concluded that it was indeed the enemy's weak point. But he knew she had no intention of dying, so he assumed he would have to hold off the Coven of the Dead. He was shocked because he had already used his one skill many times, but he didn't understand why she was still alive. A few seconds later, he saw that he still had 10 minutes left. But at the same time, he looked at his enemy and noticed that she was breathing heavily, as she wanted to deliver a fire strike to him. But he quickly realized and used the siren call. But after a few seconds, she still released her devastating flame. He managed to dodge and managed to strike, after which he saw that the double's stamina had dropped. Looking at his notifications, he realized that he would never have another chance. He saw her growl menacingly, so a moment later he used the Sabbath of the Dead. But a moment later he froze in place as he saw what his attacks had done. He was in shock as he saw the enraged mouth of his enemy and understood that if she hit the mute just once, he would die. Henson knew he would never get another chance like this, So he pushed off and flew towards his enemy with lightning speed. Changing his chains, he pierced his enemy through and through. But she was not going to give up, and at that very moment she inhaled in order to deliver a fire attack to him. A moment later, she released her flame at the young man. He used the Berserker song with lightning speed. At that very moment, he rushed straight into her mouth. He looked at her with fury and used Thanatos Nocturne. At that very moment, she fell to the ground with a crash, and his level increased. Henson, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief as he thought that his end would soon come. He knew that without some skills, he would have been finished, but he was surprised because he saw that even the skills became stronger as he leveled up. So he thought it was pure luck. He sighed heavily and thought that he urgently needed to acquire evasion skills. But a moment later, with a grin, he decided to look at the goods he had drunk. He quickly looked around and immediately ran to collect everything. But a moment later, he was taken aback because he saw something suspicious. At that very moment, the young man laughed because he was glad to meet his god. Henson froze in surprise as it was an apostle in front of him, but a moment later he realized that it was a hologram in front of him, a normal recording. Obnoza told the young man that if he was here, it meant he had managed to defeat the double, but if he had simply avoided it, he would have ended up in another room with a recording of his monologue and would have received only power. He smiled and said that he expected nothing less from the descendant of a great god. He said that the young man was very brave. Henson looked at the hologram in bewilderment, as it seemed to him that he was throwing mud at him. The apostle told the young man that he had not introduced himself, but it was too early to tell him his name, as there were still several tasks left. He smiled and said that he was just a hologram and could not see him, but he could tell for sure that he was very angry about this test. The apostle smiled and told the young man that he was eager to know the right answers. Henson was puzzled. Henson saw that it was just a projection, but he wanted to take revenge when he met the apostle in person. The apostle sighed heavily and said that jokes were out of the question now because he wanted to give him power. The apostle said that the young man would have to choose between power and the relic, because when he found the first trace, he would be able to choose one of the two, and the power that he did not choose now, he would be able to receive later. The apostle advised the young man to choose the one that would be useful now. A moment later, notifications appeared before the young man's eyes. The call of the god of death is like the call of death. It cannot be resisted. Henson thought for a moment, as he knew that it was quite a big disadvantage to not be able to get experience points. He wanted to look at another option. But a moment later, he froze in place in surprise and chose another option. Cho Min-woo was frozen in shock on the spot because he thought that even the highest rankers would need at least a year to do something like this. But the young man got a legendary item and a skill book. He hoped that the young man would not sell his findings. Cho Min-woo knew that this was all for the best since he now had to deal with a real wyvern, but he was curious about what the young man would encounter next. He froze for a moment in surprise when he saw that the young man had been called by the god of death. He was puzzled because he didn't understand why he had been given this particular skill. He knew that it would be very bad if the young man stopped growing in levels because of such a skill. But a moment later, he was taken aback and asked his subordinates if he had imagined it. He was shocked and didn't understand why this skill had fallen to the young man. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily as he understood that the young man would not be able to raise levels with his wild speed. But he knew that the problem was also not in the levels, because if he obtained this skill, it would not affect anything until his level was higher than 100. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily as he knew that the young man would gain levels very quickly. He turned around and puzzled, told everyone that he needed to go to his boss, and on the way he would drop by the development team so they didn't have to look for him. At the same time, the young man was taken aback as he received a lucid dream of the god of death. He understood that if he received several times more experience points, it would be very difficult for him to raise his level, but he realized that he would have the opportunity to partially buy legendary skills. Henson was very happy because he would be able to buy legendary skills several times a month. A moment later, the apostle looked at the young man with a smile and said that he had made the right choice and he would be glad to see the young man at level 100. The apostle smiled and told the young man that in a few minutes this castle would go back underground. The young man was surprised by such a statement. The apostle smiled and said that the young man had better hurry. Henson was furious and knew that he would deal with the apostle when he met him in person. But in turn, he ran like lightning because he did not want to be buried alive. Sometime later, he still managed to get out of the castle, which was collapsing, and so he met his companion at the exit. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he had failed. He said that he had not, but noticed that she had changed her clothes. She was surprised because she didn't understand why the castle had collapsed then. He sighed heavily and said that everything was fine. She didn't need to worry, but she noticed that it was created by an apostle. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she really knew about the apostle. She sighed heavily and said that she did, and that she had also stumbled upon him. A moment later, the young lady, with a joyful smile, informed her companion that her task was completed, and so she wanted to see what skills we had assigned to her. She looked at her notifications with a happy smile, but a moment later her face changed, and sighing heavily, she said that they weren't that cool. Hanaseo, looking at her companion, she asked what kind of reward he was given, since usually low-level players receive good skills. He smiled and said that he was satisfied with what he received in the castle. Hanaseo also asked if any items dropped from the monster. The young man was taken aback, as he had completely forgotten to look at what he had gotten. He was surprised, as he saw that he had gotten a legendary skill book. He understood that he needed to check all the items, as he could have gotten something very good. A moment later, he noticed that he had received Desert Mirage boots. He was surprised and at the same time happy, as he had received a good skill, and he could create a double of himself, and he could run away or hide. He also received a belt of dreams. With the help of this belt, he could impose a negative effect of hallucination. He also received a heroic class ring. He also received the heart of a snake. By absorbing it, he would increase his strength, magic, and intelligence. He also got a dragon language skill book, so he wanted to quickly read it and use it. He knew that with the help of the dragon language, he could use the spell until he ran out of mana completely, ignoring the cooldown. Hanaseo looked at her companion with a smile and said that it seemed like he was lucky with the reward. He smiled and said that it was true. She smiled and suggested that they meet again sometime. He smiled and thanked her for her help and said that they would meet next time. A moment later, they said goodbye and he left her. Hanaseo sighed heavily as she envied the young man because he had a very cool one. She was alive. At the same time, she received the legendary alarm clock because they said that the apostle always had difficulty waking up the eternally sleeping god, and thanks to this skill, he no longer tore his throat. She was puzzled because she didn't understand why she had gotten such a skill, and because of this, she didn't even want to play anymore. Sometime later, the young man visited the hotel on the central square. He looked closely at the snake's heart in his palm. A moment later, Henson absorbed the snake's heart, his strength, magic, and intelligence increasing in the blink of an eye. He also tried on the dream belt and put on the boots. Looking at his notification, he froze for a moment as he was glad that he had risen many levels higher as his magic increased. He smiled because he was glad that he could now bullet his father with a magic ball left and right. He assumed that everyone would think that he was a magician when they saw him in battle. A moment later, he plopped down on the bed, already thinking about how he would spend his time. He sighed heavily because he knew that today he could rest. Henson, after leaving the game, he met his friend. He was very surprised because he saw that he had not slept all night. Javan sighed heavily and asked how he could sleep. After all, he had a lot of work. He looked at his friend closely and told him to remember to take a break from work. Jawan smiled and said that he would take a day off today because he had made the video with extra time, so he had a couple of days to spare. Javan Ganus said that he could publish the video he sent, but it is relatively short and very eventful, and it simply needs to be published as soon as possible. Javan, looking at his friend, he asked if he had already come up with a name for himself. Henson smiled and said that he did not come up with it himself, but it was very short and sounded very interesting. Henson looked at his friend closely and asked with a smile if he liked the name Ashura. The young man was surprised as he knew it was the name of the three-faced god. Henson, with a smile, told his friend the story of his name, and the young man in turn supported him, and with a smile said that it was a very cool name. They talked for a while and told everyone about the moments of the battle. Henson advised his friend what he should cut from the video and what he should leave, and the friend smiled and said that he was a master of his craft, so he would choose what was needed. And a moment later he asked when there would be a new video. Henson knew that if he dropped the video today, his friend would postpone his vacation again. Henson. He looked at his friend in surprise and said that he had sent him one video yesterday. He did not understand why he needed to send anything else. Javan, with a smile, said that it would be good if the young man recorded everything he did. But he just smiled and said that it was his video, so he would only send what he himself did not mind publishing. Javan sighed heavily and said with a smile that in that case there was no point in expecting any materials from him. He told his friend that he was too much of a perfectionist, and he also asked him to send him the footage of the monsters being taken away, since he wanted to review everything with the team and publish it. Javan looked at his friend and asked where he was now. He smiled and said that he was now in the city of Ven. Jawan was surprised because he knew that this place was very popular and only high-level players hunted there. He smiled and told his friend that he was very fast and also asked what his level was now. He smiled and said that he was currently at level 74, but he was not chasing numbers, because gaining levels prevented him from enjoying interesting tasks and exploring the world of the game. Jawan asked his friend if he was going to get into something again in the near future. He wanted to know if his friend was going to find a secret dungeon or fight a guild of villains. Henson smiled and asked his friend if he was talking about a guild of superhumans. He said that it wasn't that they were villains, more like a bunch of hooligans. Henson said with a smile that he just wanted to play with his friends for now, and that he was bored of being a loner. His friend laughed, and he asked in bewilderment why he was laughing like that, since he was actually a very sociable person. Javan looked at his friend with a smile and told him not to forget to write down interesting events. Henson looked puzzled and said he wasn't going to do anything. He asked his friend if he really thought miracles were happening to him every day, but his friend just smiled and said they'd see. At the same time, the man was burning with anger and fury because the mayor knew that he wanted to take the entire reward for himself, and now he declared a hunt for him. He was furious because his guild had finally fallen apart. He understood that because he was wanted, he could not come in under his own name. Burning with anger and fury, he wanted to find the young man and send him to jail. He was furious because he realized that the young man had destroyed everything he had worked so hard for. He slowly entered the capsule and sighed heavily, as he was going to sell the capsule if he ran out of money. But he knew he would have to wait. A moment later, he created a new account, and he immediately got a unique class. He was glad, because he knew that the young man now had no chance to survive. Sometime later, the young man returned to the game and looked at his notifications. He saw new skills and was happy. He got a passive skill, namely collection. They said the god's hobby was collecting strong souls, but even other gods don't know why he needed them. Henson thought that it was not a bad skill at all, but for a divine one, it was simple. A moment later, he decided to take on a new task. After some time, he came to the notice board, and he looked around in search of the highest paying task. He was asked if he wanted to accept the collective task, and he agreed. But a moment later, he looked back as the young man greeted him and also asked if he remembered him. The young man smiled and said that he had once bought a pile of junk from a man in town. Henson was taken aback and told his companion that he remembered him. He looked at his new acquaintance with a smile and introduced himself. Amir looked at the young man and asked if he was here because of the castle. He smiled and said that actually it was, but it was all over now, so he was just hunting. He asked his new acquaintance if he could help him with anything. Amir smiled and told the young man that he was quick on the uptake. He said that he didn't need anything specific. He just asked his companion to tell him where he was currently hunting, as he would like to invite him to join their hunting party. Henson said that he was going to an underwater cave. Amir was surprised and said with a smile that they were also heading there, and it seemed that they had the same missions. Amir looked at the young man intently and loaded him with a bunch of information. Henson looked at the young man in bewilderment, as it seemed to him as if he had listened to a whole instruction. Henson smiled and said that with such favorable conditions, it would be a sin to refuse the assignment. Amir smiled and thanked the young man. He also said that everyone in the squad except him already knew each other, so he was glad that now he had someone he knew. Henson smiled and said that he had a low level, but a rare class, so he was in good hands. Amir was surprised and sincerely envied the young man that he had a rare class. And he also said that he became a merchant only because he wanted to earn more money. Henson looked at his companion with a sweet smile, for he was glad that he believed that he had a rare class. A moment later, the young man told his new acquaintance that he was throwing down an invitation. Amir smiled and said that they could now go to the others. Henson smiled and said that they needed to tell the others about his rank so that they wouldn't think anything extra. But the young man smiled and said that everything would be fine, since his friends were good guys. A moment later, they arrived at the cafe where all the other members of the group were. Henson introduced himself with a smile and also said that he was a low level but a rare class, so he got dressed so that they wouldn't kick him out. They looked at him in surprise and asked if it was really important. The young man smiled and introduced himself and said that he was an archer. Luna smiled and said that she was a healer class. Fian smiled and said that she was a mage. Henson bowed and said with a smile that he was pleased to meet him. At the same time, the young people were communicating with each other in a hidden chat. Kuma told his friends that the young man had excellent shoes and a very good belt. Fian in turn said with a grin that his sword was also not bad. She wondered if the merchant had the same thing on his mind as they did, since he had brought a very lucky man to them. Luna said with a grin that she doubted that was true, because they were both spineless wimps. She said that it would be easy to clean them out. For some time they still communicated with each other, despite everything. Amir looked at everyone with a joyful smile and said that they would have a great time. Amir was in shock and shouted to his comrades to be careful, but in turn he managed to dodge his enemy's blow. A moment later he jumped back and gave way to his comrade. At that very moment, the young man struck at their enemy with lightning speed. Henson looked closely at the monster as he saw that it had good defense. He wondered if it was because it was a turtle. But a moment later he ran to the side as his comrade took aim at the enemy and struck him. At that very moment the monster growled in pain. Henson did not lose his composure, and with lightning speed dealt a crushing blow to their enemy. The young man loaded his bow with lightning speed and fired straight at the target. But this only angered the monster, and he rushed at Amir. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He was in shock because he realized that he was too late and that he was about to be killed. But at that very moment Henson covered him with his back. Amir was surprised, but at the same time glad that his comrade helped him. Henson was a little puzzled because he could see that his opponent was very heavy, and he was pushing against him. But a moment later, a healer from the group helped him. Henson looked at the girl with a joyful smile and thanked her, and she only shouted in response that it was just a trifle. A moment later, the young man pushed his opponent away and struck him. The monster became angry and struck the young man with cold fury, but he managed to jump back and his axe did not touch him. A moment later, the young lady used the lightning staff, and at that very moment she directed all her power at the monster. After the lightning strike, the monster fell to the ground with a crash, and they breathed a sigh of relief as they had completed the task. A moment later, the young men began chatting among themselves. They discussed the young man, as they saw that he was very strong, and they needed to be careful with him. But they knew that there were no surprises from the merchant, so they had to act according to plan. Henson looked at his group mates with a satisfied smile, as he realized that they did not suspect anything, so he wanted to hunt with them more often. A moment later, he received a notification that his powers had improved due to his incredible endurance. He smiled since holding back his powers was not very pleasant for him, but he thought it was fun in its own way. A moment later, Amir gave his comrade some treasures and also said that he would send him more fins, because later they would divide the items and they only needed to count the cost. A moment later, the young man looked at his comrade with a joyful smile as he received a lot of gold coins. Amir sighed heavily and, smiling, looking at his comrades, said that they had already divided the money and now they could rest a little. Henson was surprised how they had again arranged a halt. He wondered if the ordinary troops really rested so much. A moment later, Amir looked closely at his comrades and asked where they were going next. He said with a smile that if they went to the right, they would meet many people and it would be safer there. But if they went to the left, they would not meet people on my way, because on the left and in front, there were much more difficulties. The godfather, looking sideways at the young people, said that he wanted to go to the left, although it was safer to go to the right. The house was too crowded and there was no spirit of adventure. He would like to go where no one had ever been, although it was risky. The young lady smiled and said that they didn't want any trouble and they could go where there were more people. Luna in turn wanted to go where her friends said. The young man looked intently at everyone present and said with a smile that he would also like to go to the left. Amir smiled a cheerful smile and informed everyone that everything had already been decided by vote, and therefore they were going left. After a short vote, they went to the left and encountered a monster there. Henson in turn did not sit idle and struck blows at his opponent. Henson looked closely at the monster after another blow, as he noticed that the monsters in this direction were very strong. But a moment later he received the item, and the gold coins after the fight. Amir smiled and said that the fight had been quite difficult, so he suggested that they take a little rest and move on. Henson was puzzled, as they wanted to take a break again. Henson sighed heavily, as they were now resting more often and longer, and this really irritated him, because he knew that they could have finished much faster if they had not taken breaks. Henson looked closely at the young men, as it seemed to him that this was a normal thing in ordinary squads, since he saw that the teams he met along the way also rested a lot. Henson looked at the three and wondered what they were up to, as he was sure they were talking to each other and not even hiding it. But he also noticed that they were secretly watching him, so he wondered if they wanted to steal his items. Henson looked at the young men coldly, as he knew that one extra move and he would deal with them. But he still wondered if they wanted a specific item or all of his stuff in general. But he understood from observation that Amir was not involved in such things. A moment later, the young man stood up and said that since they had rested, they should continue hunting. Amir smiled and said that in that case, he would distract them. Henson noticed that they did not touch Amir, so while he wanted to watch them, he liked the young man because he immediately divided all the items without leaving the cash register, and the hunt thus became more interesting. But in turn, he thought for a moment, because he was curious about what the young ladies he had hunted with earlier were doing now. Because if you think about it, he spent all his energy on battles and did not really help them. But still, they did not lag behind. And he regretted that because of his sleepwalking, they could not even get to know each other properly. After some time, the young man screamed and ran from the monster, who was running at him with rage. Amir looked closely at the monster and prepared to attack. A moment later, he directed his power at the monster, but it only looked at him in bewilderment. A moment later, the enraged monster was rushing towards its opponents. Henson looked at his comrade with a smile, as he had a good provocation skill, and he guessed that it was probably very rare or even unique. But he was not going to stand aside, and with the speed of lightning, he struck his enemy. A few seconds later, the monsters received a lightning strike. Henson looked at the monster closely, wondering if he should expose himself once. A moment later, the monster attacked the young man, who dodged with lightning speed and ran into the distance. He glanced sideways at the young lady, as he saw that she had a good reaction. A moment later, the monster received a spear of lightning and roared in rage. A few seconds later, the monster disappeared, as if it had never happened. Kuma looked at the young lady with a satisfied smile and said that her lightning magic never fails. She smiled and said that she was so strong because they were in a water dungeon, but at the same time she needed to be careful, since she could accidentally fry them too. Henson, in turn, looked sideways at the young people but said nothing. He listened to their short dialogue. Amir looked at the young man with a smile and said that this time there was no fin, but on the other hand, many other items and a lot of gold fell out of the monster. Kuma, with a smile, called his comrades and pointed them in the opposite direction. He looked at them with a grin and said that he was an archer, so he had very good eyesight, speed, and reaction. They could hardly notice anything in the dark, but he assured them that there was something strange. Henson looked at the young man with bewilderment. He did not understand what he was talking about at all, because his reaction speed was several hundred times better. Henson looked into the distance but saw nothing. The young man said with a grin that there was definitely something fishy there. Henson saw that they weren't very good actors, but he was even interested in what they were going to do next. Amir sighed heavily and said that he saw nothing. Henson in turn supported his comrade and said that he also saw nothing. Amir smiled and said that they could still go and see, as it would be cool to accidentally find something like a secret room. A moment later, they nevertheless went deeper into the cave and froze when they saw the Great Wall. Kuma said with a grin that this wall looked strange. Henson looked into the distance, because he knew that they could not have noticed this passage from that corner. He realized that they knew that he was here. He knew that it would be very offensive if they simply lured them into a dead end in order to kill them. He smiled a predatory grin and said that this was definitely a secret dungeon. And a moment later, he informed his comrades that he had disarmed the trap. Everyone was surprised because they saw a secret dungeon. Amir smiled and said that he didn't expect them to find a secret dungeon, and it was just some kind of luck. A moment later, he hurried everyone as he wanted to quickly find out what was inside. A few seconds later, they entered a secret dungeon. Kuma, with a predatory and satisfied grin, informed his friends that the young people had fallen for their provocation. Henson, in turn, looked into the distance with a grin because he knew that they were up to something. Sometime later, they reached the boss's room. The young people suggested taking a little rest and then going inside. Kuma smiled and said that he had run out of arrows, but Amir said with a smile that he had a lot of things in his arsenal and he could choose his arrows. Henson looked at the young men sullenly as they had not yet tried to kill them, although they had already entered the hidden dungeon. He did not understand what was going on and did not know why they did not attack. He frowned at the young men who looked at him with a predatory grin. He didn't understand what they were up to, but he knew he would find out when they entered the boss's room. He didn't understand why they were dragging their feet, as he was already bored. Henson wanted to get it over with and go to training. The young man looked at his comrades and said that unfortunately, they knew nothing about the boss and they should be careful. Amir looked at his comrade and said with a smile that he would not be able to provoke the boss, so he would have to stand at the front. He said that if it became difficult, then he should immediately shout and he would come to his aid. Henson smiled and agreed with his comrade. A moment later, they entered the boss room and were informed that they would not be able to log out or use a teleport scroll until the end of the fight. A few seconds later, they were all taken aback as they heard the enemy's dirty ropes. At that very moment, the boss woke up and looked at the young people with cold fury. Henson looked at the boss with a satisfied smile. Since it was his first time encountering something like this in the secret dungeon, he guessed that the boss was probably stronger than a normal monster. He glanced sideways at his companions and wondered if they were planning to attack him after the battle, when he was already exhausted, but he only smiled and said that it was time for them to begin. Henson was keenly aware of the fact that he needed to focus on the enemy for now. A moment later, he rushed into battle and drew his sword from its sheath. With the speed of lightning, he dealt his opponent a good blow. Amir looked at us with a joyful smile at his companion, as his blow was magnificent. The young people were surprised, because they did not understand where he got such control from. Amir looked at his opponent and used gold multiplication, his coins spilling out all over the cave. The monster looked at his opponent in bewilderment, as he had not dealt much damage. But his attack only angered the monster, and he rushed towards the young man with lightning speed. At the same time, Henson stood still and rushed at his opponent with lightning speed. At that very moment, he pierced his opponent and struck him. Amir looked closely at his comrades and shouted. Thus, he gave them the command to begin attacking the monster. A moment later, the young people teamed up and dealt the monster a good blow. The monster growled, but at the same moment rushed at the young man. Henson looked at his opponent with a smirk, as he knew that now it would be logical to dodge the attack. But he allowed the monster to attack him and do damage, as it was all part of his little plan. A moment later, the monster was taken aback and froze for a moment, letting go of the young man. Henson saw that the monster was frozen in a stupor and, without losing his composure, quickly dealt him many blows. But this only irritated his adversary and he rushed furiously at the young man. The monster dealt a very strong blow to the young man, and he flew to the ground with a crash. Amir shouted to his comrades to use everything they had, as their companion was in danger. At the same time, the young people looked at the young man with grins, because they knew that they could already put their plan into reality. Luna shouted with a predatory grin that she had little mana left, so she would not be able to fully heal him. At that very moment, Fian used a lightning bolt. She aimed at the monster, but at the same time accidentally hit the young man. The monster, in turn, growled in furious pain. Henson looked at the young lady with fury, as he understood that she did it on purpose. He didn't notice that the monster had dealt him very heavy damage, so he screamed in rage. Henson, in turn, was not going to forgive the monster for such a thing, and at that very moment he furiously dealt him a very strong blow. The monster growled in pain. A moment later, the young man was notified that he had hit a vital point, the monster, and dealt critical damage to it. At the same time, the monster was given a fainting effect and would be unconscious for a few seconds. Henson took advantage of this situation and drank the elixir. Everyone was shocked and didn't understand how he managed to do something like that. Henson looked at the young men with fury because he understood that they wanted to kill him, but at the same time arrange everything as an accident. He was furious because he understood that they clearly knew how the boss would behave. He assumed that he was not their first victim. Kuma, while talking to his comrades, told the girls to throw another bolt, but to aim properly. A moment later, the young lady also directed a bolt of lightning at the monster and shouted at the young man to dodge it immediately. Henson, in turn, managed to jump back when she sent a lightning bolt at the monster and thanked her with a satisfied smile for the warning. They were shocked because they didn't expect anything like this. But at that moment, the young lady charged a holy beam and aimed it straight at the young man. They were shocked when they saw that he easily dodged it and looked at them with a fierce grin. Henson knew that the girl had previously said that she was low on mana and would not be able to heal him. But now he saw that she was saving her strength for such an attack. The young lady screamed and asked her comrade for forgiveness, but at that very moment he managed to dodge, and the monster took the entire blow on itself. Henson looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she was just in time. She was taken aback and sighed heavily. They were in shock, did not understand what was happening at all, as they hoped to deal with him quickly. Amir looked at his teammates with a happy smile and said that they were just incredible guys, and it was a great honor for him to watch such professionals like them. Sometime later, after a short battle, they still managed to defeat the boss. The young people looked at their comrades with joyful smiles and praised them for their excellent work. The young people were shocked and at the same time furious as their plan had failed. A moment later, they saw the notifications that the dungeon had been cleared, and soon they would be teleported to the main gate. Henson in turn looked at the young men with a fierce grin, as he knew that their plan had failed. A few seconds later, they moved to the surface. Amir looked at his comrades with a smile and said that he would not have succeeded if not for their help. He smiled and thanked them again, but also informed them that on that note he would give them all the golden items that the boss had dropped for him. Henson looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was sure about that, but he just said with a happy smile that he had gotten a lot of resources while they were hunting monsters, so he didn't mind. And besides, the boss only dropped 4 items. A moment later, the young people separated the items. Amir glanced sideways at the young men, as they simply chose what they needed and did not even ask what Henson wanted to take, and sighed heavily as he saw that they had no manners. But looking at the young man, he realized that this did not bother him at all. Henson in turn received a skill book, and he also saw that he received the active skill Shark Torpedo. Henson, reading about the scripture, he realized that judging by the mana absorption and the cooldown time, it was quite a strong magic, and thanks to the dragon language, he could ignore the cooldown. Amir looked at his new friend with a smile and asked if he would mind if he added him as a friend. Henson smiled and said that of course he would not mind. Henson was pleased because he had several friends on the list, and it was very good. A moment later, the young men turned around and informed their comrades that they had urgent business to attend to, so it was time for them to go. Amir looked at the young men in surprise, as he knew that when they first met, they were very friendly, but now something was wrong. Amir smiled and told his friend that they were on the same path, and so he suggested that they go to town together. Henson smiled timidly and said that he also had things to do, but he suggested that his new friend go hunting some more. Amir smiled and agreed with his comrade, and also informed him that he would give him a discount on the potion and buy all his junk at a high price. Henson returned and said that this was a very tempting offer. Amir looked closely at his new friend from the years, because he knew that he had few friends with whom he could have such fun. At the same time, the young people were chatting with each other and closely watching the young merchant. Kuma sighed heavily as he was puzzled by everything that was happening. The young ladies wanted to deal with the merchant as quickly as possible, thereby getting behind him and finishing him off. Kuma sighed heavily and said that it seemed they had no other choice. They wanted to finish off the victim they had been stalking for so long, and besides, he knew that the merchant was a real celebrity, and if they robbed him, they would get a lot of money. They looked intently at the young man who was going about his business, unsuspecting of anything. Henson approached the young men and asked in anger why those who strike from behind never cover their own rear. The young men were taken aback and froze in shock. But a moment later, Henson, with ease, dealt with his new acquaintances. He sighed heavily with a grin and said that he never had time to ask what it was like when he himself was killed with a suspender. He noticed that after killing several users, his karma points increased. He sighed heavily as he knew that he needed to go to the temple to clear his karma. But a moment later, he was notified that a new skill had been added to the store. He was surprised, but at the same time happy. Sometime later, the young people looked around in fear, as they hoped that the young man was not in the dungeon, but they knew that most likely he was not, as 5 in-game days had already passed. They were surprised and at the same time puzzled, because they did not understand what killed them then, but they assumed that he used magic, but they did not think that he was the one who owned such magic, since if he owned strong spells, he would definitely have used them in the dungeon. Kuma sighed heavily and said that everything was correct. And if he were a magician, he would not need combat skills. And besides, he knew that such powerful spells could not be possessed by someone like him. The young lady looked at her comrades and asked if he had an accomplice. Kuma sighed and said that Faith was the only one, and that was it. He looked at his friends with a smirk and said that there was no word in the game community that they were hunting players and that it was very good. He knew that money was very good, but looking at their faces when they died was more fun. Fian looked at her comrade closely and said that she thought they should lay low. He sighed heavily and said that he agreed, but they should discuss their next steps once they reached the shelter. A moment later, they headed towards the shelter. But after a few seconds, they froze in place in surprise. Henson looked at their disappearing bodies with a smirk, knowing that it would be better if they didn't mess with him. But he also noticed that they had some good equipment that could be sold. Henson knew he shouldn't be killing the other players, but he knew it was a lot of fun, and he wanted to kill them a few more times to enjoy the moment and teach them a lesson. Javan looked at the end of his work with a satisfied smile. Jawan, for his part, knew that he didn't even need to promote his friends' videos, since they were interesting in themselves. At the same time, the young man left the game. He looked at the small capsule with a smile, knowing that if it weren't for his sleepwalking, he would simply be asleep. But a moment later, he was taken aback as his sister screamed. With lightning speed, he rushed into his sister's room and anxiously asked what had happened. She screamed that he had to see it. Henson looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. She was shocked and screamed at him to watch the video because it was slowing down. Henson was shocked and asked what was so interesting about her that she scared him so much, but he lightly hit her for scaring him to death. A moment later, the young lady showed her brother the video. She smiled and said that the last part was the best because he cut the arrow in two there. He smiled and thanked her. She looked at him in confusion, as she did not understand what he was thanking her for. He smiled and said that she was watching his friend's video, so he was thanking her on his behalf. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not know about such a thing. A moment later, the young man told his sister about a friend who was posting various videos. Hyuna was surprised because his friend knew Ashura. He smiled and said that he knew him. She smiled and asked if he had the young man's contact details. He was taken aback and said that he did, but in turn he knew that of course he did, since he was the famous Ashura. Hyuna looked at her brother with a happy smile and asked if he remembered that he had to eat a wish. He looked at her with confusion, as he did not understand what she was talking about. She smiled and asked her brother if he could ask the young man if he wanted to join their guild. She said that their guild was small, but very elite and cool. Hyuna looked at her brother intently and said that the minimum rank of the guild members was unique, and they also had several legendary ranks, and on the previous server, they were the first to receive land. He looked at her in surprise as her story impressed him. Henson looked at his sister with a smile, as he understood that she had an elite guild, and from what she had told him, they had quite a cozy atmosphere, so he wanted to consider joining their guild. She smiled and asked if he would ask the young man if he wanted to join them. He smiled and said he would, but unfortunately, he couldn't promise her anything concrete. She smiled because he would at least try to do it, so she wanted to tell her comrades about it as soon as possible. She looked at her brother with a smile and asked what rank the young man was, since she only noticed one skill in the video. Henson said that as far as he knew he was a legendary rank. She was surprised, since with such a legendary skill, he had very good control. Henson looked at his sister intently and told her not to tell anyone such a thing, because it was a secret. She turned away from him and agreed. But a moment later, she sighed heavily and said that she would only tell about the guild leader. Henson sighed heavily and said that she could say that he was of a rank higher than unique. She sighed heavily and stepped onto the ground as she wanted to end the conversation and get down to her business. But a moment later, the young man, with lightning speed, picked her up in his arms and asked with a smile if he should put her in the capsule. She smiled timidly and agreed. A moment later, he was taken aback, and looking at his sister, asked if it was his imagination or if she had grown a little heavier. The young lady was taken aback, but a moment later, she screamed for him to let her go quickly. She screamed that she was only taking a few kilos, and there was nothing wrong with that. Henson smiled and apologized to his sister, because he just thought that she might have some health issues. She screamed that she had just gained weight and nothing more. A moment later, the young lady sighed heavily and told her brother never to tell the girl that she had gained weight. He smiled and asked who she thought he was. She sighed heavily and said that he was a loner, but her words hurt him deeply. A moment later, she joked with him a little more and hid in the capsule. Henson looked at his sister with irritation, but did not have time to answer. But a moment later, she shouted that she would tell the guild head about what they had talked about. He smiled and agreed with her, but he was glad that she was not offended by him. Henson closed the door to the room with a smile, as he wanted to please her, but decided to postpone the surprise for later. A moment later, his friend called him and asked if he had seen the video. Henson smiled and said that if it weren't for his sister, he wouldn't have seen it. Javon, in turn, was shocked and asked his friend if he saw that their video was #1 in the top search results. The young man was shocked because he did not expect this. He was surprised because this video collected a lot of views and even more subscribers. Henson did not understand at all what was happening because he did not expect this. Sometime later, the young lady fought fiercely with her opponent. Yina attacked with lightning speed, dealing blow after blow, while her opponent growled menacingly. She jumped off with ease and a moment later stunned her opponent with a lightning attack for a few seconds, but she was not going to give up, and with their lightning speed, she rushed towards her opponent in order to deliver the decisive blow. A few seconds later, she dealt him the final blow, which crushed the terrible monster. She landed on the ground with ease and grace, and he disappeared. Gina was a little puzzled, because she knew that she was still behind her new acquaintance, and at the same time she understood that she needed to work even harder. She didn't know if she would meet him again, but she knew that she had to give him all the items. A moment later, she tore up the scroll and returned to the village square. A moment later, Anna overheard a conversation between young people who admired Ashura because his videos on YouTube were very popular and everyone thought he was cool. The young people knew that even the game administration noticed him, and they placed a promo video with the young man on the main page. They knew that only one day had passed since the video was uploaded, and he had already become incredibly popular. The young lady looked at the young men in bewilderment, as she did not understand what they were talking about. A moment later, she opened the notification and saw the game's main page, and froze for a moment. She was shocked because she recognized the young man, because his long sword and mask were very familiar to her. Gina looked at the young man with admiration, as he had improved significantly, and his movements became smoother and more precise. Sometime later, Rin was watching a video about a young man in the guild. She knew the video would be popular, but she didn't expect it to be this big. Considering the video had been in the works for a while, she couldn't tell how far he had come in his training. Hyuna rushed into the room and called the young lady. Rin was taken aback as the girl had scared her. She looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if something had happened. Hyuna asked her mentor with a smile if she had heard about the young man. Since there was not a single person who had not seen this video, Rin looked at the girl with bewilderment, since she knew about it. Hyuna smiled and said that it turned out that her brother was familiar with the young man. Rin was shocked, as she did not expect this. Hyuna smiled and said that this was the reason she asked him to find out about the young man and see if he wanted to join their guild. Rin was shocked, as she didn't expect to hear something like that. But she also asked the young lady if she could ask her brother if he could send one message. Rin smiled and said that her brother should write to the young man that she once met him in a dungeon. But if he didn't want to join their guild, he could just add her as a friend, since she had to return the items that dropped from the boss to him. Hyuna was surprised because she didn't expect that her friend hunted monsters with a young man. Rin smiled and said that it was true, and they went to the dungeon together, but they didn't have time to become friends. Hyuna smiled and said that she would pass everything on, and she also hoped that he would join their guild. But she still said that her brother told her not to hope too much. Rin smiled and thanked her friend. Sometime later, the young man returned home and told his sister. She happily ran to him and called him. Hyuna looked at her brother closely and asked with a smile if he had contacted Ashura yet. He was taken aback and said that he hadn't yet, as he was busy. She smiled and asked if he could give him one message. She said that he should tell the young man that the head of their guild wanted to meet him. He looked at her with confusion, as he didn't understand what she was talking about. Hyuna said that their guild leader was Rin, and she had met the young man in the game before. He looked at her in surprise and asked if it was true. He wondered if his sister had been lied to in order to get a meeting with him. Hyuna smiled and said that the guild leader said that she had already met her boyfriend in the cave, and now she wanted to give him the items that the boss dropped because he couldn't collect them. He froze for a moment in surprise, but a moment later he remembered the girls he had been with in the dungeon earlier. Hyuna smiled and said that it would be great if he could arrange a meeting with the young man, as she really wanted to talk to him. He looked at his sister with bewilderment, as he knew that he would soon be exposed. As he left, he smiled and said that he would certainly ask the young man, but they should not hope too much for a positive answer, because he was a very shy person. Huna sighed heavily and said that whatever happened, so be it, but he should still try to persuade him. The man looked at the emperor intently and informed him that they had begun preparing for the tournament. Or rather, the timing was still unclear, but it would take at least a month to prepare. The emperor was surprised that so much time was needed for preparation, and out of fear he said that the preparations would take exactly that long, and considering that time would be needed to review applications for participation and conduct trial battles, additional time would be needed. The emperor thought for a moment, but still asked his subordinate if the competition would be as he wanted it to be. The man was taken aback and said that of course it would be as the emperor had ordered. He also admired the emperor's idea of separating the townspeople and travelers, as it was a wise decision. The emperor said with a grin that the participants would also need to be divided into several categories depending on their strength. At the same time, in the east of Vienna, everyone was scared because they knew that this was just madness, but they did not understand what was happening at all. They screamed and ran away as fast as they could because ferocious beasts were coming towards them. But unfortunately, not everyone managed to escape, and the monsters with fierce grins attacked everyone. The monsters spared no one and dealt with the hunters with lightning speed. People fell one after another in an unequal battle, and the monsters continued on their way. They knew that they had to fulfill the order of the master and kill the descendant of the god of death and sleep. At the same time, the young man was so happy that his reputation had reached 100. He knew that if he hunted monsters more often, it would be much more. Henson sighed heavily, because he knew that the apostle was just crazy, because he could easily make him answer the ridiculous questions again. He sighed heavily because he had to endure a lot because of him. Henson knew that there was valuable information in the books about the god of death and sleep, and he needed to study it. So having a good reputation, he went straight to the temple. He was pleased with himself because he knew that he would soon replenish his arsenal of knowledge. Henson walked slowly into the temple, but a moment later he froze and looked at the knights who were guarding the temple. It seemed to him that they carefully checked everyone and decided whether they could let him in. But he wondered why it was different with him. He didn't know if it was because of his reputation or for some other reason. Looking at the priests, he realized that something was definitely wrong in the temple, as he saw that they were all behaving very suspiciously. He smiled and apologized, saying he wanted to ask them something, but they were taken aback. He wondered if they were afraid of him. But a moment later, the priests left with lightning speed. Henson looked at them in bewilderment, as he did not understand what was happening at all. The young people in turn looked at him with bewilderment because they did not understand why he was not checked. They wondered if he was really the high priest. They understood that if that were the case, the paladins would treat him with respect. But their reaction was completely different, as they even avoided eye contact with the young man. Henson turned and looked at the young men, but they, in turn, looked away from him. Henson sighed heavily, as he could hear all their conversations and they were starting to irritate him. He was shocked, as even the players were now avoiding him. He wondered if he had done something wrong, but in turn the young man assumed that they knew that he was the descendant of the god of sleep and death, and could feel his outgoing energy. Henson knew that the ordinary priests avoided the god of death and sleep. He did not at all think that he would meet someone of high rank in the temple. But a moment later he saw a man of high rank. He wondered if he would be kicked out now. But a moment later the priest bowed to him and asked for forgiveness, because he could not accompany such an important guest. He also asked forgiveness from all the priests, because they, God's children, were a little stupid. Henson looked at the priest in surprise as he saw that he was trembling. Henson looked at the man closely and asked him to move to another place, because there were too many eyes in the room. The man apologized and told the young man that they would take him there immediately. The young people looked at them in surprise. They did not understand what was happening at all, since they saw an ordinary player, and with him was the bishop who was responsible for the temple. The young man looked at the man intently as he asked him to sit down, but he felt ashamed, because his grandfather was standing in front of him, and he was just sitting. Balion, trembling with fear, introduced himself and said that he was in charge of the temple. The young man said that he understood him, but he was surprised because he saw that the old man was trembling. Henson looked at the man with a smile and asked him not to worry. The man was taken aback and said that everything was fine, but in turn the young man wanted to leave quickly because he came to the temple for something completely different. Henson looked at the bishop intently and said he wanted to clarify something with him, but a moment later they heard a terrible crash and saw the doors fly in different directions. Henson was shocked as he did not expect to see the attack in the temple. Henson looked at the young man in surprise as he saw that he was wearing a priest's uniform. The young man, bursting into tears, said with relief that he was very happy. But a moment later he slammed his head into the floor with a bang. With a joyful smile and tears in his eyes, he greeted the young man. Libus shouted that he was a priest of the god of death and sleep, and also a humble servant of the young man. Henson froze in place from shock because he saw that the young man was simply crazy, and now he understood why all the priests had such a reaction, because it was all because of the young man. Henson sighed heavily. He didn't care about the information he wanted to get earlier. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, so as not to see such a sight. Libius, with a joyful smile, told his master that he would immediately take him out of the temple, since there was nothing useful there, and he was only wasting his time. The bishop was shocked by such a statement. Henson in turn wondered if he could follow the young man. Henson sighed heavily and looked at the young man with a puzzled expression, as he understood that the one who was connected to his task. The young man smiled and told his master that if he approached the altar of the god of death and sleep, he would be able to obtain a new skill. Henson looked at the young man without further ado and said that they were leaving immediately. After some time, they visited the altar of the god of death and sleep. Henson noticed that compared to other temples, this building was truly large in size, but he did not see a single priest. Henson looked at the young man closely, wanting to clarify something, but was taken aback when he saw his reaction. The young man fell to his knees with lightning speed and said, "He is his servant, and therefore he did not understand how the master could speak to him formally. He asked his master to speak to him informally." Henson froze in shock on the spot, as he did not expect such a thing. Libus, in turn, bowed very quickly to his master and asked him to address him informally, and only then would he be able to rise from his knees. Henson froze in shock on the spot, as he realized that the young man had completely lost his mind. But a moment later he began to speak to him formally. Henson said that not long ago he learned that he was a descendant of the god of sleep and death. So he asked the young man to tell him a little about God. He wanted to know everything. The young man smiled and with lightning speed used his magic. And so, as the conversation was going to be very long, he asked his master to sit down. Henson looked at the young man in bewilderment, but he, in turn, asked if something was wrong, since he wanted to please his master. Henson said everything was fine, and he didn't need to fuss. Henson looked at the young man closely and said that he wanted him to tell him everything he knew about God right now. Libius looked at the young man with all seriousness and said that the god of death and sleep is the most powerful among the gods. The young man sighed heavily and said that he knew about it. He was puzzled and did not understand why this tense atmosphere did not pass even after a huge amount of time. Libus sighed heavily and, taken aback, asked his master if there was something on his face. Henson, taken aback, said that he had nothing of the sort, and also asked the young priest if he was going to tell him more about God. He smiled and said that he had told everything. Henson looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked if he really only knew that God was the most powerful of the gods. He smiled and said that it was so. Henson sighed heavily and looked at the cat's sanctification with bewilderment, as if he didn't understand what was wrong with him. He was puzzled because he realized that he had simply wasted his time. Henson looked at the young man in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was doing. He smiled a joyful smile and said that he would accompany him to show his devotion. Henson looked at the young man in bewilderment, as he did not understand why he would do this. The priest said that it was natural that a loyal subject would want to serve his master. He smiled and said that there was some order that the apostle had given him. Henson looked at him in bewilderment and asked if the apostle had really ordered him something. He smiled and said that everything was correct. Henson was surprised, and so he wanted to know what order the apostle gave him. He smiled and said that the apostle told him that there would come a day when the dark energy would soar in the east and then the master would appear, so the priest had to take care of him. Libus looked at his master with a beaming smile and said that the apostle had conveyed these words to him. Henson sighed and wondered if the young man was really needed to find the next clue. Henson looked closely at the young man and asked when exactly the apostle had told him such a thing. And he also wanted to know if the apostle had said anything other than the dark energy. Libya smiled and told his master that he had told him that he would come as soon as he felt this energy, but if his master awakened earlier, he should make him return to him later. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he was sure of his words. Libya smiled and said that despite the fact that it had been a long time ago, he remembered everything as if it had happened a few minutes ago. Henson sighed heavily, but he was sure that the young man would be useful to him for the next quest. But he wondered if he would have to drag him around until he reached level 100 and unlocked the quest. Henson thought with a joyful smile about leaving the young man in the temple and returning for him later. The young man looked closely at his master and said that the apostle had also said that if he did not follow his master, he would be cursed and would never be able to leave the temple. Henson, puzzled, said that was just wonderful. Libius looked at the master intently and said that the apostle also said that monsters would come here, but he was not sure if it was true. He said that it was unlikely to be anything important, because his master was developing quickly, monsters would soon attack this place who used the power of dragons. Libius looked at the master and said that he was not sure if he understood his words correctly, but those monsters felt the master's energy and under the control of the dark dragons would pursue him. The young man sighed heavily as he knew that this was some kind of nonsense. He wondered if this meant that once he found some kind of clue, the dark dragons would seize control of the local monsters and attack him. A moment later, he opened the game's notice board and noticed that monsters were heading straight towards their city. He could complete an urgent quest. Henson looked at the notification with a happy smile, because he knew that this siege would be interesting. He was informed that a priest of the god of death and sleep had joined him, but due to the large difference in levels, he would not be able to participate in combat, but healing skills and other support skills could be used. Henson glanced sideways at the young man and wondered what the difference in levels was between them. Henson froze in shock when he saw the young man's level, but a moment later he was also informed that he would not be able to view other stats as his level was too low. The young man looked at his master with a joyful smile and said that he was very glad that he was happy. Henson knew that he could use the priest for his own purposes. A moment later, Henson smiled and said that it was time for them to go. The young man looked at his master intently and asked where they were going. Henson said that they were, of course, heading straight for the monsters to strike first. The young man, with a joyful smile, told his master that he did not expect anything else from him. The young lady sighed heavily as she finally finished her work. Minyor didn't think that the wave of monsters would start attacking the dragons as well. She was puzzled because she knew that she would be busy with the Imperial tournament. She was furious because she knew that the descendant of the god of death and sleep was to blame for everything. She was puzzled because she did not understand why she created such a class at all. Even using the game's artificial intelligence to guess the actions of the young man, she still could not understand how he would behave. She sighed heavily and put everything she was doing aside for later, because she knew she had to take a break because her brain was about to explode. Minyor was a little surprised and at the same time puzzled by his leveling speed. She knew that the sleepwalking ability gave him a huge advantage, and besides, the young priest had joined him. She clearly knew what level the young man was at now, and he would soon reach level 100. Minyor sighed heavily as she wanted to know what was happening at this level now. She knew that there were usually several skills that were unlocked there. One of them was passive, and the other was so strong that it could be called absolute. She knew that the descendant of the god of death received several skills at once. Minyor understood that if they were involved, most players would not be able to defeat the young man. She thought about everything, because she knew that he would get a lot after the siege. But a moment later, she sighed heavily when she saw the young people who, with joyful smiles, rushed to meet the animals. She was shocked because they turned out to be even crazier than she expected. Minyor was and asked the system how many experience points and rewards the young man would receive if he defeated all the monsters and dragons. A moment later, the system told the young lady that the user she specified would kill all the monsters and then reach level 101, and if he single-handedly defeated the boss during the siege, he would receive a unique skill and several items as a reward for completing the quest. The lady was puzzled as she knew that they were just madmen who could win on their own. She knew that the second part had no time limit. She sighed heavily as she understood that she needed to prepare for the tournament. For this reason, she turned off all the videos related to the young man and opened the information about the tournament. But a moment later, she screamed very loudly. The young people were shocked, but they knew that she had started up again and that she would get into trouble again from the management. Minur was furious and did not understand why they chose such a path. Minur sighed heavily and looked into the distance with tears in her eyes as she understood that she would have to stay late again. Jenna looked intently into the distance and sighed heavily, since the young man was also not in the vicinity of the city. She was confused, but she knew she needed to look elsewhere, so she tore up the teleportation scroll and went elsewhere. A moment later, she found herself in the city, where she saw complete chaos. A few seconds later, she saw a notification about an urgent quest. Yenna was a little surprised, but at the same time, she knew that the young man would also participate in the quest, because he said earlier that he liked to fight monsters. But she knew that if he was in the hunting grounds, he would not be able to see this quest. She was puzzled and did not understand why everyone called this quest a siege, because in the quest there was not a word about concrete. Jaina thought for a moment and wondered if the young man had decided to take a break from hunting and rest for a while. But she pushed the thought away, as she knew he loved the thrill of the hunt. She rushed into the distance with lightning speed because she knew that he most likely went to battle before everyone else. Henson looked into the distance, knowing that the monsters would soon reach the city. With lightning speed, he put on his mask. Libius looked at his master with a joyful smile and said that he looked very cool in the mask. Henson was a little puzzled, as he knew that the monsters could sense his energy, since he was a descendant of the god of sleep and death. He understood that they would notice him soon. Henson looked at his companion and asked if they could move the energy to the god of sleep and death, somewhere else. The young man smiled and said that of course they could do it. Henson was surprised and puzzled, as he did not know how this was possible. Libus looked at his master with tears in his eyes and a joyful smile, ignoring his words. Libus, with a joyful smile, shouted to the master that he was very amazing, as he felt that his knowledge had increased thanks to the master. Henson sighed heavily and said that they should proceed with their plan. At the same time, the monsters growled ferociously and headed straight for the city. But a moment later they froze and looked intently in the other direction, as they noticed that their direction had changed. The giant orc boss stared into the distance, grinning. He was a little surprised as he saw that the energy had gone in several directions. But a moment later he was taken aback, as were everyone else, as the energy was dispersed in different directions. But after a few seconds he looked in the opposite direction, as only one patch of land had no energy coming from it. The monsters were furious as they could no longer sense the energy, but they knew he was somewhere nearby, and so they wanted to split up and find him. A moment later they split up, and different groups went in different directions. Henson looked into the distance at the monsters, as they had become much more powerful thanks to the power of the dragons. He was glad, as he had been waiting for this. Henson also clearly understood that he would not have succeeded if it were not for his faithful comrade. He thought that energy could only be changed, but it turned out that they could also hide it. Henson looked around and realized that each boss monster had many more simple monsters under his command. Looking into the distance, he counted the number of his opponents, but he knew that if they headed straight to the city, they would be difficult to deal with, so he wanted to reduce their numbers as quickly as possible. Henson looked into the distance with a fierce grin, because he knew that if he used his friend's strength, he would be able to cope with such a task. He knew that he could not complete this quest alone. Henson looked closely at his new acquaintance, as he looked at him with a joyful smile. A moment later, he looked into the distance as he knew that he needed to take all the elite bosses for himself, as he wanted to be the first in this matter. Henson was a little surprised as he didn't understand why there weren't any new quests appearing. He thought there was going to be another special quest involving a dragon. He was very sorry that it wasn't there, as he knew the rewards there were amazing. A moment later, he sighed heavily and said that they could start with the giant wolf boss. The young man smiled and said that was an excellent choice. Henson looked into the distance with a smile and turned on the video recording, while the young priest looked into the distance with a fierce grin, because he knew that the fun was about to begin. A few seconds after the monster split up, the wolves ran in the other direction and growled furiously along the road. The leader of the wolf pack stared into the distance, baring his teeth menacingly. He was furious because he could smell the young man. He knew that he shouldn't even try to escape. He was furious and couldn't believe that the young man was just mocking them. So he was determined to find him and sort it out as soon as possible. A moment later, he smelled the young man, but turning around, he saw only his jacket. A few seconds later, he was taken aback as he saw a young man next to him who was running towards him with fury, using his strength. With lightning speed, Henson aimed a hail of bullets at the wolf leader. But to the surprise of the pack leader, he was not hit, and the bullets hit his comrades. Henson was glad that his magic power had increased, because now the magic bullets had become much more dangerous, even though he was already using only half of his power. He made light work of the remaining wolves, and they grinned in fury as Henson dealt them crushing damage. The leader looked at the young man with fury, and a moment later he used his howl, and thus the nearby monsters, his packs, became stronger. Henson looked at the boss with a grin and asked if he really thought that he was the only one with a buff. At the same time, Libius, with a satisfied smile, jumped out of the bushes, and a moment later the priest of the god of death gave the young man the life force of the priest, with his stats being increased by 50% for 1 hour. The priest also gave him the hand of a priest, and his attack power was increased by 50% for 2 hours. The wolf looked at the young man with surprise and anger, as he did not expect such a thing. But a moment later he rushed at his opponent with a menacing roar. But the young man was not afraid of his onslaught, and also rushed to meet him. But a moment later the wolf was taken aback and looked at the young man in surprise, as he simply flew past him. He froze in place when he saw the young man directing all his powerful strength at his comrades. He was furious because he knew this was not an easy battle. He saw how the young man dealt with his comrades with lightning speed. Looking at everything that was happening, he realized that this was just a hunt. He growled and rushed after the descendant of a god. Henson turned around with lightning speed, but did not flinch when he saw the enraged mouth of his enemy. Henson looked at his enemy intently, knowing that he needed to kill them all as painlessly as possible. With lightning speed, he rushed towards his enemy, but unfortunately, he knew that he couldn't use the magic bullet skill against them. He sighed heavily, knowing that he would have to deal with this with the help of the old sword. Henson very quickly and gracefully delivered several blows to his opponent. Looking sideways at his opponent, he used the melody of the god of death and sleep. The wolf froze for a moment in stupor and growled in rage and pain. He looked closely at the young man and realized that he was facing a true hunter. A moment later, the young man was notified that the wolf pack leader had been damaged, and in doing so, he had gained the wolf's soul, and so he now had multiple boss souls, while also receiving an additional quest reward. He also received additional items. Henson knew full well that if he killed other bosses, he would only get better items and his level would increase. He was glad because he felt the taste of the hunt, and he collected all his rewards in a hurry. Looking at his defeated opponent, he used Thenonos' Soul Game. He looked at his defeated opponent and released his power, directing it towards him. This skill was activated when the boss's soul was absorbed and allowed him to be summoned into this world. The summoned soul obeyed the caster's orders and was also a priority target for nearby monsters. A moment later, the young man resurrected the body of his deceased enemy and was informed that his stats had increased, while the leader of the wolf pack awaited his command. Libus looked at his master with admiration, for he now had another devoted servant. Henson, with a fierce and satisfied grin, said that a hunting dog was needed for hunting. At the same time, the Black Shirani was closely examining the surroundings in search of the young man. Henson stared into the distance at the predatory snake. He knew that in terms of strength, ogres or orcs were much stronger, but its venom was a real problem. Libius looked at his master with tears in his eyes and said that he was very sorry, because his humble servant could not be of use to him now. But the young man knew that this was not so. He knew it was best to enter the fight with his skills fully restored, and so he rushed headlong to meet his new opponent, with Libius screaming in delight as he sat atop the huge wolf. But at the same time, the Black Shiran looked around in surprise and hissed. A moment later, she hissed in fury and pain as the wolf bit through her. She was furious and had no intention of giving up, so she rushed towards her opponent with lightning speed in order to strike back. A few seconds later, she bit the wolf, and for some time they stood there biting each other. But at the same time, the young man rushed towards the snake with lightning speed, but he also did not forget to inflict damage on it. The Black Shiran was taken aback and quickly rushed towards her opponent in order to deal him a crushing blow. But at the same time, the wolf stopped her and thus pressed her to the ground. The Black Shiran was taken aback and hissed menacingly, since she did not expect such a thing. Henson, in turn, was not going to give up. He rushed into battle with lightning speed. He quickly dealt blow after blow to his opponent, and a moment later, after his quick and precise strikes, She fell to the ground with a crash. He was notified that he had defeated his enemy and his level had been raised. He received a special reward for the quest. Henson was puzzled as he saw that his opponent just disappeared, as he wanted to resurrect him as well, but his skill needed to be recharged. A few minutes after he had collected all the treasures, he rushed further into the battle. And at the same time, Org met him, growling with rage and malice. But the young men, despite everything, rushed towards their opponents. Henson looked into the distance, as his friend's skills really amazed him. His friend was able to completely restore the wolf, which was supposed to disappear. The leader of the giant orcs looked at the traitor with fury, as he knew that they must punish him. Henson looked at his opponents in surprise, as he did not expect them to work together. But in turn, he wondered if he should use the sleepwalking skill. But he threw that thought away, as he knew that with his friend's skills, he could handle it in no time. Henson, looking at his opponents, because he knew that he had to deal with the orc chieftain first, and he would send the wolf to fight the ogre champion, he understood that the ogre's defense was at a high level, and he was also of a higher level than the wolf, so his attacks might not work. He understood that in this case, it would be worth sending Vogue to the orc leader with relatively weak defense. A moment later, his opponent growled menacingly and rushed into battle. Henson glared at his opponent with a fierce grin on his face. He was very glad that he had such an opponent, and therefore he knew that he would deal with him with ease. A moment later, Henson used his mirage skill on his opponent. He looked at his opponent in bewilderment and growled menacingly. But a moment later, the young man rushed towards his opponent and struck him with cold fury and precision. Henson landed on the ground with ease after the blow was delivered. But his opponent only became angry because of such a blow and rushed into battle with lightning speed because he wanted to take revenge on the young man. Henson, with lightning speed, dodged his attacks, but he knew that it was all thanks to the mirage in the Belt of Dreams. Henson looked at his opponent closely, knowing that he would hardly be able to hit back properly. He was puzzled, knowing that his store would not be updated anytime soon. A moment later, the young man saw that his opponent had used his skills and increased his speed and reaction. But Henson, you noticed that the magic resistance was deactivated. It was because of the use of the skill. He looked at his opponent with a smirk and wondered if he really decided to dig his own grave. He glared at his opponent and unleashed a shark tsunami on him. His opponent froze in place for a moment in surprise. But after a few seconds, Henson directed all his powerful force at his opponent. He growled, but at the same time he fought off the tsunami of sharks. The monster growled with rage, but at the same time fought back with fury. But a moment later he was taken aback as he missed one blow. And the moment he let his guard down, Henson attacked him and dealt him a furious and powerful blow. Henson dealt a critical blow to his opponent, and thus he hit a vulnerable spot. With this attack, his eye was damaged, and he lost his sight for several seconds. A few seconds later, Henson activated the nightmare of the god of death and sleep, and at the same time, his opponent, within a few seconds, had to experience hallucinations and pain. Henson landed on the ground with ease but turned around and was taken aback when he saw his opponent's mace coming towards him. At this point, the Dreambelt skill was activated and all other attacks were canceled. He was shocked as he was sent flying off into the distance with a roar. Henson looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, because he knew that he was no slouch. And if it weren't for the Dreambelt, it would have been very painful for him. He was surprised because he didn't know that under the influence of the nightmare, his enemy could move. At the same time, his enemy Grozny was growling, as he was in pain due to his damaged eye. Henson sighed heavily and looked around, as if he could see that things were getting much worse. But a moment later he turned around, as he heard a terrible roar. He was puzzled because he saw the leader of the giant orcs, Firak, in front of him, and he killed the leader of the wolf pack. The young man looked at his opponent with a puzzled expression, as he knew that things were getting really bad now. But he knew that he had to first reduce the number of his enemies. A moment later, he pulled out his chains from his arsenal, and a few seconds later, he aimed the chains at his opponents. With lightning speed, all of his opponents were destroyed, but he sighed heavily as he knew that because he had used this skill on a large number of opponents, he had used up a lot of mana. But a moment later, he used the melody of the god of death and sleep on his opponents. The monsters froze for a moment, looking at the young man. And after a few seconds, they were enveloped in his power, and at the same time, they were dumbfounded. But a few seconds after using his skill, they scattered, and the young man was informed that his level had been increased. Firak looked at the young man with rage and anger, as she wanted to kill him immediately. Firak, with the speed of a merino's lightning, he approached his opponent and dealt a very strong blow, but the dream belt canceled out all of the opponent's attacks. A moment later, the young man unleashed a shark tsunami on his opponent. Firak screamed because he didn't expect this, but he still parried his opponent's blow and delivered his own. Henson jumped back with lightning speed, and thus he received no damage. He looked at his opponent with fury, as he knew that sharks were very cunning. But a moment later he was taken aback and realized that danger awaited him at every step, as his other opponent struck, and thus the young man almost received damage. Henson was very puzzled, as he knew that now he had only the most ineffective attacks left. He saw that Firak was not wounded, and a cab, although he looked bruised, was not so much as to remain on the sidelines. Henson glared at his opponents as he knew that he could only use two of his skills right now, namely Methane Shooting and Shark Tsunami, because their cooldown was disabled due to the dragon language, and all other abilities were on cooldown. Henson was furious as he knew that this would not be enough for a normal attack. He had previously thought that a few skills would be more than enough for him, but now he realized that he was wrong, as his opponents were rushing towards him with their cold fury. They shouted and rushed after him, but the young man was immediately determined to dodge their blows. He understood that if he fought, he would eventually win, but now he could clearly see that he was surrounded and driven into a corner. He understood that he needed to capture a crushing victory. He looked at them with cold fury, as they were annoying him greatly, and he was determined to deal with each of them, while activating Thanano's lucid dream skill. After all his notifications, Henson realized that he only had 1 minute to kill his opponents. At the same time, he used the Berserker's song in relation to his enemies, and due to this, he became invulnerable for several seconds, and his movement speed and attack power increased. He used the Sleep of God since it reduced all risks to a minimum, but at that very moment, his opponents rushed at him. Henson clearly understood that he would only need a minute to deal with them. After his actions, he dealt with all the opponents and his level was increased. But at the same time, the main bosses were attacking him. Henson had no intention of giving up and, with lightning speed, applied one of his skills. A moment later, he rushed towards his opponent to strike him. Henson delivered blow after blow with ease and grace, and his opponent growled menacingly. A few seconds later, he used the melody of the god of sleep and death, causing his opponent to freeze in place. A few seconds later, he was notified that he had landed a powerful blow and that his opponent had received critical damage. A few seconds later, he directed a hail of bullets at his opponent, with the bullets hitting him right in the eyes. His opponent growled in rage and pain as his eyes were damaged, but his second opponent charged into battle. Henson noticed his attack and easily jumped aside, but in turn he headed straight towards his opponent in order to strike him back. The monster froze for a moment as he lost sight of the young man, but a few seconds later Henson sent water sharks at his opponent, and they did not spare the monster. At that very moment, the young man jumped on his opponent and dealt blow after blow. A few seconds later, he used the melody of the god of sleep and death, and with this skill, he cut off his opponent's head. He was informed that he had defeated his opponent and obtained the boss's soul. Henson, in turn, was very happy, as he could now use the game of souls of the god of death and sleep. He was informed that the boss's body was in poor condition and that increasing his abilities was simply impossible. But at that very moment, the body of the orc raised its head from the ground, and a moment later he was resurrected and his abilities increased by several percent. After other actions, he was ready to fight. Henson saw that there was only one opponent left in front of him, but he, in turn, was screaming with rage, as he was angry at the descendant of the god of death and sleep. The young man looked at Boy with a fierce grin, as he knew that he had simply an excellent effect. But his opponent was furious and shouted that he would immediately deal with the descendant of the god. But a moment later he rushed into battle, shouting at the young man that he would immediately pay for what he had done to them. The young man was a little confused as he was informed that his opponent had used the Spirit Shackle skill, and he was unable to move for a while. Unfortunately, the Dream Belt was unavailable, and he was unable to cancel the effect. But after a few seconds, there was a loud explosion. Libius contributed to this explosion. Libius looked at the monster with a satisfied smile. The orc looked at the young man with fury and said that he would deal with him right away. Libius, in turn, laughed wildly and asked the monster if he was really serious now. But a moment later, the orc was taken aback as someone dealt him serious damage. The orc looked closely at his former comrade. wondering if he could still be alive. At the same time, the young man, burning with anger and fury, sighed heavily with a grin, because he thought that his end would soon come. He looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and said that now it was his turn. His opponent was shocked, because he did not understand how such a thing could be possible. Libius, with a smirk, told the orc that this was the result of him going against God. A moment later, the young man rushed towards his opponent with lightning speed, while the latter growled with anger. But a few seconds later, after his lightning-fast strikes, he was notified that he had defeated his opponent and thus raised his level. Due to the fact that he defeated the boss with enhanced power, he received additional rewards. Henson was surprised and quickly collected all his treasures. Unfortunately, he did not get what he expected, because he thought that he would get extra points if he dealt the final blow with the melody of the god of sleep and death. He sighed heavily as he thought that maybe he just missed the timing, but he knew that it didn't matter now, and he needed to gather all the items and leave as quickly as possible. A moment later, he looked back and noticed that the remaining monsters were looking at him. Henson was puzzled, because he knew that if they all attacked him, he would lose at least half of his health. But the monsters had no intention of retreating, because they wanted to avenge their leaders. Henson looked at his opponents with a smirk, as they were giving him a headache. He knew it was time for him to leave, as he wouldn't be able to fight everyone at the same time. But a moment later, he froze in bewilderment as he saw someone use their power. Henson was taken aback and wondered if he had missed some boss. He knew that all his skills were on cooldown, and only Dragon Tongue and Shooting were available now. But considering that all the monsters were left without protection, he knew that it would be stupid of him to miss such a chance. Libius approached his master and called him. The young man looked at his friend in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he wanted from him. Libius looked at the gentleman with all seriousness and said that everything was very bad now. Gina slowly walked out of the meeting and looked at the young man with bewilderment, as she did not expect to see him. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing in a place like this. Libius asked his master in confusion what the paladin who worshipped the heavens was doing here. He asked his master if she had come to them for his soul. The young lady looked at them in surprise, as she did not expect such a question. She did not understand how the priest knew that she was a paladin, since she held the title of a heavenly paladin and her rank was unique. Libius, trembling with fear, asked his master's forgiveness, since he, as a humble servant, should not interfere in his master's conversation, for this was a mortal sin. The young man looked at his companion with cold fury but said nothing. He smiled and asked the young lady for forgiveness from his short-sighted assistant. She smiled and said that everything was fine, but what was more important now was that she had come to tell him something. He looked at her closely and wondered what the probability was that she had more interesting subjects than her sister, since he knew that they were of the same level, but that his sister had not told her Belgium anything, and he realized that the young lady had approached him herself, but he did not understand how she had managed it. She apologized and said she knew it was rude, but when she watched the video, she knew it was him, and a few seconds later she told him how she had managed to find him. He looked at her puzzled, as he realized that she only knew where to look for him from a simple notification. He was shocked as she read him like an open book. But a moment later, their sweet dialogue was interrupted as a whole horde of monsters attacked them. Henson looked at the young lady intently and said that they needed to get out first and then continue the conversation later. She looked warily at all the monsters and said that they would do just that. A moment later, the young men rushed into battle and, sparing no one, dealt with their opponents one by one. After a long fight, they moved to the city. Henson looked at his companion with a smile and asked if she wanted to go to a cafe. She said with a joyful smile that she didn't mind. Libius, in turn, with a joyful smile, shouted that he would also go with them. The young man was taken aback and looked askance at his companion, since he had frightened him, because he knew that he would never get used to his unexpected appearances. But he knew that he needed to get him off somewhere for a while as quickly as possible. Henson looked at the young man intently and said that he had secret assignments for him. He shouted that he would do whatever the master ordered. Henson Nadia told the young man that he needed to find the second trace that they had talked about earlier. The young man was shocked and at the same time happy, since his master had entrusted him with such a difficult and important task. Libius cried out with tears in his eyes from joy that since his master trusted him with such a difficult matter, he would find out everything as soon as possible, and at that very second he disappeared. Henson was glad that his companion did not ask unnecessary questions and simply listened to the order. The young lady looked at the young man in surprise and wondered if he did it for her sake. She knew that he could not have strained himself so much, but she was glad that he did it. Sometime later they moved to a cafe. She looked at him intently because it seemed to her that he was angry with her, because she did not just come to hand over the items, but tracked him down on video, like a stalker. Jaina was a little puzzled, because she knew that after that, he might not even accept her friend request. A moment later, the young lady handed over all the items to her companion. He smiled and thanked her. Gina sighed heavily and said that she only came to give him the items, and she hoped that there would be no misunderstanding between them. But in turn, she was puzzled, as she did not know what she was even saying. He smiled and said that everything was fine, and she didn't need to worry. She was taken aback, but at that very moment, she regretted that there had been no misunderstanding. Henson, in turn, looked at these items with a smile, as he got a skill book and a sword. He was surprised because he saw a unique sword, which was spiritual and was previously created by an outstanding master. It gave protection and increased movement speed. And also the sword had a spirit sealed in it, so it was impossible to break. He was surprised and amazed at the same time, as he saw that the sword's characteristics were simply crazy. He also saw a skill book. The book allowed the user to learn movement skills. He noticed that it was a very useful book, as he could avoid attacks or suddenly attack the enemy. A moment later, he was notified that he had acquired a movement skill that was unique. He could teleport his enemy without spending mana. Henson looked at the skills he had acquired with a satisfied smile and realized that they were perfect for him. But a moment later, he was taken aback, as he realized that he was worried about the girls, as they could soon figure out who he really was. Henson looked at the young lady intently and asked her not to tell anyone that he was Ashura, and at the same time she should under no circumstances tell anyone his real nickname. The young lady looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not expect such a thing. He smiled and asked her to keep it a secret from others. Besides, he said that there was someone in their guild who would be better off not knowing who was hiding under the mask for now. She looked at him in bewilderment, but still understood what he was talking about. A moment later, the young lady said with a happy smile that she would not tell anyone anything. He knew it was a little awkward to ask for this, but it was the best option at the moment, so he wouldn't get caught. Otherwise, things would go badly for him. The young lady thought for a moment about what he asked her to do, and at the same time, she wondered who the person from the guild was who shouldn't know about him. She hadn't met the other guild members yet, but as far as she knew, there were only 2 men out of all the people there. She wondered if he was talking about some girl. At the same time, the young man wanted to quickly go and test his new weapons and skills. He quickly stood up and thanked her with a smile for bringing him all the items, because to be honest, he no longer hoped that he would ever see the items from that dungeon, and he also asked with a smile to convey his gratitude to her sister. She described it as she understood that they had not become friends. She asked too quickly and was taken aback, as she screamed and asked him to submit a friend request. He looked at her with bewilderment. Yenna looked at the young man intently and thought that he would refuse her. He smiled and agreed with her, and also said that they should still hunt together sometimes, and also asked her to switch to informal speech. She was surprised, but at the same time happy. A moment later, they became friends. He looked closely at the young lady, as he realized that if he needed to contact someone, then from the guild, then he could easily contact her, because it was more convenient for him. Sometime later, he visited the hotel. He smiled because he knew that in this hotel it was calm and quiet. No one disturbed him, and he felt at home. A moment later, he opened his inventory as he wanted to view all his items. He saw various heroic class and unique rank weapons, but he noticed that some items were simply useless to him, as they were unfortunately just lying around and he couldn't use them. So he wondered if he should sell them. He smiled as he knew that he now had the movement skill in the Sinclair, so he wanted to free up some space in his inventory, so he wanted to start with a weapon and a spell book. He saw a beautiful spell book, a sweet dream, but unfortunately he couldn't tell what kind of skill it was just from the name, so he wanted to try it out. A moment later, he was notified that he had acquired the skill Sweet Sleep, which was unique. The summoner could fall into a deep sleep for a few minutes, and during his sleep time, his health would be restored. Henson was pleased with this discovery, as he knew that it could be used in conjunction with the sleepwalking skill, since it was activated during sleep. He realized that the combination of sleepwalking and sweet sleep meant that he could use the knight's fighting style at any time during game time once per day. In addition, he could not only sleep, giving control of the genome to the intellect, he could also restore his health. He understood that the knight was attacked more often than he was, so with such a skill, he could do without a belt of dreams. Henson was pleased because he understood that this skill was equivalent to legendary for him. He also wanted to see what kind of skill he could get from the quest. He saw that he could get big rewards for killing the boss, and it could be said that the reward would be an item choice. And he could take a weapon or armor. He wanted to free up his inventory and increase the chance of getting rewards. A moment later, he decided to check the hero class items. He was surprised as he noticed that he had received an infinite dagger. After reading the description, he was happy because he saw that this dagger was just perfect. He sighed heavily because now he was starting to be afraid of himself. He realized that he needed to wrap it up because he would have problems if he lost control. At the same time, the young lady was immersed in her work. People were calling them and demanding the next video, and they also wanted to know confidential information about the user. Each member of the team answered calls, and there were a lot of them. Javon looked at all the team members and said that it was simply impossible to work like this, and they should send all the locks to the answering machine. The young people completely agreed with him. Jawan looked at the young lady closely and asked how many orders for the videos they had received. She looked at him and, looking at her notes, gave him a full and detailed report. Javon sighed heavily and said that it looked like they needed more workers. They suggested that he organize a call center. Otherwise, instead of editing videos, they would be constantly sitting on the phone. Javon looked closely at the young men and asked if they knew anyone with similar work experience. The young people, with joyful smiles, told their boss that they would find several people for this job. Jawan said with a smile that this was very good news, and also informed them that she would be personally responsible for the young man's video. Javan looked closely at the young men and handed out all the tasks to them. He also told young people that they should refuse large amounts of work and inform everyone that their full video service is temporarily unavailable to them. A moment later, he was distracted as he saw his phone ringing. Jawan, looking at his colleagues, he gave them the card and said that he would go out for a while to talk and that they could go buy something for dinner. Javan smiled and apologized to the young man as he was busy promoting the video, so he physically did not have time to contact him, and he was also very busy at the moment and did not have enough time to talk. Anma said with a smile that he understood everything and also asked if he really had to film Ashura. Jawan smiled and asked the young man if he was really that interested in him. The young streamer smiled and said that he was and that he would take care of him. Anma asked his friend with interest if he knew which guild the young man had joined. Javan in turn said that they don't have such information yet. Anma smiled and said that he understood him. He also asked his friend if it wasn't too much trouble. Could he tell the young man about their guild? Jawan smiled and said that he would of course tell, since it was not difficult for him to do so. But he asked his comrade not to count on the young man, since he was an inveterate loner. But still he said that the young man could agree to stream the fight with him. Anma said with a smile that he could not even dream of such a thing. But in any case, this was not the main goal, because he had information that could be useful. Javan asked in bewilderment what information was being discussed. Jawan froze in shock when he heard this information. He shouted that the young man would probably like what he heard, and also asked his comrade to keep him updated. Jawan said with a happy smile that the Imperial Martial Tournament was a very good event. A moment later, he dialed his friend and told him the latest news. Henson, in turn, was a little taken aback when he heard about the Imperial Nightly Tournament. Jawan smiled and said that the participants would be divided by levels, and the skills would be calibrated so that no one would overpower them. He thought that they would only leave the basic abilities. Accordingly, the damage received would be small. He smiled and asked his friend what level he was now. Henson said with a smile that he was now at level 94. The young man was amazed because he did not expect such a thing. He couldn't understand how this was possible, because a few days ago he didn't have such a level. Henson smiled and said that it was all thanks to patience and work, but he didn't understand what was so surprising about it. Jawan sighed heavily and said that there were still only a few weeks left until the tournament, so he shouldn't level up. The young man was surprised as he didn't understand why he shouldn't do it. Javan said that otherwise his opponents would be level 100 pro gamers, but the young man only said with a smile that it was a good chance. Jawan smiled and said that since they had discussed the tournament, he wanted to know if his friend had prepared any new recordings. He smiled and said he had prepared some recordings, so he asked if he could send them to him. Henson smiled and said that the first video was filmed somewhere around level 50 during a boss raid, and there was about an hour of footage there. The second video is quite recent, as he recently fought an army of monsters, and the video was a minute long. Javan was taken aback and froze for a moment. Jawan asked his friend if by the army of monsters he meant those monsters that had recently attacked the city. He smiled and said yes, and thought his friend didn't know because he was busy. Javan sighed heavily and said that he tried to follow the news from the game. He asked if this was really the legion of monsters that didn't reach the city. A moment later, his colleagues asked him to put it on speakerphone. Henson said that they were actually attacking the city because of him, so he decided to kill the bosses to reduce the possible damage to the city, and the video clearly showed where he dealt with all the bosses. The young man was shocked because his friend said that the monsters were going to attack the city because of him, and it just sounded wild. Henson just smiled, but a moment later he asked his friend if he knew why this happened. Henson sighed heavily and told everyone that the quest to attack the city and the ancient castle was activated by his specialization, and no one knew that the reason for the attack on the city was because the monsters were hypnotized by the boss from that castle. The young people were shocked by this information. Joan asked in confusion, could it be that the army of monsters was not that strong if he was able to defeat so many bosses? Henson smiled and said that he thought so, and he didn't think there was anything to see in the video at all, since the monsters were really weak. He told his friend that he would send the video, and then he would decide whether to post it or not. Jawan knew very well that the emergency kvass itself increased the difficulty, so he assumed that the video would get enough views. But he knew that there would be a lot of those haters who would start throwing mud at him, like he didn't destroy the entire army, so he should be prepared for that. Jawan sighed heavily and told his friend to send the video, and he would take care of it first. The young man smiled and said that he would send it to him immediately. Sometime later, Henson and his sister visited a movie theater. Henson looked at his sister because he couldn't remember the last time they had been to a movie. He knew it was when their parents were alive, but after their deaths they had never been to a movie. He hoped that his sister would one day be able to get back on her feet, and after that he wanted her to go to university. Henson knew full well that because she didn't have the opportunity to go to high school, she unfortunately wasn't able to make friends. Henson knew he shouldn't burden her with anything, because he should be grateful to her for being the bright sunshine in his life. Huna glanced sideways at her brother, knowing he was still upset about her not being able to walk. Huna looked at her brother with a gentle smile. Knowing that she would have to talk to him about this topic at dinner, she wondered how surprised he would be when he saw her. Huna smiled a gentle smile as she wanted to see his reaction. After the young lady appeared before her brother in all her glory, he was taken aback and speechless. Huna looked at her brother with a happy smile and asked if he was surprised. The young man was shocked, as he did not expect to see something like this. She smiled and asked if he had swallowed his tongue, and she also asked with a smile if he wanted to come over and hug her. Henson was shocked and furiously asked how long she had been walking. He was in shock and shouted that if she could stand, it meant that rehabilitation was helping her. Henson was furious and did not understand why she did not say anything to him. He shouted for her to answer him immediately. When did she manage to get to her feet? The young lady was taken aback, not knowing what to answer, as she did not expect such a reaction. A moment later, she said timidly that she had been on her feet for about 3 months. She knew that wasn't entirely true. A moment later, her expression changed and she asked her brother for forgiveness. He sighed heavily, as he understood that he was not saying what she wanted to hear, since he himself had said earlier that he really hoped for her speedy recovery. Henson sighed heavily and asked his sister to sit down. He looked at her closely and asked if Auntie knew about this. He asked if she continued to attend the doctor's classes. Would she be able to walk? She timidly said that it was, and he looked at her intently and asked what the prognosis was. She sighed heavily and said that in a few weeks she would be able to walk without assistance. He was glad because he knew that in a year she would be able to go to university. She sighed heavily, asked if he was angry. Henson puzzledly said that of course he was angry. He asked how she would feel if she were in his place. The young lady hesitated, not knowing what to answer, but a moment later he said that she should listen to his request. She smiled and said that of course she would listen to everything he told her. Henson looked intently at his sister and said that she should prepare for entering university. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. He smiled and said that it would be good to do this. Henson smiled and said that before the accident, she had been a diligent student and had done well in school, so he thought she might be able to go to university. Henson looked at his sister and said that if she didn't want to do it, she didn't have to. But over time, it would be harder for her to make friends her own age, especially if she didn't get a job. Henson said with a gentle smile that finding like-minded people was not as easy as it seemed, although she stopped attending classes since middle school, but she graduated from high school. Henson looked at his sister with a gentle smile and said that now was her last chance to spend time with her peers. The young lady was shocked, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. But a moment later, Huna said that she herself would like to go to university. He smiled and said that this was very good, and so he would definitely find out about all the details. Huna looked at her brother with a smile and said that she would do it only on one condition. He looked at her in surprise and said that she should quickly tell him what she was talking about. She smiled and said that he would go with her. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he had not expected. Huna looked at her brother closely and with a gentle smile said that she wanted them to study together. At the same time in Veneto, at the eastern walls of the castle, there was complete chaos as all the monsters were rushing towards the castle. The young men were taken aback and looked up in bewilderment as they saw a wolf rushing towards them. They were shocked as the monsters jumped over the wall and rushed towards them. A moment later, one of the monsters attacked the man, and he screamed in pain as the monster bit his leg. The man screamed and calmed everyone down as he knew they had to prepare for a fight, but a moment later he himself screamed as the wolf attacked him. The young people prepared to repel the attack, but they were shocked because they did not understand why the monsters were so strong. But a moment later they were taken aback as the snakes attacked them with their venom. The young people were in shock. They could not be healed and disappeared one by one. A moment later they were taken aback as they saw that the dawn had saved them and the monsters were slowly retreating. They were happy, but at the same time the young people were taken aback and froze in shock as they realized that this was not the end. Everyone was shocked because they saw formidable monsters that were higher than the castle walls. They were puzzled because they didn't know how to stop them, so they wondered if the level restrictions had been lifted so that high-level players could participate as well. A moment later, the young people were taken aback as the monsters rushed towards them. With lightning speed, the monsters attacked and devastated the castle. Huna hurriedly woke up her brother and shouted at him to get up immediately. She screamed that he had to see it. He looked at her in surprise and asked what happened, as he was more surprised that she had burst into his room. A moment later, she played the video for him, and he froze for a moment. Henson was frozen in surprise as he did not understand why his video of him fighting the wolf was being shown on TV. The young lady said that the video had only been uploaded to social media a few hours ago, and it was already popular. She watched the video with admiration as she was amazed by the young man's crazy control. He smiled as he realized that he was now on TV. And at the same time, young people were discussing this video with Ashura. The young lady Cheese said with a joyful smile that every time she saw him, she was amazed. Namu sighed heavily and said that there was nothing surprising about it. He said that he had heard that the young man had a level above 150. Namahi said that the video was added in the morning, and even if there was minimal editing, it was filmed yesterday evening. And based on this information, they assumed that the young man caught the monsters halfway before the invasion. Namu in turn grinned and guessed what level the young man was. He smiled and said that users above level 150 had been given the ability to kill monsters before the start of the quest. Namu looked at the young lady and said that the user was even above level 300 because he was able to quickly and quietly kill the bosses and then escape using the loopholes in the quest. He was puzzled because he knew that the others were being killed by ordinary monsters right now. Jasu asked the man if he thought that it was normal for a person whose rank was considered legendary. She smiled and said that he wouldn't understand since he had a unique rank. The man was furious, but the young man said with a smile that they could skip this moment since they were staying in the city. The young man looked at Mr. Inconspicuous and asked how things were going in the city. Inconspicuous sighed heavily and said that things were just terrible in the city because there were moon wolves and giant snakes and strong ogres, as well as giant orcs that had intelligence. He sighed heavily and said that they held the line, but he understood that defeat was inevitable. Henson was surprised and at the same time puzzled, because he did not think that the situation would become so serious. It seemed to him that only bosses would be with the strong ones, so he ignored the rest. The young lady looked at her brother in surprise, but he said that if she didn't need him anymore, he would go to bed. The young man sighed heavily and said that if Ashura had joined them, he would have changed the course of the battle at least and dealt with the bosses, leaving them to deal with the ordinary monsters. Jesus said that it would be really nice if he joined the battle, but she assumed that he had some pressing matters with her in reality, and for that reason he couldn't participate. The young man sighed heavily and said that in that case the city would be captured. A moment later she was distracted as she was informed that a young man had appeared in the game. She told everyone with a happy smile that it was known that Ashura had appeared at the eastern wall of the castle. She also said that there was a group of reporters there now, and they could switch to the scene. The young lady, in turn, simply beamed with happiness as she knew that the city would be saved. At the same time, the city was in turmoil. Knight Commander Carson glanced sideways at everyone present, as he knew that this place should not have been turned into ruins due to several waves of monsters. A moment later, he was taken aback and started as he heard some noise. The young people were in shock because they knew that the previous wave had only recently ended, and they were advancing again. They were furious because they knew they had no other choice but to fight to the death. The commander of the knights, Carson, shouted to all the knights and told them to listen to him immediately. He shouted that they must not let the city fall, so they must fight to the end. A moment later, monsters rushed at them and mercilessly tore apart everyone in their path. But the young people were not going to tolerate this and furiously repelled attack after attack. At the same time, someone directed their power at the monsters and mercilessly knocked them down. Knight Commander Carson looked at the monsters that were simply lying on the ground with bewilderment. He looked into the distance in surprise as the monsters evaporated and asked the young lady who she was. She looked away and said that she didn't think there was time for unnecessary chatter now. She logged out of the game because she thought her companion had dealt with all the bosses, so she didn't expect there to be any problems. But now she saw that there were too many monsters. Yenna looked around carefully, knowing she had to hold out as long as possible. A moment later, she unleashed heavenly punishment on her opponents. With the speed of lightning, she rushed towards her enemies. And after a few seconds, she used her power, and the monsters recoiled from her and scattered in different directions. Yenna saw the monsters attacking her with cold fury, but she dealt with each one with ease. The young men ran to her rescue in a hurry because they knew that they would win with her help. With lightning speed they dealt, crushing blows to their enemy. Yenna, in turn, was continuously fighting with monsters. A moment later, one dealt her devastating damage, and unfortunately, she could not move. She was in shock because she didn't expect things to be so bad. She saw a crowd of monsters rushing towards her, preparing to deal damage. Yenna froze for a moment as she realized that this was the end for her. Yenna sighed heavily as she knew this would be her first death in the game, but she knew she could take a break once. But a moment later she opened her eyes and froze in shock as she saw that the monsters had been defeated and she was alive. She was in shock because it was her comrade in front of her. She screamed and called him, but a moment later she saw that he was wearing a white mask. She was surprised and looked at his friend with bewilderment, since he did not react to her in any way. She looked at him in bewilderment and called again, but there was no answer. A moment later, the young man used sweet sleep on his enemies. With the speed of lightning, he struck them, and they recoiled. He was notified that Sweet Dream was putting the player into a deep sleep, and sleepwalking was activated for the duration of the fight. After a few seconds, the Sweet Dream was completed, and he could check the character's movement. Henson easily dealt with his opponents. He was surprised because he noticed that he was able to observe everything that was happening during his sweet sleep. But what surprised him more was that his sleepwalking skill was improved and his movement speed was increased. He easily delivered blows and dodged his opponent's blows. With lightning speed, he fought his opponents and at the same time helped other hunters. Henson now realized that he could move faster, and when his level was hanging, he consciously saved the young lady. He realized that he had learned to create suitable situations for his knight's hypothesis. But at the same time, the monsters ran towards him with cold fury, as they wanted to sort things out quickly. But after a few seconds, he used his chain on the monsters and pierced them all. Meanwhile, the monsters gradually disappeared. At the same time, he received notifications that his level had been increased. The young men were delighted to be able to witness such a fight, as they knew that the famous Ashura was now before them. But at the same time, the monsters did not get lost and ran and growled with lightning speed. They were furious because they wanted to immediately settle accounts with their enemy. Henson turned gracefully and turned his full power on his enemies. Henson was delighted because he knew that in this state the skills felt completely different. although their strength was almost the same. He thought for a moment how interested he was in fighting the knight Ashura, although he knew that it was unlikely that the game would have such a banal and strange quest where he would meet himself. At the same time, the young lady looked at the young man with bewilderment as she was amazed by his power. She looked at the young man with confusion as she understood that he had saved her and she was grateful to him for that. While she began to film his battle on video, and her recording was to be saved separately. Jaina looked into the distance. She knew she had to stop just standing there. She knew it was time to act. She shouted to her comrade that the moon would stop the wolf and the serpentine. A moment later, the young lady rushed to the attack, but the young man also kept up with her. He knew that everything was going quite well. But a moment later, he was taken aback, as he realized that at this rate, he would level up. But he really wanted to compete with the professional players. But he knew that he had been told earlier that the professionals had not yet reached level 100. He hoped that his level would not increase. But a moment later, he was taken aback and looked closely at his opponents, as they were tougher than the rest. He looked at them closely and wondered if they were elite monsters, because in fact, he had never encountered elite monsters before, because his target was always only bosses. He knew that now was a very exciting moment. A moment later, the monster rushed into battle and dealt the young man a crushing blow. But Henson, with the speed of lightning, recoiled and flew towards his enemy. The monster growled in rage and pain as the young man directed several of his skills at him at once. Henson but looked at his opponent, who was slowly disappearing, and a moment later prepared for another attack. Henson was shocked to see his personality in action. He was puzzled because the Death and Sleep God's soul game was activated on the corpse of a giant orc, and he was notified that the giant orc could have been summoned by a skill. Henson looked at the monster with confusion, knowing that this was the end. The other monsters looked at their comrade in bewilderment as he stopped. They were puzzled and did not understand what was going on at all. The young men watched this fight with admiration and awe, as they saw on the video how Ashura revived the boss. But he did not think that Ashura would use this skill at that very hour. But at the same time, his rebellious opponent roared with rage. The other monsters were taken aback and froze for a moment. But at that very moment, he easily scattered them in different directions, and the monsters began to run away from the battlefield in a hurry. The young men joyfully shouted that they too must fight. With lightning speed, they headed straight into the center of the carnage. Henson, for his part, was not about to retreat so easily and rushed towards his opponent with lightning speed. Henson was shocked as his other personality, namely the crazy lunatic, summoned a soul and went into battle. He was puzzled as he knew that he should collect the items and think about more than just fighting. But it was all in vain, and the young man dealt with each of his opponents with lightning speed. Henson froze in shock as he saw that his level had been increased. With each new enemy and each new death, his level increased in the same second. Henson was furious because he knew that if he leveled up to level 100, he wouldn't be able to compete with the professional players. He was furious because he knew that due to the time limit in the second quest, he might not be able to participate in the tournament. But a moment later, he saw that the sweet dream was deactivated. He was glad because it happened at the perfect time. Henson looked around very quickly, and with the speed of lightning gathered all his things. He woke up from a long sleep and became active. A moment later, he saw a notification from the young lady as she thanked him for saving her. He looked up with a smile and greeted her. But after a few seconds, he simply disappeared. Everyone stared after him, as they were surprised that he came when he was called. They were very sorry that he left so quickly, as they wanted to talk to him more, but luckily they were able to take a screenshot. The young lady looked at the young men intently, as she did not understand what was wrong with them, since there was no notification of the completion of the quest yet. Sometime later, the young man completely changed his outfit, and he thought that no one would recognize him now. Henson sighed heavily as he saw that since the quest was not yet complete, it meant that there were still a few monsters left, and they would soon come to the city. He was puzzled because he knew that if he had to continue participating in the siege, he would definitely not get into the tournament. Henson knew perfectly well that this quest meant little to him to give up the tournament for its sake, but he had to help the city because it all started because of him. If he just took and left, it would be irresponsible. He was in shock, did not understand what to do, because he needed to leave the game in the near future. But a moment later, he was taken aback because he saw his companion, who greeted him with a joyful smile. Henson sighed heavily and asked the young man if he had really been trying to surprise him with his appearance every time. Despite his constant failures in this, Libius looked at his master in surprise, and a moment later said that he had only wanted it a little. Libius looked at his master with tears in his eyes and said that he just wanted to greet him and make him happy. Henson looked at his companion in surprise and asked why he was there. He knew that he was unable to come in with him when they were at the Eastern enemy. Now he wondered what had changed. The young man smiled and told the master that he was his humble servant and would always follow him. Henson looked at the young man with a grin and knew that this was very good. Sometime later, the young man told his friend his plan. Libius looked at the gentleman with a joyful smile and said that he could only admire his genius. Henson asked the young man if he understood his words. Libius bowed and said that his humble servant would take care to carry out his master's order perfectly. Henson said he would be out of the game for a while if that happened. But a moment later, he was taken aback and froze in place in surprise, as the sleepwalking skill was activated and he was immersed in sleep. He was informed that even if the user exited the capsule, the character would remain in the game until the automatic logout was performed. A moment later, the young man fell to the ground with a thud. He was puzzled because he hadn't used this skill for a long time, but he still thought that his abilities had improved during this time. Libius looked at his master with tears in his eyes and a joyful smile, as he was able to see with his own eyes all the greatness. Then Thanatos. He was delighted as he saw the truth in the face of a god. With the speed of lightning, he fell to his knees and, hitting his head on the ground, screamed that he had been able to see it with his own eyes. At the same time, the young people looked at them in bewilderment, as they were shocked by such a sight. After waking up, the young man sent his friend a video of Night Ashura. He sighed heavily, as he knew it was time for him to get ready and go to rehab with his sister. A moment later, he looked at her in bewilderment and still didn't understand what she was looking at so intently. He came closer to his sister and looked intently at the screen. At the same time, she was a little puzzled, because she did not understand why the young man's face was covered. He was taken aback and remembered that he had received many requests for filming, but he had rejected them all. Henson looked at his sister with a smile and said that this video would still be uploaded to the channel. She smiled and said that his style was different from what it was before. Henson sighed heavily and said that it was time for them to go to the hospital, because they had previously agreed that they would go together. The young lady smiled and said that she would quickly change and would be ready in a few minutes. A moment later, she asked her brother if he had asked her question to Ashura. He sighed heavily and said that he had asked him. She smiled and asked what he had said. Henson looked at his sister and said with a smile that it was not his friend who received the items from Yena, who was the younger sister of their guild leader. Henson said that the young man had not yet thought about joining the guild, but if he decided to, he would definitely want to get acquainted with their guild. The young lady was glad to hear something like that. Henson looked at his sister with a gentle smile, as he expected her to be shocked when she found out that he was the renowned Ashura. She smiled and said that she would go on her own from now on, and he could go to training for now. He smiled and said that he didn't want to meet her doctor the way he wanted to, because all this time her mentor had been lying to him for her sake, so he wanted to come in and say hello. A moment later, they slowly walked into the doctor's office. Henson greeted the professor with a smile. Madame smiled and said that it was very good that they came together. The lady looked at the young man with a smile and said that first she would send the young lady to rehabilitation, and then she would return to him to talk. Sometime later, they were sitting at the table, and she asked the young man for forgiveness for having to deceive him. He smiled and said that everything was fine, and on the contrary, he wanted to thank her for taking on the treatment of his sister. Henson looked at the doctor closely and asked how long it had been since his sister had started to improve, since she had told him that they had noticed progress about 3 months ago. Limina smiled and said that this was partly true, because it often happened that disabled people had difficulty rehabilitating because their families put psychological pressure on them. She looked closely at the young man and said that, for example, they could be worried about their parents or feel guilty about their brother. He sighed heavily and said that he understood this. Limina said that the family can also give in, because initially everyone says that they are ready to fight, but when they do not see any improvement for a long time, they give up. She smiled and said that for the young lady, on the contrary, it was a great desire to achieve her goal in order to please him. And watching her efforts, she understood how well the young man treated his sister. He sighed heavily and said that he was very proud of her. But unfortunately, he had to work long and hard, and therefore they spent little time together. Limina smiled and said that she understood him perfectly well, but thanks to the game of aces, she was caught much better. She smiled as she looked at the young man and said that he was a great example of how a good brotherly relationship could help a sick person. He smiled and said that she was exaggerating his merits, but he still thanked her for her kind words. A moment later, he informed the doctor that it was time for him to leave, but that he would still come to her. She smiled and thanked him, and also wished him good luck. A moment later, she picked up the phone and was told that the capsule she had requested earlier had arrived. Limina smiled and asked to be left in the office. The young man was surprised and asked the young lady what had happened, since she had not been interested in the game before. She smiled and said that she just wanted to try. He said with a smile that in that case he would help her. Limina, in turn, was surprised as she saw how many patients were getting better thanks to the game. She understood that she also needed to try the game. At the same time, a meeting was being held at the Hero Guild headquarters. Rin informed her comrades that since the meeting was urgently called, Yuna, unfortunately, was unable to attend. Sunny looked at the guildmaster and asked if they had really gathered because of the incident in Vena. She smiled and said that it was so. They were puzzled because they knew that their levels were higher and they could not participate in such a quest. Rin smiled and said that their goal was not to come there and destroy everything. Since her sister shared something interesting with him, she said that each of them could go to the game's website and look at the latest news, since the main thing now is Ashura's participation in the quest. The girls said with joyful smiles that they knew who we were talking about. Old Man Tank smiled and said that the young man was truly amazing. Sunny smiled brightly and said that the young man was really good at fighting, and even if they had the same abilities, they would lose to him. Kaiser looked at all his comrades and said in all seriousness that he would not want the young man to be in the same guild with them, because all the unofficial rankers thought too highly of themselves, and the young man could be one of them. Stewie smiled and asked his colleague if he recognized the young man's abilities. He looked puzzled and said that of course he recognized his talent, and that they would have to be an idiot to deny it. They were surprised because he had a sweet side too. Rin smiled and said that when she logged into the game to help her sister, it turned out that they went hunting with a young man. Everyone was surprised because they did not expect to hear anything like that. They were shocked. They didn't understand why their heads were silent about something like this. But now they realized that they had gathered not because they had problems. Rin looked closely at her comrades and said that unfortunately, the young man had not yet given his consent to join their guild. Kaiser sighed heavily and suggested that everyone not have any illusions for now, since he knew that if the young man was so talented, there was simply no need for him to join their guild. He looked at his comrades and said that they should remember the young lady who had refused them, or rather, she had refused all of them. The young lady then looked closely at the young men and said that if any of them could defeat her, she would consider whether to join their guild. Sunny was furious and shouted that the young lady had a higher rank than them, since she was a legendary rank. He looked at everyone present and sighed heavily and said that he just didn't want their hopes to be dashed, and so they should think rationally. The old man looked closely at the young people and said that the young man was right, because high expectations lead to great disappointment. Rin smiled and said what she thought. Now it became clear to everyone that there really wasn't much to expect, and she also thanked everyone for deciding to share their thoughts. A moment later, they also started talking about Hyuna's brother, since they knew that he had a roughly unique rank. The girls were a little puzzled, as they could understand the decision to accept Yena, but they had not heard anything about the young girl's brother, as they usually only accepted those who had already proven their worth and proven themselves. Rin smiled and said that she had originally thought about it too, but their friend had really asked them to take her brother with them, and besides, it turned out that he was already acquainted with the famous Ashura. The young people froze in surprise for a moment, as they did not expect this. Kaiser looked at the girl intently and asked if she really wanted to take advantage of this and lure Ashura to their guild. Sunny was surprised that their guild leader would do something like that, but in turn she understood why Rin would do something like that. Sunny looked at her friend with a smile and asked if they really had to go to the city and try to recruit a young man to their guild. Rin smiled and said that it was true. A moment later they were taken aback, and as a young man entered the hall with them, he said with a smile that the title of guild leader did not suit him very well, and he did not share the general opinion. He looked at everyone present and said that he thought Kaiser was more suited for the role. Kaiser looked at the young man closely and said that it was clear to everyone that he had done better than him. He sighed heavily and said that if it hadn't been Rin's request, he would have simply refused. A moment later, he apologized for being late. Because he was dealing with Shiva's affairs, they knew it was very tiring, but still, the head of the guild always had a lot of things to do. Rin looked closely at the young man and said that since he came to them, he could explain something to them. He sighed heavily and said that the plan was quite simple, since there weren't many guys in their guild who were below level 150, so they decided to use buffs. The young people looked at him in bewilderment, as they did not expect such a thing. He said that high-ranking guild members would buff those who entered the city, in which case strong players would not need to enter the battle. Of course, the buffs would also be applied to the rest of the battle participants, so they were already dealing with this issue. Ott sighed heavily and said that the problem was that the Xinhua Guild couldn't buff every member, but they did a study and found out that when monsters invaded a certain area, the barrier in the city would disappear. He looked at everyone present and said that if those defending the city were defeated, then some of the guilds would simply push the monsters back. But there was a much more interesting idea, and it also belonged to Ashura. They looked at the young man in confusion and asked what he was talking about. He said that they had to use the Pantheon Temple. The young people froze in shock as they did not expect such a thing. Kaiser, after some thought, said that it was definitely a good plan, but he didn't know if the priest from the temple would act. The young lady sighed heavily and said that if they used the temple, then the end was near. The young man said that Ashura would take care of the rest. The young man looked at the bishop intently and said that he did not seem to understand what he was talking about. He asked him angrily if he had really dared to refuse him. The bishop, trembling with fear, said that he certainly understood. A moment later, the young man thanked the bishop for his cooperation with a satisfied smile. The bishop sighed heavily but said nothing. Libaeus, in turn, applied the unconditional submission of the heavenly deity to the god of death and sleep in relation to the bishop. Libaeus said with a joyful smile that in that case they could defend the city together in the name of the god of sleep and death. The bishop sighed heavily and agreed with the young man. Libaeus shouted with a joyful smile that the time of the god of sleep and death had come. The bishop looked at the young man with bewilderment. Libaeus looked at the bishop with bewilderment and asked why he stood up. He wanted to know if the bishop was unhappy. A moment later, the bishop began to twitch as the young man shouted that it was time for the temple. Kaiser looked at everyone present and asked if their goal was to support the guild and evaluate the young man's skills. Izan said that everything was correct, and some of the guild members were already halfway to the city, and they would get there in an hour at the latest. A moment later, the young men tore up the teleportation scrolls and headed to the city, while Rin and Izan remained in the hall to talk. Rin looked at the young man intently and asked what he wanted to talk about. He looked at the young lady intently and asked if she was hunting for the user named Ashura. He wanted to know if he had any connection with the young lady's brother. Rin sighed heavily and said that she didn't think he was a bad person since she heard that he was on a mission in the city, and he helped her sister and other users. He smiled and said that in that case they should hurry. He looked at the young lady intently and informed her that the Black Guild had already begun preparations. She was taken aback in a way she had not expected. The second largest alliance in the Korean server is the Black Guild, and it consists of 5 guilds, and clashes with Xinhua will only lead to a fight. And in addition, each of the guild leaders was an heir in real life, Izan, the richest of them, but the alliance outnumbered both of their guilds. Izan looked at the young lady closely and said that they had started threatening the other big guilds because they were interested in Ashura, and the black ones were acting as if he had already agreed to join or even join their ranks. She sighed heavily, as she knew that this was another problem. He said that they had money and that it might interest the young man. He was puzzled because he understood that if such a man entered into the Union, it would be very problematic. He wanted to know if they could buy him. She sighed heavily and said that they would hardly be able to do it, but if he refused, then the Black Guild would decide to eliminate him. Izan said that if they seriously took on this matter, then their strength would not be enough. Rin looked at her comrade and asked if he thought they would do something at the tournament. He sighed heavily and said that maybe that's how it would be, but he still wondered if they should try to bribe him. She sighed heavily and, looking at the young man, said that he already knew that she did not work like that. He smiled and asked why she did not participate in the tournament herself. Rin was surprised as she didn't expect to hear something like that. He smiled and asked how about Togo getting the rest of the guild members involved as well. Rin asked if he meant that the Heroes Guild should make a name for itself. He smiled and said that it was about time they did so, since the game had already been around for a year. Rin said that she was going to do it after completing the main story. He smiled and said that she should try to get that girl to participate. She was surprised because she didn't understand how he knew about her. He smiled and said that a friend recently told him about the tournament. The young lady was furious. She said that she definitely had to participate in the tournament. He looked at her with a smile as he knew that all the guild members would have to participate, and he had to give up his place to them. He was surprised because he knew that this was all done for an unofficial participant, but he understood that if that girl also joined the tournament, it would be more difficult for him to win, even though he would easily reach the semifinals. He smiled and asked why they didn't go to the city. She supported him with a smile. Rin looked into the distance with a joyful smile, as she knew that she would soon meet this young man. She knew that he would definitely join them. At the same time, a young man entered the hall where his colleagues were and asked if there was anything interesting. The young man informed his supervisor that Henson had unlocked new skills and received new items. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily because as far as he knew for this quest, the young man had to earn several unique items and skills. Looking at his subordinates, he asked them to bring him a list. He saw what level the young man had, but he understood that he was on par with most of the professional players in the tournament. But because of the skill of the soul game of the god of death and sleep, many users complained about the unfairness, and there was a possibility that professional players might quit the game due to this imbalance. He was furious because he knew he had to do something immediately. A moment later, he saw that Min Yura was calling him. The young lady immediately said that their conversation should remain secret. She said that she heard that the manager's daughter would be participating in the tournament. Cho Min-woo was a little puzzled, as he didn't understand what he would gain from this. She screamed angrily and asked if he was completely out of his mind, since the manager's daughter was supposed to participate in the tournament. A moment later, the young man was taken aback. Sometime later, Henson woke up and found himself in an unknown place. He was sure that he had fallen asleep in the middle of the street. But now he was in shock and did not understand why they put him on the altar, as if they wanted to sacrifice him. Libeus rushed to meet his master with lightning speed. The young man was puzzled because he did not expect such a thing. A moment later, he was notified that he had completed the shirt quest in the city, and his reward had been added to his inventory. He was pleased with the announcement. A moment later, he saw the leather armor, the warhound, the talo equipment. He sighed heavily as he saw a few more swords that weren't very good, but he noticed that the skills were fine for him. Henson glanced sideways at the young man, knowing he needed to deal with him and get rid of the extra balance. Henson looked at his subordinate with a smile and asked if he was able to stop the invasion of monsters because he followed his advice. The young man smiled and said that of course it was. Henson looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and said that in that case he should listen to him carefully. With lightning speed, the young man fell to his knees and bowed to his master, saying that he would listen to him attentively, as he always said the most correct things in the world. Henson looked at the young man in surprise, but a moment later he said that he needed to leave urgently, and he would return quickly, and he should look after the temple. Henson walked around the city with a happy smile, because he knew that he was much calmer alone. He knew that he had no urgent business, so he could freely walk around the city. He knew that he did not have to increase his level, and if he did run into a monster, he would run away. A moment later, he saw a notification that Libeus was being automatically transported by the magic of the Apostle Thanos. Henson froze in confusion for a moment, not understanding what was even happening. But a moment later, his faithful subject appeared before him, and with a joyful smile, Libeus said that the Apostle had decided to send him to his master, and therefore he was very happy. Henson sighed heavily and looked at the young man with confusion, because the Apostle had moved him using magic. Henson looked at his faithful servant in bewilderment, as he did not understand why he was naked. The young man was taken aback and said that he was just about to take a bath, but he was suddenly moved, but he was still very happy. Henson sighed heavily and asked the young man to find some clothes. He, in turn, shouted with a joyful smile. Henson was angry and just wanted to strangle the Apostle with his own hands. At the same time, in the east of the Karen Empire, in the kingdom of Beldrin, young people gathered for a meeting. The leader of the Black Knights Guild, Chungu, looked at all of us present and asked if there were really 6 days left until the Imperial Tournament. The leader of the Blackthorn Guild, Havarin, said with a grin that it was not so, because of course they said it was so, but she thought that everything would drag on for a whole week, because the developers were still finalizing some details, and during the day the information should be posted on the game's website. The leader of the Black Wizard Guild, and also the strongest mage of the Black Guild of the Korean server, Fleur, asked the famous or something regarding Ashura's participation. The leader of the Black Merchant Guild, Helly, said that she was more interested in the other guys who would participate from their union than the young man. Fleur looked at her comrade with fury and asked if she had been gambling again. She smiled and said that it was none of her business. Fleur said that she could do whatever she wanted, but she must not touch the guild's funds. She smiled and said that she had no intention of doing so. Chungu looked at everyone present and asked what they thought about inviting the young and famous man to join their guild. The leader of the Black Mercenary Guild, Hunter Zerable, looked at everyone present and said that out of all the players, they had to get him. They agreed with the young hunter because they understood that it was a very good idea. Warren smiled and said that she didn't think it was the best option, but they didn't need any more fighting, so she agreed with them. Zerable looked at everyone present and asked how they would deal with the remaining guild members. Warren sighed heavily and said that Inferno had personally handled this tournament to begin with, so they had already notified all the participants, and thanks to that, they would be able to easily recruit new members. She looked at everyone present with a smirk and said that it seemed like they had never had a chance to recruit players, so they should take this opportunity to make their name famous and recruit new members. The man said with a smirk that they would then increase their power and destroy the Shinhwa Guild. For some time, they continued to discuss their plan of action. At the same time, the young lady was rushing ahead despite the snowy plains. She was puzzled. She didn't understand why they banned the use of teleportation when crossing borders, but still she became stronger, and she could only guess how much you increased her level. But at the same time, the young lady was thinking about her new acquaintance. She did not understand how he had improved his control to such an extent. She was very interested in what kind of skills he had, but she decided to throw all thoughts away and rushed forward with lightning speed. At the same time, there was a meeting at the headquarters of the Heroes Guild. Rin looked closely at everyone present and said that, unfortunately, they were unable to catch the young man in the city, but this time they would definitely succeed. They knew they would most likely succeed since the news about the tournament had already been posted on the official website of the game. They knew he would definitely be there, otherwise his reputation would suffer. The young girls were happy about this because they knew that they would see him there, and their dreams would come true. But they still wondered if his fights would be boring since only level 1 and 200 users would participate. They knew that he was much stronger than everyone. Rin smiled and said that they couldn't guarantee his victory in the tournament, since they knew that the other major guilds intended to send their most outstanding participants. She looked at everyone present and said that the reason she had gathered them here was because they had to decide who among them would participate in the tournament. She said that this tournament would give them the opportunity to become famous, but they had to take a worthy place in the tournament table. She looked at everyone present and said that the girl had agreed to participate. Everyone froze in shock. The old man sighed heavily and said that everything turned out as he expected. The girls looked at the guild leader and said that in that case they couldn't lose the tournament, but they were still scared. Huna looked at everyone present and said with a smile that she would not participate in the tournament, since she was just a healer, so she would hardly be able to stand up to any of them. Sunny sighed heavily and said that she would also refuse, since her skills were quite strong, but she wasn't sure that she would be able to control them well during the tournament. Rin said, with a smile, that she understood everything and also asked the others if they agreed. She smiled and said that in that case, they would meet at the tournament. Cho Min-woo, in turn, was a little puzzled because he knew that everyone was resting the day before the tournament. He did not understand why he was sitting and working. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily as he hoped that nothing serious would happen. He was puzzled as he was informed that the corporation director's daughter would also be playing. He looked at the young man intently, as he knew that he had not yet reached level 100. Cho Min-woo knew that the young man would dominate the tournament no matter how much they tried to weaken him. He was puzzled because the pro gamers were complaining about this problem. He agreed with them, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He understood that if the young man encountered pro gamers, it would cause a big stir. He sighed heavily as he didn't even remember what day it was. He was puzzled because he knew that the store was supposed to be updated today. The capital of the empire was bustling with life as everyone arrived for the tournament. The young man stared into the distance and wondered if this line was really for those with a level below 100. Henson was a little puzzled as he saw that there were an incredible number of people, so only those who passed the test would be allowed into the tournament. He glanced sideways at the young man hiding behind the large barrels and wondered if he should have asked him to take the test for him, but he pushed the thought away a moment later, knowing that the young man might do something funny again. Henson sighed heavily and decided to go to the store first and test his new skills. He knew he hadn't used Death's Sabbath before to save points, but now he realized he shouldn't limit himself. Henson looked at the store with a smile, as he wanted to know what skills and items he could choose. He was informed that all skills would be obtained randomly, taking into account his specialization. He decided to choose wisely in that case, but a moment later, he was taken aback. He looked at these skills in surprise and wondered if a heroic level skill could be upgraded to a divine level skill. He sighed heavily and decided to start with the legendary, but noticed that he didn't have very good skills. But a moment later, he froze and looked at his notifications in confusion. He realized that if he practiced this a little, he would be able to do something. He realized that if he combined a rare, unique, and heroic skill, maybe he could show something crazy in the competition. A moment later, he came for verification and was informed that if he passed the verification, he would automatically enter the tournament. He was informed that all skills, including passive ones, would be sealed for the duration of the check, and monsters would also be deprived of abilities. Henson in turn understood that this was trivial, but he knew that it was a good filter for players. He was informed that all magic skills would be sealed except for spells with used commands. He wanted to record a video first, so he put on a mask. He had to defeat the monsters, or else last 10 minutes. A moment later, he was asked if he was ready to begin. He smiled, pressed record, and plunged into the fight. Henson was taken aback as an unknown figure appeared in front of him. But a moment later, he saw his own image before him. Henson rushed into battle with lightning speed, determined to show everything he was capable of. A moment later, he faced his opponent. A loud roar filled the hall as they fought wildly. Henson struck his opponent with lightning speed, blow after blow without sparing him. Henson, with the speed of lightning, dealt his opponent a crushing blow and thus recoiled from him. But in turn, he landed on the ground with ease and saw that his opponent also stood firmly. But he was not going to relax, and at that very moment, he rushed at his opponent. Then he threw a dagger at his opponent, who blocked it. And a few seconds later, he pulled out another limitless dagger. Henson looked at his opponent with cold fury and dealt him a crushing blow. A moment later, he was notified that all the monsters had been destroyed and the test had been completed successfully. Thus, his application to participate had been approved. But in turn, the young man had set a new record. He was informed that he could register using a game name or participate anonymously, and after a few seconds, he stopped recording. The system asked him to choose which option he liked best, or else in a few seconds, he would be automatically registered under his current name. A moment later, he approached a crowd of young people who were discussing something very intensely. They were shocked because Ashura was ranked first according to the results, but his result amazed all the participants. They admired him and said that he was a really cool guy, since such a result had never been achieved. Henson looked at the rating system in surprise. When he opened the system, he froze for a moment, since he took first place and managed it in just a split second, as the others managed it in a matter of minutes. He understood that if he had known about this table, he would not have been in such a hurry. He knew that unofficial ranks could also participate, and they hid their skills. But in turn, he really hoped that his sleepwalking would activate a little later, and not as always at the most inopportune moment. At the same time, everyone admired the young man and said that he would definitely win. Listening to these conversations, the man was burning with rage. He was burning with anger because the young man thought he was cool because he was just playing a game. He was puzzled, but as far as he knew, during the tournament itself, there would be the same sorry rating table. Burning with rage and anger, he shouted that he would grind the young man into dust at the tournament. Sometime later, the tournament itself began. Pei Sung-chai greeted all the spectators with a smile and also introduced his colleague, Hong Jin. In turn, he was very glad that he was next to such a professional. Pei Sung-chai smiled and said that everyone who looked at them on TV probably did not know who they were. The men talked among themselves because they knew that the players in the tournament would be of outstanding ability, but they thought that the tournament would be very different from the previous ones. Hongjin smiled and said that, however, he believed that the professional players did not exhaust themselves with training before the tournament. The man smiled and said that most likely it was so, but he was worried about one participant that absolutely everyone was waiting for. A moment later, the video of the young man was put on the screen for everyone to see. They all wanted to see him, but unfortunately, in such a situation, they could only guess as to why he didn't come. They knew that the tournament would be broadcast even on YouTube, and the absence of the young man was disappointing to everyone, since he took first place in the test, but many expected such an outcome. The men chatted happily among themselves as they eagerly awaited the tournament itself. The man smiled and said that the first ranker, Lucifer, was to appear on this tour of the world. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't expecting him to appear. Pasungche smiled and said that this match would be promising. While they were talking among themselves, the young lady was interviewing the young men who were to participate in the tournament. He looked at the member with a smile and said that he was one of the players whose appearance was expected by an incredible number of people. So they all wanted to hear what he thought about it. The professional ARC player looked away. She smiled and asked him to tell her what he felt when he first got into the game. He sheepishly said that he was very impressed because this game was much more realistic than many others. She smiled and asked what he expected from today's tournament. He sighed heavily and said that he did not have high expectations because there would be many talented players participating. She smiled and asked who he would like to see most at the tournament. The young man said that he would like to meet Ashura. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he wanted to meet him. But a moment later, the whole hall shouted that he was a great player. The young people were furious and did not understand why the young man was increasingly heating up interest in his person, but at the same time, he did not even show up. But they still knew that he would participate because in his video message, he said that he would be at the tournament. The young lady thanked the young man for the wonderful interview. A moment later, she said that the next participant was one of the most anticipated players, and at that very moment, the young man disappeared. She greeted Lucifer with a smile. He, in turn, casually greeted her. Everyone present was furious because they knew that the young man had no manners. They did not understand why he was so popular. He held back her anger and asked him how he felt when he first entered the game. He casually said that he thought it was a very good game. Then she asked him what he expected from today's tournament. He also casually said that he only expected to win and he intended to take first place. She smiled and said that Lucifer seemed full of confidence. She asked him who he would most like to see at the tournament, and she started listing different names, but he froze and looked at her with fury. Turning around, Lucifer said that he didn't want to see anyone because he was the best professional player in the world. He didn't want her to compare him to others. He said that no matter how hard they tried, they would not get out of the amateurs. He was furious because they all did not understand why they called him a professional player. But a moment later, the young man disappeared. She consoled him in a way she did not expect, but still said goodbye to the audience. The man smiled and said that they had enjoyed listening to the top players. They knew that Lucifer was very professional, but still his manners were not very good. Pisungche smiled and said that he seemed overconfident, almost arrogant, and he also said that they had regular spectators who knew the principles of the tournament, but those who just joined had no idea how the qualifiers were conducted. He looked at his colleague with a smile and asked him to elaborate a little more, and also asked him not to forget about the update. Hongjin said with a smile that, as everyone knows, the idea is so popular all over the world that an entire industry has grown around it. So they introduced a selection system that didn't exist before, and he was now talking about clearing a dungeon for a while. They knew that the ham game had never had to deal with anything like that before, but now each participant was sent to a separate dungeon. It had several levels, and each had its own unique boss. All players were on equal terms, and in the final, the same approach will be used. New difference from the final tasks during the selection: players cannot use skills. At the same time, the young man closely watched the beginning of the tournament. He put on his mask with lightning speed because he wanted to show who was a professional and who was just an amateur at the tournament. Sometime later, everyone was watching the fight closely. Commentators said that usually such bosses were destroyed during a mass raid, but now players had to act alone. They were surprised because they knew that it was possible to go on this task solo, given the high level and characteristics of the players. However, under these conditions, the average user is not able to do this. They were surprised that the young man never came under attack from the boss. They saw that he anticipated every move of the enemy, and at the same time he acted like a master of martial arts. He estimated the trajectory of the enemy's movement by the contraction of his muscles. They were amazed by his observation. They understood that they shouldn't expect anything else from such a player. They saw that he interrupted the boss's attack before he could raise his paw to strike, and they assumed that the boss was furious. But despite the good result, it was a difficult fighting style, and not every user was capable of such a thing. But at the same time, the young people rejoiced and wished the young man good luck, because they hoped that he would win. Some time later, Lucifer entered the arena. They knew that the young man's skills were incredible, because he had already managed to knock off half of the boss's health. They discussed the young people, but they knew that Ark was a little behind Lucifer because Lucifer's result was superior to many players. Lucifer thought to himself with a grin that it could not be otherwise. He knew that dumb gorilla was nothing to him. The commentators admitted with a heavy heart, but they saw that the young man was truly a professional and could in no way be called a simple user, since they themselves saw how he fought his opponent. He looked at his enemy with a smirk. Since interrupting the boss's attack flow is the basis of a winning strategy, but to become a professional, one must distribute his power correctly. He knew that if he won, he would take first place and set a new record, and after such a triumph, he would join the Black Guild. They offered him a sum several times greater than what he earned as a player. He understood that only a madman would miss such a profitable chance. He was furious and wondered if his opponent had already refused their offer. He was furious because he realized that the young man was just a nobody with useless skills. But during his fight with the boss, he was more concerned with the question of why Ashura had not come, although he did not expect anything else from an amateur. That's why he thought that those who became popular on YouTube were just talentless. His enemy attacked him with fury, but he managed to jump back. The commentators were surprised and quite excited, as the footage looked like it was from a professional film. His attacks looked impressive, but he did little damage. They knew perfectly well that it only looked beautiful at first glance, but in reality it was not so. Lucifer was furious, because he knew that it was time for him to finish. A moment later they saw the young man launch an attack, but a few seconds later the commentators were taken aback and said that they had received urgent news and they had to take a look at it themselves. The audience was frozen in shock as someone completed their task and cleared the dungeon, but in record time. A moment later, the commentators apologized for the delay, but they reported that Ashura had joined them. Everyone was shocked because they now understood what level he was. Everyone was cheering and shouting because they were happy to see the young man at the tournament. At the same time, the snake hissed furiously and threw poison at its opponent, but the young man easily dodged and ran away from her. A moment later, she hissed at him with fury, and he didn't freeze for a moment. But after a few seconds, he dealt her a crushing blow and recoiled. At the same moment, with lightning speed, he struck her again. Everyone was watching his fight closely, because they knew that there was nothing surprising about it. Because he was the first one who easily passed to the second stage, everyone was sure that this time he would cope much faster. They knew that even when a fighter is sure of what attack to use against an enemy, failure can overtake him and make him panic. They saw that he tried to pierce the enemy with his sword, but it did not work. He sighed heavily as he failed to pierce the snake's armor. He saw that she was absorbing all the damage from the attacks, but in turn he dealt her every damage with fury. Everyone was amazed when they looked at his technique. Hongjin looked at the wallpaper and said that balls like this were the least effective against an opponent of this level, but he still managed to surpass the monster with his insane control and overwhelming power. They were surprised as he easily dodged the attacks. They knew that if it had been another player, he would have probably been criticized for being a show-off, but if you look at the young man's fight, you can't say that. They saw him dodge and attack, and even though he dealt little damage to the attacks, he took a lot of damage, and so they knew it was a very smart move on his part. They were surprised because he dealt with his opponent very quickly and efficiently. So the commentators counted the time he spent on several stages, and they realized that it was a record. They knew that he had become the absolute leader, having passed another stage in a few minutes. Since the other players spent twice as much on him, everyone was jubilant, since they understood that the young man was simply incredible and strong, because even in such conditions he demonstrated amazing power. A moment later, the young man received a notification that he had moved on to the third stage. Looking at his fights, they understood that even a vampire was not able to resist the young man. They knew that the vampire was able to turn into a bat and hide in the fog, and even such a boss could use control or even turn into stone. They understood that this was a very difficult opponent, but the young man dealt with him with ease. Everyone was amazed as he completed the next stage very quickly. When they counted his total time, they were all taken aback as they knew he was clearly in the lead. The spectators rejoiced and were happy about his victories. They knew that he would definitely take first place in the tournament. The young lady, in turn, watched the fight closely. She had previously watched videos on YouTube and knew that he was strong, but today she saw that his skills were superior to everyone. Now she realized that it was not in vain that she came to the tournament. Rin froze in place when she saw the video. She couldn't understand when he became so strong, but for a moment she thought about it. Because every time they were relaxing or fooling around, she saw that he was training. She knew that she could also become stronger, but she clearly understood that the victory would be that girl's. But she wanted to gradually improve her skills. Looking at the overall result, the young lady was taken aback for a moment, as she realized that at this rate, she would not even have the chance to cross the clock with the young man. Rin, in turn, was very angry since she lost again. She knew that in this situation, they would not be able to persuade the young man to join their guild. She understood that she must definitely win the final battle. Lucifer was furious because he knew he was supposed to be the main spectator of this tournament. The young man left the game and sighed heavily, as he did not have enough time at all. He really regretted that during the tournament time did not go as it did in the real world. He wondered if he should cut down on his sleep. A moment later, he walked into my room and saw his sister. She smiled and asked her brother how he was doing, since she had only seen the overall ranking. He sighed heavily and said that, unfortunately, he had been disqualified. He smiled and asked me if she really thought he would make it to the finals when there were so many professionals there. She sighed heavily and said that she was, of course, sorry, because he was pretty good at a game like that. He said with a smile that her guild leader came in third place. She smiled and said that it was true, but she still felt very sorry that Rin couldn't get past that girl. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she knew the girl who came in second place. Hyuna smiled and said that they are not on good terms, but she knows her because when they wanted to recruit her, she refused. At the same time, she said that she will not join their guild where the members are weaker than her. She also said that in the guild, everyone except her are on equal terms with her. Hyuna said with a smile that after the recruitment attempt, Rin trained very hard to become stronger than that girl. He smiled and asked if the rest of their guild didn't even make it into the rankings. Hyuna, with a happy smile, informed her brother about all the members. He was surprised, as he noticed that they had a very cool lineup. Hyuna smiled and said that those who had a contract didn't participate, and of the unofficial rankers, she only knew that girl and Rin. Hyuna said with a smile that the young lady must have seen the next stage of Ashura. He smiled and said that he had not seen it. Hyuna said with a smile that she didn't want to say, but she still knew that no one was around and stood with the young man. Of course, they couldn't ignore their skills and level. However, the young man's control was the strongest in the game. He smiled and said that he understood her, and also said that he would watch the next broadcast. She smiled and said that he should watch the broadcast several times. Hyuna smiled and said that she would go to bed. He was surprised that she decided to sleep so early, but the young lady said that tomorrow she would like to get up early and watch the tournament. Hyuna smiled and told her brother that since he was eliminated from the tournament, they could watch it together. He was taken aback, not knowing what to answer. Hyuna smiled and asked if he had plans for tomorrow, and Henson, taken aback, said that he had promised his friend to watch the tournament together. As she left, Hyuna said that in that case she would watch the tournament with Sunny, and Henson wished her sweet dreams with a smile. Henson, in turn, also went to bed, as he knew that he needed to get up early the next day in order to prepare for the tournament. He fell asleep with a smile, because he knew that he would have to prepare that skill, and then he would be able to show himself from a new side. The next day, the young people talked to each other, as they knew that the players had had a hard time after the tests. Hongjin said with a smile that it was very hard to lose to an unofficial player, but despite this, the matches were still unforgettable for them. Pasongche smiled and said that it was correct. And besides, everyone remembered Ashura's crazy control, and his incredibly powerful abilities amazed everyone, and they rarely saw such an exciting match. They knew it was a big deal for him, as yesterday's fight with the vampire had been uploaded to YouTube, so his opponents had studied his technique, but they still knew it was the only way for the young man to become more popular. Pasungche told all the spectators with a smile that they would soon start the matches. At the same time, the emperor was closely watching the tournament. A moment later, the first participants were announced, and they were Ashura and the pro gamer Izel. Everyone saw that the young men had changed their appearance. Because yesterday they looked different, but they knew that this would be an incredible fight. The young man was taken aback and, trembling with fear, looked at his opponent because he did not know what he saw. At the same time, Henson appeared before everyone in a new guise. Everyone was surprised because they knew that the appearance of the knight Ashura was too sudden for everyone. The commentators sincerely pitied his opponent because they knew that he would soon go to hell. The young man was in shock and did not understand why he had such a strong opponent. He was puzzled, as he had not even had time to study the hunter, and now a knight appeared before him. Henson looked at his opponent with a predatory smile, as he wanted to fight the pro gamer personally, but he couldn't break the character. A moment later, the young man knelt before his opponent. At the same time, his opponent took aim and prepared for battle. But a few seconds later, Henson used Sweet Dream on his opponent. Izel aimed his weapon at his opponent with lightning speed, but he was taken aback when he saw his opponent dissipate into thin air. At that very moment, Henson, with burning eyes, rushed towards Kosovo, his enemy. He knew that due to the risk of falling into a deep sleep, physical strength would only recover by a few %. But the sleepwalking skill itself was not a problem, so he had no restrictions. Izel was confused and shocked because he unfortunately lost his gun. Henson looked at his opponent with cold fury and a moment later struck him. Izel was puzzled because he knew that if his opponent hit him, it would be all over for him, so he took out his shield with lightning speed. Izel was shocked and surprised as he noticed that his opponent was much stronger than him. The young man was taken aback as he saw that his opponent was advancing at breakneck speed. Izel was puzzled. He knew that he shouldn't panic at all and should block his attack, then find a gap in his defense and strike. Izel, unfortunately, was unable to do anything as his opponent broke his shield with one blow and dealt him devastating damage. Izel was shocked as he had never seen such a skill before, and he had never seen the young man use it before. He knew that the skill given was unusual, but he knew that he should not give up, and at that moment he started shooting with his gun, but his opponent fought back. Everyone was watching this fight closely. They understood that the shield could not be broken by normal attacks, but they saw that the young man did not stop at the shield and continued to attack his opponent. They were shocked because they noticed that the gamer was not able to resist a fighter of such rank. They understood that he was in a hopeless situation. They noticed that the young man's attacks were incredibly fast, and looking at this fight, everyone had the feeling that he did not activate any of the skills. They noticed that the young man defeated his opponent. At the same time, Lucifer was burning with rage, since the knight Ashura emerged victorious from this grip. He shouted angrily that he would deal with him as soon as he had the chance. A moment later, he looked back as he saw that the user had sent a request for a secret chat. They talked to each other for a while, but after the dialogue ended, he bared his teeth as he was furious. But Lucifer knew that he had to win. Helly smirked when she saw this video, because she had already assumed that Azel would not be able to handle the fight. Chungu said with a grin that the young man was, of course, very sorry, because he was good, but Ashura was at the highest level, and he assumed that if the young man fought with some of their guild members, he would still win. Quarren sighed heavily and said that there were few who could deal with the young man now, since he had excellent fighting skills. Quarren said with a smirk that considering he had placed first in the preliminaries, he must have been the best at control, but his level was below level 100, which everyone knew, so his actual combat power was not that great. They knew very well that if someone were to train him, then he would most likely become the strongest in the game. They also knew that other guilds could only dream of such a player, and none of them would offer him enough money. Fleur sighed heavily and said that it was true because other guilds would not surpass them financially. For some time, they continued to discuss the young man, as they wanted to lure him over to their side. Chungu looked at everyone present and asked with a smile if everyone agreed that the young man should join them. Zarable looked at his comrades and said that they should not forget about Lucifer, because they promised him that they would take him under their wing, because he was still #1 in the whole world. Quarren looked at her comrade with a smirk and asked if he was so sure about it. She said that they would act based on the results. Heli looked at the young man with a smirk and said that his self-confidence amazed her. She smiled and asked what he would do if Lucifer lost. He asked in bewilderment if he should do anything. He said that in any case, a gamer who cannot cope with an ordinary amateur will lose his title. Chungu looked closely at his comrades and said that they should continue to monitor developments. Sometime later, Lucifer entered into battle with his opponent. But at the same time, the commentators commented on Lucifer's battle. Since they saw that he was not himself today, they assumed that after some battles he noticed that Ashura posed a greater threat to him. While they were talking among themselves, Lucifer defeated his opponent, but still the young people were waiting for a more spectacular spectacle, and in turn, everyone was impatiently awaiting the next stage. They smiled and said that this was the last fight between the players, and now it was time to determine the best at this stage. A moment later, everyone agreed that Ashura was the best at this stage. Pasongche thought for a moment, and after a few minutes said that the next stage would begin after a few minutes of break. Everyone present froze for a moment, because they knew that the best player was about to give an interview. They knew that he never took off his mask and did not answer questions. At the same time, everyone watched intently as the young lady interviewed the best player. She smiled and greeted the young man, as he was the coolest of them all. He smiled and greeted her. She said with a smile that she had never expected that she would have to interview him, because he was incredibly popular, and besides he intrigued people, because he refused to talk at all. She smiled at him again and thanked him for agreeing to answer their questions. He was shocked because he could have refused something like that, but unfortunately he didn't know about it before. Hai Wan said with a smile that she had seen all of his battles that had happened before. She asked with a smile how he felt after defeating a gamer. Henson said that with a gamer, it was a whole different level, and he assumed that if a normal player fought, it would have been a little difficult for him. Everyone was watching this interview closely because they saw that he was very relaxed, but at the same time, all his fights were intense. She smiled and said that he was still very cool. He was taken aback and thanked her for such words, but she in turn said that she really hoped that he would continue to participate in the tournament without losing his grip. Henson said with a smile that of course it would be so, and no matter who his opponent was, he would do his best to defeat him. She smiled and said that he had very good skills and also excellent manners. Hyewon looked at the young man intently and asked him with a smile what he thought of Ark's words that Ashura was the greatest player among all the game users. The young man froze in place for a moment as he didn't expect such a question. A moment later he said that he didn't think it was true now, and at that very moment he began to dissolve. Everyone was shocked, as they expected something different from him. A moment later he was transported into a small room and sighed heavily, as he did not understand why he went there at all. Henson sighed heavily and decided to push all thoughts aside, as he knew he had to prepare for the next stage. He assumed that everyone thought he had specially appeared as a knight, just for the sake of an interview. But only he knew that in the next stage a big surprise awaited them from him. In the next round, everyone expected the young man to appear in the guise of a knight. But unfortunately, he destroyed all the hopes of the audience and appeared in the guise of a hunter. By thus misleading the enemy and ending the fight instantly, they knew that it did not matter at all whether he was fighting against a knight or a hunter. In either case, he would tremble with terror at the sight of his opponent. They all saw that every time the young man won using some new skills, and they believed that he was the only player who was able to defeat the opponent in a short time. They all agreed that he was a legendary fighter. The young man, in turn, wanted to leave quickly so as not to run into the journalist again. Sometime later, he watched the continuation of the tournament closely. He was momentarily taken aback when he saw the information about the third stage of the second match. Everyone was informed that one of the contenders for victory was Ark. They also had another unofficial ranker besides the legendary Ashura, the player Yin. They thought that her nickname was her real name. The men assumed that the girl was pretty and had excellent abilities, which she demonstrated in the last fight, although her opponent was of high rank, but she still managed to defeat him. Sometime later, the young lady encountered her opponent. She understood perfectly well that if she could win now, then in the next battle she would meet Henson. The young man in turn understood that he had to defeat the young lady and fight the famous Ashura. A few seconds later they clashed in combat. Everyone watched this fight with great interest, as they saw that the young men were worthy of each other. Everyone understood perfectly well that the victory of the famous hunter was of course impressive, but it was also pleasant to watch such an intense battle. A moment later, the young lady used her power and rushed at Boyko, her opponent. Ark was taken aback, but managed to dodge it. A moment later, he pointed his weapon at her, but she easily parried his attack. A few seconds later, they collided. She was shocked and froze for a moment as she saw the brass knuckles on his hand. Jaina was puzzled as she understood that the young man wanted to use an ice strike. She froze for a moment as the ice fist was heading straight for her. Jaina was furious because she knew the young man was too close and he could deal her devastating damage. She was furious because she had no way to dodge. So after a few seconds, she told the young man that she gave up. He was surprised but still thanked her for the wonderful experience. She sighed heavily and thanked him in return. Jaina was furious because she knew she still had a lot to learn. She knew she had to become stronger as soon as possible. At the same time, the young man was closely watching this fight. He was surprised and at the same time puzzled, because he did not understand why he himself did not think of using brass knuckles in combat. He wondered if he should buy some brass knuckles. He had the ability to use all types of equipment and weapons. A moment later, he was watching the young winner's interview closely. At the same time, the young ladies were watching the tournament closely. They knew that Yena, who had fought earlier, was their Rin's sister. Sunny said with a smile that she knew their mentor was very cool, but she didn't think that sister was as good as her. The young lady smiled and said that her older brother was better at using control than her, but his level was lower than hers, and his control skills were better than Kaiser's. Sunny looked at her friend in surprise. She didn't expect to hear something like that. But earlier she heard her friend say that he also took part. She smiled and said that it was true, but he failed in the preliminary selection. Sunny was surprised. She didn't understand how this was possible, because she knew that if his skills were better than their friends, then he couldn't fail. Sunny. Comparing everyone who competed, at this moment she realized that it was very strange that her brother failed in the selection stage. Sunny asked her friend if she knew his level. She wanted to know if he had ever told anyone about himself. Yuna thought for a moment, as she knew that her friend had lied about the truth. She smiled and asked if it was possible that he simply refused to participate so that his level would not be reflected in the rankings of the selection round. She said that if he didn't like the attention, then that was most likely the case. Yuna smiled and said that perhaps her friend was right since her brother did not like to be seen. A moment later, they heard the next stage begin. Sometime later, everyone was watching the last match of the fourth stage. The commentators were shocked and couldn't even find the right words. They were puzzled because they saw that 6 players in this stage had the same emblems, which meant that they were from the same guild, but they were shocked because they didn't understand how this was possible. They knew that the young people were all from the same guild, and they also got to the top. The audience understood that each of the given guilds could destroy Lucifer, because in front of them were only the elite of the game. The young people, in turn, walked slowly. The young lady smiled and said that she had of course expected it, but she was still surprised. Kaiser sighed heavily and said that he hated the attention, but still it was time for them to go international. The old man smiled and said that everything was correct and, moreover, everyone was already fed up with the Black Guild. A moment later, the young man looked intently at the guild leader and called out to her. Vern smiled and asked the young lady to look ahead. They all froze for a moment as they saw that girl, so they wondered if they would be able to defeat her. Rin sighed heavily and said that they would only know after the fight, but she thought the chance of losing was much higher. Vern said with a smile that he would do his best to make her use all her skills, knock out the scales with him, so they should study all her attacks well. Rin sighed heavily and agreed with him, as she knew that in order to recruit her, she would have to be defeated. A moment later, they looked at her in surprise as she froze in place. At the same time, the young lady sighed heavily as she got lost every time, and this time she was also lost. She was puzzled because she really wanted to fight Henson, but she knew that it was unlikely that she would be able to do so. A moment later, she looked back as she realized that someone was staring at her. Rin glared at the young lady, as she had no intention of letting her win so easily. Sometime later, Hanasio entered the ring. The young men were amazed by her beauty. They cheered and shouted that she was the best, and also really hoped that she would win, so they wished her good luck. The young man looked at his young companion with a smile and said that he felt like a villain, because the last time they saw each other was several months ago. Hanasio sighed heavily and asked the young man if he hadn't been following her all this time. He smiled and said that it seemed like she had figured him out. He asked what else they were supposed to do. Under the current circumstances, He said that a lot of the quests were currently blocked due to the main plot not progressing. She sighed heavily and said that he was right. Everyone was watching the young men closely, as they could see that the match had already started, but they were in no hurry to attack each other, and they simply continued their dialogue. The commentators, looking at the young men, assumed that they were close and decided to greet each other. Hanaseo looked at the young man intently and said that most of the Hero Guild members were participating in the tournament. However, she did not think that Heller or the mage's skills were good enough to be here. He smiled and said that he didn't expect to win, but since all the other heroes in Shinhwa had advanced to the next stage, he couldn't just give up, and besides, if he lost, the next person she would face would be their queen. He looked at her with a smile and asked if her words were still valid. She sighed heavily and, of course, said that everything was valid. He smiled and said that he was very glad to hear that. Hanaseo looked at the young man intently and told him to start quickly. He looked at her with a grin and said that he would not refuse this offer. A moment later, the young man ran towards the young lady with lightning speed to deliver a crushing attack. Everyone was surprised and at the same time intrigued as he swung his sword. They knew that if the young lady fell under his blow, it would be the end of her. But they noticed that she dodged it with ease and grace. A moment later, she easily blocked his attack. Everyone was shocked and said that this simply couldn't be, since her thin braid not only withstood the young man's blow, but also managed to deflect a huge sword. However, her opponent did not give up. While he changed the trajectory of his greatsword with lightning speed and prepared for a new attack, everyone knew that the unofficial rankers were very impressive, and this fight was proof of that. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as she struck him, but he managed to block it. Everyone saw that he was forced to change his trajectory to block his opponent's attack. But even though he succeeded, he was thrown back. Everyone was amazed and could not believe in hell that such a young girl had so much strength. The young man looked at his opponent with a fierce grin. As he saw that she used a skill the moment she touched his sword, he understood that she was simply a true goddess of war. The young man was well aware that he could not simply continue to do nothing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the darkness. Hanaseo stared at her opponent, and a moment later she began to disperse the darkness with her large scythe. A few seconds later, she dispersed the darkness around her. Hanaseo was able to uncover her opponent's plan and knock down the dark cast. But in turn, the young man was not going to give up and struck with lightning speed. Everyone saw that it was too late to block the blow, and they understood that he had enough strength to destroy the entire field. He dealt her a crushing blow in rage, but was taken aback when he saw no one after the column of smoke, which quickly dissipated. He was taken aback and froze in place, as he realized that his opponent had slipped away from him. A moment later, the young lady dealt him a crushing blow, and he suffered damage. Writhing in rage and pain, he turned around to look at the young lady. But unfortunately, he was unable to look at his opponent, as she was already running towards him, and in doing so, she hit him with her scythe. He screamed with rage, and unfortunately, he could not move from the spot. But after a few seconds, the young lady threw her braid down again. He froze because he realized that her terrible and stern scythe was rushing towards him. The young man prepared to parry her blow, and a moment later, he succeeded. But in turn, he was taken aback when he saw that the chains began to surround him and squeeze him with lightning speed. He was puzzled as she put her grip on him. The young man could not move, and his sword Sir fell to the ground with a crash. A moment later, Hanaseo rushed towards her opponent to deliver the finishing blow. She looked at him intently and said goodbye. At the same time, she hit him in the head with her braid. He didn't have time to utter a word before his head flew down. Everyone froze in place in surprise, as they did not expect this. A moment later, everyone clearly saw that the young man's body was gradually dissipating, and it was reported that this stage had ended with the match. The Emperor, in turn, watched this fight with a fierce grin, as he liked the tournament. But in turn, he really wanted to look at the young, talented man. He believed that victory would be his, but he still wanted to see what he would bring them. He looked intently at his subordinate and told him to find out everything about young Ashura immediately. Having merged with the interior, the man said that he would certainly do everything. The Emperor knew that he needed him, because if he took him as an apprentice, he would not have to be bored. The man looked sideways at his subordinates and said that they should go back. They were able to travel between dimensions, but the information they could gather was limited. He knew that searching the guest house would hardly give them anything, but he was puzzled and understood that they had to use every opportunity because it was their duty. But a moment later, the man was taken aback and froze in place as he heard someone warn him not to do such a thing. He was shocked because he realized that he was caught, but he was surprised by this fact because he knew that he was the best assassin in the Empire, but even he could not sense the presence of an outsider. He looked at the young man in surprise as he saw that it was not Ashura at all. He wondered if it was a mediator. Libius, in turn, looked at the man with a predatory grin because he knew that he was about to have fun. The man understood that if he was caught off guard, it meant that the young man could easily reach the Emperor. He knew that the young man would not defeat him, but he understood that he could not allow an attack in principle. With the speed of lightning, he disappeared into the darkness. He was furious, for he knew that it was his duty, and he must do it well. At that very moment, he appeared behind his opponent, but a moment later he was taken aback and froze in place, unable to move. He was confused and surprised as he fell to the ground with a thud and could not control his body. Libius, in turn, with their predatory grin, said that for this reason the Emperor's dogs infuriated him. He asked the man if he had attacked him or threatened his master. The man wanted to say something, but his opponent made it so that he could not utter a word. Libius looked at the man with a smirk and said that he foresaw that he would defend his master and threaten him, and so he simply shut his mouth. He said with a smirk that this was very unpleasant and he did not understand. Libius looked at his opponent closely as he knew he had to decide what to do with him, so he wondered if he should just kill him. The man was in shock. He understood that he had to report everything to the Emperor. Libius smiled and said that he was just joking, because he didn't think it was a good idea to kill someone close to the first man of the Empire. A moment later, he used one of his skills and asked the man to go to the Emperor and give him a message. Libius used his skill and said that he had no idea what they were planning, but if they didn't want to fight against them, the servants of death and sleep, then they should treat them with respect. The man looked at the young man intently and said that he understood everything. Libius looked with a satisfied smile at the mercenaries, who under hypnosis were leaving him and heading towards the palace. Libius sighed heavily as all this irritated him. But for the sake of the master, he had to contact the priest from the temple, because he had no idea where the apostle was now. A few seconds later, he wrote a message. He wrote that nothing important had happened, but he had suspicions that the monarchies of their master, in response, they shouted at him that he must not allow the war to begin. Libius said with a joyful smile that in that case he would simply sneak up and cut their throats, since the top brass said that they couldn't start a war. The high priest was shocked. He shouted to the young man that no killings could be allowed, because it was an order from the apostle himself. He told him to remember that he could replace him and appoint another priest. Libius said that he had already conveyed the warning to the emperor. The high priest said that if so, then they should look at his reaction. Libisil, what will they do if he still wants to get their master? Intersection shouted that it was just a stupid question, because then there would definitely be a war, since they could not let go of their master. The high priest said that the emperor had done nothing now and they should watch the situation. Libius smiled and said that the world belonged to their master, and only by his will could sleep and death occur. The high priest finally told his subordinate to continue to serve their master faithfully. Libius was burning with anger and fury, for he knew that if anyone dared to attack his master, the whole empire would come to an end. Sometime later, the mercenary returned to his master and looked at him intently with his own eyes. A few seconds later, he transmitted the message to the emperor. The emperor froze for a moment after listening to this message, but after a few seconds, he burst into wild laughter, after which the mercenary came to his senses and froze in place, as he did not understand what had happened to him at all. With the speed of lightning, he fell to the ground and, bowing at the feet of the emperor, said that he had failed the task and that he should immediately execute him. The emperor, in turn, did not take any action. He froze for a moment and was lost in his thoughts. He raised that the priests who were stuck in the temple began to act. The man sighed heavily, as he had once been at the peak of his form, when he had only lost to one. He was puzzled because he knew that they had fought for many days in a row, but he unfortunately lost and his opponent won. At the same time, a young man was visible behind his back, but he did not feel his presence. He was furious, for he knew that he had then lost to the apostle of death and sleep. The emperor looked into the distance with a grin, as he really wanted to take revenge. Now he realized that they were trying to protect the young man, but that made it more interesting to him. He understood that the young man was very difficult. A moment later, the emperor released his subordinate, But he was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. The emperor looked at him intently and told him to leave immediately. The man bowed and left in a hurry. A moment later, the emperor picked up the ball and looked at it intently. He ordered the young man to connect it with the priest. The young man was surprised as it was late at night, but he only said with a grin that he had a conversation, class to the priest. The next day, Libius was looking for his master in a hurry. The young man cursed as his subordinate had scared him very much. He looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he was so close. Libius laughed predatorily in response. Libius said with a joyful smile that his humble servant had done something for him. The young man was taken aback and said that he was already scared, just from his words. Libius, sir, said with a joyful smile that last night he met the emperor's knights. Henson looked at the young man with skill, because he did not understand what he was talking about. He was surprised and did not understand why. He came to him. Henson smiled and said that it made sense that the emperor's knights were in the city, since they were at the emperor's tournament after all. Henson looked at his subordinate with a smile and said that tomorrow would be the final, and the emperor must have sent them to find out from the winner what he wanted. The young man froze in place as he could not imagine that such a thing was possible. Taken aback, he told his master that he had told them that he did not know how to contact him. Henson looked at the young man with distrust, as his words were somehow suspicious, but still it was done, that he had not done anything terrible. He sighed heavily and said that they would still come back to talk. Henson, leaving, said that he would go and work on the skills that would be used in the final. The young man was puzzled, as he understood that he was in big trouble, and he needed to urgently contact the Holy Father. The Holy Father furiously told the young man that he had made a mess of things, and that he could not speak on behalf of the temple of the god of sleep and death. He shouted at the young man to immediately sort out this issue. Libius was furious, as he knew he was in big trouble, but in turn he wondered if he should just kill the emperor. He threw out all his thoughts more simply because he understood that he would not succeed in something like this. Because even if he asked the apostle to help him, he would not agree, and besides, he did not know where to look for him. Henson's smile called his friend and asked if he could withdraw money from YouTube. The young man told him that he most likely could, because they processed requests quickly since he was a celebrity. Henson told his friend that it was very good, and he would look into it right away, and as soon as he checked everything, he would call him back. Henson froze in joy and shock on the spot as he saw how much money he received. He understood that the more videos he uploaded, the more profit he would get, and at this rate he could earn $1 billion. But a moment later he was taken aback and looked at his phone in confusion. He was so shocked that the phone fell out of his hands because he saw that the amount was in dollars. He was dumbfounded because he did not expect this. At the same time, the emperor watched the tournament with pleasure. He was glad because he would finally be able to witness the fight with Ashura. She sighed heavily and asked the emperor if he had really called her for such a reason. Julia sighed heavily and said that the young man's skills weren't that good, even with the ability to block the skills of others. He looked at her with a grin and said that she should wait a little, because she would see an entertaining sight before she could. She glanced sideways at the emperor, for she knew that the young man was a traveler, over whom the bishop from the temple of the god of sleep and death was fussing. She was furious because she didn't understand who the young man really was, because everyone cared about him very much. She didn't understand why they needed him. But a moment later, everyone was informed that the match would soon begin. The spectators rejoiced because they wanted to see their favorite in his fight. Julia looked at the emperor in bewilderment and said that with the appearance of the young man, the atmosphere had changed greatly. She asked if Karen had really told her about him. She looked at the emperor in bewilderment, since he didn't answer her, and only looked at the battle with a satisfied smile. She looked at him intently, as she realized that he had prepared something. Julia sighed heavily and asked if the young man had already left, as she had seen the emperor staring at the training ground. He had said in a soapy voice that she would see everything for herself now. She sighed heavily and said that she did not expect him to answer anything at all. A moment later, she was taken aback as she saw the magician. Julia looked at the young man in surprise as he was beaming. She asked the emperor with a grin if he knew that she was especially strict with magicians. A moment later, she said with a fierce grin that they would now see how good he was. The emperor was shocked by the appearance of the young man in this form, but she only said with a grin that she really hoped his magical skills were up to par. The emperor looked at his companion with confusion and said that he did not know because he had seen the young man in the role of a swordsman, and in several different guises. The young lady was surprised by the emperor's statement. She looked at the court intently, because she knew that if that was the case, then this fight should be really interesting. The emperor looked at the young man with a satisfied grin, as he was already anticipating the start of the competition. Everyone was shocked because they saw that the young man had changed his mask again, and today he was wearing a blue mask. They were amazed by his changes, and they were curious whether he would show a new self. Besides, they could see in his hand not a sword, but a magic staff, which was unfamiliar to them. The men assumed that the young man had changed the color of his mask to confuse his opponent, but they still hoped to see the young man in the guise of a magician. They knew that they would soon see this fight and he would show what he was capable of. But still, everyone was interested in what his opponent was experiencing now. A moment later, their duel began. Henson looked at his opponent intently and used his exquisite staff on him. Everyone was shocked, as they did not understand what he was going to do. But the young man, with the speed of lightning, directed all his strength at the enemy. Everyone was surprised as he really showed them what he was capable of. On the other hand, his opponent was shocked and could not move as fire was directed at him. A moment later, there was a very loud explosion. All the spectators began to rejoice, as they had seen many times how the young man skillfully used his sword, but they now saw that his magical abilities were not inferior to fencing. They were shocked because they knew that with such a level, such a thing was impossible. But the young man, in turn, was very happy that he had acquired an excellent skill in the store. Previously, he acquired the skill of self-forgetfulness. It was very effective, because the speed was restored very quickly and health increased several times. His mana increased several times. And he also acquired the legendary class blessing skill. It was very effective because all the grief of magic skills would be removed when using this skill. Henson understood perfectly well that in combination with the dragon's tongue, this skill would be just perfect for him. With this skill, all the cooldowns of the others were cancelled, and with a blessing, he could avoid the restriction on their use. Considering his double mana consumption, there was some risk, but he could fight without restrictions. However, he was surprised that his opponent was calm and not afraid to avoid his attacks, and even managed to press on him while closing the distance. He looked closely at his opponent, as he understood that he was the best pro gamer, and it was immediately noticeable, because he was calculating and strong. Henson, in turn, was not going to give up, and with lightning speed directed all his strength at the enemy. Ark was taken aback and recoiled as he saw a stream of fire rushing towards him. He was a little puzzled, as he did not expect this. But a moment later he looked angrily at the young man, for he saw that he had directed his energy at him, and at the same time fire surrounded him on all sides. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered. The young man was puzzled because, unfortunately, he was unable to dodge. But before he could recover, he was defeated again, as his opponent again dealt him a crushing fire blow. And everyone was surprised because they didn't understand what was going on, since the young man had initially been closing the distance, but now on the contrary he was moving away from his opponent. They knew that this technique was dangerous, but they knew that it was usually like that. But in this situation, it was difficult to judge. After all, judging by the speed with which Ashura reused his skills, nothing limited him, and he did not need time to reload. But they understood that if the young man closed the distance, it was certain death, since his opponent could drive him into the very hell. But a moment later, they saw that the young man had stopped attacking his opponent. Ark stared at his opponent, out of breath. He knew that all of his spells had at least a few stars or more, since he was attacking continuously. He was confused because he knew how much health he had left. He didn't expect to win at all, but he didn't expect a fight like this either. He knew he had to hit his opponent at least once. But a moment later he pulled back and still managed to dodge his opponent's attack. A moment later they were staring at each other. Ark looked closely at his opponent as he saw that his magic circles had disappeared, meaning that his mana was running low. With lightning speed he rushed towards his opponent, knowing that this was his only chance. But a moment later he froze in place, as he was engulfed in flames. He was in shock and realized that he had already lost. A few seconds later the young man used the most powerful fire spell among magicians, Black Flame. The magic mines were very active, because the magician who could repel the attack was the winner. Ark was shocked because in such a short period of time, while he was focused on attacks, the young man was planting mines with precision, Everyone was shocked because they saw that Ashura did not leave his opponent a single chance. They understood that he proved that he was a very good magician. The men looked at the young man with joyful smiles, as they saw that he was incredibly handsome both as a knight and as a magician. The emperor looked at the young man with a grin and asked his companion what she would say. Julia looked closely at the young man and listed all the skills and spells he had used before. She was surprised and at the same time puzzled, since at such a low level he used a 6-star spell, and considering that he was a swordsman in the first place, she was simply speechless. The emperor looked at the young man with a grin, as he knew he had to take him under his wing. A moment later, Julia said that she would like to take him as an apprentice. The emperor was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. He said with a grin that it turned out that they both had their eyes on the young man. She looked at him in surprise and asked if the emperor also wanted to take him as a student. She smiled and said that in that case, he would be trained by the 2 strongest. The emperor looked intently at the young man and asked his companion if she really thought that such a thing was possible. Henson thought for a moment, as he knew it would be great if the video came out in great quality. He knew he wouldn't be able to film such footage if his opponent was very weak. He smiled and extended his hand to his opponent and told him he did a good job. Ark was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing, but a moment later he thanked his opponent. He looked at the young man intently and said that if he was in a guild, he would like to join him. Henson looked at the young man in surprise and said that he was still a free bird, but they could add each other as friends. Ark bowed with lightning speed and thanked the young man. Henson looked at the young man in surprise, wondering if he was imagining things or if he was acting exactly like Libeus. He sighed heavily, as he realized that this was just his sick fantasy. In the 4th stage of the first match, I emerged victorious against a top-ranked player. The second match, Kaiser versus Old Man Tank, also came out victorious. Everyone was aware that the players were from the same guild. So the match ended with the victory of the young man, since the Old Man Tank simply capitulated. In the next match, they saw Stewie with lightning speed deal with her opponent. Sometime later, the most grandiose duel was to take place, since in this duel, the participants who took 2nd and 3rd place were to face each other. Henson watched the fight with a smile, wondering who would win. A moment later, the young ladies clashed in a fierce duel. No one wanted to lose. Rin was taken aback and looked intently at her rival. But a moment later, Hanaseo dealt her opponent a very strong blow, and she recoiled. Rin looked closely at her opponent, as she saw that she was quite strong. Hanaseo used her chain on her opponent a few seconds later. Rin was a little puzzled, as she saw that these chains were different from the ones she used in the battle with the young man. But she was also taken aback, as she had seen something similar before. With lightning speed, she cut the chains, and at the same time she remembered where she could see them. But after a few seconds, she realized that Ashura had the same chains. She wanted to cut them, because otherwise she could not stop them. Hanaseo stared at her opponent and aimed her chains at her, thus dealing devastating damage to her opponent. Hanaseo was a little surprised because her rival managed to break the chains. She didn't think that her rival would do something like that. Hanaseo had no intention of giving up and struck again with lightning speed. A powerful explosion thundered at the sight. Rin, in turn, without interfering, rushed towards her opponent in order to strike her. Moments later, the ladies clashed in combat, each delivering blow after blow to her opponent. But a few seconds later, Hanaseo, using her steel scythe, dealt a crushing blow to her opponent. Rin was in shock and simply couldn't move from the spot. She was informed that she was injured by the ability of the Shadow Iris. She saw a notification that she would fall asleep for a few seconds. She was furious as she realized that this skill was much more dangerous than it seemed at first glance. The young man sighed heavily, but in turn he watched this fight with pleasure. He understood that if the young lady had kept the right distance, she would have been able to avoid being damaged. A moment later, everyone was informed that after a short break, the semifinals would begin. He smiled as he already had a plan for the final. For this reason, he wanted to stay home and rest a little. But a moment later, he was taken aback because he saw his loyal subordinate in front of him. But he, in turn, furiously called out to his master. Henson was taken aback because he did not understand what was happening at all. Henson looked at the young man closely, as it was the first time he had seen him so nervous. He didn't understand what was going on at all. A moment later, the young men were consoled as they saw a young, beautiful lady in front of them. Julia, in turn, looked at the young people with a grin. A moment later, she turned her gaze to Henson, and with a smirk offered him to be her apprentice. Henson stood there in bewilderment as he looked at the young lady, not understanding what she was even talking about or what kind of student he was supposed to become. She was taken aback and apologized for visiting him suddenly. She said that it must have looked very strange, since she suddenly appeared in front of him and offered her mentorship. She smiled and asked for forgiveness for rushing things, and for her lack of manners, she also asked for forgiveness, because at her age she no longer had time for them. A moment later, the young man was informed that he had survived his encounter with Julia, which was a phenomenal achievement, and his skills had been enhanced. Henson froze in shock, as his skills had only been enhanced after the encounter, and he had managed to survive. He knew she had come to him because she had seen him struggle as a mage, but he knew it was wrong because he hadn't really tried. She smiled and said she didn't know if they had heard of her, but she was usually called a disaster. She said with a satisfied smile that out of everyone on the continent, she was the only one who could use magic, which meant that she was the most powerful mage. Henson looked closely at the young lady, because considering that his comrade was of a very high level and he was nervous now, he understood that she was unlikely to lie to them. He understood that he needed to be more careful with her in conversation, otherwise she could easily deal with him. Julia smiled and said that the young man had the opportunity to become a disciple of the archipelago, and in this way she would pass on her special secret techniques to him. Henson looked at the young lady with a smile, as he understood that this was a great chance to learn legendary-level magic, but he was still a little puzzled by the situation. Julia, in turn, saw that he was a little afraid of her and hesitated. A moment later, she said that he might not answer right now and that he should think about it. As she left, she said with a smile that they would see each other again, but that it was time for her to go to the grumpy old man. She smiled and said goodbye, but at the same time the young people froze for a moment, with bewilderment on their faces. A few seconds later, they sat down on the sofa and sighed heavily. Henson, in turn, looked at his companion with bewilderment, as he saw that he was very excited. He turned around and asked the gentleman's forgiveness for appearing before him in such a state. Henson looked intently at the young man, but said nothing. He was surprised by the young man's reaction, but he understood that, apparently, it was not for nothing that they called it a disaster. Sometime later in the real world, Henson was busy searching about the young lady. He was shocked because he realized that everyone had gone crazy, because he could not find a single normal comment. He now did not know whether he should become a student of a crazy woman. He knew he had to refuse, but he didn't know how to do it, because she could easily kill him if he refused her offer. A moment later, the young lady returned to the emperor, and with a smirk said that she saw that he was in a bad mood. The emperor said with fury that of course he was in a bad mood, since she had just disappeared without warning. He assumed that she had behaved rudely with the young man. Julia smiled and said that it was not so, and she behaved as politely as possible. The emperor looked at her with distrust because he knew what she really was. He looked at her intently and said that he would take care of the young man himself so that she should not go to him. She was furious, as she wanted to get the young man as her student, and therefore began to object to the temperature. He asked with a grin if it seemed to him that she wanted to lose funding for her research for about 10 years. She was shocked and asked the emperor if he wasn't ashamed of his words. Sometime later, a new duel began. In this duel, Lucifer and Ashura clashed. Everyone saw that Ashura also acted as a magician in this duel, but they all knew that they should not forget that at any moment he could change his fighting style. Lucifer looked at his opponent with cold fury, as he saw that he hoped to win with the help of spells. He was furious, as he wanted to quickly deal with his opponent. A few seconds later, the official duel began, and Lucifer immediately rushed to the attack. He was well aware that his opponent could use multiple spells without recharging or restrictions, and thus he had to constantly dodge in order to get close and strike. Lucifer looked at our opponent with a fierce grin, as he assumed that he would issue a first-level attack. But a moment later, Lucifer froze in place and was taken aback by surprise. He screamed and dropped his sword from the unexpected attack. He was surprised because he didn't expect to see black flames. He didn't understand how the young man managed to use something like that. Henson looked at his opponent intently and performed the following skill. Lucifer, in turn, looked at his opponent with bewilderment, since he did not know what he intended to do next. But after a few seconds, Henson used the melody of the god of sleep and death on his opponent, while Lucifer, in turn, writhed in pain while standing still. At the same time, The Black Guild was closely watching this fight. They were surprised because they did not expect something like this. Everyone saw how Lucifer writhed in pain and at the same time cried. A moment later, the young man fell to the ground with a crash. Henson looked at his opponent in surprise, but at the same time he was very pleased, because he knew that the cheese was his last opponent. He had to tinker a little, but here everything was much easier. He stared at his opponent, who was slowly disappearing into thin air. Sometime later, the award ceremony for the winners of the Imperial Tournament took place. The man looked intently at everyone present and said that in the name of the Emperor, the Julia Archipelago would reward the winners. Henson was momentarily taken aback as he saw the portal and froze in place. A moment later, everyone clearly saw the portal and trembled with fear. Henson looked closely at the Lady of the Lake as he remembered that she had told him that they would meet soon. He knew that if he just tried to leave, she would most likely just kill him. He was confused as he just wanted to get the reward. The Emperor looked nervously at the young lady, as he hoped that she would not do anything extra. The Emperor understood that if she started creating bacchanalia again, he would have to stop her. Henson froze for a moment as he caught the young lady's gaze on him. Julia came closer to the young man and greeted him with a smile. Everyone was shocked because they did not expect this, and he in turn tensed up. Henson hesitated, not knowing what to answer. But a moment later he saw a notification that his sleepwalking had been activated and he was falling asleep. He was also immediately informed that if he left the capsule, the character would still be in a state of sleep. Julia looked at the young man in bewilderment, as she did not understand what was wrong with him. A moment later he fell to the ground with a thud, and everyone froze in shock. Everyone looked at the young man with puzzlement, as they did not know what had happened at all. Someone from the crowd shouted that the young lady had killed their favorite. She was shocked and screamed that she had done nothing wrong, but in turn she was puzzled, because she did not know what had happened to him. Sometime later, the young man woke up and froze for a moment, as he saw that he was in an apartment unknown to him. He sat up and looked around, not understanding where he was at all, and wondering if he had been transported to the Imperial Castle. A few seconds later, he saw his loyal subordinate, who was happily running around the room and saying that his master had woken up. Henson sighed heavily, as the young man was the last person he wanted to see after waking up. Henson looked at the young man intently and asked the Emperor, or Julius, who was able to sense the aura of narcolepsy. Libius asked the gentleman in surprise, did he really think that there were people who did not know about such a wonderful ability? He said that even those who did not know felt this aura. He sighed heavily and said that he really hoped they would understand everything correctly. He looked at the young man in surprise and wondered if he really took him for some kind of deity. But a moment later, they both looked up and looked into the distance as they heard a knock on the door. The man timidly entered the room and told them that he had simply heard a sound and decided to check everything out. Libius pounced on the man with fury and asked if he didn't realize how rude he had been when he burst into the room. The man was taken aback and asked for forgiveness for his rude manners, and also said that he had received an order from the Emperor, and he asked him to bring the master as soon as he woke up. They walked slowly to the audience with the Emperor, and the man informed them that only the gentleman could proceed further, and he was grateful to the priest for humbly deciding to wait outside. Henson, in turn, wondered whether he should take off his mask. He understood that nothing should interfere with his negotiations with the Emperor. Libius looked at his master intently and said that if the Emperor was rude, it would be the beginning of a war. He told his master not to worry so much, as he would certainly protect him. The young man was puzzled by the words of his faithful comrade. He turned around and looked at the young man with fury because he dared to threaten the Emperor. He sighed heavily as he realized that his loyal comrade was definitely crazy, as he was simply smiling casually, wishing good luck to his master. He told his master with a smile that he would certainly be waiting for him outside the door, so he could be at ease, but if something happened, he should call him. Henson sighed heavily because he knew that the young man was definitely looking for his death, but he knew that the Emperor was not suitable for the role of his killer. He walked slowly towards the Emperor, and in turn wondered whether he should kneel before the Emperor. The Emperor looked at the young man in bewilderment and said that he should not greet him so formally. The Emperor smiled and said that he was a traveler and not a citizen of the Empire, so they could let go of the formalities. Henson looked at the Emperor in surprise. The Emperor smiled and said that he had heard rumors that Julia had treated him impolitely, and so he was apologizing on her behalf. He smiled and said that pride and youthful maximalism did not allow her to admit her mistakes, and so he was apologizing. Julia was furious, and she didn't understand what he was talking about, and she screamed that she was an adult, and besides, she was extremely polite to the young man. Henson was puzzled and did not know how to react to this. He understood that if he obeyed the emperor's order, he could be executed. The emperor looked at the young man with a smile and said that although it was a little late, he, of course, congratulated him on his victory. Henson was taken aback and timidly thanked the emperor for such words. The emperor looked at him with a smile and said that before giving him the reward, he would like to talk about something. Henson looked at the emperor with bewilderment, as he did not expect this. He smiled and said that Julia had already touched on this topic, and he would like to talk about discipleship. The emperor smiled as he looked at the young man and said that he would like him to become his disciple. He asked the young man with a smile what he would answer him. Henson froze in shock on the spot, not knowing what to answer. The emperor smiled and said that it was up to Will, a good offer for a young man. At the same time, the young lady confirmed his words with a joyful smile. He looked closely at the young man and asked him if he would like to be a disciple of such a great man who was revered on all continents. Henson froze in surprise and was speechless. He was shocked because the emperor himself offered him to become his student. He understood that this was a very pleasant offer, but he assumed it was like getting a ticket to jail, where he would have to endlessly hone his skills. He knew he had to keep up his work and record videos at the same time. He looked at them intently, as he had already made up his mind, because he knew that this whole idea was complete bullshit. Henson looked at them intently and timidly said that he would begin his speech with a sincere apology. They were taken aback and looked at him in surprise, and also asked if he had refused this offer. The emperor looked at the young man in bewilderment, because he knew that this was surprising, because anyone else would not refuse such an offer, because this was a great opportunity. He knew that everyone would be ready to fight to the death for such a chance. Henson bowed and said he was an ordinary traveler who loved freedom and adventure. He looked at the emperor intently and said that if he accepted one of their proposals, he would have to become attached to the imperial family, and then the meaning of his coming to the continent would lose its essence. He was very sorry, but still he was forced to refuse this proposal. Everyone froze and looked at him in surprise, as they did not expect this. Henson looked at them with a fierce grin as he gave an answer according to all the canons, series, movies, or comics. And he thought that Julia would appreciate such a beautiful refusal. But he knew that the emperor could understand how many references there were in his words. He knew that he said a lot of shameless things, but the feeling of shame would soon leave him. A moment later, he looked at the emperor in bewilderment as he heard wild laughter. Julia laughed and asked the emperor if he had just heard what the young man had said. Henson looked at them with skill, not understanding what was so funny about what he had said. Henson smiled and wondered if this was too stupid even for him. He was puzzled because he knew he was blushing in front of the NPC right now. The emperor looked at the young man closely and said with a smile that there was a book of skills, so there was no need to stay at the imperial palace. Julia, in turn, said with a smile that he was talking nonsense, and she laughed until she cried. The emperor said that those who were weak by nature benefited from such teachings, and if he wished, they could teach him. The emperor smiled and said that it would take too much time to learn the skills this way, and that with the help of the skill book, you could only learn a small part of the techniques. He smiled and said that it was not that he did not want to share all the secrets with him. It was just that for this he needed to become a master and a student, and he in turn could only pass on to him the basic skills. He smiled and said that each student was responsible for their own progress. Julia smiled and said that was true, so he didn't have to give up his freedom and get attached to them. The emperor smiled and told the young man that he could fill the skills with his own meaning. And besides, he wanted the young man to agree that it was quite nice to have someone to ask for advice whenever he was stuck. He said with a smile that this was the kind of relationship that was built between a master and a student. The emperor said that those who become attached to their master are either unable to create a skill book later, or the master simply becomes an obedient slave to his disciples. He smiled and said that for him, a disciple is someone to whom he can pass on his knowledge. Looking at the young man, he said that of course, because he would be their student, he would have to see them during his training. But this did not at all limit his freedom and time, so he could travel as much as he wanted. The emperor smiled and said that his honor would be at stake. A moment later, the young man saw and noticed that the monarch had made a promise sworn on his honor, and if he broke the promise, his honor and title would be revoked. A moment later, the young lady smiled and said that she would also give him an oath. The emperor smiled and asked the young man what he would now say to their words, since they wanted him to accept their offer. Henson thanked them with a happy smile for giving him such an opportunity. A moment later, the young man cried with happiness and joy as he became a disciple of outstanding figures and increased his reputation as well as all other characteristics. He also received the title of Disciple of the Two Heavens. After some time, the emperor handed the young man a book of skills. Henson was delighted with this gift, as he saw that it was a legendary item that he had only encountered after defeating the dragon clone. He was shocked as he saw that it was a legendary rank item. The emperor smiled and asked the young man if he was satisfied. He said with a happy smile that of course he was satisfied, and also thanked the emperor. In front of him was a Swordmaster skill book, legendary class, and only he had access to it. A moment later, the young man opened the book as he knew he should activate it as quickly as possible, and within a few seconds he had acquired the skill of a Swordmaster. Now he had the emperor's own ball handling skill, which was considered the strongest on the continent. A moment later, the emperor handed the young man something else. The young man froze for a moment as he was given the opportunity to take an item below the unique level in the imperial warehouse. He was also given the opportunity to make a wish to the emperor. The emperor smiled and asked the young lady if she would accompany the young man to the imperial warehouse. She smiled and said that she would do everything, as she did not have much choice. Henson sighed heavily as he felt somehow uneasy. He walked after the young lady with lightning speed. After the emperor was left alone in the great hall, he told the priest to come in, as he wanted to talk to him. Libeus looked at the emperor with a predatory grin, and at the same time put a dagger to his throat. But he still noticed that he was not so easy to kill. The emperor looked at the priest with a grin and said that he had just been thinking about his master and now also about his disciple. Libeus looked at the emperor with bewilderment. But a moment later, they were having a casual conversation with each other. At the same time, the young man followed the archipelago to the imperial warehouse. Henson looked around in surprise and surveyed the surroundings, as he had never seen anything like it before. A moment later, the young lady, with a satisfied smile, handed the young man several books. She handed him a book about gravity introduction, and the level was legendary. She smiled and said that thanks to this book, one can learn to activate magic just by thinking about it. The limitations in the form of magic, earth, wind, and telekinesis could be a little upsetting. A moment later, she also handed him the Gravity Meteorite skill book. Sometime later, the young man acquired the skill of Gravity Meteor. Henson was shocked because he realized that the meteor was one of the most powerful techniques. Henson knew very well that it couldn't be used constantly like other spells, but it was enough for him that he could use it several times in a row. He was very much delighted with this skill, as it excited him. A moment later, the young lady sketched out many interesting books for the young man. Henson was taken aback for a moment, as Anna gave him a whole mountain of books. He wondered if she had really written all of this herself. He knew that this must be much more important to her than the book. She smiled and said that this information would now be enough for the time being. She ran around the room with joy, because she knew that she had a lot to give him and show him. Henson looked at the young lady with a joyful smile, because he understood that she was very happy that she had a student. A moment later, she selected several items and threw them to him for him to take for himself. Henson froze for a moment in shock as she threw a lot of jewelry at him. Henson thought with a smile that he could not at all refuse what his teacher was giving him. She looked at the young man with a smile and said that there weren't many good catches among the unique items, so they would have to dig around some more. A moment later, they entered a large and spacious room, and the young man noticed that there were many heroic-level items there. She smiled and said that he should quickly choose what would suit him, and they should leave, otherwise she would be scolded. Henson was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. He hoped that he would not be scolded along with her. She smiled and asked if he wanted to choose himself. She said that all the items in this room were good, so he could take what he liked the most, but only one item. But in turn, she was terribly interested in what he would choose. A moment later, the young man looked around in search of the treasure, and after a few seconds, his sword was in his hands. He looked at his sword in bewilderment, because he did not understand what was happening. Henson looked closely at his sword as it trembled in his hands. He knew that he had only mastered one failed creation. He understood that besides, it could work not as a failed creation, but as a fully completed object. Looking to the side, he saw that his sword was reaching for another object. He saw a failed creation of a heroic class. The young lady said that the other failed item was so amazing that it couldn't be compared to the first one. He knew that he could sum them up. She looked at him with a smile and said that he had made a good choice. The emperor said with a satisfied smile that it would turn out that his student liked everything, but he simply left the palace without even staying for a few days to test his skills. She smiled and said that he was very talented and chose what he liked. The emperor looked at the young lady with a cold smile and said that although he originally intended to provide him with everything he needed, but he still never mentioned the heroic level. He said that all the things the young man received were some of the most valuable exhibits, and the young lady should know about this. She smiled and said that she did not know about such things at all. As she left, she smiled and asked why he was so harsh with the young man, since perhaps in the future he would become the emperor of the entire country. The emperor looked at the young lady intently, but said nothing. He could not even guess that the young man would choose the unfortunate creation. Sometime later, the young man visited a small meadow. He looked around with a smile, as he realized that this place was not bad, as he had seen many lovely monsters. In turn, he wanted to practice a little and see all his skills. A moment later, he opened his inventory to see what weapons he had. He saw Ayla's unique level branch. He sighed heavily as he knew it required a certain level to use, which he didn't have. But a moment later, he saw something in his inventory. Henson looked at the small heroic class ring in surprise. A moment later, he was informed that he was able to synthesize the ring and the branch, but he was also warned that he could not separate the items that had been synthesized. A few seconds later, he was asked if he wanted to synthesize them. He thought for a moment. Henson was a little puzzled and wondered what if he just synthesized them and ended up with some kind of crap, but he decided to do it anyway. After synthesizing, he received a staff, heroic class. He was surprised because he didn't know that he could get such items. Looking closely at the new staff, he realized that with such an effect, it would not be inferior to the legendary level. A moment later, he called upon gravity. He froze when he saw a huge seal above him. A few seconds later, he summoned a meteorite, while everyone was watching this spectacle intently. The young people were shocked as a meteorite was rushing towards them. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered. Everyone was in shock because they did not understand what had happened, and many were injured. Thanksgiving later, the young man was informed that he had destroyed the city's fortress wall, and since he had destroyed the imperial city, his karma points had increased. But a moment later, he saw a notification that his level had been increased, and at the same time, he had new skills unlocked. The young man froze for a moment from the cat's show, as he did not expect such a thing. A moment later, he was informed that he could reduce his karma points. He was shocked as he realized that this was real cheating. He saw that the range was huge, but the attack power was no joke. He wondered if he would be able to use this skill again after the recovery. A moment later, he looked at his points with tears in his eyes, which were slowly disappearing, as he wanted to spend them on a new skill, so he saved them, but now he lost a lot. He was puzzled because he didn't know what would happen to their fortress wall, because he had only just gotten rid of karma points. He hoped that no one would realize that this was his doing. Henson was puzzled because he had only become a student today, and he had already done a lot of things. The young people, in turn, whispered and said that it seemed that Mrs. Julia had gone out for a walk and was in a bad mood. But still, they did not want to chatter in vain and decided to go and fix the wall. Henson glanced sideways at the young men who were discussing Mrs. Julia. He was, of course, glad that they had not realized that he was the one involved in this. But a moment later, the young men looked around in bewilderment, for they did not see the young lady. They were very anxious to see her, but she was nowhere to be seen. Henson sighed heavily and decided that he had worried in vain. He knew that thanks to the teacher, he would properly check the range of the skill next time before opening fire. Henson thought for a moment and decided to first look at his newly acquired skills and then test his fencing. A moment later, he saw his passive divine skill, the death and sleep god's alarm clock. It was said that the god's sleep was so deep that he created his own moon alarm clock, and anyone who heard the sound would fall to the ground dead. Henson was very pleased with this skill, as he knew that it could counteract narcolepsy. He also saw that he had acquired the skill of prophetic dreaming, because they said that the dreams of the god of sleep and death always came true. Henson was pleased with these skills, but he still knew that he needed to level up and then go on a quest to follow the trail. Henson clearly understood that if he found a new trail, he would gain power. After reading the quest information, he realized that he needed to complete the quest before he reached a certain level. He thought for a moment as he remembered that someone had posted that the monsters in the royal castle had become stronger. Henson knew that he needed to become even stronger before he could begin the quest. In turn, he rejoiced in the way that suited him. He looked into the distance with a smile because he knew that he could pump up all his skills in this place and then go on a quest when his level approached the required number. A moment later, he used one of his skills and summoned a meteor shower, causing everyone to run away as his power was simply incredible. Henson looked into the distance with a smile as he thought he would have to postpone the fencing test for a while. At the same time, the young man was burning with rage and malice because Lucifer dared to leave after he had made a shameful spectacle. He was furious because he dared to neglect him. A moment later, the young man angrily called for the secretary. He looked at the secretary with cold fury and told him to find out immediately where Lucifer was now. Zerubbabel was burning with anger and fury, for he knew that he must certainly deal with the young man named Ashura. At the same time, in the temple of the god of sleep and death, everything was quiet. The priest smiled and thanked the young lady for coming to the temple and honoring him with her presence. He looked with admiration at the saint of the god of sleep and death. She looked at him intently and said in a calm manner that she did not need words of gratitude because she was a saint and this was her direct duty. He smiled and said that in that case he would like to ask her for a favor again. She smiled and said that you are listening to him. The priest looked at her intently and said that this time she would have to go to the Korean Empire. Hanaseo was taken aback and looked at him in surprise as she did not understand why she had to go there. He sighed heavily and said that she needed to get something from the emperor because it was a very important thing for both their religion and their ruler. That thing seemed safe since it couldn't be used right now, but once inside the temple, it would reveal its true power. A moment later, the young lady opened her notification window and saw that she had to deliver a sacred relic. Hanaseo sighed heavily and said that the task was normal and there should be no problems. The priest looked closely after the young lady, for he had great hope and faith in her. The priest was very happy because he knew that at least one of the items with divine energy would finally be in their hands. He would be extremely surprised if the emperor easily gave away the sacred relic. However, they still had to unlock the seal. He sighed heavily, since, however, he was not sure that Libeus would be able to do everything as it should be. A week after the Imperial Fighters competition, the young man put his skills to use. And with lightning speed, his level rose. He sighed heavily and, looking into the distance, said that they had finally finished everything. He knew that now they just had to enter the royal castle. But he also thought that now he should try out his swordsmanship. After a few seconds, he changed his appearance. And at that very moment, they entered the castle. A moment later, the young man was taken aback and stood frozen in surprise as he heard a familiar voice. The apostle smiled and told the young man that since he was not harmed, it meant that he had managed to escape from the ancient castle. The priest greeted the apostle with a joyful smile. The apostle smiled and greeted the charming priest. Henson, in turn, came closer to the apostle and asked if he was already the video broadcast in real time. The apostle smiled and said that he would like to immediately move on to explaining the quest. He smiled and said that this time everything would not be as simple as with the dragon's double. And naturally, it was not by chance that they gave him a priest to accompany him. Everyone knew clearly that King Fialosa was famous for his honesty and strength. It was this kind of ruler who sat on the throne when he sealed the demon king's soul fragment. The king who brought the entire kingdom to ruin was different. Now it was about a disgusting child who was always jealous of his father. The prince, whose heart was filled to the brim with jealousy, killed his father and ascended the throne. After he became king, the kingdom gradually began to decline. And at that moment, the kingdom declared itself an empire and started a war with the surrounding kingdoms. The king flatly refused to surrender to the empire, as he did not want his power to end. But unfortunately, the outcome was obvious. The emperor was a ruthless man who was accustomed to taking decisive steps. It was only when the empire's troops stormed into the royal castle that the king realized how serious the situation was and found the demon king's soul fragment that had been sealed away. The foolish king made a wish on the soul fragment of the demon king that his kingdom would never fall. Henson, she looked at the apostle and asked if that was why the kingdom was not destroyed. The apostle sighed heavily and said that that was exactly how it was, And when the emperor saw that no matter how many times he killed the king, he continued to rise from the dead, he turned his troops to attack other kingdoms. And to this day, no one has ever attempted to besiege the castle again. He sighed heavily and said that such a being was the king of that place. He had immortality, which he could not do anything about, even the emperor, and he even controlled the energy of the demon king. The apostle smiled and told the young man that for this reason he had to take a priest with him, because if it was a priest who served the almighty god of death and was removed, he would be able to seal the power of immortality. The priest, with a satisfied smile, told the apostle that he was absolutely right. Henson looked intently at the apostle and asked if the king was really much stronger than the dragon's double. The apostle said that he was so strong that a double wouldn't stand a chance in a fight with him. And on top of that, the king, who had become stronger due to possessing the demon king's energy, no longer had a human soul. He truly enjoyed the fight, but never let his guard down. The apostle said that even the bitch, then Togo, that he trained a lot to hone his abilities. This task is extremely dangerous, so he came to them to warn them. Disappearing, he wished good luck to the young people. Henson was extremely pleased with this situation, as he knew that this time he would also be able to make a good video. A moment later, he saw a notification about a side story and wondered if it was directly related to their quest. He knew that when he was doing the quest, the hunting grounds of the royal castle disappeared. But a moment later, when they had entered the depths of the castle, a whole army of opponents rushed at them. With lightning speed, the young man repelled the attacker, and at that very moment he rushed at his enemy, striking him. A few seconds later, he pulled his dagger out of the arsenal and rushed into battle. He dealt a fatal blow to his opponent, and he was deapened for several seconds. But at the same time, all the other knights were taken aback, as they did not expect such a thing. Henson looked at his dagger in surprise, as he realized that the emperor's swordsmanship was simply awesome. A moment later, his expression changed and he began to advance on his opponents. At the same time, the knights retreated, as they understood that their end would soon come. But the young man was not going to retreat so easily. He dealt them a through blow. A moment later, he used another skill, stunning his opponents. He was surprised and at the same time felt a pleasant feeling from telekinesis and levitation. With lightning speed, he turned his weapon on his opponents. Henson rushed at his opponents with lightning speed, inflicting cut after cut on them. He used one skill that crushed everyone in his path. After some time, the young man sighed heavily as he saw that his opponents kept coming and coming. He was not sure that his skills were working properly. A moment later, he asked his priest to help him a little, and he, with a joyful smile, raised his health. A few seconds later, the young man changed his appearance and used a gravity meteorite. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered. The young men were surprised, but at the same time amazed by this skill, as they were able to easily deal with an entire legion of knights. At the same time, the castle was burning with incredible speed. A moment later, the knight knelt before his master, asked for forgiveness, and said that he would immediately deal with that vile imperial dog. The king looked intently into the distance, as he realized that there had been an invasion. He knew that the time had finally come, for he had been waiting a long time for the uninvited guest. The knights were in shock. They did not understand how they could defeat the monster. They knew that they could simply run away. With lightning speed, they rushed into battle. They shouted that he was not a man. They knew that they had to attack him until he was exhausted. But the young man, in turn, was not going to give up. He simply used the bow sword and the flower cutter. Thus, he easily defeated all his opponents. He glanced sideways at the door, because he knew that this was the place where the meteorite had fallen. But he saw that the door was as good as new. At the same time, the priest shouted to all the knights that there was an invader in front of them, and he had dealt a massive blow to the castle. Henson looked at the young man with fury as he asked him for a favor, but he understood that thanks to the priest he did not have a second to rest. A moment later, he was ready for battle. But after a few seconds, he heard a crash and was taken aback. A few seconds later, the commander of the knights appeared before them all. He looked at them all with fury and said that he had to intervene because his knights were of no use. He looked at the young man intently and introduced himself, and said that he was the commander of the Royal Knights Order. He said that he was no longer going to stand silently and watch the tyranny of the ruthless empire. He said that the young man was a devil in human form. Henson was shocked because he saw that they had all become monsters, but they still considered themselves human. He understood perfectly well that he had to show them what a real devil is. A moment later, he rushed into battle and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. The man was shocked as he saw his sword crack, but at the same time the young man dealt him a deadly blow. A few seconds later, he delivered a through blow. The knight was taken aback and screamed in pain, but he was also very angry. He looked at the young man intently, preparing himself for a crushing fight. A moment later, he summoned a giant sword explosion and headed towards the young man. Henson, in turn, did not lose his head and used instant movement. The knight screamed as the young man dealt him a crushing blow. Henson froze for a moment when he saw the sword near his body. Henson was shocked as he saw his opponent's muscles cracking from the strain. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he was injured. The knight looked at his opponent with cold fury and at the same time pointed his sword at him. Henson dodged with lightning speed, but in turn he understood that this situation was very dangerous for him. With lightning speed, he rushed towards his opponent, dealing him crushing blows. His opponent dodged and parried his attacks with ease. But a few seconds later, the young man dealt him a crushing blow and thus knocked the sword out of his hands. Henson, in turn, rushed to meet the enemy's sword. A moment later, he caught the great sword, and a few seconds later, he delivered a blow that surpassed all previous ones. A few seconds later, he used his skill on the enemy, and thus he defeated his opponent. But the knight, with his last breaths, begged the king to survive, and the rest of the knights also watched everything that was happening. They were in shock but knew they had to leave quickly, as they would not be able to defeat the young man. Henson noted that he could use the weapon he took from the monster to attack, but once it died, the weapon would disappear, which upset him a little. A moment later, he used telekinesis and all of his trophies began to float in the air. But after a few seconds, all his loot was moved into his inventory. He was a little surprised as the loot turned out to be more than he expected. The priest ran up to his master with a joyful smile and said that he really admired him, and he really was worthy of the title of descendant of the god of death and sleep, since he had seen him in battle and his ruthless and fierce appearance. Sometime later, they slowly walked deeper into the castle. Henson sighed heavily as he saw that the atmosphere in the castle was serious. A moment later, they still managed to come to meet the king. Henson stared at the boss who possessed the power of immortality and the might of a demon king. Henson looked closely at his loyal comrade and asked if he could block the power of immortality. He smiled and said that he could seal it. A moment later, they saw the king rise up. Henson was taken aback for a moment, for he saw that his opponent was very large. However, he was only slightly shorter than the dragon's double, so he supposed that he could defeat him more quickly. Henson sighed heavily as he knew he couldn't use the dream belt anymore. But attacking first was a bit cumbersome. He knew he had to scout things out first. At the same time, the priest danced and joyfully shouted that no one could challenge death, and therefore a song of praise would be sung. Henson sighed heavily and wondered if the young man had blocked the power of immortality. He looked at his opponent intently, as he knew that now all he had to deal with was the Demon King's power. With lightning speed, he rushed into battle. But a moment later he stood frozen and taken aback, for he saw a striking sight. Henson was puzzled and could not understand what he saw before him, for he clearly saw the king, who bowed in reverence before him. He froze for a moment and stared at his opponent. But he only looked at him tearfully and asked him to kill him. Henson froze in shock, not understanding what was happening at all. But the king did not answer and only cried loudly. Henson sighed heavily and looked at the king and said that it turned out that he had lived for a long time, being intoxicated by the power of the Demon King. But now that he was covered by the wave of regret, he wanted to die. The king sighed heavily and said that everything was true, because at first he was in ecstasy from the fact that the emperor, despite numerous attempts, was never able to kill him. But at the moment he had to while away his days, experiencing hellish torment. So he looked at the young man intently and began to beg him to kill him. Henson sighed heavily and looked at him puzzled, as he was told that he was not his true strength, so he was looking forward to meeting him. But in fact, it was a complete disappointment, although in appearance he was really strong. Libeus shouted to the master with a joyful smile that he did not expect anything else from him, because he saw that the enemy knew perfectly well about his greatness, even before the battle began, and was already begging him for death, trembling with fear. The young man sighed heavily, and a moment later raised his sword in order to quickly fulfill the wishes of his opponent. But unfortunately, he stopped because he saw a notification window, as the system hoped that he would pull out the legendary egg that was hidden in his inventory. The young man was taken aback because he did not understand what was happening and what these notifications meant. A moment later, the egg he had once acquired appeared in front of him. The young people looked at each other in bewilderment, but at that very moment, the egg rushed towards the king. He was asked if he wanted to let the egg hatch, as it was absorbing a fragment of the Demon King's soul. Henson was taken aback and asked in surprise, looking at his face, if he really wanted to absorb the soul of the Demon King. He sighed heavily, since he did not see any connection with their quest at all. Turning around, he asked his companion if they needed to return the Demon King's power. The young man was taken aback and said that nothing was said about that. Henson, could he really feed her an egg? The young man smiled and said that it was probably true, because even if the egg hatched, it was unlikely that the creature inside would dare to attack its owner. A moment later, the young man gave his permission to absorb the soul fragment. After a few seconds, the egg began to absorb the king. At the same time, the king screamed with tears in his eyes as he was finally able to die. A moment later, the young men saw that the egg was cracking, and the young man was notified that the rating had been raised. He looked in surprise at the egg, which was cracking before his eyes. A moment later, a very cute creature appeared in front of him. The priest smiled and said that his pet was very cute, and he could talk. The creature smiled and said that it could talk. Henson looked closely at his new pet and noticed that it was of legendary rank, higher rank than swordsmanship art or gravity meteor. Looking at the pet, he asked if it copied his magic to absorb the king's immortality power. He smiled and said that he clearly had charm to spare. The young man had no specific information about this pet, but it inherited the powers of the god of death and sleep and was much more powerful than the original pet. Henson was surprised because in front of him was a growing type of demigod. In addition, in front of him was this class of pet that only a god rank holder could obtain. Henson read that his pet could absorb the soul of the boss he caught in order to grow later. He also absorbed the enemy's ability. He was surprised. He knew that this was pure and scam, because if his pet grew to the demigod class, it would be able to duplicate even legendary rank skills. He looked at his pet closely and asked if copying something like the Dragon Tongue skill was as easy as pie for him. His pet smiled and said that it was exactly like that. Henson looked at his pet and froze in surprise, as he had a very fast reload. His pet happily rushed to him and hugged him, saying that he had a very good and cool owner, and his happiness knew no bounds. A moment later, the young man was notified that he had completed the next stage of the quest, and that he had also reached a certain level, and now he could take the quest to find the next trace directly from the apostle. A moment later, the apostle appeared in front of them and asked irritably what this wonderful creature was next to the young man. He smiled and said that he was the master's pet. The apostle looked at the small creature with a smile and said that the energy he felt in it was the power of the Demon King's soul shard. The priest smiled and said that it was also. The apostle smiled and told the young man that he had indeed acquired a very faithful and sweet service, and he envied him. The priest smiled and said that it seemed that the apostle was talking about a faithful and sweet servant, and of course he meant him. The apostle smiled, looking at the young man, and said that he would like to admire the little pet a little longer, but unfortunately he does not have so much time in reserve. Henson looked at the apostle puzzledly and told him to quickly get the reward. A few seconds later, the apostle told the young man that he had to choose between the power and the relic. Henson was surprised, since previously he had only had the opportunity to receive one of the powers, and now the relic had appeared. Henson looked at the notification window with irritation and asked about its contents. He saw the death guide and the jade plate of the god. He sighed heavily and said that just looking at the name was enough to know that he should choose strength, but he was still puzzled because he didn't know what was special about the jade plate of the god. The apostle smiled and said that he would be in a difficult situation if he made the wrong choice. Henson asked irritably if there were no other options. The apostle smiled and told the young man that this was not the first time he had made a choice. He could obtain Death Conductor, an active skill, because in 1 second, lightning would envelop the entire world and cause uncontrollable death. He looked at this skill with admiration because he read about it, and after reading, he realized that the skill was very cool and he could use it once a month and no more. The apostle looked at the young man intently and said that he would now move on to explaining the quest associated with the next stage, which was originally supposed to appear when the young man reached level 150. But since he had already fulfilled all the conditions, he would move on to explaining the next quest at the same time as issuing the reward. He looked at the young man closely and said with a smirk that he could complete the quest once he met the emperor and obtain some of his divine weapons. The apostle smiled and told the young man that it would not be easy for him to meet the emperor. As he disappeared, he said that even a young man with high experience would not be able to rise above level 200 until he obtained a divine weapon. He smiled and wished him luck, as he wanted him to meet the emperor as soon as possible. Henson looked at his priest closely and asked if the apostles did not interact with the cathedral or temple. He did not understand how he could not know that he had become a disciple of the emperor. The young man sighed heavily and said that he seemed not to know, since the respected apostle always wandered the world alone. Henson smiled and said that in that case, they should go back to the capital. The priest looked closely at his master, as it seemed to him that he had forgotten something important. Before they left, they saw a notification that they had completed the story dungeon, and the young man was given a reward in experience points, and since they had all completed the story dungeon, it disappeared, and they had to move outside as soon as possible. The young man looked at the emperor in surprise and asked what he had just said. The emperor sighed heavily and said that he had previously informed the priest that he was going to give the divine weapon to the cathedral. The emperor said that after that, he was taken by a messenger from the Church of the God of Death and Sleep to break the seal. He looked at the young man with a puzzled expression and said that it seemed like he hadn't heard anything about it. The priest, with his lightning speed, fell to his knees and shouted to his master that he had committed a mortal sin and deserved death. The emperor sighed heavily as he saw that the priests were having a hard time. The emperor said that the main part of the path leading to the Church of the God of Sleep and Death was not accessible by teleportation, so this distance had to be covered on foot. He looked closely at the young man and said that he would have to cover the entire distance in a month. He knew that in the game time was flowing, otherwise he too could have covered this path in a week. At the same time, the young man burst into tears and said that he deserved to die. The emperor looked at the young man closely and said with a smile that, if he was here, then most likely the people from the church would open the seal and give him the divine weapon. He asked the young man if he really needed to get it so urgently. He said that he would prepare a flying boat or some other means of transport for him, which would reach the temple with the speed of lightning. The emperor sighed heavily and said that the construction would take about a week. Henson, with a joyful smile, thanked the emperor and said that he would wait in the empire and at the same time train or hunt. Henson looked at his pet in surprise and asked if something had happened. His pet said he still doesn't have a name. He shouted that in fact, for any little devil, this is a very important question. Henson thought for a moment about, since he did not know what name he could give him. He looked closely at his pet and asked if he was a man, but his pet, with tears in his eyes, said that he was a girl. Henson smiled and said that he immediately thought that it was a girl in front of him. His comrade smiled and said that she was exactly the same as he was, and until that moment he thought that it was a young man in front of him. Henson looked at the devil with a smile and asked her if she liked the name Tina. She said with a smile that she liked the name very much. At the same time, at the Hero Guild headquarters, Rin was looking through various information. She was puzzled because she knew that after the competition, the number of people wishing to join their ranks had increased exponentially, but she could not be careless about accepting candidates, so the selection process had not moved forward even an iota. At the same time, she was very grateful to her sister, who had abandoned her care to help her, but a moment later she put all her thoughts aside more easily as she heard someone knocking at the door. The young lady greeted Rin with smiles. Huna Malas said that she came to tell her something important. Rin told her friend that she could spare some time for her, so they could have a normal conversation. Huna said with a smile that she thought tomorrow she would finally be able to give her older brother a tour of the castle. Rin looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if he hadn't said that he would decide whether to join their ranks or not after the tour of the guild. Yenna looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if he really said that. She smiled and said that it was true because she had previously suggested that her brother join the guild, but he had not been particularly eager to do so. She looked at the young lady intently and said that if he agreed to go on a tour of the guild this time, they would have to score points in their favor to get an affirmative answer from him. Yenna looked at the girl intently because earlier she had thoughts that the young man had acquaintances in the guild. She realized that in fact, he was her older brother. Yenna sighed heavily as she couldn't understand her sister's thoughts, but she wondered if her sister would go in the guise of a character that was familiar to them. She looked closely at her friend because she understood that if they told her the truth, she would hardly believe such a thing. because she was a real fan of Ashura. Yena smiled and asked if she could join them. Rin was surprised as she didn't know her sister wanted to go with them. She smiled and said that she had been working all the time lately, so she was starting to get confused and didn't know if this was real or a game, and if she took this opportunity, she could clear her head a little. The young lady smiled and said that she didn't mind, but she still wanted to ask her brother what he thought about it. Yina smiled and said, "Young lady, that she could put in a good word for her sister." Rin looked at her sister in surprise as she did not understand why she would say such things. The day after the game was released, a young lady came to her brother and asked if he would mind if Guildmaster Rin and her younger sister were also present during the tour tomorrow. Hyuna said with a smile that they were her age and very good friends. He looked closely at his sister with his gentle smile, as he realized that his friend had already guessed everything. He sighed heavily and looked at his sister with a soft smile, as he knew that they were well aware of his identity, so it probably didn't matter whether they were there or not. And besides, he assumed that the young lady wanted to test him. He smiled and said that it was not a matter of principle for him, and he was even glad that the head of the guild would personally be present at the excursion. Hyuna smiled and said that it was really great. She would pass on the answer as soon as possible and return to him. Sometime later, the young man fought his monsters with fury. He used different skills against his opponents. He was surprised that he did these manipulations with ease, and at the same time his level increased. He looked closely at his comrade, as he understood that the difference in levels was still very noticeable, as he was screaming with joy from the explosion. Libas shouted with a joyful smile that it was very hot, but he would still gather monsters for his master. The young man sighed heavily and said that there was no need for this, since they needed to slowly move on. Libya sighed heavily as he was upset by this information. Henson looked closely at his comrade as he didn't know if he should take him, as he was very crazy. But he knew he should have remembered that it was thanks to the priest that he had risen so quickly, since he was bait for the monsters. Henson looked at his comrades and said that they should hide from prying eyes until he spoke to them first. They were surprised, but at the same time they knew that they had to carry out the order. Tina looked at her master with tears in her eyes and said that she would sit quietly, like a mouse. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as his priest also caressed his shoulder. Some time later, the young lady ran towards her brother with a joyful smile. Hyuna looked at her brother closely and said with a smile that her friends would be a little late, as the young lady had urgent business to attend to. A moment later, the young man received a notification from his girlfriend. She wrote that they would be there soon and would try to be very late. She also apologized for not warning him in advance about their participation in the excursion, and also wrote that he had something to talk about with his sister. He sighed heavily, as he knew that the young lady was quickly catching on. He was even surprised that his sister didn't understand anything. But a moment later, his sister looked at his shoulder in surprise, and he wondered if he had been mistaken. She looked at the young man with a joyful smile, as she saw his beautiful pet. Henson breathed a sigh of relief and told his teen that she could speak. Tina smiled and introduced herself. The young lady was amazed as she saw that in front of her was simply a cutie and not a pet. Tina smiled and said that she really liked the cheek, and the young lady squealed with delight because she liked her brother's pet. A moment later, the young man transferred the boss's soul to his pet. Tina looked at her master and the wonderful delicacy with admiration and asked the master if she could eat it. Tina happily embraced her beauty and thanked her master, as he had given her a very valuable gift. Moments later, as we ate the delicious treat with pleasure, the young lady smiled and said that it turned out that her heart stopped beating from emotion. A moment later, young ladies entered the cafe. Hyuna shouted and called her friends. Rin froze in shock for a moment. She was surprised and at the same time puzzled. She did not expect to see anything like this. Hyuna looked at her friend in surprise and asked if she had already met her brother. She hesitated, not knowing what to answer. But a moment later, the young man took the initiative and began the conversation first. But after a few seconds, he was taken aback because he felt something. Everyone was shocked as the walls of the cafe shook. And a few seconds later, there was a loud explosion. Henson used his power with lightning speed and thus protected the young ladies. But a moment later, everyone was taken aback as someone called out to Ashura. Julia called her student with a joyful smile and told him that his teacher had arrived. She smiled and asked why he had not looked in on her during his last visit to the imperial palace. Hyuna froze in shock, but a moment later looked at her brother. He was confused, as he had been exposed in a less than ideal way. Hunapeshki looked around and searched for the young man. A moment later, everyone started whispering in the street, but everyone was very surprised because several strong people were in one place. The young man put on his signature mask with lightning speed. Huna froze in place in surprise and looked at her brother in bewilderment. Julia looked closely at the young man and asked why he left without even seeing her. He sighed heavily and said that it all happened very spontaneously. She sighed heavily and said that if he continued to act like this, she would be upset. Rin froze in surprise and asked if it was really possible that the young lady's counterpart was Julia's student. Yenna was even more surprised since he was also the Emperor's student. He looked at the young lady intently and said that there were too many people around and they could move to another place. She looked around in surprise but still agreed with him. Julia looked closely at the young ladies and asked if they were her students' friends. He smiled and said that they were. And next to him was his younger sister, as well as the head of the guild that his sister and her younger sister were in. Julia looked at his surroundings and said that at such a time they should move. A few seconds later, she moved everyone with her magnificent magic. The man froze in shock on the spot with tears in his eyes when he saw his cafe. At the same time, a man approached him and said that they were from the Imperial Palace Disaster Department, and if the man asked for compensation for the damage caused, the Imperial Palace would immediately cover everything. But a moment later, they were frozen in shock when they saw the young priest fall to the ground, screaming with rage. Libas burst into tears. He screamed that Julia was just a vile woman. He did not understand why he was the only one left in the cafe, and everyone had moved. He was furious, since he was unable to teleport and follow his master, and therefore he burst into tears, since he did not know where his master was at the moment. At the same time, the young people looked at him intently, as they were shocked by the young man's behavior. Tina sighed heavily and said that now the soul that she had eaten would come out. Sometime later, they moved to the imperial capital, namely to the young lady's laboratory. Julia looked closely at the young man and slowly handed him another book. He smiled and thanked her. Julia, with an admiring smile, said that there was no better teacher than her because the emperor gave him the only book on fencing art, and she showered him with gifts every time. He smiled and said that she was absolutely right here. The young lady looked closely at the young man because they were shocked. He opened the book with a smile and realized that at this rate he wouldn't need a store at all. A moment later, he acquired the active skill writing. This skill was created by the disaster Julia to help the student comfortably travel long distances, although it took a little time to create. But the power contained in this skill cannot be ignored. He was shocked because he didn't expect this. She said with a smile that she did it in a hurry, but it was really a good skill. She smiled and said that the emperor was originally going to give him a tasteless flying boat, but she rejected that idea and gave him a better replacement. The lovely ladies whispered among themselves as they did not understand what was being discussed, but he only looked at her with a smile and thanked her for such a sensitive and useful gift, as she was excellent in such matters. She smiled and thanked him. Henson smiled and told the young lady that he was about to leave, but the next time he visited the capital, he would definitely drop in to see her in the laboratory. She smiled and wished him a good journey, and also said that if he came to her, she would give him something else. A moment later, they all walked out of the lab and sighed heavily. The young lady looked at her brother closely and asked if he would like to explain something to her. He sighed heavily and said that he thought he should explain everything to her in detail. She looked at her brother intently, and her confusion froze in shock as she realized who he really was. She was shocked by this information as she saw that he was simply incredible. Henson looked at the girls with a smile and asked for forgiveness for such an unexpected visit from his teacher. Rin smiled and said that he did not need to apologize, because he himself did not know that something like this would happen. Henson smiled and said he came to see the guild, but ended up causing them trouble. She smiled and said it was okay, and she would give him a personal tour soon. Henson looked around carefully, for he saw that the people's reactions indicated how much they trusted their lord. Henson looked at the girls and said that since it was a small number of elites, the role of the NPCs should be big in situations where there was an attack or need to defend. Rin smiled and said that there was some truth in his words, but their own strength was also quite significant. Rin looked closely at the young man and told him about the guild. She also talked about her cousin, who held the position of head of the guild, only a different one. She looked at the young man with a smile and told him what levels the members of their guild had, as well as about all the branches of the Heroes Guild. The young man was a little surprised, but a moment later he froze and only felt something. He stopped in bewilderment and asked the head of the guild what was in front of him. She sighed heavily and said that in front of him was a dungeon that belonged to the Lord. He was surprised because he did not expect such a thing. She said that in every feudal lord, inside the castle, there is a secretly built dungeon, and this castle is no exception. No one could enter this dungeon without the permission of the Lord, and there were certain conditions without which it was impossible to get inside. Henson looked at her in surprise and asked if this was really her personal dungeon. She smiled and said that it was true, and there were monsters there that were of a high level, so only those who wanted to level up in the shortest time were allowed inside. She looked at the young man intently and said that as far as she knew, there was also a dungeon in the imperial palace, and she assumed that when he was satisfied with everything, that emperor would also allow him to enter there. He was surprised, but at the same time did not say he was glad, since his guesses turned out to be really true. Yina said with a smile that the dungeon that belonged to the Lord gave out a lot of experience points. The items dropped were few, but the level rose quickly. He thought for a moment, as he wanted to ask the teacher about the dungeon when he returned to the capital. After all, he knew that he would instantly level up, which was really cool. A moment later, they reached the fortress wall. Rin smiled and said that in order to be prepared for the attacks of monsters from the air, the fortress wall was built on a high cliff. The young people gazed into the distance, enjoying the beautiful view. But a moment later, they were taken aback as they heard a deafening roar. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand what was happening as they had no notification of the magical barrier being broken. She told the guildmaster that it was very strange, but the wall's strength continued to decrease. Rin was in shock as she knew they were dealing with an invasion, so she suggested everyone go take a look. A few seconds later, they ran to the edge of the wall. The young people were in shock as something was happening at the base of the wall. They shouted to the Lord that she should not go near the edge of the wall, as it was dangerous there. A moment later, the young men froze and looked down intently. Huna was taken aback for a moment because she saw that there was a man down there. At the same time, the priest was banging his head against the wall and calling for his master. He was in shock and very upset because he did not understand where his master had gone and left his humble service alone. The young man sat down at the table in shock, as he had not expected to see anything like this at all. He realized that he had made a mistake and had left his faithful servant, and he had caused trouble. He looked at the young man with cold fury and shouted at him to come up to him immediately. A few seconds later, the young man, with a joyful smile, was climbing the wall towards his master. Libas looked at his master with a joyful smile as he managed to find him, and they were shocked as they did not expect this. They understood that even the magical barrier was nothing to the young man. Henson understood that gravity would now work on the young man. With the speed of lightning, he ran up to the young man and struck him with fury. Libaeus was taken aback and said that it was his master's hot touch, and he was grateful to him. Henson looked at his girlfriends in a hurry and asked for forgiveness. He said that the young man was a priest and he took him with him for a short time, and he was very sorry that he brought a lot of trouble. The young man with tears in his eyes asked his master for forgiveness. Rin smiled and said that everything was fine and he did not need to apologize. But in turn, she looked closely at the young man, as she knew that the barrier was very strong and could hold back the onslaught of monsters, and the young man managed to break through the barrier with just one blow to the head. Rin looked at the young man closely and said that she thought he had more or less looked around here, and now they could move to the meeting room where the guild members often gathered. He smiled and said that he agreed. A moment later, she looked at the young man intently and said that she thought the Heroes Guild would not be able to accept the young man into their ranks. The girls looked at the guild leader in surprise as they did not understand why she was saying such a thing. She in turn sighed heavily, but did not answer. Henson looked at her with a puzzled expression he hadn't expected. Sometime later, in the kingdom of Beldorn, there was a meeting of the Black Guild. Helly sighed heavily because the young man had nothing to say. She said that he knew that this would be the end, for a non-entity who, apart from a proud disposition, had absolutely no abilities. Helly asked with a smirk how this could happen. Fleur sighed heavily and said that he was not competent enough to take the position of the leader of the Black Mercenaries Guild. Warren smiled and said that in that case, she should lead the guild. A moment later, the young people looked at her in surprise. Warren looked at them intently and asked if they had any funds left to take care of the Black Mercenary Guild. Because if you take control of everything, You need to be fully armed, Helly said with a smirk that she always wondered why she hired only one professional player. She asked her friend what she was aiming for. Helly looked at the girl closely and said that she foresaw that Ashura would win, so she saved money. She smiled and thanked the young lady for complimenting her, calling her wise, but to be honest, she also didn't expect him to show up at the matches. She looked closely at the young men, said that thanks to this turn of events, the young man easily left their ranks. Looking at everyone present, she asked if this was not for the best, but no one gave her an answer. Chungu looked at everyone closely and asked how they were going to deal with the mythical guild. Since he heard that it was related to their hero guild, Horan said that it was indeed like that, since the couple of people she sent to infiltrate the hero guild ended up in the mythical guild. Horan said that it seemed like they too were some kind of alliance like them, and that there was also a very close relationship between the guilds. Horan brought up the topic of the hero guild leader, who was also a member of some rich family in South Korea, but she had never seen her before and assumed that she was a rare guest at social events. The problem was that they didn't know what family she was from. Horan said that they should postpone the attack on the mythical guild for a while. The young people agreed with her. Quarren said with a grin that they already had a professional player, so when the right moment came, they would definitely win. The man said that was true, but he still wanted to know what they would do if the young man did join the hero's uncle. Quarren sighed heavily and said that he had shown his abilities and also became the emperor and Julia's disciple. Even they were unable to hire him, considering his income from YouTube. She knew that others would also not be able to hire him. Helly said with a smirk that there really was no point in spending that kind of money on others. Fleur sighed heavily and said that the young man had always been a lonely wanderer, so now he was unlikely to suddenly join some guild. Varen said that the head of the heroic guild was most likely a member of some rich family like them, and she would not stoop to such a thing. And if they suddenly formed an alliance, then she, in turn, would donate everything to charity. The young lady looked at her sister in surprise and asked if she had gone crazy. The priest, in turn, was burning with rage and shouted that this place was unworthy of the young master to live here. Henson sighed heavily, looking at us at his colleague, since he was sure that he was refused because of him. Rin smiled and apologized. She sighed heavily and said that it seemed like she had spoken too hastily, so her answer probably came across as a bit rude. She said that it wasn't that the department wasn't good enough for their guild, but rather that they weren't up to his level. He looked at her in surprise as he did not expect such a thing. She smiled and said that at the moment he was the emperor's disciple. Rin looked at the young man and said that he was also Yulia's student. He was taken aback and said that it was so. Rin said that besides that, he was a YouTuber who was recognized all over the world, so she didn't understand how she could allow herself to consider him as her subordinate. The young people understood that Julia would not like this. He sighed heavily and said that everything was correct, and the teacher could very well rebel. Rin looked at the young man closely and said that for that reason, she thought that recruiting him into their ranks was too difficult a task, so she wanted to propose to him to form an alliance. He looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand what she was talking about. She smiled and said that after he registered a one-person guild, they could form an alliance. Then he would be able to access the dungeon he saw earlier. Or he could request the support needed for raids. And they were also ready to sell him the necessary items and information at a minimal price. He smiled and asked what was required of him. She looked at him intently and said that only one thing was required of him. He asked in bewilderment what she was talking about. Rin said that if the main scenario was revealed to him, she would like him to share information about it with her or tell her what kind of story he saw. She looked at him intently and said that after he had gotten all the benefits from the main story, he would just need to tell their guild about it. Rin said that the reason for the creation of the Hero Guild was to clear the main scenario, and that was why only those with a rank higher than the unique rank were allowed into the guild so that each member could have an impact on the story. Sometime later, the young man moved to the square and carefully considered this proposal. He knew he had to learn some new skills at the store before he hit the road. A moment later, he bought himself a legendary skill. The system also generated a random skill, and he got a legendary one again. Sometime later, the monster growled standing in the forest. The monster was taken aback and looked around as he felt someone's presence. He growled in rage and pain as someone hit him from behind. Henson looked closely at his opponent, whom he had killed with a bow and arrow, but he really liked this new type of activity. Tina said with a happy smile that her master was the best, because he dealt with his opponent with lightning speed. Kino told her master with a smile that if he went deeper into the forest, he would run into the boss. He smiled and said that they would head there right away. A moment later, Henson used a Hambrid's destruction arrow. He had recently acquired an active legendary skill. It was one of the techniques of the legendary hero who was said to have saved the continent from destruction. In turn, the young man with the speed of lightning applied his skill and, pulling the bowstring, took aim in order to bring down his enemy with a roar. Henson looked closely and saw vital points which were marked in red. He wondered if an arrow could have some attribute similar to fencing. A moment later, he released his lightning arrow, and it flew towards the enemy, and he used a through strike. A few seconds later, the arrow pierced his opponent and flew through him, while it pierced his formidable and powerful body. Henson knew that if he hit the vital points correctly, he could cause critical damage. A moment later, he handed his pet a small treat with a joyful smile. She smiled at him, thanked him for the treat. Henson in turn knew that first of all, they had to raise each other's level as much as possible, because his narcolepsy could not be active during the next quest. A moment later, he took aim and released several arrows. He looked into the distance with a smirk and wondered if there would be something even more exciting to be seen when he took aim and found his prey. Huna Priestrana looked at her brother. She was shocked and did not understand how he could do this to her. She did not understand why he hid the fact that he was a famous hero. She asked if he really had any other secrets from her. He sighed heavily and said that he had a divine rank profession. She was shocked because she didn't expect to hear anything like that. She looked at him intently and asked if he was joking. Henson smiled and said that he was called the descendant of the god of sleep and death, and he was none other than the descendant of the most powerful of the gods. Huna asked if this was true. He smiled and asked why he would lie to her. She came and said that he had done so until today. He smiled and said that he had already told everything, and now he saw no point in hiding anything else. A moment later, the young man looked closely at his sister and with a smile suggested that she move in. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand why he suddenly started talking about moving. He smiled and said that she was in a few days. He had lost the money he earned on YouTube, and he had received more than he expected, so he would like to move immediately. Huna smiled and said that she didn't mind, although she liked the current apartment, but she didn't see anything wrong with moving to a better house. He nodded and said that in that case they couldn't look at the house together and choose furniture. She smiled and asked how about trusting her with the interior design issues. He smiled and agreed. Huna looked at her brother and asked if she could watch his next video before it was uploaded to YouTube. He said that his friend always sent him videos before uploading them so they could watch it together. Sometime later, the young man entered the game and sighed heavily, as he knew that he urgently needed to go to the temple of the god of sleep and death. He looked closely at his loyal servant and told him that when the gravity meteorite was activated, he would need to grab onto it tightly. Libas was taken aback and said that, as a humble servant, he could not allow himself to touch the body of his great master. He said that this was simply unacceptable. But a moment later, the young man nevertheless put his skill to use, namely horse riding. He was shocked because he was informed of the colossal shock from the serious damage, but he could also adjust the direction of the gravity meteorite. A few seconds later, they set off. Henson in turn was puzzled because he understood that this was just a crazy skill and one small mistake on his part, and he would die. At the same time, the priest was shouting with pleasure and admiring this journey. Henson turned around and sighed heavily, and also looked at his subordinate with bewilderment. Since he had completely forgotten about him, Henson sighed heavily, since he understood that he was just an idiot for worrying about the young man. Sometime later, they visited the main temple of the god of death and sleep. At the same time, all the priests were actively praying, not sparing their heads and bodies. The bishop looked closely at the young people, for he saw that they were very conscientious believers, and such a vivid demonstration of faith gladdened his heart. But a moment later, he looked to his side because he heard something. Everyone froze for a moment in shock and surprise as they saw the meteorite. But after a few seconds, they gathered in a circle with joyful smiles and began to pull the meteorite toward themselves. Looking at the meteorite, they realized that it was emitting a painfully familiar energy, along with sacred energy. The bishop looked at the meteorite in surprise and with a smile asked himself, what could this mean? But after a few seconds, a very strong explosion thundered as the meteorite landed on the ground and all the priests flew in different directions. Libius, with a joyful smile, shouted to his master that, as expected, the most joy came when the meteorite landed. The young man was in turn puzzled, since he understood that soon he would definitely meet his death. Libius looked into the distance with a joyful smile. As he saw his brothers, everyone froze in shock for a moment. A moment later, everyone rushed towards the cardinal, shouting that thanks to the instructor's teachings, they poured out diligently every single day. Looking at the young man, they shouted that he was the most sincere teacher of the church of the god of sleep and death. They said that they assumed that they would never see him again because he was demoted to the priesthood and sent into exile. Libius said with a contented smile that he was very grateful to them all for their warm welcome. But he had come here to serve his master, so he asked them with a joyful smile to leave, and very quietly. The young men were taken aback and looked in surprise at the other man, whom their priest considered his master. Henson looked at them intently and realized that the situation was taking a dangerous turn. But a moment later, the man shouted angrily at everyone to move aside. Henson looked around in surprise and wondered if a monster was rushing towards them. Henson looked closely at the man, as judging by his appearance, he looked much stronger than the emperor. He wondered if the man intended to kill him, despite being the descendant of a god. The man with his lightning speed bowed to the young man and said that he was lacking in many things, but he was the one who led the church, so he wanted to accompany them to the temple. The man smiled and said that the young man was their master and God, so he could speak to him informally. The man smiled and asked the young man if he had come here for items with divine energy. Henson said that was exactly the case. The man sighed heavily and said that first of all, he should apologize to the gentleman. He looked at the young man closely and said that he must have had a lot of hardships wandering the world with the priest. Henson looked at the man with a smile and said that he thought his life was much harder than his. The man smiled and said that it was an honor to know that the young man understood him better than anyone else. And he also mentioned that they had managed to unravel the seal placed on the divine energy items. He looked at the young master intently and said that in the current situation, he had no choice but to use his magical tools to destroy the seal. Henson sighed heavily and said that he understood everything, and also asked if these were the items that were used by the god of death and sleep himself. The man said with a satisfied smile that everything was absolutely correct, because it was written in the chronicles that God used them to exterminate other gods and punish evil gods. Henson looked at the man in surprise, since he had not expected this at all. He hoped that he would get a scythe and chains, since his acquaintance also used a scythe. He knew that if he used the scythe and chains, it would be very excellent. A moment later, he looked closely at the small objects and asked if the objects in front of him were indeed objects with divine energy. The man smiled and said that it was so, and these were the most powerful divine objects, and they were the pride of their church. Henson was puzzled by what he saw, as he expected something completely different. At the same time, in the user management office, a man was watching the young man closely. He was puzzled because the young man had already received the items. He knew that even though everything was going according to the script, he never expected the items to be in his hands so quickly. He wondered if it was too early, since the divine professions on other servers hadn't even come close to obtaining items with social energy yet. Cho Minwoo sighed heavily, because he knew that since the young man came to the temple, the bishop would give him that very quest. And if he passed this dungeon now, the key to the main scenario would be solved. Originally, this was the main scenario that no one could solve after only 8 months after the release. The young man stared at the fluffy pillow of the god of sleep and death. This pillow is intended exclusively for the god, because if he sleeps on this pillow, he will only have sweet dreams. He was a little surprised because he saw that this pillow increased the speed of recovery, and if you just hold it in your hands, you can take a little nap. He also got a cozy blanket, blessed in death. They said that if you fall asleep wrapped in this blanket, then you will always be able to sleep sweetly and soundly. Henson looked at these things with admiration, because he saw that they were still effective to the point of being will. A moment later, the apostle suddenly appeared before them. The man looked around in confusion, as he did not understand why he suddenly appeared in a temple and not in the imperial palace. He wondered if he had really moved to the main temple of the god of death and sleep. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment, as they did not expect to see him at all. He smiled and said that the seal had been opened, and he wanted to instruct the descendant of God to make the long journey to the main temple after receiving the items with divine energy from the emperor. The man kept looking at him, and said that there was no more disrespectful follower in the world. He looked at him with anger and said that although he was an apostle of their great God, it seemed that his jokes towards his descendant had gone too far. He looked closely at the Pope because he saw that he was very good. A moment later, the apostle said that in that case he would leave them, and also told the young man that they would see each other again when he approached the next trail. The priest looked at the young man closely and asked for forgiveness, as he had not appeared in the best light before him. Henson looked at him with a smile and said that everything was fine. But in turn, he wanted to know what exactly the apostle had done, as it seemed to him that the man was angry when he saw him. The man sighed heavily and said that a long time ago, there was an incident where an apostle ran away with all the sacred relics of the god of sleep and death and his items with divine energy, because when it came to the main altar of religion, it was necessary to carefully preserve all the sacred relics and items with one's divine energy, maintaining their power. He sighed heavily and said, "For this reason, most of their headquarters were unable to use a significant amount of scrolls. The church, having lost all of its sacred relics and items with their divine energy, eventually lost its strength and power." He said that originally their religion was the one that ruled the continent but now people completely ignored them. Except for the prisoners and isolated representatives of different races, there were almost no followers of the church left. The young man sighed heavily and said that he understood the essence of the problem. The priest smiled and said that if the young man saw the apostle again, he should give him some guidance. And he also thanked the young gentleman for finding the objects with his divine energy. He was puzzled because he knew that he had suffered a lot. He smiled and said that there was no need to thank him, because if he could help in any way, he would certainly lend a helping hand. The priest looked at the young man intently and asked if he could dare to ask him for a favor. Henson looked at the man in surprise and said that he could say what exactly was required of him. The man looked at his master with a fierce grin, because he knew that he would not let him down. The priest said that at the moment among the people, there are almost no people left who were believers of the church, good in death. Thanks to this, their temple, the future of the church, devoted their powers to managing those or other races. In the hometown of one of their cardinals of the church, there was a problem. The report said that while collecting minerals, the ground collapsed and they found a cave where they felt a death force that they had never felt before. While the parishioners of the church came across an invisible wall created by an unknown force, and they could not simply enter there. So they contacted their main temple. Henson asked about the power of death, which they had never felt before. He said that he was overcome by the blessed fear and dared to say that death was of a completely different nature than the power of death of a god. He looked at the young gentleman intently and said that it was the evil and dark quality of death. And if it were a question of death, no one knew better than their religion, so the priests and cardinals were sent there. He sighed heavily and said that of course he also went to that place with them since the matter was still open. But even though the death power that the undead possessed, such as the necromancers and liches, was evil, it was completely different from the feeling that the darkness standing there instilled. He sighed heavily and said that one could say that it was more fundamental in a feeling of darkness. But unfortunately, that was not the problem, because not only ordinary parishioners could not enter, but also bishops and priests, including him. The young man was surprised, as he had not expected such a thing. The priest sighed heavily and said that as a result of their research, they had come to the conclusion that it was a cave that only travelers who were between the 150 and 200th levels could enter. He looked at the young master intently and said that he had tried to find several other travelers, but the matter remained unresolved, and now he dared to raise the subject with the thought that the young master might meet the conditions for entering the cave. However, he asked the young man not to pay too much attention to his words. A moment later, the young man saw a notice about the quest from the Pope. He smiled and said that he agreed. The Pope smiled and said that the young man was truly their master. A moment later, the priest asked the young man's permission to introduce him to the cardinal, who would take him to the village, and a few seconds later he asked the cardinal to leave. Henson looked at the young lady in surprise as he saw that she was wearing rabbit ears. Carrot smiled and looked at the young master intently. She greeted him with a smile and also introduced herself. A moment later, she said with a smile that she thought the young man had caused him much inconvenience, so she would offer her sincere apologies in his stead. Libya smiled and said that they had got along well with their master. But at that very moment, the young lady used her power against the priest, and he flew into the wall with a crash. The Holy Father smiled and said that it all happened because the young lady did not particularly like their priest. Carrot was taken aback, and with a smile bowing, said that she behaved inappropriately in front of the respected descendant. She sighed heavily and said that she was really very sorry. A moment later, the young man regained his spirits and said with a joyful smile that he had expected nothing less from the cardinal, since she had given him a very warm welcome. Henson looked at the Holy Father with a smile and said that in that case they would go on their way, since he thought that the sooner the problem could be sorted out, the better. The Holy Father smiled and said that he did not even know how to express his gratitude to him, but still wished them a good journey. After a few seconds, the Holy Father stopped the young man and asked where he was going. Libas looked at the Holy Father in surprise and said with bewilderment that he was going to help his master. The Holy Father smiled and told the young man that if he went with his master, he would only make life difficult for him, and besides, he had work for the young man. Libas was taken aback and trembled with anger. A moment later, he said goodbye to his descendant and wished him a good journey. He was in shock and did not want his master to abandon him. A moment later, he fell to his knees and burst into tears, for he knew that his world had lost all meaning. The Holy Father sighed heavily and, looking at the young man, told him to stop his chatter and listen to him. With the speed of lightning, his face changed, and looking at the Holy Father, he asked what he wanted to entrust to him. The Holy Father looked at the young man intently and said that now they would talk about the roads, their church, because not long ago he had managed to find out their location through the dark night. Looking at the young man, he said that, in his opinion, he, as a more experienced member of the church in the battles, should go there. The Holy Father asked the young man to return before the master finished the work. The young man said with a smirk that if it was related to those high-ranking bastards, then he would of course have to follow the Holy Father's will. The Holy Father sighed heavily and told the young man to do everything extremely carefully, as there was a high probability that they would conveniently shed their tails and disappear again. He restrained, furious, and with a predatory smile, said that he would destroy the root and even the soul itself. Father looked closely at the young man because he understood that if he released the mad dog, he himself would figure out how and whom to destroy. Libas looked at the Holy Father with a joyful smile and asked if he could travel with his master after finishing this matter. The Holy Matter sighed heavily as he understood that the young man was no longer interested in anything. The young lady looked at her master intently and said that originally, in order to fly at high speed, dragons used magic so as not to be weighed down, so that they would not be affected by wind, inertia, or gravity. Henson thought with a fierce grin that later he would have to secretly ask the Emperor for one small favor, without the knowledge of teacher Julia, since he liked the comfort with which they moved. He understood perfectly well that he absolutely had to acquire his own flying dragon. A moment later, the young lady pointed in the direction and told the descendant of the god to take a closer look. After a few seconds, he clearly saw this area with the dungeon. There was a sense of rough energy of death. Karat said that this energy contradicts Thanos, the ruler of death. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he saw a notification that he had received the key to the main scenario. He also saw that he had found the desecrated death shrine, after which the main scenario quest was created. He thought about this situation for a moment. Henson. As he went deeper into the cave, he realized that the reward was the opening of the main scenario, but in turn he was puzzled because he did not understand why the main scenario had not yet been revealed. He believed that if he completed the quest, then all users would receive some kind of notification from the server. He knew that they could either obtain an item with divine energy or a relic. He wondered if this meant that revealing the information, if it failed, would end his activities in the church. He sighed heavily as he knew that he had to be extremely careful. A moment later, he looked at the young lady and asked for a moment of attention. He asked if she would be able to control the area as well as control other people if he did not come out after 10 days. Henson put on his mask with a satisfied smile and realized that he should contact the Hero Guild Master when he woke up, because in any case, the only person from the Hero Guild who could enter the dungeon was her sister. Carrot looked at the young man intently and said that she had one shameless request. She asked if she could voice it. He looked at her in surprise but said that it was okay. He was listening to her. She looked at the young man with confusion and asked if he could address her, since he was talking to the young priest. He looked at her in surprise but agreed. She smiled and thanked him, and also told him that he should be careful. A moment later, the young man received a notification that he had entered the cave leading to the Temple of the Fallen Death, and he was also informed that he was the first to unlock the main quest. But a moment later, he saw many notifications. His system was warning him to be on guard as the rotting death denied all existence. He was warned that this dungeon was for the main scenario, and the difficulty level would be much higher compared to the previous levels. Henson sighed heavily, as the fact that the boss was watching him meant that he could see his hunting skills. He was puzzled, as he knew that he had to remain unpredictable if things were going this way. Then he would have to use skills that he had not let out before. A moment later, he heard the sound of footsteps and realized that his opponent was very strong. A moment later, he used heavy step and magnetic break and rushed towards his opponent with lightning speed. But a moment later, he dealt a crushing blow and a pillar of dust enveloped him. He was puzzled. He knew it didn't look like an attack. He was sure of it because there was no message about fatal damage or a critical hit. But after a few minutes, a monster appeared before him, who said that she hated him since he was a creature of pure death. The soldier of rotting death looked at the young man with disdain. Henson looked at the soldier with a smirk, as he thought that hiding his skills would be quite tedious. A moment later, he called his opponent to him. Henson shouted at the knight that he was nothing more than a rotten corpse, but he attacked him with fury. A few seconds later, the young man pulled out a windsword and used a through strike. Also, after a few seconds, he used a hidden technique, namely a psychedelic mirage. The knight froze for a moment and was taken aback, because he saw that the young man was surrounding him with lightning speed, and he was not alone. Henson distracted his opponent, and a moment later landed a powerful blow from behind. He pulled back and dealt his opponent a few more blows, but noticed that his skin was simply like oak. He was taken aback when he saw that the blood gushing out was gray, but judging by the fact that there were wounds left on his body, the attack still worked. But just in case, the young man wanted to play it safe. A few seconds later, he fired demonic bullets at his enemy. The knight was taken aback and growled in pain. Henson noticed that the knight was distinguished by his special durability rather than strength, but he did not think that his attacks would become more effective from the fact that he would put all his strength into the blow. And since there was an ordinary monster in front of him, it meant that he was not alone, and therefore, he needed to save his strength. He was puzzled because he didn't know how he could conserve his strength and deal critical damage at the same time. He knew that it would be very good if he could just hit the vital organs. A few seconds later, the young man dealt minor damage to his opponent and at the same moment opened his inventory. With lightning speed, he took out a destruction arrow from his arsenal. Henson knew that the skill was similar to a special move that would reduce a lot of health, in addition to the damage of the arrow, when it hit a vital point. A moment later, he aimed his arrow at his opponent and saw all his vital points. He was very happy because he knew that with his ease, he could crush his enemy. But a moment later, he still canceled the skill and moved the arrow into his inventory. He was puzzled as he noticed that even if he canceled the skill halfway through, he would still use up his energy, but the cooldown time would not start. He knew that it would be nice to have another skill that allowed him to see vital points other than the arrow, but unfortunately, he currently lacked such a skill. At the same time, his opponent growled and screamed. Henson, in turn, used the infinite dagger skill, and with the speed of lightning, threw a whole mountain of daggers at his opponent. At the same moment, he used the falling beam of the sword chi, a through strike. The knight roared in rage and pain as the young man managed to deal him critical damage. A few seconds later, the young man used a large explosion on his enemy, but after the explosion, the knight remained unharmed, and these manipulations only angered him. And a few seconds later, he headed towards his opponent. Henson was taken aback, but a moment later he used the falling moon sword, as well as slashing. The knight was shocked and froze in place while being slashed by the enemy's sword. Henson sighed heavily, as he knew that now he didn't have to check his opponent's vital points, and he could simply deliver a crushing strike to the navel like he did with the knight. At the same time, the man was closely watching the young man. As expected, even in a confrontation with an ordinary soldier, he had a hard time. The man enjoyed the spectacle with a fierce grin. He understood that the young man was hiding his abilities or did not realize their value. He was interested in seeing the descendant who did not use divine power. A moment later, he sat up, knowing he needed to begin preparing slowly. He looked at his subordinates closely and informed them that the one who betrayed them would be coming to them soon. and it was none other than the descendant of the god of death and sleep. He said with a grin that they should give the guest a warm welcome. A moment later, all his subordinates supported him. He looked at them intently and with a predatory grin, said that if they killed the descendant of the god of sleep and death, the owner would be incredibly happy. At the same time, the young man was being watched from the server management office. They were surprised because they saw that the young man had dealt with his night alone. They thought that he was definitely not a human. The manager looked closely at his subordinate and asked what level the young man was at now. He told him everything. He sighed heavily and asked if it was possible to complete the main scenario quest alone at a similar level. The young man looked at the manager intently and said that it was not for nothing that the divine rank was called that way, but he knew that the other divine rank professionals on the server were not that difficult. Cho Min-woo thought for a moment, as he knew that it was truly amazing that the young man had thought of activating and then canceling the skill to find vital points and then strike them. But if you take this into account, you can see that he was trying to conserve his strength as much as possible. He wondered if the young man realized how cunning the boss was, but he knew that the Baron was indeed a difficult opponent, as he was able to change the location of monsters manually. He knew that even when it came to filming videos, dividing the style was still an ineffective solution. And not in the same direction, of course. If you actively use the skills that had not yet been discovered, then the probability of success increased. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily as he hoped that the young man would catch the boss no matter what. But the question arose of completing the main scenario quest alone and obtaining items. The young man looked at the leader intently and asked if the user could complete the main quest of the scenario alone. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily and said that although this task was not an easy one, they still should not rule out such a possibility. The man was taken aback and said that in that case the reward would be very significant, and therefore the only thing he could get was either an item with divine energy or power. He asked the leader if such a scenario would not affect the quest to find traces. Cho Min-woo was taken aback and looked at the young man in surprise. The young man looked at his leader in bewilderment and asked if the quest to find traces of which opened at level 400 did not give the opportunity to obtain the last item with divine energy. Cho Min was shocked by this information. A moment later, he saw notifications about an important character, namely the descendants of the god of sleep and death. While other gods only had one item of their divine energy, the god of sleep and death had 3 such items. Cho Min-woo sighed heavily and said that the user receiving multiple of them was planned, so it was not a problem. But this time he would receive an item with divine energy that could only be obtained at level 400. Cho Min-woo was furious, and he knew that the quest was originally designed so that one could only make a breakthrough on the 5th try, and so he knew that it was simply impossible to achieve success on the 1st try. He was furious and said that this simply could not be, but looking at the young man and all his abilities, as well as his skills, it turned out that he would cope immediately. The young people looked at their leader in bewilderment, as they saw that he began to talk to himself. They were excited because they saw that the manager was very busy with work. A moment later, the young man was taken aback and looked at the monitor in bewilderment. They were in shock because they saw a place that was incomprehensible to them. They understood that everything would be destroyed. Cho Min-woo looked at his subordinates with bewilderment, but at the same time he was distracted from writing the explanatory note. He came closer to them and asked what happened as he saw their pale faces. The young man said that now the user had discovered a secret passage that did not lead to the safe zone. Cho Min-woo was shocked because he didn't expect this. Sometime later, the young man dealt with his enemy with lightning speed, but with his last breaths he cursed him. And after a few seconds, the young man was notified that his level had been increased. He looked at the disappearing body of his opponent with a grin, as he understood that the experience points he was receiving were simply top-notch. Henson sighed heavily, as he knew that he should have reached the safe zone by now, and he wanted to rest a little. A few seconds later, he received a notification that the Death Baron was looking at him. He was furious because he didn't want some stalker looking at him. He understood that he just needed to rest, and the Baron would immediately come for his soul. He had the feeling that the Baron was simply manipulating him, but he was on task, knowing that being constantly under attack was not his style. After a few seconds, he threw all his thoughts away as he saw his pet. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing, while at the same time, Tina was pulling out a large sword and saying that she had to give it to the owner. Henson smiled and said that she should only help him when he suddenly fell asleep. She was puzzled as she wanted to help him more. But after a few seconds, he handed her the food with a smile. She smiled and asked if she could really sit down. He smiled and said that of course she could eat it, because she had been actively rooting for him the whole time. She smiled and Julia said that she would continue to actively root for him. He thanked her with a smile and wished her a bon appetit. But a moment later, the young man saw that his pet's gaze had changed. After a few seconds, she spat out everything she had eaten as the taste was disgusting. But she was confused as she had wasted the food. He looked at her in surprise and asked if the night-decaying death had been poison. A moment later, she smiled and told the owner that he need not worry about that, as she could find something tasty on her own. A moment later, her gaze was directed in my direction. With lightning speed, she flew into the depths of the tunnel. Henson, in turn, looked at his pet in bewilderment. But at that very moment, Tina found a small hidden room and pressed on the hidden brick. At that very moment, there was a loud roar. She smiled and said that she had dealt with one thing. At the same time, the young man saw and noticed that the Death Baron was puzzled. Tina smiled and shouted that now she would be able to get something tasty. Henson froze for a moment in surprise, as he did not expect such a thing. A moment later, the necessary conditions were met, and the young man in his ease walked into the secret room. He saw the hidden part and entered the secret passage, which began to collapse. Also, the divine power did not allow the Baron to observe him. Henson was glad he had been able to visit what seemed like a blind spot. He knew that since it was a secret passage that was beginning to crumble, it was quite possible that this was a place that had not yet rotted. He understood that since it was said that the necessary conditions had to be met, there was a high probability that something related to the god of death and sleep was waiting for him downstairs, and after a few seconds he approached the laboratory. Henson, upon entering the room, noticed that the space there was smaller than he had expected. He imagined, looked around, and noticed that there were only research journals, church history, and books related to God. He was very sorry that there was not a single skill book in the lab, but nevertheless he knew that he had better grab a book directly related to God just in case. A moment later he turned around and saw the letters on the table. After reading the letter, he realized that it was written by individuals who were decaying with death and at the same time were connected to the church of the god of death and sleep. He sighed heavily as he knew that in the past this place was sacred ground. Those who remained here were those who were connected with the church, and he turned against him, after which they were cursed. A few seconds later he read the entire letter and was taken aback, as someone was leaving a gift. He looked at the table in surprise as he realized that this was in the spirit of the followers of the religion, the god of sleep and death. The Baron watched the young man closely from afar, as he found a passage that even he, who had once been one of the priests on sacred ground, did not know about. The Baron was furious and had no idea whether the Count knew about the secret passage. He looked at his knight and told him to immediately find out everything he could about the secret passage. The knight said that at the moment there was no way to enter this room, and unfortunately they were still unable to break through the barrier, so he asked his master for forgiveness. The Baron sighed heavily and said angrily that they had no choice but to wait until he himself crawled out. He understood perfectly well that no matter how weak they had become, they would still be able to deal with one single descendant. A moment later he was delighted as he saw the young man emerge from the hole. The Baron watched the young man with bewilderment as he did not understand why he was suddenly running away. He wondered if this was one of his strategies. After a few seconds he was taken aback, and with his lightning speed ordered his subordinates to immediately go after the young man. But in turn he was taken aback and froze in shock on the spot, as he heard a loud roar and realized that their palace was collapsing. At the same time, Henson watched intently as the church burned. At the moment, he was standing in the safe zone, and with a joyful smile, he looked at the burning temple, because he could not even imagine that they installed a self-destruct device on sacred land. He understood that he should not be surprised, because he knew that the priests were just a bunch of madmen beyond imagination. He smiled because he saw that it was burning really brightly, and besides, he watched and his experience points continued to be awarded. He was taken aback when he saw us, how much his level had risen. Henson sighed heavily as he saw the explosion starting to die down, wondering if he should turn up the heat a little. A moment later he used Meteor, but he didn't stop at just one raz and repeated his skills several more times. But at the same time, Baron was wrapping himself in a shield. The Baron was furious, as he knew that the process of self-destruction had been launched by means of the explosion of energy accumulated in the depths of the sacred land. He looked with cold fury at the true face of the followers of God. He was burning with anger as he realized that the young man had pressed the self-destruct button, so he ran as fast as he could to the safe zone. He was puzzled as he never expected that, in the blink of an eye, he would lose all his subordinates, whom he had worked so long and painstakingly on. But a moment later he was taken aback and looked back. But in turn he froze in shock when he saw a meteorite rushing towards him. He was furious and wanted to finish off his opponent immediately. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered. Henson, in turn, watched intently as the consecrated ground burned. He sighed heavily as he understood that since there was no notification that the main scenario quest was completed, it meant that the boss was still alive. Henson looked at his boss with a smirk as he emerged from the blazing fire. The Baron was furious and shouted at the young man that he would not live. At the same time, he directed his cry at the young man, but he managed to jump back and retreat. A few seconds later, the young man used the dream belt. He saw a quick throw and a short delay. The Baron was burning with rage and anger, as he wanted to immediately get even with his opponent. Henson looked at his opponent with a smirk, because he saw that he was furious. So he shot at random. He was pleased, because fighting, provoking the opponent, was quite fun. And judging by the strength and speed of his opponent's magic, he could be mortally wounded, but his opponent already knew about it very well. Henson was well aware of the fact that the more he missed, the angrier he became, and at this rate he was bound to make a huge mistake. Henson looked at his opponent with a fierce grin, as he had already made a mistake. While he was wearing stealth gear, he saw that his opponent was so excited that he didn't even know that he had snuck up on him from behind. A moment later, he would fire a bolt of destruction from his arsenal and aim it at his opponent. A few seconds later, he used his power as the god of death and sleep, thus paralyzing his opponent. But he was not going to give up so easily, and at that very moment he used a through blow. With ease and grace, he directed his arrow straight towards his opponent and thus destroyed his body. A few seconds later, the Baron fell to the ground with a crash, as he had been pierced through and through by his opponent's arrow. How many seconds did the young man see that the seal placed on the Baron was weakened, and he entered the third phase, after which he would regain his physical strength and become temporarily invincible. Henson looked at the boss with a fierce grin, as he had already entered the second phase during the self-destruct and the meteor attack. A moment later, the Baron looked sideways at the young man and said with a menacing roar that he had better be prepared for the consequences. He was furious and knew that once he became invincible, he would immediately launch an attack upon completing the transformation. The first thing he wanted to do was teleport. But a moment later, he froze in place as he saw that Death Baron's invincibility had been canceled. He growled in rage and was taken aback as an arrow pierced his leg and he turned to stone. He was in shock and could not move from the spot, as a hail of arrows was overtaking him. He was in shock and understood that he needed to use not movement, but a protective barrier. With fury, he applied his power and directed it towards his opponent. But after the fog cleared, he saw that his opponent was standing firmly on his feet. Henson, in turn, loaded his bow with lightning speed and aimed an arrow at his opponent. A few seconds later, his arrow reached its target and pierced his opponent's head. He was notified that vital organs were damaged and he delivered the killing blow. The nightmare of the god of sleep and death was launched. His opponent was paralyzed with hallucinations and pain for a few seconds. The Baron was furious and shouted that this could not simply be, since he understood that he had to immediately defeat his opponent. He wanted to break out of this church. But despite all his screams, the young man used Death's Sabbath. A moment later, his skill absorbed the Baron into the illusion of death. He spent a lot of energy, but he still managed to put the Baron to sleep for a few minutes, and at the same time he saw that the damage to the sleeping enemy had increased several times. Henson decided not to waste the moment, and with their lightning speed rushed to his enemy, dealing blow after blow. The Baron was shocked because he did not understand what was happening at all. Henson looked at his enemy with a grin and said that this was not the end. A moment later, he used his signature skill, which was to send a large meteorite at his opponent. Baron was shocked, as he knew that this was the end for him. A moment later, the young man received a notification that he had defeated his opponent, and he was congratulated for completing the main quest alone. So all his rewards were increased. He smiled and finished filming. At the same time, there was a meeting in the Heroes Guild. The girls looked at the young lady in surprise as she told them about the god of sleep and death, as well as about religion. No matter how they tried to find any information, they did not come across anything on the way. Rin sighed heavily and asked everyone if they really thought they should give up. The young lady looked at her friend closely and asked if it was okay for Togo to take a little rest, since they had spent a lot of effort searching for at least some information. But in the end, they were still left in the dark. Old Tank said that he also thought that they should rest, because he thought that there was nothing wrong with a little break. Rin smiled and said that they would do so. A moment later, a young man entered the room and said that he had found out everything. He said with a bright and satisfied smile that he had managed to obtain some valuable information. And this information was still about the main scenario. A few minutes later, everyone received a notification that Ashura had completed the first part of the main scenario. Rin froze in surprise for a moment when she saw that, as the story of the main scenario spread, there were big and small changes happening on the continent. They could check the detailed information on the main page. They were shocked as they didn't expect that the young man was able to do something like this. Kaiser looked at his comrades intently and said that it seemed like the main quest was directly related to the Church of the God of Sleep and Death. The Kaiser looked away from his colleagues in bewilderment and said that the Holy Father clearly knew something.